Blinded by a foolish infatuation, the young man was swindled out of every cent he owned, including the inheritance left by his late parents, all by the hands of his own girlfriend, leaving him destitute and sleeping on the streets. Without warning, a global pandemic erupted, transforming the masses into ravenous zombies and spiraling civilization into absolute mayhem. In this wasteland, survivors were forced to unite to fend off the flesh-eating hordes. Our protagonist, Kwang Tae-dung, managed to fall in with a group of survivors, establishing a fortified sanctuary to keep the nightmare at bay. But the treachery didn't end there. His manipulative ex, the vile Doi Tin, crawled back to him wearing a mask of sorrow and playing the helpless victim. Bit by bit, she exploited Tae-dung's inherent kindness to wiggle her way back into his favor. She played her deadliest card yet, secretly opening the gates for her new lover's marauders to storm and butcher everyone in the base. The ruthless invaders slaughtered Tae-dung's loyal comrades and subjected him to a slow, agonizing execution. Yet, even the darkest storm must break. By a stroke of divine luck, Tae-dung was cast back in time, waking up exactly 1 month before the world collapsed. Hardened by betrayal, he vowed never to be a pawn again, swearing to hunt down those who crossed him while stockpiling for the inevitable undead rising. Greetings everyone and welcome to Gata Review. Today we are diving into the complete recap of Apocalyptic Rebirth. I rely on opening crates to reach the pinnacle. If you enjoy this tale of vengeance, smash that like button and subscribe. Now let's get into it. The story kicks off with a grim sight. Our hero is bound hand and foot, dangling precariously from the ceiling. Directly beneath him, a cage of famished zombies snaps and snarls, waiting for him to drop. Standing before him is the treacherous woman who broke his heart, cozying up to her bloated new boyfriend while a gang of thugs looms behind them. Doi Tin looks up, her voice dripping with malice as she mocks him. Kwang Tae-dung. She sneers, her tone cold and arrogant as she delivers the final blow. Your little friends are all rotting meat now. There's really no point in you hanging around either, is there? After seizing his fortress, the invaders had brutalized his team until they couldn't fight back, then tossed them like scrap to the monsters. He watched in horror as one friend's face was torn away, while another girl had her life drained as a zombie ripped into her throat. None of them found peace in death. Tae-dung was consumed by a harrowing grief, picturing his two most loyal brothers. He gnashed his teeth, his soul burning with a mixture of rage and self-loathing for letting Doi Tin deceive him a second time. Damn it, he cursed internally, my stupidity cost them everything. Suspended in midair, Tae-dung thrashed against his restraints, his eyes wide and bloodshot as he glared at his ex-girlfriend. He let out a desperate, guttural roar against his executioners. You monsters. I'll see you all rot in hell for this. But as the saying goes, the wicked often live in comfort. Despite their history and the wedding they once planned, the heartless woman didn't flinch. Instead, she pressed herself against her fat lover's arm, whining in a sickeningly sweet voice. Oh darling, look at him. He's trying to scold me. The man smirked, patting her hand as he whispered, Don't worry, babe, we're going to make his end very, very slow. Having plundered every scrap of tech and food from the base, the thug spat on the floor and added, Actually, I should thank you for the loot. This haul will keep us living like kings for months. With a sadistic grin, he raised a remote control linked to the winch holding Tae-dung. He bellowed with twisted joy, Drop him. In an instant, the tension snapped. Tae-dung plummeted, his spine hitting the hard concrete with a sickening crack that left him paralyzed. The waiting zombies, smelling fresh kill, swarmed toward the broken man. It was a delivery of prime, warm human meat, and the monsters fought each other to get a taste. Men and women, now mere husks with pale skin and rollback eyes, lunged forward with unhinged jaws in a grotesque display of gluttony. Broken and battered from the fall, Tae-dung could only lie there, a captive audience to his own demise. The horde descended, tearing at his throat, his shoulders, and his gut. Even with his hands tied, he writhed in a frenzy of agony, coughing up crimson as he shrieked, "Aghh!" amidst the sensory overload of being eaten alive. As his body was shredded piece by piece, his consciousness flickered with a final, white-hot spark of hate. In those closing seconds of life, he made a silent, blood-soaked pact. Doi Tin, lie Thursday hung if I ever get another shot, I will drag you both to the deepest pit of hell. Then, the world went black. Kwang Tu-dong was gone, leaving nothing but an empty void. But hold on, the story wasn't over yet. Fate had one more card to play. Like a diver surfacing for air, he bolted upright, lungs burning and skin drenched in a cold sweat. Before his vision could even clear, a shrill, familiar screech pierced his ears. Kwang Tu-dong. What the hell is wrong with you? It seemed his dying wish had reached the heavens. He had been granted a second lease on life. He found himself back in his old apartment, sitting on the sofa. Standing across from him was Doi Tin, her slender legs planted firmly as she screamed directly into his face. Why isn't my name on the property deed? Do you even care about me? One second he was being devoured, the next, he was back in the mundane world. Tu-dong's mind raced in a blur of shock and disbelief. Is this real? He stared around the room like a stranger in his own home, checking the walls and furniture to ground himself. A realization dawned on him. I've been reborn. This is the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, Doi Tin stood there, arms akimbo, continuing her toxic tirade. The memories of his death felt like a vivid, prophetic nightmare, a grim roadmap of who to trust and who to kill. Looking down at his unblemished, healthy hands, he felt a surge of resolve. He swore a silent, ironclad oath. Never again would he be a victim. Regaining his composure, he realized he couldn't let her know he was onto her game just yet. Tu-dong remained eerily silent, swallowing his fury as he watched her lips move, hearing her demand, and I expect 100 million for the dowry. And I won't settle for a cent less. Doi Tin was undeniably stunning, but her soul was pure rot, a lazy gold digger who viewed him as a personal ATM, used his spineless devotion. She stood tall and crossed her arms, barking orders like a queen to a peasant. Did you hear me? Witnessing this, Tu-dong felt a wave of cold disgust. What a venomous creature. Sitting across from the woman who had literally watched him die, he fought the urge to snap. He had to be strategic. An emotional outburst wouldn't help him survive the coming plague. Doi Tin raised her voice even higher. I'm giving you a deadline. If that money isn't ready, then we're fed up with the noise. Tu-dong cut her off, using the first excuse he could think of to shove her toward the exit. He physically herded her out the door, muttering, Fine, I got it. Now just get out. It was the first time he had ever been anything less than worshipful toward her, and Doi Tin looked genuinely stunned. As the door began to close, she shot him a look of pure confusion, mixed with indignation, wondering, what's gotten into him? Since when did my little lapdog grow a backbone? Back inside the quiet apartment, Tu-dong threw the deadbolt with finality. His hand lingered on the cold metal of the handle, his face twisted in a grimace of pure loathing. He felt as though he had finally shaken off a parasitic leech. After a moment of silence, Tu-dong checked the digital clock on the wall. The red numbers glared back at him. 1700 hours, July 5th, 2034. He did the math quickly. 30 days. I have exactly 1 month to turn this place into a fortress. Just then, a sharp electronic ping echoed through the room, making him jump. He spun around, and to his amazement, a glowing translucent screen hovered in the air. The text read, Apocalyptic System Initialized. Main quest issued, Survivalist Preparation. Objective 1, acquire a secure base, 0 to 1. Objective 2, stockpile 1 year of rations, 0/365. Reward, 10 evolution points. Not only had he cheated death, but he had also been granted a supernatural edge to dominate the coming chaos. Tu-dong stared at the interface with wide-eyed excitement. A system? Just like the novels. And what are these points for? What can I buy? Driven by curiosity, he tapped the System Shop icon and the display shifted. Shop menu. Strength Enhancement Elixir, minus 20 points. Level 1 Survival Crate, minus 2 points. Protagonist Starter Pack, minus 10 points. At the bottom sat a glowing refresh button. As he pored over the options, a sudden, practical thought struck him. A look of intense focus crossed his face as he realized he was missing something vital for the present moment. He scrambled to find his phone. He realized his mistake. In my last life, I was so obsessed with saving every penny for that woman's dowry that I practically starved myself. My body was weak when the zombies arrived. He snatched his smartphone off the coffee table, his fingers flying across the screen. He didn't waste time on social media. Instead, he dove straight into a food delivery app. He thought with a smirk, in 30 days, a burger will be worth more than gold. I'm going to eat like a king while I still can. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, The city was a sea of neon lights. A delivery rider arrived at his high-rise door, balancing a massive stack of thermal bags. Dong laid out a spread of gourmet delicacies that would make a food critic weep. He gazed at the feast, marveling. This is the signature 3-star set from the best kitchen in the city. People usually wait months for a table here. Knowing the starvation and misery that awaited him in the dark future, he felt no guilt in burning through his cash. He picked up a succulent morsel, admiring the quality. Let's see if a 300,000 dong plate of eggs and tomatoes really tastes like heaven. He took a bite, savoring the rich flavors as they hit his tongue. For a moment, he just chewed in silence. And then the sheer bliss of it hit him. It was so good, he felt a literal rush of dopamine, his stress melting away as he sank into the chair in a state of pure culinary euphoria. No longer holding back, Dong began to tear through the food. He ate with the ferocity of a predator, stuffing his face with both hands, making up for a lifetime of self-denial in a single sitting. Suddenly, his phone erupted in a loud ringtone. Dong, currently midway through a crab claw, squinted at the vibrating device. Now who could that be? He checked the caller ID and groaned. Great, it's the little sister sidekick, probably calling to do the Tin's dirty work again. Despite his annoyance, he swiped to answer. Immediately, a shrill voice exploded from the speaker. Kwang Dong. What is wrong with you? How dare you treat Tin like garbage? She was just testing your loyalty. If you won't even share your house, you clearly don't love her. The girl's screeching was so loud it actually hurt. Dong winced, holding the phone a foot away as she continued her rant. She's heartbroken. You better show up with a deed and $1 million apology, or you can kiss this relationship goodbye. In his previous life, he would have been shaking with anxiety, begging for forgiveness. But the new Dong just felt a cold, hard anger. He didn't let her finish. He brought the phone to his mouth and roared back. Listen closely, both of you. She's trash and I'm done. Stay out of my life. Having finally stood his ground, the girl on the line was left speechless. She could only stammer out a few pathetic words. Kwang Dong, you've got some nerve. It felt as if a dam had burst. All his buried resentment toward this brainless girl flooded out, leaving him with zero patience for her nonsense. Dong finally hung up and collapsed onto the sofa. He locked his fingers behind his head, staring at the wall as he exhaled a long sigh. At this moment, every fiber of his being was focused on one goal, conquering the apocalyptic system's first major challenge. His eyes traced the patterns on the ceiling while he plotted, a plot of land. He began visualizing his future fortress. I need to transform that space into an impenetrable stronghold. It must be easy to defend, impossible to breach, and positioned perfectly near a freshwater source and a lush forest. With his mind made up, Dong headed straight for a top-tier real estate agency. The building was massive, filled with polished marble and staff who looked like they breathed professionalism. It was a realm of luxury, and Dong looked like a complete outsider, dressed in casual, everyday clothes while looking to buy high-end property. The moment he stepped into the lobby, a young receptionist approached him. She offered a polite, practiced bow and asked with a smile, "Welcome, sir. Are you interested in a rental, or are you looking to purchase a home today?" Dong stood there with his hands buried in his pockets, taking a beat to respond. Finally, he gave her a casual nod and said, "Actually, I'm here too." Before he could finish his thought, a sharp voice cut through the air from behind the staff member. "Tune in." A man marched over. This was Director Chu, the agency's sales director. He wore a stern, condescending expression as he began barking orders at the young woman. "Tune in. Tune in, quit wasting time and get to the back to move those filing cabinets. We're buried in paperwork today." The girl bowed, trying to stay professional. "Director Chu, I'm currently assisting this gentleman." The director didn't care. He grabbed her shoulder, physically steering her away while shooting Dong a look of pure disgust. "Tune in. Did you learn nothing during training? You have no intuition for clients. Look at this guy, he's dressed like a beggar. Stop playing social worker and get to work." He was basically telling her that Dong was a broke nobody who wasn't worth a second of their time. Dong felt the sting of the insult, his blood beginning to boil. He loathed arrogant elitists. He balled his fists, fighting the urge to lash out as Nin looked back, clearly torn. She tried to protest, but sir. The director just glared at Dong's back and spat. "Look at his rags. He probably can't even afford a deposit on a public restroom, let alone a house. Don't bother with his kind." Nin was stuck between her job and her conscience, unable to find the words. Tiu Dong stood rigid, the silence stretching before he finally turned around to snap back. What was that? Are you a dog that only barks at people who don't fit your aesthetic? The director was used to looking down on others, but he wasn't used to those nobodies talking back. His eyes flared with a sudden, violent rage at Tiu Dong's defiance. He turned his full body toward Tiu Dong, a sneering smile curling his lip as he retorted, I'm a man looking down on a mangy stray. So what? You think you've got some big future? He was the type of person who valued a suit more than a soul. He kept the insults coming, a loser like you? If you can actually buy so much as a toilet here, I'll eat shit right in front of you. Hearing that absurd bet, Tiu Dong felt a cold, calculating spark in his mind. He didn't say a word. He just stared at the arrogant man with a look that suggested he was already planning the menu. The director had just signed his own death warrant with that foolish oath. Seizing the opportunity, Tiu Dong locked eyes with the man, his gaze narrowing as he spoke with chilling confidence. Fine. You said it. Don't you dare back down. I'll make sure your meal is served hot and pungent. No one in that room knew the true depth of Tiu Dong's pockets, except for the man himself. With an air of absolute authority, he reached into his pocket and slid a sleek, black credit card between two fingers, presenting it like a winning hand in a high-stakes game. He spoke softly, but with a sharp edge, Miss, I'm not here for a rental or a modest home. He paused, then let his voice boom through the lobby. I'm here to buy land. As he spoke, he pointed the black card directly at the director's face. The man, who had been sneering just seconds ago, turned deathly pale. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as panic set in. Tiu Nin gasped, her eyes wide as she realized she was witnessing a legendary reversal of fortune. A crowd of employees and other clients quickly gathered, drawn by the drama. When they saw the black card, the ultimate symbol of unlimited wealth, the room erupted in whispers and gasps. One man in the front yelled, wait, he's buying land? For real? Does he have any idea how many millions that costs? Another person chimed in, baffled, I've been in this business 30 years and I've never seen someone without a black card for a land deal. The murmurs turned into a roar. He's a tycoon. A total billionaire in disguise. Tiu Nin realized she had just hit the jackpot by being kind to the right stranger. She bowed deeply and gestured toward the VIP area. Yes, sir. My apologies. Please follow me this way. I will show you our most exclusive listings immediately. Tiu Dong walked past the director, following Tiu Nin as she led him with the utmost grace. The director was left standing in the middle of the lobby, grinding his teeth in a mixture of fury and humiliation. He shouted after Tiu Dong, trying to save face, yeah, keep acting tough. I bet that card won't even clear the first transaction. They reached the ultra-private lounge reserved for the whales of the real estate world. Tiu Dong took a seat, and Tiu Nin carefully placed a stack of high-end portfolios on the desk with both hands. She said softly, these are our current premium holdings. Please, take a moment to browse, and I'll explain the specifics of each. She moved a document toward him, but Tiu Dong waved it away. He wasn't there to shop. He was there to execute a plan. He looked Tiu Nin in the eye and said firmly, let's skip the sales pitch. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Let's see if your company can actually deliver. Tiu Nin nodded quickly, of course, sir. Tell me your requirements. Knowing the world was about to end, Tiu Dong listed the essential criteria for an apocalypse-proof base. He rubbed his chin, then stated, listen carefully. I need a place surrounded by mountains and rivers. I want a flowing water source. It needs easy road access and ideally a large factory or warehouse structure already on the site. To any normal buyer, these requests were bizarre and made no sense for a residential or commercial investment. The receptionist was visibly puzzled. She hesitated, clutching her papers to her chest as she stammered, oh, let me think if we have anything that fits. Just then, the director barged into the room, his face still twisted in an annoying scowl. Overhearing the ridiculous demands, he couldn't help but mock Tiu Dong again. Hey, doesn't that junk pile in the Dongtan district fit his refined taste perfectly? Tiu Nin looked up, surprised. The director? You mean the area in Dongtan? Being a dedicated professional, she tried to warn them. Director Chu, you can't be serious. That's the old tea plantation land. It's a mess. There are half-finished, abandoned factories all over it. We can't in good conscience sell that to a client. It was obvious the director was trying to scam Tiu Dong with a lemon of a property. He was a snake at heart. He stood tall, looking down his nose at Tiu Dong's chair. Sell it? This hobo is just making up nonsense anyway. He didn't come here to buy land. He came here to play pretend. Dong ignored the trash talk and focused on tune in. The description actually sounded perfect for his needs. Tell me more. Does this Dongtan land really have everything I asked for? The girl replied timidly, well, yes, but the buildings are practically ruins, it's a disaster zone, and the previous contractor ran off with the money. Dong grabbed the folder. Flipping to the photos of the site, he studied them with intense focus, thinking, this is it. The location is flawless. It's tucked away, the barbed wire perimeter is already there, it's a natural fortress. And those half-built structures? They'll save me a fortune in time and materials. Realizing he had found his new home, Dong slapped the folder back onto the desk and looked at Nin. I'll take it. I want to sign the papers and pay the full amount right now. Can we do that? It was unfathomable to the staff that anyone would willingly buy such a desolate, cursed property. Nin's first instinct was to apologize. I'm so sorry, sir. I must have. She stopped, realizing what he actually said. Poor Nin thought her ears were playing tricks on her. She froze, her eyes wide as dinner plates, letting out a soft "oh." To be absolutely certain, she asked again, bowing with a look of pure bewilderment, Sir, are you 100% sure you want to buy the land with the abandoned factories? Dong didn't blink. I've never been more sure. Get the contract ready. I'm ready to pay. Oh, and tell your director to get a bib ready. Someone's about to have a very messy lunch. The director stood there, paralyzed, his face a mask of bitter resentment. This was the worst day of Director Chu's life. He had tried to set a trap to humiliate Dong, and instead, he had just facilitated a massive sale. He had played himself. He held the printed receipt, his hands shaking. No, this is a dream. It has to be. He had bet his dignity on Dong being broke, and now he was facing the consequences. He clutched his head, his face turning red with stress as he screamed. 300,000. A $300,000 deposit. Who in their right mind drops millions on a pile of scrap and unfinished concrete? I don't believe it. It's not real. Watching the director lose his mind, Dong stood up, walked over, and gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. He wore a predatory smirk as he whispered, Hey, I did my part. The bill is paid. Now it's your turn to shine. Eat up, and if you do a good job, maybe I'll send you a gift on your live stream. He left the man standing there, pale and trembling like a leaf. Dong didn't stick around for the fallout. He headed for the exit. But the director's own colleagues had been watching the whole time. They weren't about to let him skip out on the bet. Phones were out, cameras were rolling, and they were ready to live stream the spectacle. One guy ran up, laughing, Hey director, I'm live right now. Don't keep the fans waiting. His coworkers were surprisingly eager to help. Another man stepped up, Don't worry, boss, my stomach's been a bit upset today, so I can provide the main course fresh for you. They actually started pushing him toward his fate. The director flailed, trying to escape as the phone camera was shoved into his face. Come on, fatty. Think of it as a very special lobster dinner. As Dong completed the transaction, the system pinged with a fresh alert. Quest update. Mission. Natural disaster prep. Land acquired. 1/1. New objective. Stockpile 1 year of supplies. Reward. Access to system mall. As he walked through the lobby toward the street, Dong kept his head down, his hands in his pockets, crunching the numbers for the next phase. I used the wedding fund for the land. Now I need a serious windfall to buy a year's worth of food and gear. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice a man in a white designer vest walking past him. This was Lai Thursday Hung the man. His girlfriend, Doi Tin, was secretly seeing. Hung recognized him instantly. He stopped and watched Dong's retreating figure, confused. Wait, is that Dong? What is that loser doing at a high-end real estate office? He shrugged it off and turned toward the lobby, only to be met with a shocking sight. He saw Director Chu, surrounded by a mob of his own employees. One guy was literally holding a piece of waste near the director's face, while another tried to pry his mouth open. It was absolute bedlam in the middle of the luxury showroom. Lai Thursday Hung lunged forward, shouting, What the hell are you people doing? The scene cuts to Doi Tin's apartment. She was dressed in revealing shorts, fishnet stockings, and a low-cut top that left nothing to the imagination. She was lounging on her sofa, looking smug as she puffed on a cigarette like a rebellious teen. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, an incoming call from an unsaved number. She answered with a sultry tone, Lai Thursday Hung, finally decided to call? But the voice on the other end wasn't romantic, it was a panicked roar. Doi Tin. Kwang Dong was just at the real estate agency. He just bought a massive plot of land. Did you know about this? The second she heard the word money, Doi Tin bolted upright. She slammed her fist onto her vanity, her face contorting with greed and shock. What? He bought land? Where the hell did that idiot get that kind of cash? Like Thursday Hung clarified, he just dropped a 100 million deposit. I bet it's the money he was saving for your dowry. Hearing this, her sense of entitlement hit a fever pitch. She screamed into the phone as if her life savings had been stolen. What? That snake. How dare he spend my money? In her twisted mind, any money Tiu Dong had belonged to her by default. She was a lost cause of greed. Like Thursday Hung tried to talk sense into her. Doi Tin, calm down. Find him and get the story before you do anything rash. But Doi Tin was beyond logic. She shrieked back, ask him? That bastard spent the old lady's money. I'm going to ruin him. I'll expose him to the whole world tonight. Meanwhile, back at his place, Tiu Dong was still hyper-focused on the system quest. He had secured the land, but his bank account was looking thin, and he needed a mountain of supplies to survive the coming plague. He sat on his couch, rubbing his temples. Fortifying a base and buying tons of food isn't cheap. I need a new source of income fast. Just as he was brainstorming, there was a violent, disrespectful pounding at his door. Tiu Dong stood up, annoyed. For God's sake, who's trying to kick my door down? He walked over and swung it open. Standing there was Doi Tin, looking like a furious demon, with her best friend lurking behind her like a shadow. Tiu Dong stared at them. What do you two want? Doi Tin didn't wait. She planted her feet and leaned into his face, her voice a shrill, piercing scream. Kwang Tiu Dong, explain yourself. How dare you spend my money without asking? Her friend nodded along, looking equally offended. Tiu Dong just blinked, 100 sarcastic retorts flashing through his mind. He wasn't the lovesick puppy he used to be. He looked at her with pure exhaustion and asked, what are you even talking about? Your money? Doi Tin continued her delusional rant, pointing a finger inches from his nose. Don't play dumb. You used the dowry money to buy land. That money was for me, which means that land is mine. Give me the deed right now. It was a level of logic that defied the laws of physics. Tiu Dong was momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of this woman. He gave a short, mocking laugh and looked at her with pure disdain. You really are a special kind of crazy, aren't you? Before she could respond, he pulled out a thick roll of cash and slapped it against her greedy shoulder. He barked out, let me clear one thing up. I'm the one with the money now, and you're nothing. Kwang Tiu Dong locked eyes with her and delivered a final verbal blow to put the entitled girl in her place. But you won't get a single dime from me. Staring at the bundle of cash resting on her own shoulder, Doi Tin froze in total shock, as if she had been paralyzed by an invisible force. Tiu Dong didn't let up. Don't play dumb. I know exactly what kind of filth you and Lai Thursday Hung have been up to behind my back. Only now realizing her lapdog had grown teeth, Doi Tin felt zero remorse for her betrayal. Instead, her face turned a bruised shade of purple from pure rage. She glared at him, her mind racing. What is happening? How could a loser like him find out about me and Lai Thursday Hung? Seeing the tension reach a breaking point, Doi Tin's best friend tried to play peacemaker, desperately trying to de-escalate the first real fight Tiu Dong had ever initiated. Hey now, let's all just breathe. Every couple has little misunderstandings. Tiu Dong wasn't buying the act. He gripped the door handle, his face a mask of fury, and barked, misunderstanding my foot. There's no mistake here. You and Lai Thursday Hung deserve each other. Get lost. With that, he ruthlessly slammed the door right in his thick-skinned ex-girlfriend's face. He shouted one last eviction through the wood, get out of my sight. Looking at you people makes me sick. Doi Tin stood in the hallway reeling. She wasn't mourning the relationship, she was panicking over her blown cover. How is it possible? She wondered. I was so careful every time we met at the motel. Their gold-digging scheme having failed, the two lazy socialites were forced to slink back to the elevator in defeat. As they stood waiting for the doors to open, the best friend noticed Doi Tin's visible distress and took her hand. Tiu Tin, why didn't you warn me things were this bad? Are you actually sleeping with that old man like Thursday Hung? Doi Tin, feeling the weight of her ruined plan, crossed her arms and looked at the floor. To be honest, we've only hit the motels together a few times, she confessed. The friend massaged her temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. This is a total disaster, she muttered helplessly. Let's get out of here and figure out a new strategy to get that money. Doi Tin could only nod bitterly. Yeah, that's all we can do for now. Ding! The elevator arrived and the doors slid open. As they stepped inside, the best friend stayed a step behind, her helpful mask finally slipping. She eyed Doi Tin's back with a predatory glint in her eyes. Well, Doi Tin, since you've officially trashed your chance with Tu Dung, I guess he's fair game. What are best sisters for, right? She let out a silent, wicked giggle. She had been craving Tu Dung's assets for a long time, and now she saw the perfect opening to swoop in. Having finally flushed those two parasites out of his life, Kwang Tu Dung headed to his new property to inspect the skeletal remains of the factory. He tracked down the foreman and got straight to the point. I'm renovating this entire site. Give me a timeline for completion. Tu Dung and Contractor Lai spread out the blueprints on a makeshift table. Contractor Lai began ticking off the requirements: reinforced perimeter walls, a fortified watchtower, heavy-duty steel fencing, waste management systems, thickened steel blast doors, and bulletproof glass. He looked up, folding the plans. The contractor gave Tu Dung a skeptical, half-joking look. Let me ask you something, kid. Did you piss off the mob or something? Tu Dung didn't flinch. He just closed his eyes tightly for a moment. His voice dropped to a dangerous, low frequency. Don't go digging where you don't belong. It's safer for you that way. Just tell me the price for finishing this in exactly 1 month. Contractor Lai nearly choked. 1 month? My god, man, that's impossible. Tu Dung stepped closer, his tone urgent. Give me a number. If you can't handle it, I'll find a company that can. The contractor threw his hands up. Boss, my crew needs to eat and sleep. We aren't robots. Tu Dung smirked. Come on, you're the boss. Stop being so soft-hearted. The contractor hesitated, his expression shifting as greed took the wheel. His eyes crinkled into greedy slits, and he let out a nervous chuckle. Well, look. If that's what you need, he said, his voice turning oily. Everything has a price, boss. With enough cash, I can make miracles happen. Tu Dung looked bored. His face remained stone-cold as he asked 2 simple words. How much? Contractor Lai slowly held up 2 fingers. If I have to run my crew 24/7 at a breakneck pace to meet a 30-day deadline, it's going to cost at least this much. Tu Dung read the man's shifty eyes and guessed. 2 billion? The contractor nodded instantly. Spot on. But I need a 500 million dong deposit immediately just to keep the engines running. Accepting the terms without a blink. Tu Dung crossed his arms. Fine. You'll have the money within the week. Get your men on site and start breaking ground now. The contractor looked flustered. He wanted the cash up front. But sensing Tu Dung wasn't in the mood for games, Tu Dung patted the man's shoulder to settle his nerves. Relax. I'm not going anywhere. If I don't pay up, you can keep the land and everything you've built on it. It was a classic Tu Dung move. The contractor still looked worried, but with a wail of a client on the hook, he caved. Fine. It's a deal. But before they could even finish, Doi Tin's best friend somehow tracked Tu Dung down to the construction site. She skipped toward him with a fake, sunny smile, chirping, Brother Kwang. Tu Dung recognized that grating voice immediately and turned around. Without warning, she lunged at him and latched onto his arm, making sure to press herself against him as she started a bubbly conversation. Tu Dung recoiled in surprise, trying to shake her off, but she held on like a leech. The girl, leaning into her role as the ultimate homewrecker, shamelessly rubbed against his arm and whined. Brother, what are you doing out here in the dust? As she leaned her head on his shoulder, Tu Dung felt a wave of pure annoyance. He looked at the mosquito clinging to him and ground his teeth, thinking, what a transparent snake. In my past life, you helped Doi Tin strip my family of everything. In this life, I'm going to make you pay double for every cent you stole. He felt nothing but loathing, but he kept his voice flat. What do you want? Ignoring his question, the green tea girl kept flirting, her eyes fixed on the property. She smiled sweetly. Brother Kwang, is this yours? It's so big. Are you building us a massive villa here? Her voice was like sugar-coated sandpaper to his ears. Fed up, Tu Dung violently shoved her away. He stepped back, creating a wide gap between them. He shot her a look that could freeze fire and said coldly, whatever I build here is none of your damn business, got it? The girl stood there, stunned by the sheer hostility in his voice. Tu Dung walked away, leaving her in the dust. He turned his back completely, focusing on the workers and ignoring the girl as she stood in the corner, fuming with silent rage. She couldn't understand the change. What is wrong with this loser? Usually, his face turns red and his heart races just if I brush against him. I practically threw myself at him, and he didn't even flinch. Just then, Tu Dung saw 2 workers measuring a section, and he sprinted over, pointing at the ground. No, The main entrance has to be wider than that. He acted like she didn't even exist. Embarrassed, she called out, "Hey, Kwang Tae-dong." This girl clearly had no shame. If Doi Tin was bad news, this girl was a nightmare. She had zero ambition beyond using her body to climb the social ladder. She balled her fists, her mind twisting with malice, as she vowed to steal Tae-dong and his land from Doi Tin. No way am I letting this slip away. Doi Tin blew it. If I can just crush her, this whole estate will be mine. After finishing at the site, Tae-dong returned to his apartment and sank into his usual spot on the sofa. He was buried in logistics, his mind racing through the financial hurdles of his fortress. He stared at 2 red property deeds on the table, doing the math. I only got 300 million from mortgaging this place. That won't even cover the first phase. I need more cash, and I need it now. He rested his hand on the documents. His brow furrowed in deep thought, until a light bulb went off. Wait, why am I worrying about the rules? The world is ending in a month. I can sell this house to 10 different people if I want. It's the perfect crime. Nobody's going to care about property law when the zombies are at the door. I'm just taking an early withdrawal from the apocalypse. Tae-dong licked his lips, a plan forming. That's exactly what I'll do. But just as he solved the money problem, a new annoyance arrived. Someone was pounding on his door with enough force to wake the dead, screaming, "Open up! Open this door right now!" Tae-dong groaned, cursing under his breath. Are you kidding me? Who's the headache today? He realized it was the neighbor who had been a thorn in his side for years. Tae-dong stood up and walked to the entrance. He swung the door open to find Boss Lai, the greedy downstairs neighbor. The old man was loaded and had already bought up the first 2 floors. He'd been harassing Tae-dong to sell the 3rd floor for ages. He used to pour paint on my door, leave trash everywhere, and even put funeral wreaths on my porch just to bully me into selling. I was saving this place for a wedding that's never happening now. The old man, hunched and stingy looking, started screaming the moment the door cracked open. You were stomping around up here again last night, weren't you? Tae-dong had zero patience left for the old man's games. He snapped back, his voice much more authoritative than the old man expected. Are you done shouting? I was in bed by 10 p.m. Stop making things up. The old man didn't flinch, leaning in to yell even louder. I don't care what you say. I heard what I heard. Not wanting to waste another breath, Tae-dong gave a dismissive wave and looked away, acting like he was completely defeated by the old man's persistence. Seizing the opportunity to offload the house, he sighed. Fine, fine. You want the house? You win. I'll sell it to you. Happy? The old man froze, shocked by the sudden surrender. Boss Lai blinked, asking, You're serious? For real? The old man practically vibrated with excitement. Tae-dong crossed his arms, staring him down, and added, a caveat, but there's a catch. Old Lai narrowed his eyes. What kind of catch? Now holding all the cards, Tae-dong laid out his terms. It'll take me 6 months to find a new place, so I'm staying here until then. You pay me 1.5 million now, and you cover the rest of my new house loan as part of the deal. Old Lai hesitated. Well, that's a lot of. Before the old man could haggle, Tae-dong started closing the door. Take it or leave it, he said, shutting his eyes. Panicking at the thought of losing the deal, Boss Lai shoved his head into the closing gap, his hand gripping the frame as he looked up at Tae-dong, nodding frantically. Fine, fine. But we need a signed contract so you don't back out. Tae-dong kept his face neutral, though his heart was racing. A contract is fine. Let's do it. Internally, he was roaring with laughter. He shot a dark, sidelong look at Boss Lai, thinking, enjoy the house, you old fossil. You've got 1 month to enjoy it before the world burns. A short time later, the deal was sealed. The old man transferred the funds immediately to secure the deed. Tae-dong checked his banking app, grinning at the balance. 500 million from Boss Lai, plus the 300 million loan. I'm sitting on 800 million. The system interface flickered to life. Quest alert. Status, land acquired. Current task, prepare 1 year of supplies, 0/365. Reward, 10 mall points. Tae-dong tried to click the reward, but it was locked until the supplies were secured. Fine, he thought, time to go shopping. The scene shifted to the city's premier shopping district. The mall was a monument to modern consumerism, and with a nearly bottomless bank account, Tae-dong walked in like he owned the place. It was time to clear the supply quest. He grabbed a cart and started a high-speed shopping spree, clearing shelves as he went. Suddenly, the system updated. Supplies prepared, 359/365 days. His frantic pace started drawing stares from the other shoppers. A man whispered to his girlfriend, Look at this guy. He's totally lost it. The woman pulled her brown shirt tighter, whispering back, "Stay away from him. He looks dangerous." The sound of metal carts clattering echoed through the aisles. In record time, Dong had managed to fill 10 entire shopping carts with essential goods, creating a massive pile that had everyone whispering. The couple from before were still watching as Dong wiped sweat from his brow. What could he possibly need all that for? She wondered aloud. The man sneered, laughing. Probably just another doomsday nut job who thinks the world's ending tomorrow. What an idiot. Dong just smiled. His hard work was finally paying off. Right on cue, a sharp ding echoed in Dong's mind as the system confirmed his success. Quest complete. Disaster preparation. Rewards, plus 10 system points. Total balance, 10. Having just earned his first bit of currency, he dove straight into the digital shop interface to browse for gear. One particular item caught his eye, and he chuckled to himself. In a world of zombies, boosting my stats is vital. But look at this, a protagonist supply box for exactly 10 points. Sensing this was a high-risk, high-reward play, Dong didn't hesitate. No point in playing it safe. I need to snowball my advantage immediately. I'm going all in on the protagonist supply box. He tapped the purchase button and the screen flashed. Exchange successful. 10 points deducted. Current balance, 0. A mysterious, ornate chest materialized out of thin air before him. The box shimmered with a purple, ethereal mist decorated with floating question marks and an infinity symbol on the lid. With a soft click, it popped open to reveal a sleek, titanium-finished ring. Set into the metal was a massive, radiant amethyst-colored gemstone. Suddenly, a floating description appeared above the artifact. Spatial ring, level 1. Ability. Grants access to a 500 square meters pocket dimension. Passive. Time is frozen within the storage space. Dong reached out with trembling hands to claim it. The ring hovered between his palms, bathed in a celestial glow that reflected in his wide, mesmerized eyes. He couldn't help but grin like a madman. I knew it. My very first pull and I hit the jackpot. He stared at the ring, his mind already racing with the possibilities. Frozen time? That means I can store hot meals and fresh produce, and they'll stay perfect forever. This is the ultimate survival tool. But the system was relentless. It immediately pushed a new objective. New quest. 1.5 comfort warmth. Gather materials, 0/10. Reward, 20 points. Suddenly, a harsh voice shattered his focus. Hey, what's going on here? A man stomped toward him, shouting at the top of his lungs. Who gave you permission to make such a mess? He looked like a real piece of work, followed closely by 2 burly security guards. Dressed in a cheap suit, he clearly thought he ran the place. The man with the blocky, square face pulled up short. When he recognized Dong, his eyes narrowed. Wait. Dong? Is that you? It was clear there was no love lost between them. Dong recognized the face instantly. He let out a weary sigh. Dao? Of all the people to run into. Dong's face shifted into an expression of pure annoyance. It turned out Dao was an old classmate, a professional sycophant who spent his school years as a lapdog for the local bully, Tangcheat. Dong remembered him as a classic coward who preyed on the weak, but crumbled before anyone with real power. He recalled how Dao's gang used to shake him down for pocket change. Back then, Dao acted like a mob boss, demanding, "You owe 10 renminbi for protection this week. Pay up or else." Even then, Dong wasn't a pushover. He'd snap back, "Go suck an egg. If you want money, go ask your boss Truong for a raise." Dong thought, "We spent years clashing in school. I guess some people never grow up." True to form, Dao jabbed a finger toward Dong's face, shouting with zero restraint, "Listen here, Dong. Put all this junk back on the shelves right now, or I'll have security toss you out on the street." Seeing a guy in casual clothes with a dozen overflowing carts, he assumed Dong was just some prankster. Dong remained eerily calm. He gave a dry chuckle, his eyes turning cold. Still playing the big man, Dao? Picking on people you think are beneath you? I'm a paying customer. Is this how our T-Mart treats its VIPs? Dong stood his ground amidst the sea of scattered shopping carts. He looked formidable, even in his simple clothes. Dao, however, wasn't backing down. He doubled down on his aggression, mocking Dong, "A customer? You?" He kept pointing his finger, a move that would have gotten any other employee fired. "Fine. If you're such a big spender, go pay the bill right now. Otherwise, these guards are going to get very hands-on with you. It was a miracle a thug like this held a job at a major retailer. An hour later, the sound of a high-speed printer filled the air as Tu Dong's massive receipt finally finished processing. The store had been forced to open 4 separate registers just to log his massive haul. Duong Dao had been hovering like a vulture the whole time. He leaned over the counter and barked. Well, what's the damage? The cashier, looking like she'd just run a marathon, wiped sweat from her forehead and stuttered. The total. It's 56,824,300 dong, sir. Duong Dao grabbed the payment terminal and shoved it toward Tu Dong's face. Pay up, big shot. Let's see if you're all talk. Tu Dong didn't say a word. He simply reached into his pocket and produced his legendary black card. Swish. He swiped the card through the machine with a sharp, decisive snap. His eyes burned with the silent satisfaction of a man who knew he was about to end someone's career. The machine beeped, flashing a bright green message. Transaction approved. Duong Dao's jaw hit the floor. He stared at the screen, his face twitching in disbelief. Approved? How? He let out a frustrated huff, unable to find his voice. He turned on his heel and signaled his guards to follow. Whatever. Let's get out of here. But Tu Dong wasn't finished. He wasn't about to let the insult go unpunished. He roared, hold it right there. Duong Dao spun around. His fists clenched, looking ready for a brawl. But Tu Dong remained perfectly composed. He gave a sharp smirk. You've been incredibly disrespectful to a customer. I want an apology. Right now. Or I'll void this entire transaction and walk away. Duong Dao's ego was too big for his own good. Despite being clearly in the wrong, he started screaming in the middle of the crowded mall. Don't push your luck. You're just trying to humiliate me. It was a classic case of the bully playing the victim. However, the crowd had seen the whole thing play out. A young woman nearby, fed up with the manager's attitude, shouted, he's right. You were a total jerk to him. All he wants is a sorry, stop acting like a child. A fit guy nearby joined in, yeah. Apologize, or we're all taking our business elsewhere. To make matters worse for Duong Dao, a teenager was filming the whole scene on his phone. He laughed, I've got this all on camera. Apologize or you're going viral as the world's worst manager. The tide had completely turned. Tu Dong kept his cool, looking every bit the high-powered executive as he gave Duong Dao one last chance. Apologize sincerely, and I'll buy 10 times the amount I just spent. I'm a man of my word. Duong Dao scoffed. You're full of it. Tu Dong pulled out the black card again, laughing heartily. Full of it? Bring that machine over here, and I'll show you a balance that'll make your head spin. Seeing the unmistakable sheen of the elite card, Duong Dao's confidence evaporated. He timidly handed over the terminal. Swish. With the effortless grace of the truly wealthy, Tu Dong swiped the card once more to display his account details. Duong Dao stared at the screen, his heart skipping a beat. He gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull as he read the numbers aloud. What? Over 7 billion? He realized he hadn't just insulted a customer, he had insulted a literal billionaire. Tu Dong's expression went cold. He looked down at the man and said, say it. Apologize. If you do, the shopping continues. If I'm lying, I'll call you Grandpa for the rest of my life. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Duong Dao looked old enough to be Tu Dong's uncle, making the challenge even more biting. Under the crushing weight of Tu Dong's wealth, Duong Dao broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed by shame. Finally, he broke. He snapped his feet together and delivered a deep, 90-degree bow, looking utterly defeated. He shouted at the floor, I am deeply sorry, sir. Please forgive my behavior. Tu Dong stepped forward, reaching out to pat Duong Dao on the head like a disobedient puppy. There's a good boy. Try not to be such a prick in the future, okay? Duong Dao looked like he was about to explode from the humiliation, but he held it in. Like the true sycophant he was, he immediately pivoted back to his lapdog persona. He looked up, a fake, groveling smile plastered on his face. So, Brother Dong, what brings a man of your stature to buy out half our inventory? Is there a big project? Tu Dong didn't even look at him as he replied, mind your business. I have my reasons. Changing directions faster than a weather vane, Duong Dao's voice turned syrupy sweet. He beamed, his eyes squinting. A big project. Of course. But this store is small fry. If you need serious volume, I know just the place. Tu Dong paused and turned back. You've been in this game a long time. You have a direct line to a major supplier? Duong Dao nodded vigorously. Absolutely. You remember our old pal Truong Tangcheat? He's the king of the local warehouses. He's got enough stock to fill a stadium. Without wasting a second, Duong Dao whipped out his phone to call his boss. He looked like he'd just won the lottery as he chirped, "Hello? Brother Chi? I've got a whale on the line for you. A huge client." Tiu Dong watched with a blank stare, thinking, same old Duong Dao. Still Cheat's little pet. I can only imagine the shady deals these two have been running out of the supermarket. Shortly after, Tiu Dong and Duong Dao were waiting outside a massive warehouse. Duong Dao was busy talking his ear off about logistics and locations, completely failing to notice a car roaring toward them at breakneck speed, clearly intended to intimidate them. A sleek, black luxury sedan screeched to a halt inches from Duong Dao's shins, sending him stumbling back in a blind panic. Tiu Dong, however, didn't move an inch. He stood with his arms crossed, staring down the vehicle without a hint of fear. He glared at the tinted windshield, thinking, reckless idiot. Driving like he's trying to collect an insurance payout. The door swung open and Truong Tang Cheat stepped out. He was wearing an oversized trench coat that looked ridiculous on him. He slammed the door, a thick cigar clamped between his teeth, and blew a massive cloud of smoke into the air. Despite being Tiu Dong's age, his lifestyle had made him look like he was pushing 60. He strutted over to Duong Dao, ignoring Tiu Dong at first. "Is this the VIP you were talking about?" he grunted. Duong Dao gestured frantically. "Brother Cheat, it's Kwang Tiu Dong. Remember him from high school?" Tiu Dong just stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching the circus. Cheat didn't even take the cigar out of his mouth. He squinted at Tiu Dong and asked, "Who?" Duong Dao leaned in, his voice desperate. "Tiu Dong. Our old classmate." The name finally registered, and a smirk played on Cheat's lips. The tension in the air thickened. Cheat took a slow, deliberate drag and rumbled, "Oh. Yeah, I remember him now." Facing his favorite target from the old days, Cheat decided to be even more of a jerk than his lackey. He exhaled a thick plume of acrid smoke directly into Tiu Dong's face. Tiu Dong's eyes flared with a lethal hatred, his gaze sharp enough to draw blood. Truong Tang Cheat clearly hadn't changed a bit. He was still the same arrogant, greedy bully who used his size to push others around. He tilted his chin up, looking down his nose at Tiu Dong, and barked in a bossy tone, "So, the little brat finally grew up and got some money, huh?" He stepped into Tiu Dong's personal space, radiating malice. In front of Kwang Tiu Dong, Truong Tang Cheat grabbed the drawstring of Tiu Dong's hoodie, inspecting the fabric with a sneer before tossing it aside in disgust. "A knockoff brand? Huh, you're even more pathetic than I thought. You're dead broke but still trying to play the big shot." Despite the insult, Tiu Dong didn't snap. He just felt a flicker of annoyance. He looked Cheat in the eye and said calmly, "Branded? I wouldn't know. I just picked it up at a random street stall." Truong Tang Cheat's brow furrowed in a sharp scowl. He suddenly turned and clamped his hand onto Duong Dao's head, his fingers digging in as he shoved him away so hard the man nearly hit the pavement. With veins bulging in his neck, Cheat roared at his lackey, "This is the major client you promised me? You're wasting my damn time." Duong Dao didn't dare fight back, simply closing his eyes to weather the storm. To Cheat, Duong Dao was just a stray dog. After the head shove, he delivered a sharp kick to Duong Dao's backside, sending him stumbling forward. Staggering, Duong Dao pleaded, "Brother Cheat, I swear, he really is a massive spender." Cheat refused to hear it, his voice rising to a scream, "Spender my ass. I've been on the streets long enough to tell a rich man from a beggar with one look." Tiu Dong stood by, watching the two bicker like insects. Once the shouting died down, he raised his voice. "Huh, I guess I don't look the part of a tycoon yet." Tiu Dong's expression hardened, his gaze turning icy as he let out a mocking laugh. "It's funny, even a lowlife who judges the world through the eyes of a dog isn't intimidated. What's the world coming to?" Hearing that from Tiu Dong was more than Cheat's ego could handle. He spun around, seized Tiu Dong by the collar, and pulled him close until their faces were inches apart. Gritting his teeth, Cheat growled, "What did you just call me?" Our protagonist didn't flinch. His face, initially blank as a stone, slowly broke into a faint, taunting smile. He leaned in even closer, whispering each word with lethal clarity, "I said you have the eyes of a dog and no sense for people." With a cigar still clenched in his teeth, Cheat's face contorted with rage, his muscles twitching as he bellowed, "You dare call me an illiterate dog?" Tiu Dong wasn't about to back down. He pushed even harder with a mocking, nonchalant shrug, "Oh my bad. Would you prefer it if I just said you're a dog who looks down on his betters? Is that more accurate?" The air grew thick with tension. Seeing the deal, and his neck on the line, Duong Dao scrambled to intervene. He waved his hands frantically, stammering, "Brother Dung, please. Don't hit him where it hurts. He actually is illiterate, and he's sensitive about it." Duong Dao's help was the final straw. Before he could finish his sentence, Cheat sent a heavy kick his way, sending him flying to the side. Tiu Dung had already struck a nerve, and Duong Dao had just rubbed salt in the wound. Still gripping Tiu Dung's collar, Cheat screamed at his lackey, "Shut your damn mouth if you can't say anything useful." Switching back to his thuggish instincts, Cheat tightened his grip on the collar, glaring like a predator. "Big client, huh? If you don't buy an entire truckload of stock today, neither you nor that idiot Duong Dao are leaving this lot in one piece." Reaching into his pocket for his phone, Tiu Dung looked at him boredly. "Let go of my shirt. Just give me your account number and stop barking." Cheat was stunned. He expected a fight, not a payment request. He let go, his hand frozen in midair. Tiu Dung wasn't buying from this thug out of fear. He simply knew the clock was ticking down to the apocalypse, and he needed every resource he could get. A few moments later, Cheat's phone chirped with a notification, a transfer of 100 million dong. He stared at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. "Wait, you're actually serious? This is real?" Tiu Dung snapped, "You talk too much. Do you think I have nothing better to do than play games with you? That's just the deposit. I want 500 million worth of supplies. Get your men moving. Once the trucks are full and delivered, you get the other 400 million. Completely swayed by the cash, Cheat smoothed out Tiu Dung's collar. His tone shifted to one of oily professionalism. "Whatever you need, boss. What's the shopping list?" Tiu Dung crossed his arms and rattled off the essentials: fuel, rice, cooking oil, water, all of it. Stick to non-perishables and high-calorie items. Don't waste time being picky, but make sure the quantity is right. Cheat nodded eagerly. "Got it. Follow me." Internally, the greedy thug was celebrating. "I can't believe my luck. I was stuck with a mountain of near-expired stock, and this sucker just walked right into my trap." With that, Truong Tang. Cheat led Tiu Dung and Duong Dao deep into the massive warehouse. It was packed to the rafters. Cheat put on his best salesman act, trying to seal the deal before Tiu Dung looked too closely. "Tell you what, if you pay for the whole lot up front, I'll shave 10 off the wholesale price. Deal?" Tiu Dung knew exactly what the snake was up to. He ignored the offer, walking over to a stack of rice bags. "The deal depends on the quality, not the discount," he replied coldly. Duong Dao and Cheat stood still, watching him like hawks. Tiu Dung pulled a bag of rice toward him. He stayed silent for a long time, examining the packaging with a sharp, discerning eye. He then hoisted the bag up so the light caught it, turning it toward Cheat. "Nice try," Tiu Dung said, exposing the fraud. "The packaging is new, but everything inside is hitting its expiration date this week, isn't it?" He glared at Cheat, adding a sting of mockery. "You're a small-time crook, Cheat. You shouldn't try to play in the big leagues." Cheat stiffened, thinking, "Damn, this guy actually knows his stuff." He dropped the act and lowered his voice. "Fine. You caught me. If you take this near-expired stock off my hands, I'll give it to you for half price. 50 off. What do you say?" Cheat expected him to walk away, but Tiu Dung surprised him with a counteroffer. "I have a different plan for the expired goods." Cheat blinked, confused. "A plan? Like what?" Tiu Dung turned to him, his voice firm and commanding. "I'll take the 50 discount. I'll buy every single bag of this near-expired food, but only on one condition." He gripped the rice bag tightly. "I pay the remaining balance in 30 days. He knew the value of these goods would change drastically once the world ended. Hearing that Tiu Dung would still buy the trash despite the dates, Cheat was ecstatic but cautious. "For real? But if the food expires and you decide not to pay, I'm the one holding the bag. How do I know you're good for it?" Tiu Dung replied with chilling confidence. "Don't sweat it. If I don't pay, my house is yours." Cheat was still suspicious. "Why buy dead stock? What's your angle? Who are you selling this to?" Tiu Dung smirked. "Distribution? I don't need a channel. I am the channel." Tiu Dung patted Cheat on the shoulder, leaning in to whisper a cryptic truth. "In a few days, even fresh food will be worth less than dirt to people like you. This garbage is going to be gold." Cheat turned a sickly shade of green, sweat beaded on his forehead. He was torn between his greed and his fear. "What? What does that even mean?" he stammered. Tiu Dung didn't give him time to think. He checked his phone and started walking. "Stop asking questions you aren't ready to hear the answers to. Just get those goods to the address I sent. I need them there yesterday." Suddenly, his phone rang. Tiu Dung answered immediately to a male voice. "Is this Mr. Kwong?" Tiu Dung asked, "Who's calling?" The man replied, I'm calling about the house you have listed for sale. Having just promised the same house to Truongtang. Cheat as collateral, Tudong's mind pivoted instantly. He cut the caller off, speaking loudly so the two thugs could hear, I'm busy. Just stick to the plan for the food supplies. He gestured vaguely as if he were juggling multiple high-stakes suppliers, then walked away. Duong Dao and Cheat were left standing in the dust. Watching him go, Duong Dao whispered to Cheat, see? I told you he was the real deal. Cheat could only shake his head in wonder. I don't get it. He was a nobody. How did he get this powerful so fast? After leaving the warehouse, Tudong met his next potential buyer. The man opened a heavy briefcase, revealing stacks of crisp, high-denomination bills. The buyer was an elderly gentleman with a gentle face and graying hair. He pushed the bag toward Tudong, saying sincerely, I'm fine with you staying in the house for the next 3 months. Let's get the paperwork signed. Tudong looked at the man, feeling a pang of guilt. He didn't even do a proper inspection, Tudong thought. He just wants the keys. He must be desperate. He looked at the old man and asked, Sir, why are you in such a hurry to buy this place? The old man offered a kind smile. I'll be honest with you. My granddaughter is starting at the school nearby, and we need a place to live immediately. I've looked everywhere, and your home is the only one available. Please, don't change your mind. The old man's vulnerability struck a chord in Tudong. He gave a soft smile. You're too honest, sir. You shouldn't show your hand like that. Aren't you worried I'll hike up the price now? The old man paled, realizing his mistake. He gripped Tudong's sleeve, pleading, Mr. Kwong. Please. This is every cent we have. My granddaughter and I, we have nothing else. Tudong held up a hand to stop him. He looked at the contract and said firmly, Relax, sir. I'm a man of my word. I won't raise the price. Moments later, the deal was official. As Tudong handed over the signed contract, the old man's face transformed with relief. The fear vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. Thank heavens. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Not wanting to overstay his welcome, the old man quickly packed his things and slung his bag over his shoulder. He bowed respectfully. I know you're a busy man, Mr. Kwong. I'll leave you to it. Tudong gave a polite nod. Take care. As the old man walked away, Tudong's expression turned somber. He's a good man, he thought. But in the world that's coming, being kind and simple won't keep him or his granddaughter alive past the first month. The old man had only gone a few steps before Tudong called out, Wait. Mr. He. The old man turned, curious. Yes, sir. Tudong hesitated, then asked, Tell me your current address. He knew he couldn't just take their money and leave them to die. This was his way of ensuring he could find them when the chaos began, a small repayment for his scam. With the house sale finalized, Tudong returned his focus to his fortress. He arrived at the construction site, where the contractor greeted him with a wide smile and led him through the project. As they walked, the contractor leaned in and whispered, Mr. Kwong, about the second payment. Tudong didn't miss a beat. You'll have it soon. Give me an update on the progress. They stopped at the main factory entrance. The contractor pointed upward. We're 80 there. The reinforced walls, the blast doors, the ceiling, it's all impenetrable. Top-tier security, just like you asked. Tudong inspected the work, nodding. And the storage area? The contractor beamed. The warehouse section is fully renovated, scrubbed clean and ready for stock. Tudong smiled. Perfect. The contractor looked relieved. Meanwhile, Tudong pulled out his phone and dialed Cheat. The warehouse is ready. Start the deliveries now. Within hours, the site was buzzing with activity. Workers were hoisting crates onto massive shelves. The atmosphere was electric. Easy does it. One worker yelled. The boss is paying us $2 million each for this. He's the best. Another looked around skeptically. Looks more like a bunker than a factory. His friend shrugged. Who cares? Rich people are paranoid about their safety. Just do the job and take the cash. Tudong walked the floor with his inventory list, directing the flow. He flagged down a worker with a cart of produce. Stop. Fresh fruits and vegetables go in the climate-controlled section. Don't mix them with the dry goods. The worker gave a thumbs up. You got it, boss. The work continued long after the sun went down. By midnight, the shelves were overflowing and organized. The workers finally headed home, exhausted but happy with their fat envelopes of cash. Tudong stood alone in the center of the silent warehouse. He crossed his arms, staring at the mountains of supplies he had secured. For the first time since his rebirth, the weight on his shoulders felt lighter. He looked up at the empty air and spoke to the hidden system. Mission complete. The system responded instantly. Quest 1.5, comfort warmth complete. Rewards, plus 20 system points. Total balance, 20. Hyudong immediately opened the shop menu. His eyes widened when he saw a new item. Wait, a new type of chest? He read the description. System quest, physical enhancement potion plus 1. Protagonist supply box, minus 20 points. Apocalyptic farmer supply box level 1, minus 2 points. Ability awakening supply box level 1, minus 10 points. Manual refresh, minus 2 points. After skimming the system shop, Hyudong thought, my luck is insane. To snag an ability like that before the world ends. So, Hyudong went with the ability awakening supply box. The system panel chimed with a fresh alert. Exchange successful. 10 points deducted. Balance 10. As the notification faded, a glowing card materialized on the screen, featuring a mysterious eye icon. The description read, Eye of the Mind Level 1. Feature, detects whether a person harbors hostile or friendly intentions toward you. Reading the fine print, Hyudong broke into a wide grin. He chuckled to himself. Hostility detection? Huh. This might be the most overpowered tool for surviving the early chaos of the apocalypse, since he had cleared his previous task. The system immediately pushed his next objective, new quest, armed to the teeth. Requirement, equip yourself for combat, 0 complete. Reward, 10 points plus 1 mystery prize. Fired up for the challenge, Hyudong looked positively electrified. He pulled his hood up, tilted his head, and flashed a devious smirk. Perfect. This is exactly what I had in mind anyway. The scene shifts to the local black market, a shadowy bazaar for rare, stolen, and untraceable goods. It was a chaotic hive of middlemen and scavengers looking to flip a profit. The place was packed, noisy, and thick with tension. Hyudong, having just left his fortified warehouse, arrived to scout for gear. This wasn't a place for the faint of heart. It was a den for those comfortable with breaking the law. Hyudong kept his head on a swivel as the air filled with the sounds of shady negotiations. Don't lie to me, man. I can tell you're a rookie from a mile away. Is that your real price, or are you dreaming? Shut it. I dug this out of an ancient tomb just yesterday. One guy even shouted, look at this. The actual skull of a child emperor. As he passed a crowded stall, Hyudong caught a voice that sounded gratingly familiar. Someone was haggling. Come on, drop it to 3 million. The vendor snapped back, no way, buddy. This isn't a charity. Hyudong almost kept walking, but he glanced back and saw he was right. It was none other than Lai Thursday Hung. He stood there with his arms crossed, locked in a heated argument with the seller. His face was flushed as he yelled, 200K for this jadeite? It's a total fake. If I give you 100K, you're still robbing me. Take it or I'm walking. The vendor, wanting to avoid a scene, hushed him. Fine, fine. Keep your voice down. I'll give it to you for that price just to get you out of here. Overhearing the exchange, Hyudong thought, that pathetic loser is actually buying glass jewelry at a black market. It confirmed Hyudong's suspicion that Hung was just a fraud pretending to be wealthy to manipulate Doi Tin. He snickered to himself. Doi Tin, you're even dumber than I thought, getting played by a bottom feeder like him. Suddenly, a heavy clack of metal echoed nearby. A rugged knife had been tossed onto a display alongside several other lethal-looking blades. Each was unique, but all were designed for one thing, damage. The sound pulled Hyudong's attention away. He stood in the middle of the alley, spotting a sidewalk weapon stall. While others merely glanced and walked on, Hyudong's eyes lit up. Jackpot, he whispered. He hurried over to the display of tactical blades. Hyudong picked up a knife that felt balanced in his grip. He looked up at the vendor and asked, Hey, do you have anything actually durable in the shop? The owner was a massive, burly guy who looked like he'd been in 100 bar fights. Treating customers like an annoyance, he pointed to a rough stone on the ground and grunted, That's the whetstone. If you want it durable, buy it and sharpen it yourself. If you can't handle a blade, go buy a stick and play in the dirt. Hyudong's expression darkened. He growled back at the man, I said it's not good enough. I need something that won't break when things get ugly. Picking up on the shift in Hyudong's tone, the hot-tempered owner squared his shoulders. He knit his thick brows together and snarled, What's your deal? You here to start trouble or buy something? Oh, you have no idea, big guy. Suddenly, the vendor's phone chimed. A message flashed, account credited, 20 million. The man stared at his screen, completely blindsided, wondering where the windfall had come from. It was, of course, Dong. While the owner was busy acting tough, Dong had already scanned the QR code on the counter and sent the cash. Dong held up his phone with the confirmation screen and smiled. Relax. Consider that a down payment to show I'm dead serious. The vendor stood there, mouth agape like a fish out of water. He immediately turned to his assistant, who was buried in a mobile game. Hey, Tuong, get over here and watch the front. He barked. The gamer didn't even have time to look up before he was shoved into the stall. Money talks, and suddenly the vendor was all smiles. His attitude did a complete 180 as he lowered his voice respectfully. It's too loud out here. Follow me, boss. Let's talk business in the back. After a short walk, the owner led Dong to a secluded house deep in a narrow alley. Once inside a private room, the vendor's face was practically glowing with greed. He pulled out a box and presented a revolver. Boss, check this out. It's a custom-built piece. Powerful enough to drop a cow, and the ammo is dirt cheap, just gunpowder and steel bearings. What do you think? Dong kept his hands in his pockets, gave the gun a cursory glance, and flatly said, trash. The owner realized he was dealing with a high-end client. He went quiet for a moment, rubbing his chin as he mentally went through his special inventory, then produced a different sidearm. He pitched it. This is a high-grade replica. It performs exactly like a service weapon. $5 million for the piece. It takes 9mm rounds, which I'll sell for $50K a pop. Interested? Dong crossed his arms, his face half hidden in the shadows of the dimly lit room. It's okay, I guess, he said dangerously. But I gave you a $20 million deposit. Trying to sell me this mid-tier junk feels a bit insulting, don't you think? The owner had assumed the $20 million was the total budget, but Dong was looking for something much heavier. The vendor's heart skipped a beat. He stammered, a deposit? Wait, $20 million was just the deposit? Dong leaned in, his gaze piercing through the man. He dropped the bombshell. That was only 10. I'm looking to spend $200 million on an actual arsenal. The vendor nearly choked. He took a step back, convinced he was looking at a high-ranking cartel boss. He pointed at himself with a nervous, shaky laugh. You, big brother. What are you planning? Why would a guy like you come to a small-timer like me for a job this big? Dong, leaning into the mafia persona, made up a quick cover story. He closed his eyes and sighed. I usually let my subordinates handle the dirty work. But given the recent changes in the city, I'm handling this personally. Now, do you want the money or not? The vendor looked like he'd just won the lottery. He dashed toward the door, calling back, wait right here. Don't move. Dong stood his ground, nodding silently. The man frantically bolted every door in the room. Click. He even secured the window latches. He pressed himself against the wall, peeking through a gap in the curtains to make sure no one had followed them. Dong watched him work, realizing the guy was actually a pro when the stakes were high. Then the vendor turned back, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. You came to the right place, boss. I can get you the good stuff. He leaned in close to Dong's ear, shielding his mouth with a hand. I can make this happen. Write me a list. I'll send you a location later. Show up at midnight the day after tomorrow, and we'll swap the gear for the cash. Dong nodded, soaking in every detail. Convinced he was serving a legendary crime lord, the vendor saw Dong out with the utmost ceremony. He walked ahead to clear the path, whispering, watch your step, big brother. Careful now. As they stepped out of the hidden alley, a familiar, annoying voice rang out. Well, if it isn't Kwang Dong? Dong squinted into the gloom and immediately recognized Lai Thursday Hung. Having finished his own shady shopping, Hung was heading out when he spotted Dong. He put on a mocking grin and sneered. What's a loser like you doing at a black market? You've been spending a lot of cash lately. Where's it coming from? He even threw the tin into the mix, acting like an interrogator. Did your family have some hidden gold you finally sold off? Then, getting even bolder, the bearded man stepped right into Dong's personal space. Is that it? You've given up on life and decided to sell everything just to lie flat and blow it all before you starve? Dong's blood boiled at the guy's arrogance, but he stayed silent, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. Then he remembered his new system perk. A smirk touched his lips as he glared at Hung. Perfect timing, he thought. Let's see if this eye of the mind is worth the points. Dong activated the ability. One of his eyes flared with an intense, ghostly blue flame, making his iris glow with supernatural light. He turned his gaze between the vendor and Hung. The ability worked perfectly. Above the vendor's head, a happy blue smiley face appeared, indicating his loyalty. But above Light Thursday hung a jagged, angry purple icon throbbed with suppressed rage. Tiu Dung confirmed, the system wasn't lying. This is the real deal. Finally, Tiu Dung spoke. He pointed at the cheap bag Hung was carrying. Yeah, I'm lying flat. So what? And you? Aren't you the guy Loi Tin is sleeping with? She actually let you into her bed for a piece of fake glass and some street trash? Figures. She's just my used property anyway. I guess that's all she's worth. Lai Thursday hung, hearing his secret exposed so brutally, went red with fury. He white-knuckled his shopping bag, looking like he wanted to tear Tiu Dung apart. The icon above his head shifted from purple to a violent, glowing red. He lunged forward, screaming, "What the hell did you just say to me?" The weapon vendor saw the confrontation and stepped in front of Tiu Dung. Is this guy bothering you, big brother? Tiu Dung turned away coldly. Bothering me? No. He's just an ant that needs to be crushed. Sensing the VIP's mood, the vendor whistled, and 4 massive, scar-faced bodyguards emerged from the shadows to shield Tiu Dung. The vendor whispered, I've got this, boss. Why don't you head out? We'll give this guy a lesson in manners for you. Tiu Dung started to walk away, but paused to look back. Don't kill him. His life belongs to me. Just make it hurt. The 4 thugs cracked their knuckles, circling Hung like sharks. Once Tiu Dung was out of sight, the crew closed in on Hung. They didn't say a word, their faces masks of pure intimidation as they prepped their fists. Hung's bravado vanished instantly. He started backing away, his voice trembling. Hey, look. I can. You don't want to do this. The vendor pulled out a short baton. With a flick, it extended into a gleaming steel whip. He slapped it against his palm, advancing on the terrified man. Hung realized he was completely outmatched and began to beg. Wait. Stop. Let's talk about this. I'll pay you. But it was too late. A second later, the portly man hit the dirt with a heavy thud. He curled into a ball, howling in pain. Ugh. Please. Stop. Passers-by didn't lift a finger. They just watched the one-sided beatdown with cold indifference. An hour later, Hung was a mess of bruises and shoe prints. He had been beaten so badly he could only crawl. With a face full of dirt and a heart full of venom, he punched the ground and hissed, Kwang Tiu Dung. You're dead. I'm going to destroy you for this. 2 days passed. At the factory on Tiu Dung's new land, the sun had long since set. Kwang Tiu Dung stood at the rear of the truck, staring intently at the mountain of supplies stacked within the wide-open container doors. A notification flashed across his vision. Quest, armed to the teeth complete. Plus 10 system points. Total, 20. It seemed the system recognized his successful black market deal for restricted items as a major win. He surveyed the arsenal. Rows of AKs and long-range rifles sat nestled among thousands of rounds of ammunition. The haul was even more impressive than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a follow-up alert appeared. Bonus reward unlocked. Physical enhancement potion plus 2. A glowing syringe materialized in his hand, its ethereal light reflecting off his sharp features. Tiu Dung couldn't help but grin. Well, look at that. Another boost to my stats? He held the hand-sized vial up to the light, his excitement growing. And it's a plus 2. Buying this from the system shop would have cost a fortune. This is a massive win. Wasting no time, Tiu Dung rolled up his sleeve with grim determination. He extended his left arm and held the heavy syringe high with his right, ready to administer the serum. GUH. HNGH. Tiu Dung hissed through grit teeth, his body convulsing as raw power flooded his veins. His eyes blazed with a light that seemed ready to burst, every muscle in his body twitching under the intense strain of the metamorphosis. A minute later, the agonizing heat subsided. His base strength had just spiked by 2 points. Tiu Dung squeezed his hand into a tight fist, testing the new weight of his grip. An average man's strength is a 5. With these 2 points, I've just become 40 more powerful than the average person. After a moment of mental math, he pulled up the system interface once more. The digital storefront flickered into view. 1. Physical enhancement potion plus 1, minus 20 points. 2. Level 1 Apocalypse Farmer Box, minus 2 points. 3. Manual refresh, minus 2 points. Tiu Dung didn't hesitate. He dumped his remaining points into one more plus 1 potion. This time, he was going for the absolute limit. Gripping the new syringe, his resolve hardened. I can't settle for a strong. I need to be at the absolute peak before the first zombie turns. With the second injection, his transformation was complete. Waves of heat radiated from his skin. He stood perfectly still, grounding himself against the surge of energy. 8 points of physical strength. That's 60 stronger than a normal man. I need to see what I'm truly capable of. He glanced around the warehouse and spotted a few thick steel rebars leaning against a corner. A cold smile crossed his face. Perfect. He walked over and snatched up a heavy metal rod. He centered himself, staring at the cold steel. Dropping into a low stance, Dong pivoted and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the center of the bar. With a sharp grunt, the impact echoed through the room. The rebar buckled instantly, spinning through the air and slamming into the far wall. The sound was like a gunshot. To his amazement, the steel was bent into a perfect 5 shape, and the concrete wall behind it was spiderwebbed with cracks. Huh, it's true. With this kind of raw power, I won't even need a weapon to handle most people. He felt a surge of confidence. When the outbreaks start tomorrow, I won't be the one running. The remaining energy settled deep into his bones, and his heart rate stabilized. He examined his knuckles, then turned his attention back to the truckload of hardware. I can't leave these sitting out. The spatial ring is a much safer place for an arsenal. He extended his hand, the ring gleaming. Like a vacuum, the heavy crates of weapons were dematerialized and pulled into the tiny ring on Dong's finger. Within seconds, the entire truck was empty. Dong stared out at the dark horizon, his mind racing. The world ends the day after tomorrow. I need to make sure I haven't missed a single detail. His preparations were nearly flawless. A secluded fortress, a year's worth of food, a private armory, and a body at its physical peak. Yet, one nagging thought remained. He had essentially scammed a kind old man out of his life savings for a house that was about to be worthless. He recalled the old man's pleading face. I'm being honest with you. My granddaughter is transferring schools, and we need this place to settle. You won't back out, will you, Mr. Kwong? The memory sat like a stone in his chest. The thought of that gentle soul and his innocent granddaughter being trapped in a city about to be overrun by monsters was more than he could ignore. Dong rubbed his temples, frustrated by his own conscience. Even after seeing the worst of humanity in my past life, I still can't just let these people die. He turned and headed for his car. He decided he had to do something for them. Fine. I'll drop off enough supplies to give them a fighting chance. Whether they survive the chaos is up to them, but at least I'll have repaid the loan they gave me for my bunker. The following morning, Dong drove deep into the city. His sleek black car looked entirely out of place as he pulled up to a crumbling, neglected apartment complex. He stepped out and squinted at the decaying building. Thank God for GPS, he muttered. I would have never found this maze otherwise. And of course, there's no elevator. He began the long climb up the narrow, concrete stairs. By the time he reached the top floor, he felt a wave of pity. The old man really is scraping by, living in a dump like this, and on the highest floor just to save on rent. Reaching the door, Dong paused. He realized he couldn't just manifest a mountain of food out of thin air while they were watching. Since his spatial ring held everything, he quickly began pulling items out in the empty hallway first. I can't let them see the ring's power. It'll be impossible to explain. The gem on his finger pulsed with a hidden light. In an instant, the cramped hallway was packed with dozens of neatly organized crates of food and water. Inside, the sound of Dong's heavy knocking startled the old man, who was busy with chores. I'm coming. Just a second, he called out, assuming it was the landlord looking for money. He didn't even look through the peephole before apologizing. The rent. I promise I'll have it for you by next week. Dong stood there, arms crossed. When the old man finally opened the door and saw it wasn't the landlord, he blinked in confusion. Wait, Mr. Kwong? What are you doing here? His jaw dropped as he looked past Dong at the mountain of boxes blocking the entire hallway. He stammered, Mr. Kwong. What is all this? Did you bring all this for us? Dong didn't wait for a formal invitation. He hoisted the first heavy box and walked right into the apartment. I'll explain in a minute. For now, help me get these inside before the neighbors start asking questions. The old man gripped the doorframe, still looking completely lost. A few minutes later, the small apartment was filled with supplies. Dong helped stack them against the far wall. The old man leaned against his knees, huffing from the effort while looking at Dong with awe. You young people are something else. You moved all that without even breaking a sweat. Dong scanned the small living space. He walked to the door and tested the lock. The place is small, but the door is solid enough for a temporary barricade. He looked the old man in the eye, his voice turning grave. Listen to me, Mr. Huh. I need you to take this seriously. The old man leaned in, hanging on every word. These supplies will last you 6 months if you're careful. Starting tomorrow, the world is going to change. Everything is going to. Tiu Dung's voice trailed off as his eyes landed on a framed photograph on the side table. He froze. The old man looked concerned. Mr. Kwong? Is something wrong? You don't have to worry about the boxes. We'll move them to the new house next month anyway. The photo was of the old man and a young girl, a girl whose face Tiu Dung knew better than his own. She was the same girl who had been his loyal teammate, the one who stood by him when they founded their last base. The world felt impossibly small. Tiu Dung gasped, "Is that San-san?" He stared at the image. The resemblance was perfect. It was the exact same girl, just younger and happier. He picked up the frame, his hands trembling slightly. "Mr. Huh, is your granddaughter's name Man San-san?" The old man was flabbergasted. How do you know her name? I'm certain I never mentioned it to you." Tiu Dung's face clouded with a mix of shock and grief. It really was her. "Where is she right now?" he demanded. The old man replied honestly, "She's still at school in our hometown. We're just waiting for your house to be ready before we bring her here to transfer." In his past life, Tiu Dung had met her. After the world had already ended, when both of them were the only survivors of their respective families. He remembered San-san sitting in the rubble of their base, sobbing into her hands. "It's my fault. My grandfather died because of me." A wave of sorrow washed over him. In his previous life, San-san's grandfather had died trying to rescue her from her middle school during the initial outbreak. He had saved her, but he didn't make it out himself. Tiu Dung looked at the photo, then at the man standing before him. He had come here to give them some food, but now he realized he owed them so much more. He set the photo down gently. He made a silent vow. "I won't let her live through that nightmare again. I'll fix it this time." He turned to the old man with a look of intense urgency. "Mr. Huh, forget about the house. You're not moving in there." The old man's face fell, and he began to panic. "Mr. Kwong, please. You can't take back the deal. We have nowhere else to go." Tiu Dung grabbed the man's shoulders to steady him. "Listen. Starting tomorrow, the world becomes a graveyard. Money, houses, schools, none of it exists after tomorrow." The old man stared at him, eyes wide with terror and confusion. Tiu Dung didn't let go. "We are leaving right now. We're going to San-san's school to pick her up, and then I'm taking you both to a safe house." To a normal person, this sounded like the raving of a madman. The old man knit his brows, completely bewildered. "Mr. Kwong, what are you talking about? None of this makes any sense." Tiu Dung felt the weight of the clock ticking down. How do you explain the end of the world to someone who still believes in next week's rent? He thought desperately, he's too old to understand the science of the virus. I have to find a way to get him moving and fast. Tiu Dung twisted the ring on his finger while breaking down the situation into the simplest terms possible. He calmly inquired, "Are you familiar with the great famines of the past?" The old man nodded immediately. "Of course I am." Fiddling with the band, Tiu Dung continued, "Then you can picture the sheer misery and desperation people faced back then, right?" Old Han grew visibly tense, replying timidly, "Why yes, I can. But we live in a time of plenty now. How could a famine even start? Even if it did, it wouldn't." Before he could finish, Tiu Dung leveled his ring-bearing hand at the center of the room. Instantly, every piece of furniture warped and was sucked into the void within the ring. Witnessing this impossible feat, the poor old man was utterly shell-shocked. His jaw hit the floor, and his mind raced to make sense of the void. Within seconds, the entire apartment was stripped bare, everything swallowed by the ring. Dust swirled around their feet in the now empty space. The sight left Old Han trembling, his knees buckling as he spun around in a daze. He cried out in terror, "Whoa! Where did it all go? Everything. It's just gone." "Mr. Kwong, what kind of sorcery is this?" Tiu Dung knew that only by shattering the old man's reality could he get him to listen. He held up his hand, the ring still pulsing with a soft purple light, and his eyes flickered with a strange blue energy. Tiu Dung explained gravity, "I have awakened special powers, and I can see the chaos coming. If you want a future for yourself and for San-san, you must follow my lead without question." He then fixed a hard gaze on the man. "Which school does San-san attend?" Moments later, Tiu Dung's sleek black luxury car screeched to a halt. At the entrance of San-san's school, he had brought Old Han along. After the display of magic in the apartment, the old man was a believer, staring at Tiu Dung in a state of lingering shock. The car drifted sharply as it sped across the campus grounds. Kwang Tae-dong. And old Han threw the doors open and leaped out. Tae-dong barked, "What grade is she in? Which dorm? Give me a location." Old Han pointed frantically, "I know the way." Tae-dong nodded, "Good. We need to move. Now." The scene shifts to young San, who is clearly being cornered by bullies. Two girls in short skirts block her path, while three boys gripping baseball bats loom behind them like hired muscle. Without warning, the lead bully, a girl caked in heavy makeup to look older, delivered a stinging slap that sent San reeling. The bully snarled, her face contorted with jealousy. "You little brat. I don't see what Truong Hugh then sees in a plain thing like you." San shared her grandfather's gentle heart. Even with a bruised, burning cheek, she tried to reason with them. "I've told you already. There is nothing between us. He's the one following me." She shielded her face with her hands, trembling. The second girl suddenly lunged forward, planting a brutal kick into San's midsection. She was even more vicious than the first. "Still lying through your teeth?" She screamed as San collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The first girl in the black shirt grabbed San by the hair, yanking her head back. "So what, you're saying he's stalking you and you're too good for him?" San let out a cry of pain as the two jealous girls tormented her. Suddenly, old Han's voice thundered across the yard. "Stop. Leave my granddaughter alone." The bullies turned, their predatory gazes shifting to the newcomers. The sun was dipping low as the two men finally reached her. The girl with the high bun scoffed at San. "Oh? Is that your pathetic old man? Shouldn't he be home burning dinner?" Seeing her savior, San cried, "Grandpa? What are you doing here?" Old Han pointed a shaking finger at the girls. "Let her go this instant." Tae-dong stood right behind him, his face a mask of cold fury. The three boys with bats finally stepped into the fray. The blonde leader pulled a switchblade, holding it low against his stomach. His two cronies sneered, looking far too old to still be in school. The leader warned old Han, "Back off, old-timer. This isn't any of your business." But seeing his granddaughter hurt, old Han's fear turned to rage. He lunged forward, trying to shove the blonde teen. The boy on the left reacted instantly, swinging his baseball bat toward the old man's head with terrifying force. In that split second, the boy looked ready to commit a crime. Snarling, "Get lost, old man," just as the bat was about to connect with old Han's neck. Kwang Tae-dong's hand shot out, catching the wooden bat mid-swing. He clamped down on the boy's wrists, looking absolutely untouchable. He spoke in a low, dangerous tone, "You kids should be studying, not playing at being gangsters." The other two boys just laughed at him. "Huh, where did this hobo come from?" The blonde leader mocked. "I didn't know this girl had a big brother." Seeing the boy still trying to wrench the bat free, Tae-dong lost his patience. He delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent the boy sailing backward across the asphalt. The sound of skin scraping against the pavement was sickening. The other two finally felt the weight of Tae-dong's presence. Panic began to set in. The buzzcut teen gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around. "Damn it, boss. This guy knows how to fight." The blonde leader, though shaken, barked, "Take him together." Tae-dong's eyes narrowed, tracking their clumsy movements. One held a knife, the other a bat, flanking Tae-dong from front and back. They hesitated, neither wanting to be the first to fall. Tae-dong stood like a statue, waiting. Finally, the buzzcut kid lost his nerve and swung from behind. He aimed for the back of Tae-dong's skull, but Tae-dong saw it coming with his enhanced reflexes. He dropped into a low crouch, the bat whistling harmlessly over his head. The boy's momentum carried him forward, his follow-through leaving him wide open. To Tae-dong, everything seemed to move in slow motion. "My reflexes are off the charts now," he thought as he pivoted effortlessly. He reached up and snatched the buzzcut kid by the collar, pulling him off balance. With a fluid judo throw, he launched the boy over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground with bone-jarring force. Tae-dong stayed in a low, ready stance, looking lethal. The boy lay motionless, his eyes rolled back in his head. "Two down, one to go." The blonde leader pointed his knife at Tae-dong, his hand shaking. One cold glare from Tae-dong was all it took. Before he lunged, seizing the leader's arm, the boy gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Tae-dong coiled his leg, gathering explosive momentum. He delivered a savage kick directly to the boy's knee joint. The blonde leader collapsed instantly, his head hitting the pavement with a dull thud. For someone with Tae-dong's superhuman strength, these bullies were barely a warm-up. Three thugs lay broken at his feet as the dust settled. The physical threat was neutralized. Now it was time to deal with the two girls who had tormented San. Tae-dong said nothing. He simply began walking toward the two terrified girls. The one with the high bun began to tremble. What? What are you going to do? Dong didn't answer with words. He delivered a sharp, heavy slap to her face that sent her spinning. She stood frozen for a moment, her cheek turning a deep, angry red, unable to comprehend that someone had actually hit her back. Then, he grabbed her by the hair, mirroring the way she had treated San. He yanked her head down and whispered, "You like pulling hair? Let's see how you like it." She shrieked, "Ah, let me go." He showed no mercy. With a look of pure murderous intent, Dong held the leader's own dagger to the girl's throat. She dissolved into hysterics, tears streaming down her face. "A knife? Please. No." Cold and decisive, Dong made a single, lightning-fast motion. She let out a piercing scream, "No." As San and the other bully watched in horror, the girl with the bun collapsed, thinking her life was over. San covered her eyes, unable to watch the violence. The long-haired girl fell to her knees on the schoolyard tiles. She reached up, trembling, and realized what had happened. Her long, cherished hair had been shorn off in a single stroke. She wailed, "My hair. You cut my hair." She fell into a fit of hysterical sobbing. Her mouth contorted into a hideous sneer, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as she shrieked at Dong, "You lowlife. You actually had the nerve to cut my hair? You'll pay for this. I swear I'll make you regret it." Standing tall above her, Dong met her gaze with a chilling, lethal stare. He let a few severed locks flutter slowly to the pavement right before her eyes and remarked flatly, "Long hair would have only been a liability for you." The girl whipped her head around to glare, snapping back with pure venom. "What is that supposed to mean?" Without another word, Dong began to walk away. He paused for a moment, glancing back to offer a final, cryptic warning. "In a few days, having short hair might just be what saves your life." The two delinquent girls stood there, faces twisted in bitter resentment as they watched him depart. Meanwhile, old Han stayed glued to his granddaughter. San clutched her hands together, staring at her protector, Dong, with a look of pure awe. Then, Dong called out to her with the warm familiarity of a big brother, "San, it's time to go." Startled, the girl blinked and asked, "Go? Go where?" In a heartbeat, Dong's sleek black car was cruising down the main highway with old Han and his granddaughter safely inside. He had successfully retrieved them, heading toward the stronghold he had spent the last month perfecting. San's voice, vibrating with disbelief, echoed through the cabin. "Wait, so I'm really not going back to school?" At this point, old Han finally took the chance to explain things to the young girl. He echoed the warnings he had gathered from Dong. "A massive famine is looming. School is the last thing you need to worry about. We'll be lucky just to stay alive." San, pulled from her normal routine and told to go into hiding because of a food shortage, struggled to process it. She tugged at old Han's sleeve, confused and skeptical. "What famine are you talking about, Grandpa?" Her confusion quickly turned into a frown as she chided the old man. "Grandpa, how many times have I told you? Don't fall for those scammers on the phone." Convinced her grandfather had been swindled, she pressed him, "Come on, tell me. How much money did they trick you out of this time?" Old Han tried to defend himself. "It's not a scam. Everything I'm saying is the truth." San shot back immediately. "That's exactly what you say every single time you get cheated, isn't it?" Watching the two bicker in the rearview mirror, Dong made a silent vow. San, I promise to keep you safe this time around." Still gripping the wheel, Dong chimed in to settle the dispute. "Your grandfather wasn't scammed, San. I was the one who warned him about the coming crisis." Hearing the confirmation directly from Dong, San's eyes widened, and she stared at him in silence. Realizing she knew nothing about the man who was currently chauffeuring them, she stammered, Who exactly are you?" The car surged forward as they merged onto the high-speed expressway. From the driver's seat, Dong introduced himself. "I'm Dong. You can just call me Brother Dong from now on." San nodded shyly. "Brother Dong, thank you for standing up to those bullies for me." He gave her a grim assurance. "Don't sweat it. Truth be told, people like them won't last more than a few days anyway." Shocked by the suggestion that her tormentors might soon be dead, San's heart raced. She asked in a small, confused voice, "What do you mean by that? Is this famine really that serious?" Eyes fixed on the road ahead, Dong maintained a steady pace. His voice remained calm and detached. "The famine was just a way to explain things so your grandfather could grasp it." San froze, her voice trembling slightly. "See? I knew it. We're living in a peaceful era. A famine makes no sense." Dong didn't blink. The reality is much worse. The apocalypse is about to begin. The word hit San like a physical blow. The apocalypse? She cried out, her eyes nearly filling her face. Dong's gaze grew heavy with the weight of the future. He lowered his voice to a somber tone. The clock is ticking. If you check your phone, look at the trending clips or the latest headlines, you'll start to see the cracks forming. Curiosity and fear finally won out. Sansan pulled out her phone and started scrolling through news feeds. It wasn't long before she gasped. Is this actually happening? A news anchor's voice leaked from the speakers. Unprecedented violence. Like shadows moving in the moonlight. Oh my god. I've never seen a rabies patient actually try to devour someone. On her screen, Sansan saw a person with grayish skin and a foam-flecked mouth being violently pinned down by 2 riot officers. At this stage, the public and the media still believed it was just an extreme outbreak of rabies. She swiped to a different thread, another piece of the puzzle falling into place. Is it just me, or is this fog getting thicker? It has this strange, metallic smell. Sansan's hands shook. She clicked on a shaky, citizen-recorded video. A man's voice screamed, "What's wrong with you? Why are you biting? Are you a damn animal?" Another clip showed a victim gasping for air, wheezing. "I can't stop it. My skin feels like it's crawling. Please, get me a doctor." Staring at the screen, Sansan felt a wave of dread wash over her. Her pupils dilated, her face losing all color. Dong, long desensitized to these horrors, gave a clinical assessment, and so it begins. The first signs are already here. Sitting in the back, Sansan was paralyzed with fear. She looked up from her phone and asked Dong with a quivering lip, Is it really the end of the world? The car continued its journey through the darkening landscape. Dong began to brief his passengers on the nightmare to come. Tomorrow is the turning point. A toxic, gray haze will settle over several regions, including Province B. He flicked on the headlights as dusk settled. This smog is of unknown origin, and it fundamentally alters every living thing it touches. He laid out the grim mechanics of the end. With clinical precision, a vast majority of the population will succumb to the mutation and turn into monsters. They will hunt for human flesh. Those with weak immune systems won't stand a chance. Once the infection takes hold and they die, they rise again as one of them. As they reached a congested turn, Dong slowed the vehicle. He looked into the rearview mirror with a piercing, serious expression. "You're young, but you've heard of zombies, haven't you?" Sansan leaned toward the front seat, her voice small and innocent. "I know what they are. It's so hard to imagine it actually happening." Up ahead, the highway had transformed into a graveyard of stationary vehicles, packed bumper to bumper. Dong added, "By tomorrow, the day after, and next week, this will be your new reality. Before long, nothing will seem strange anymore." Dong leaned his head out the window to get a better look at the gridlock. He gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. Darn it. A total standstill. It's not just the regular lanes either. The emergency lane is completely clogged up too. A chorus of frantic horns blared around them. Dong realized the situation was worse than it looked. The bottleneck ahead is total. Old Han, terrified by the talk of monsters, voiced his darkest fear. "Mr. Kwong, if we're trapped here and those zombies show up, what chance do we have?" Dong inched the car forward, closing the gap with a white sedan. He tapped the horn. "Don't worry yet, Mr. Han. We haven't hit the breaking point just yet." On the outside, Dong projected an air of absolute calm to keep his passengers from spiraling. Internally, however, he was on edge. Crap. The full-scale collapse shouldn't happen for a few days, but what if there's an early outbreak right here in this mess? As Dong and the 2 Hans waited for the traffic to budge, an expensive Mercedes came flying up from an adjacent lane. The luxury car suddenly jerked inward, cutting Dong off with zero warning. Inside the cabin, Dong slammed on the brakes to prevent a collision, sending all 3 of them lurching violently against their seatbelts. Dong's temper flared instantly. His eyes narrowed into slits as he roared, "You absolute moron. No signal, weaving out of the emergency lane into a jam, do you have a death wish?" Fuming, Dong gripped the wheel and steered hard. He gunned the engine, bringing his front bumper inches from the car ahead, effectively sealing the gap and preventing the Mercedes from forcing its way in. But the Mercedes driver was persistent. He kept nudging closer, trying to intimidate Dong into backing off so he could shove his way into the line. Already stressed by the clock and now dealing with an entitled ego, Dong shot a look of pure disgust at the Mercedes to his right. You're really going to keep pushing, aren't you? Fine. It became a game of chicken. Every time the Mercedes edged forward, Dong matched the move, until there wasn't even an inch of daylight between the two vehicles. The standoff peaked when the Mercedes driver rolled down his window. He unleashed a torrent of vulgarities, screaming about Dong's family in a desperate attempt to get a reaction. Dong ignored the noise completely, treating the insults like background static. In the back, Old Han tried to play the peacemaker. He leaned forward and whispered to Dong, "Mr. Kwong, that man looks like someone with a lot of influence. Maybe it's better to just let it go and avoid the trouble." But Dong was past caring about the old world's rules. He stared straight ahead, his voice cold. "Don't worry about it, Grandpa. If he's stupid enough to get out of that car, I'll be happy to settle this permanently." Just as the tension reached its limit, the traffic finally began to move. Dong's car broke free and accelerated onto the open road. He let out a breath, finally. We were stuck in that nightmare for an hour. Checking the mirror, San saw a shadow moving fast behind them. She screamed a warning. "Brother Dong, look out. That black car is coming back for you." No sooner had she spoken than the Mercedes roared up alongside them, headlights flashing like strobes and the horn blaring a deafening, continuous tone. The driver wasn't done with his petty grudge. Dong glanced sideways, his eyes burning with anger. "Are you kidding me? This guy just won't let it go." The luxury sedan suddenly accelerated and swerved sharply in front of Dong's car, the tires screeching as the driver performed a reckless block. The three passengers were thrown around as Dong was forced to react. San hit the seat hard, groaning in pain. Old Han, terrified of an escalation, pleaded, "Mr. Kwong, please stay calm. Don't do anything rash. We don't want any more trouble." Dong, gripped by the sudden jolts of the car, felt his patience snap. There is only so much a man can take before he strikes back. He looked at Old Han and said, "In the old world, I might have let this slide. But since everything ends tomorrow, I don't have to tolerate trash like this anymore." He slammed his foot onto the accelerator. Dong's car lunged forward like a battering ram, smashing directly into the side of the stationary Mercedes. The impact sent the luxury car spinning across the asphalt toward the shoulder. The sound of metal rending and tires screaming filled the air as the Mercedes skidded out of control. The arrogant driver left thick black streaks of rubber on the road before his car finally came to a mangled halt. He stumbled out of the wreckage, clutching his head and cursing at the top of his lungs, "You maniac. I'll kill you for this." This individual was clearly well-connected and powerful. Accustomed to a life of privilege, he acted as if the streets were his personal playground. He immediately snatched up his phone, dialed the local traffic authority, and barked an emergency demand into the receiver. "Listen up. I need a trace from the surveillance team right now. Get me a license plate number immediately." By now, Dong's vehicle was a mere speck in the distance, shrinking rapidly. The man stood paralyzed with rage, watching the car vanish. He snarled at the voice on the other end. "I'll make that brat realize that some people are simply untouchable." Having left the roadside drama behind, Dong finally pulled up to the entrance of his newly fortified sanctuary. The engine quieted as they came to a halt before the massive main gate. The trio exited the car. The moment Old Han's feet hit the pavement, he stood frozen, his head tilted back in awe as he scanned the towering perimeter of the base. San explored the surroundings with wide eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the compound. Amidst the industrial silhouettes of the factory, the three of them looked like tiny specks. "Wow," she whispered, breathless. "This place is incredible." Dong began walking toward the interior. He glanced back at his guests, his tone turning serious. "Get some rest while you can. From tomorrow morning, the world will be a much harsher place." They nodded, their faces clouded with a newfound sense of dread. At dawn the following day, Dong stood by a panoramic window, watching the sunrise with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. San soon joined him, still blinking away sleep. She let out a massive yawn and stretched toward the ceiling. "I haven't slept that well in forever," she admitted. "It's a dream not having to rush to school for once." Dong offered a quiet, knowing smile as he turned to face her. Bathed in the golden morning light, he looked every bit the leader. He gave her a bright, encouraging grin. "Good morning. Come on, let me show you around our new fortress." Dong then led Old Han and San on a comprehensive tour of the industrial complex. He navigated the halls with confidence, while the grandfather and granddaughter trailed close behind. He brought them into a vast, upper-level hall equipped with a state-of-the-art lighting system. It was pristine and empty. Dong explained, that remote access gate is solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Without heavy artillery, nothing human or monster is getting through. He turned to San, his expression grave. Listen closely. No one enters this facility without my express permission. Just the 3 of us. No exceptions. San felt a chill. At his sudden intensity, she lowered her gaze, nodding hesitantly as she processed the weight of his words. He broke the tension with a nod. Come on, San, keep up. The tour continued onto a sprawling observation deck, accessible via a massive overpass Dong had installed. As they crossed high above the ground, he issued another grim warning. Once the world collapses, trust will be the rarest commodity. The overpass was wide enough to be its own road, a testament to his massive financial investment. Dong added, the worst of human nature will surface. In this new world, kindness can be a death sentence. Peering over the railing, Old Han and San gasped. What lay below left them completely speechless. Spread out before them was a secondary campus protected by layers of barbed wire. It was filled with shipping containers and rows of 2-story units. Dong clarified, this is the buffer zone. If survivors beg for help while I'm gone, they stay here. Under no circumstances are they to enter the inner sanctum. Understood? San answered immediately. I've got it. Next, Dong led them to the primary food vault. He walked with his hands in his pockets, explaining as they went, I need you both to know the layout of our rations, where the essentials are kept and which supplies we can afford to spare for charity. A few moments later, they stepped into the massive storage wing. The scale of the warehouse was staggering, making the 3 of them look like ants amidst the mountains of supplies. After the tour concluded, Dong turned to them and finally, he activated his Eye of the Mind ability to gauge their loyalty. A vibrant blue flame ignited in his right eye. Through this supernatural lens, he analyzed the emotions of his companions. Bright blue smiley faces hovered over their bewildered expressions, a clear sign of their burgeoning trust. Dong marveled silently. Trust? That's a first. He then pointed his ring toward the floor. The ring shimmered, summoning a heavy wooden crate from thin air. In the world to come, he stated, firepower is our only insurance. The 2 stared, mesmerized by the magic. He encouraged them to arm themselves. San selected a tactical crossbow, while Old Han reached for a precision sniper rifle. Both were too stunned to speak. Dong warned, always maintain control of your weapons. Never let them out of your sight or into the hands of a stranger. The old man straightened his back, his expression reflecting a deep sense of responsibility. You can count on me, he promised firmly. Suddenly, a system alert flashed before Dong's eyes. Quest update. Encounter with San has triggered the Vanguard chain. New quest, Old Partner Level 1. Objective, rescue your former comrade, Chi reward, 20 points. Dong's eyes lit up. This was the breakthrough he needed. Yes, he cheered internally. Looking out through the reinforced glass, a glowing green arrow appeared, marking his path. The Hans watched him curiously as he stood lost in thought. He realized, this is perfect. I can reunite the old team and rack up system points at the same time. Without a second's delay, he bolted for the exit. He shouted back over his shoulder to the startled San, don't forget what I told you. Stick to the rules. He hopped behind the wheel and roared from the window, I'm going to find more allies and build our army. He floored the gas, following the system's guidance. Meanwhile, at a popular karaoke lounge downtown, twilight had fallen, and the city was glowing with neon. Inside, the rooms were filled with laughter and the sound of muffled singing. Among the revelers was Chi, Dong's former brother-in-arms. Like everyone else, he was blissfully unaware of the impending plague. Chi was currently taking a break with a friend. The 2 stumbled out of their private room, swaying slightly. A voice called out, where are you 2 heading? The friend leaned against the doorframe for support, laughing. Nature calls. We're off to the porcelain throne. The group inside jeered back, don't get lost in there. Ha. Chi, his vision blurry from the booze, slurred back a joke, save me a drink. As they entered the restroom, the sound of their relief echoed through the tiles. Man, the friend groaned, I think my kidneys are giving up on me. Back off. The others shouted with a laugh. They zipped up and, with arms around each other's shoulders, began the trek back to the party. By sheer accident, Truong-chi collided with a beautiful woman who was clinging to her boyfriend's arm. She let out a sharp hey and glared at him with pure disgust. Truong-chi immediately raised his hands in a placating gesture. He stammered an apology. "I am so sorry. My mistake, truly." Despite the minor nature of the bump, the couple looked at him as if he were filth. The boyfriend used the opportunity to vent his aggression, delivering a vicious kick to Truong-chi's stomach that sent him skidding across the floor. "You blind piece of trash," the man bellowed. The force of the blow slammed Truong-chi into a corner. He hit the wall with a sickening thud and crumpled, gasping, "Guh." His friend rushed to his side, frantic. "Chi, are you okay?" Truong-chi, caught between drunkenness and a physical blow, could only wince as he tried to catch his breath. The friend turned to the aggressor, his voice rising in anger. "What is wrong with you?" He apologized. "Why did you kick him?" The boyfriend just stood there, hands in his pockets, looking down his nose at them. He turned his predatory focus to the friend, cracking his knuckles. "You've got a lot of nerve talking back to me," he hissed. Leveraging his superior size, he snatched the friend by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. The friend flailed his legs, his face turning red as he sputtered, "Hey, put me down." The girlfriend leaned against the wall, a cruel, satisfied smirk on her face. Not wanting a bloodbath, Truong-chi scrambled to his feet, begging, "Sir, please. It was our fault. No more fighting." Nearby, a rhythmic, wet sound broke through the tension. Sniff, sniff, honk. A waiter was taking a momentary breather, but his peace was shattered by the escalating brawl. He watched with a weary sigh. "Great. A head cold, a stomachache, and now a bar fight? Can I just have 5 minutes of peace?" Duty called, and the waiter rushed over to mediate. "Sir. Mr. Knock. Please, let's keep it civil." The boyfriend had completely lost his temper. He seized the waiter by his uniform, shouting in his face, "Do you have any idea who I am? Even your boss bows when he sees me. Don't you dare tell me what to do." Despite the threat, the waiter remained professional. He subtly signaled to Truong-chi and his friend with a frantic wave, mouthing the words, "Run. Get out of here while you can." "I'm so sorry." The boyfriend wasn't letting it go. Redirecting his rage, he shook the waiter violently. "Go get your manager. This service is a joke." Truong-chi and his friend took the opening and bolted. The poor waiter was left in the man's grip, gasping for air as he pleaded, "Please, sir, calm down. Let's talk." The two friends didn't look back until they were long gone. Finally, the two of them scrambled back to room 3090. They burst through the door, out of breath. Inside, their friends were still casually singing away, oblivious to the chaos. Truong-chi collapsed into a chair, wheezing, while the chubby guy doubled over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Seeing their state, a friend looked up and asked, "You two look like you're being hunted by a pack of wolves. What on earth happened?" Still struggling for breath, the chubby friend managed to recount the ordeal. "Not wolves. We bumped into some drunk thug outside the restroom. He tried to pummel us, but a quick-thinking waiter got in the way and gave us a chance to bolt. Otherwise, we'd be picking our teeth up off the floor right now." The guy holding the mic slammed it down and stood up fuming. "Are you kidding me? Who does he think he is?" he barked. "Since when does Mechanical Team 3 take crap from anyone? Hold on, let me call the rest of the guys. We'll see how tough he is when the whole squad shows up." The friend in the white shirt nearby watched him, wide-eyed and stunned by the bravado. Truong-chi, always the voice of reason, tried to de-escalate the situation. He waved them off, saying, "Forget it, guys. I've only got a year until I graduate. I don't need a brawl on my record. Just keep the music going. Let's just dance it off, bro." But moments later, the door to their suite was violently kicked open. The heavyweight slammed against the wall with a deafening bang. The thug stood there, dragging the waiter, who had been beaten into a bloody pulp, by the collar. A group of intimidating enforcers and the woman from earlier followed him in. The 4 members of Mechanical Team 3, who had just started to relax, felt their hearts sink. Their faces drained of color as they stared at the looming threat in the doorway. A man stepped forward, brandishing a heavy baseball bat, flanked by 2 hulking brutes. The boyfriend pointed a trembling, vengeful finger at Truong-chi. "That's the one. Get them," he snarled. The students scrambled, backing into corners as they looked for a way to defend themselves. "Grab them," the thug hissed. Within seconds, Truong-chi and the chubby guy were forced to the floor, hands laced behind their heads, under the watchful eyes of 3 goons. The battered waiter lay huddled in a corner, trembling and clutching his chest. Among the students, Only the buzzcut guy still had a spark of defiance. Unable to stay silent, he shielded his head and shouted, "You really going to do this? At least let me make one phone call." The arrogant leader wasn't having it. "Shut your mouth," he roared. "Did I give you permission to speak?" As he yelled, he snatched an expensive bottle of whiskey from the table and swung it with lethal intent. The glass bottle shattered against the head of Truongchi's friend in a sickening explosion of shards and liquor. Truongchi watched in horror. "Transung!" he screamed. Transung went limp, a mixture of blood and expensive booze drenching his clothes as he slumped over. Outside, Tiu Dung's black car pulled up to the curb. Following the system's precise navigation, he had finally arrived at the karaoke bar. Tiu Dung felt a surge of excitement at the thought of reuniting with his old comrade. He grinned to himself, thinking, man, college life really is something else. Inside the building, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. Two receptionists bowed to Tiu Dung as if he were a high-ranking executive as he strode toward the elevator. Back in room 3090, Transung let out a choked groan before collapsing into a pool of blood. Truongchi rushed to his side, shaking his shoulder frantically. "Transung, wake up. Talk to me." The aggressive boyfriend stood over them, still clutching the jagged neck of the broken bottle. His crew watched the scene with cold indifference. The leader casually draped an arm over his girlfriend's shoulder. He stroked her arm and asked softly, "Feeling better now, babe? Is your anger gone?" The woman in red looked bored, barely glancing up from her manicure. "Whatever," she muttered. "It's not like he actually hit me." To these people, a human life was worth less than a scuff on a shoe. She continued to pick at her nails while her boyfriend pointed another bottle of liquor directly at Truongchi's face. With a cruel smirk, he asked, "You're the one who started all this, right?" Sensing the danger, Truongchi remained silent, swallowing his rage to avoid further escalation. Transung seemed unconscious, but his fingers suddenly brushed against a heavy glass ashtray on the floor. He gripped it tight, summoning every ounce of strength to push himself up for a desperate counterattack. But he was too slow. Two goons grabbed him by the arms, hoisting him up. "You little rat. You still want to fight?" one yelled. The boyfriend instinctively jumped back, startled by the sudden movement. His ego couldn't handle the defiance. His face twisted with rage as he spat. "You little bastard. I didn't think you had the stones to try that." He had intended the new bottle for Truongchi, but he brought it down on Transung's head instead. This time, he put his whole weight into the blow. The two henchmen held Transung steady, making sure every bit of the impact landed. Transung's eyes rolled back in his head. The goons dropped him like a sack of trash, and he fell face down on the tiles. Seeing his friend suffer just to protect him, Truongchi snapped. He knelt by Transung, screaming in pure, unadulterated fury. He couldn't take this monster's cruelty for another second. Truongchi lunged forward, cursing, "You animal. I'll kill you." The chubby friend followed right behind him, both of them swinging wildly at the leader. Only the friend in the white shirt remained paralyzed, huddled against the wall and shaking. The room erupted into chaos. "You kids want to die today? I'll break every bone in your bodies." Amidst the sound of heavy blows and shouting, nobody noticed the waiter in the corner. He began to cough violently, his skin turning a sickly shade of purple as thick veins bulged across his face. He shivered uncontrollably, despite the heat of the room. Truongchi was locked in a struggle with two men. He threw a punch that whistled past a guy's ear, only to have his arms pinned from behind. In that moment, the waiter finally changed. His face went deathly pale, mapped with dark purple veins. Blood seeped from his eyes, and a foul-smelling slime dripped from his mouth. As the thug shouted, "Finish him, boss. Teach these brats a lesson," the waiter snapped his head toward the noise, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, mindless hunger. The waiter lunged at the group, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. He ran with his torso pitched forward, arms swinging like a broken puppet. A guttural, inhuman groan escaped his throat. "Ugh. He slammed into a long-haired thug and tore a chunk of flesh right out of the man's shoulder. The victim let out a blood-curdling scream. "Arg. What is this? Get him off me." The woman in the red dress shrieked at the sight of the bloody assault. The waiter's jaw was locked tight, his teeth sinking deep into the man's muscle. "It's a mad dog. It hurts. Someone help me." The thug wailed in agony. The friend in the corner completely lost it. He clutched his head, eyes wide with terror as he watched the carnage unfold, too horrified to even make a sound. The room was a mess of bodies. Someone grabbed this freak. "You, help the boss." The waiter refused to let go, his teeth buried in the man's shoulder. Another goon rushed over, grabbing the waiter by the neck and hair to pull him away, but the creature wouldn't budge. Damn it. Why is this guy so strong? He yelled. Suddenly, the waiter unlatched and lunged, sinking his teeth into the second man's forearm. It was clear now, he had become a mindless, ravenous zombie. The bitten goon screamed, "He got me too. He's gone insane." As they panicked, the zombie's strength only seemed to grow. It ripped a piece of flesh away and threw the man to the ground with ease. The man scrambled backward, shouting, "He's not human. He's too strong." In the middle of the panic, a hand reached out from the shadows and clamped around the zombie's throat. It was Tiu Dung. He hoisted the 6-foot-tall creature into the air as if it weighed nothing, his face a mask of cold, hard iron. The room went silent, everyone turning pale at the display of raw power. Tiu Dung channeled his internal energy, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. With a mechanical, calculated motion, he squeezed the creature's throat and hurled it across the room. The zombie crashed into the wall, shattering the large TV into a million pieces. The creature's head was embedded in the wreckage of the screen. Tiu Dung turned back to the room, looking effortlessly lethal. He pointed a finger at the crowd and commanded, "That's enough. All of you stay back." Witnessing his terrifying strength, even the thugs didn't dare move. The goon who had been bitten struggled to his feet, clutching his mangled arm. He stared at Tiu Dung, thinking, that thing was a monster and this kid handled it with one hand? Who is he? The arrogant leader finally found his voice, though it cracked with fear. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted in Tiu Dung's face. Tiu Dung ignored him, noticing the bitten thug's skin was already turning a rotting purple. The man scratched at his neck, unaware that the infection was already taking hold. Tiu Dung turned to Truangqi and asked calmly, "Truangqi, did any of them bite you?" This was their first meeting, and the sudden concern from a powerful stranger made Truangqi hesitant. Huddled between two goons, he looked up cautiously and replied, "No, why? What's going on?" Relieved, Tiu Dung focused on getting his old friend to safety. "Follow me," he said firmly. He was just waiting for the inevitable chaos to give them an opening. Truangqi didn't hesitate to stand up, but the boyfriend slammed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Wait a minute. We aren't finished with you yet. You think you can just walk out of here?" Meanwhile, his long-haired associate was losing the battle with the virus. His body began to convulse, his face twisting in pain. He clutched his head, groaning, "Boss." Cough. "My head. It feels like it's going to explode." The boyfriend turned, confused. "What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever or something?" Tiu Dung's gaze snapped instantly to the long-haired thug. With his veteran instincts, a single glance told him everything. His eyes narrowed, filled with a mix of calculation and caution as he studied the wound. The injury on the man's shoulder looked like a dark, bottomless void. The center of the bite was obsidian black, surrounded by bruised, purplish skin, a clear sign that a zombie transformation was imminent. The lackey rubbed the area, complaining through the pain, "My nose was just a bit runny this afternoon, that's all." Tiu Dung's grip remained like a vice around the zombie's throat. He kept the creature pinned firmly against the shattered TV screen despite its desperate, flailing limbs. He coolly asked the man, "Did this thing get its teeth into your shoulder?" By now, the purplish infection had already begun to climb toward the man's neck and head. Still oblivious to the horror, he scratched at the bite and answered blankly, "Yeah, he got me." "Why? Is it bad?" Tiu Dung's expression darkened as he analyzed the situation. Based on his symptoms, he was likely carrying a dormant strain already. With a fresh bite that close to the brain, his countdown is almost over. Without a word of explanation, Tiu Dung dragged the struggling zombie by the neck, walking past the stunned thugs with an air of cold authority. The leader managed a weak shout, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Moving with surgical precision, Tiu Dung kicked the door open. And with one powerful heave, he hurled the zombie out into the hallway. It tumbled down the stairs with a heavy thud, discarded like a sack of useless trash. He grabbed the heavy door handle and slammed it shut with a resounding bang that echoed through the room. After a moment, the sound of frantic scratching and heavy thumping began on the other side. Tiu Dung let go of the handle. He knew the door was secure. Fortunately, these early-stage corpses are mindless, he noted. He then turned back to face the remaining group. He sharply clapped his hands, clap clap, to force everyone's attention onto him. A sudden, intense energy seemed to radiate from Tiu Dung. His eyes crackled with a flash of inner power, and his aura surged like a rising tide. He began cracking his knuckles one by one, looking at his old friend, Truong Chi. Tell me, which of these bastards do you want me to break first? Truong Chi stared back in utter disbelief. He stammered, What? Do I even know you? Who are you? The thug leader in the back scoffed, thinking, where did this extra come from? He tried to regain control by lunging at Tiu Dong, screaming, You arrogant dog. You're dead. To Tiu Dong, the man's movement was as slow as a mosquito. He stood his ground with arms crossed before suddenly delivering a devastating, open-palm strike directly into the boss's face. The sheer momentum of the blow sent the leader flying backward. Tiu Dong didn't stop there. His strikes were becoming increasingly lethal. He seized the leader's head and slammed it onto the glass table with such force that the entire piece of furniture splintered into jagged shards. The long-haired underling, seeing his boss neutralized, charged forward in a blind rage. You little brat. I'll kill you. Tiu Dong moved with superior speed and perfect spacing. He landed a single, crushing punch to the center of the man's face. A spray of blood erupted from his nose as he collapsed into unconsciousness. That was two down. Tiu Dong stood over them in a powerful stance, his fist still glowing with residual energy. Suddenly, the bitten underling began to convulse violently. Purple foam bubbled from his lips, and the dark veins from his wound spread rapidly across his torso. The last remaining thug rushed to his side, panicking. Hey, snap out of it. Are you serious? You're having a seizure from one punch? Tiu Dong stood tall in the center of the room, looking like a god of war. His terrifying presence filled the space as he issued a challenge. Is there anyone left with enough nerve to fight me? If you want a piece of me, come all at once. He calmly adjusted his wrist, then turned to Truong Chi. Truong Chi, get your friends out of here. Wait for me in the hallway. Truong Chi could only nod in a daze. Okay, right. Within moments, the students had evacuated the room. Truong Chi and the chubby friend slowly helped the injured buzzcut guy down the hall. Meanwhile, inside the suite, the boyfriend's crew was also trying to flee. One goon supported the bitten man, whose shoulder was now visibly rotting and black. The leader, scowling through his pain, muttered, Let's get out of here. But they found Tiu Dong blocking the exit. He stood like a demonic gatekeeper, arms outstretched, his face a mask of cold fury. The leader gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. What more do you want from us? The girl in red cowered behind him, terrified by Tiu Dong's intensity. Tiu Dong spoke with a low, dangerous tone. You had a few drinks and forgot your place, didn't you? You nearly murdered my friends. The leader's arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by raw fear, yet he still tried to bluster. Get out of my way. Move now. In a flash, Tiu Dong struck. He used a burst of kinetic energy to shove the leader, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Damn it. The man cursed. Before the others could react, Tiu Dong stepped out and slammed the door shut from the outside. The enraged boyfriend scrambled up and began pounding on the door with his fists. His voice turned into a hysterical screech. You bastard. You coward. Open this door right now. I'm going to skin you alive. Inside the room, no one was watching the long-haired man anymore. His eyes suddenly flooded with blood, and his face became a map of bulging, black veins. His humanity was gone, replaced by something predatory. He let out a guttural, beastly roar, thick saliva dripping from his chin. His eyes bulged as if the pressure in his skull was about to pop them out. Like a puppet with its strings cut and reattached by a demon, he threw off the men holding him and lunged at the leader with unnatural speed. He was a blur of teeth and nails, screaming, Raph. The others shrieked in terror. What are you doing? Stop. Get off him. On the other side, Tiu Dong held the handle tight. He ignored the sounds of flesh tearing, the desperate screams for help, and the frantic kicking against the wood. Help! He's biting me. Someone open the door. Please. Tiu Dong listened with a cold, hollow expression. His past life had taught him that mercy for the cruel was a mistake. A waiter ran up, seeing Tiu Dong alone by the vibrating door. Sir, what's happening? Do you need help? Tiu Dong gave a sharp, decisive command. Lock this door and don't let anyone out. Call the police and the hospital immediately. Tell them there's a violent rabies outbreak in room 3090. The waiter paled, his hands shaking. He had heard the news reports. The crazy flu? He stammered, his mind racing. Seeing the man hesitate, Tiu Dong stepped closer, his eyes burning with authority. Do it now. He barked. The waiter jumped, instantly obeying. Why yes, sir. Right away. Even as the screams inside reached a fever pitch of agony, the waiter turned the key, sealing the room as Tiu Dong had ordered. Tiu Deng waved the students forward. Move out. Truong Chi and the chubby guy carried their wounded friend, following Tiu Deng with blind trust. The student in the white shirt followed at a distance, still shaking. The waiter who had locked the door stood frozen as the sounds from inside became unnervingly quiet, followed by wet, tearing noises. This isn't right. It's too quiet, he whispered. Another staff member rushed over. What's going on? Why is the hall blocked off? That guy said there's someone with a crazy flu inside. The first waiter explained. The second man looked skeptical. The crazy flu? Is that even a real thing? It was a new phenomenon, and many still thought it was an internet hoax. The waiter holding the key suggested, we have to see. The two of them sprinted toward the security hub. I've heard the rumors. Let's check the cameras. They burst into the surveillance room. The two waiters and the security guard huddled around the monitors. The color drained from their faces as they watched the feed from room 3090. One by one, they began to sweat, a nauseating silence falling over the room as they witnessed the impossible. On the screen, the infected underling was systematically tearing the face off the woman in red. She lay lifeless, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. The boyfriend was now also on all fours, his mouth stained crimson, lunging at another survivor to feast on their organs. Call the cops. The waiter screamed. Call everyone. Outside the club, Tiu Deng held the car door open, urging the group, get in, quickly. This area won't be safe for much longer. Truong Chi's group finally made it to the curb. Minutes later, Tiu Deng was weaving through traffic at high speed. Truong Chi sat in the passenger seat, his eyes fixed on the man who had just saved his life. Still shaken, he asked, listen, thank you for what you did back there. But who are you really? Tiu Deng wasn't ready to reveal the truth about their past lives yet. He kept his eyes on the road, offering a convenient cover story. My name is Kwang Tiu Deng. I was paid to ensure your safety. Don't bother asking who the client is, you wouldn't know them. The most fearful student in the back spoke up. Brother, is that crazy flu actually real? I saw on the news that it was just a fake story to scare people. Tiu Deng glanced at him through the mirror. So you think what you saw in that room was just a magic show? The chubby student adjusted his glasses nervously. He leaned forward, his voice trembling. If it's real, is there a cure? Can the doctors fix it? Tiu Deng went silent, the weight of the future hanging heavy in the air. Then he steadied his nerves, glanced at the rearview mirror, and replied somberly, this nightmare isn't going to blow over. It's only going to escalate. The world as we knew it has reached its final chapter. After driving for a short while, the four passengers jumped in their seats as a chorus of chaos erupted from the sidewalks. A woman's blood-curdling shriek pierced the air. Everyone in the car leaned toward the windows. They saw a pale, corpse-like figure lunging with animalistic fury at a young woman minding her own business. She was pinned down, her cries for mercy echoing desperately. Help! Get off me! What are you doing? The crazy flu had arrived. The street was instantly saturated with the sounds of bone-chilling terror and frantic pleas. Kwang Tiu Deng realized the situation was spiraling fast. He turned his eyes back to the road and said with grave authority, right now, we're seeing isolated sparks, as most people are still in the incubation phase. It won't be long before the entire city is engulfed in flames. If you want to make it out alive, you follow my lead without question. The mechanical team responded in unison, we hear you, Brother Deng. Suddenly, a digital notification flickered in his vision. Old partner quest completed. System points plus 20. Balance, 20. Surprised by the speed of his success, Tiu Deng thought, that was fast. Perfect timing, too. I noticed some new gear in the shop earlier. The system interface revealed 3 mystery crates. The Level 1 Doomsday Farmer's Kit, 2 points. The Level 1 Pantry Essentials, sugar, oil, protein, 5 points. And the Level 1 Intimidating Arsenal, 5 points. Tiu Deng furrowed his brow, confused. Why is that farmer's box still hanging around? It looks like I have to buy it just to clear space for new inventory. I'll toss a few points at it to refresh the stock. As he steered the car, his fingers danced across the invisible system panel. He was laser-focused on the shop's offerings. After scrolling for a while, he noted, these supplies are actually quite practical and dirt cheap. Once we're back behind the fortress walls, I'm buying the whole lot. Tiu Deng then cast a wary glance at Truong Chi and the 3 friends sitting quietly in the back. While they looked harmless now, a bitter memory resurfaced, the moment from his past life when Truong Chi broke down after being sold out by a comrade, a betrayal that got the whole squad killed. We actually called that snake a brother. Dong's mind raced as he connected the dots. In my previous life, Chi was stabbed in the back by someone in his own dorm, leading to a massacre by the undead. Only Chi crawled out alive. That means one of these three sitting behind me is a traitor in the making. He just hasn't shown his fangs yet. He scanned them through the mirror, wondering, which one of you is the wolf in sheep's clothing? That same night, in a luxury high-rise, Tin was pacing her apartment while on a call with Lai Thursday Hung, honey. She stood by the window, staring out at the darkening city skyline. Her skin looked deathly pale, and her voice trembled with anxiety. When did you say those supplies would arrive? It's getting terrifying out there. I'm too scared to even step foot in a grocery store. Lai Thursday Hung's voice was soothing on the other end. They're on the way, babe. As soon as the paperwork clears, I'm having them delivered straight to your door. Suddenly, a thunderous pounding erupted at her door. Fearing a breach by the infected, she jumped and let out a sharp cry. Ah. Huh. Lai Thursday Hung panicked. What happened? Tin? She swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. She crept toward the door, clutching her chest to still her racing heart. Someone's at the door, she whispered. I have to go. She hung up and immediately peered through the tiny security lens of the peephole. Seeing her best friend on the other side, she exhaled in relief and unlatched the locks. It's just you. Why were you trying to break the door down? Her friend slipped inside like a fugitive and whispered urgently. Did you hear? Uncle Lou from the first floor was hauled away this morning. The friend slammed the door shut and bolted it. Tin was stunned. Uncle Lou was a fixture of her daily routine. Hauled away? By who? Her friend replied breathlessly. Cops and paramedics in full gear. They took him in a hurry. Tin rubbed her chin, her thoughts spinning. No wonder it was such a madhouse downstairs at dawn. Her friend leaned in, her voice dropping to a serious tone. I don't think this crazy flu is just a rumor anymore. She then shifted gears. Did Lai Thursday Hung deliver those supplies he promised? Tin looked at her phone, her face falling. Not yet. The friend's face twisted in disgust as she began to curse Lai Thursday Hung. I told you. That guy is all talk. But her eyes suddenly sparkled with a predatory scheme. Listen to me. Call him back. Tell him that Dong has a massive stockpile of resources, enough to make a fortune while the world is falling apart. Tin looked skeptical. Are you sure? How would you know that? The friend crossed her arms with a smug grin. After that brat Dong kicked me out, I had someone tail him. I've seen truck after truck unloading crates into that old factory of his. Tin gritted her teeth in realization. Could he have seen this pandemic coming? The friend continued. Lai Thursday Hung won't care about Dong, but he'll care about the loot. She was a viper in human form, first trying to seduce Dong, and now plotting to rob him blind. She gripped Tin's arm, urging her, make the call. No. The faster we move, the more we can grab. Just make sure Lai Thursday Hung knows we get a major cut of the profits. Eventually, Dong's car rolled through the gates of the sanctuary. The group climbed out, their eyes wide as they took in the surroundings. Chi whistled, completely floored. Wow. This place is massive. It looks like a literal fortress. Dong stepped out, a small, confident smirk playing on his lips. Everyone says that the first time, he remarked. Hearing the commotion, Old Han and San emerged from the main building. Old Han beamed with relief. Dong. Thank goodness you're back. San rushed to his side, asking softly, are you hurt, brother? Dong gave her a reassuring pat. I'm fine. Mr. Han, San, come meet the new recruits. He gestured toward the group of students. He made the introductions quickly. This is Chi and his crew. They'll be joining our ranks. Chi gave a friendly wave. Dong then turned to the newcomers. And these two are Mr. Han and his granddaughter, San. San smiled warmly. If brother Dong trusts you, then you're welcome here. Dong then pulled Old Han aside. Mr. Han, would you mind showing them the grounds? Give them the rundown on how we operate and the rules of the house. Old Han, rifle in hand, gave a disciplined nod. Consider it done. Watching the armed old man, the chubby student leaned toward his friends. Is it just me, or did we just get recruited by a private militia? Suddenly, the most timid member of the group, not Min, timidly raised his hand. Excuse me. He gestured awkwardly toward the group. Could we get some weapons too? We want to help defend the perimeter. The temperature of Dong's gaze dropped instantly. He turned a sharp, calculating look on Not Min. The chubby friend, sensing the tension, nudged Not Min and whispered, Not Min. Read the room. We just walked in the door. We need to earn their trust before we start asking for heat. Dong, having heard it all, decided to offer a olive branch. Don't worry. I'll get you all armed in a few days. He then pivoted the conversation, looking at the injured friend being supported by the others. But first, your friend looks like he's in bad shape. Let's get him to the medical bay for an evaluation. Later that night, the students were cleaning up in Tue Dung's state-of-the-art bathroom. The chubby guy splashed water on his face, sighing, "Man, that feels good." But Not Min was still simmering with resentment. He snapped at his friends. "Why did you guys shut me down back there?" The one they called Old Fourth looked up confused. "What?" Not Min continued. "If you hadn't interrupted, we could have had guns in our hands right now." Not Min paced the floor, his face flushed with anger. "He says we're being protected, but let's be real, this is house arrest." He was acting far bolder now than he had during the karaoke brawl. Old Fourth was taken aback. "Calm down, Not Min. How can you say that? The guy literally saved our skins." Not Min turned to Truong-chi with narrowed eyes. "Who is he really? Why would a stranger go to those lengths for us?" Truong-chi shrugged. "He said someone hired him to be our bodyguard." Not Min scoffed. "Hired by who?" "He wouldn't say. For all we know, he's full of it." Not Min's voice became low and venomous, his earlier timidity replaced by a sharp, calculating edge. "And look at how he handled Sung. He took him to the infirmary, but did you see those doors? They're like vault gates." Obsessing over their friend's absence, his imagination ran wild. Who knows what's really happening in there? Maybe he's using Sung for some sick experiment. We can't just sit here. We need to strike first while he's not looking. Old Fourth shook his head. "I don't buy it. Tue Dung is the reason we're breathing. Turning on him now would be pure betrayal." Not Min spat on the floor. "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If Tue Dung is right about the apocalypse, then we should be the ones running this fortress." He then let out a dark, sly chuckle. "Think about it. Aside from Tue Dung, it's just an old man and a teenage girl. If we wait for him to leave, we can snatch them up. And that girl, she's a real beauty. We could have some fun, couldn't we?" He grinned, assuming the others shared his twisted logic. Truong-chi and Old Fourth stood frozen, a chilling silence falling over the bathroom. Not Min saw their horrified expressions and quickly backpedaled with a nervous laugh. "Hee hee, wow, you guys look so serious. I was just messing around. Take a joke, will ya?" Truong-chi exhaled, the tension in his shoulders finally breaking. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. "Don't do that, man. It's not the end of the world yet. What you're talking about is psycho stuff." Old Fourth added, "Exactly. If he wanted us dead or locked up, he's got the guns to do it already. Let's just be glad we're safe." The showerhead went silent, and with the fading spray, the plotting came to a halt. Watching the silhouettes of his unsuspecting friends through the door, Not Min wore a predatory smirk. "Useless fools," he muttered. "In this dying world, the ruthless survive. Once I take control, you'll be my personal pack mules for life." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Kwang Tue Dung's private quarters. Tue Dung sat composed on his sofa as San San and Old Han approached. The old man provided a detailed status report on the newly arrived mechanical team. "Tue Dung, Truong-chi and the others have settled in," Old Han said softly. "The injured boy, Tran Sung, is resting in the medical bay. I followed your orders to the letter. Every window is sealed tight." Satisfied, Tue Dung offered a respectful nod. "I appreciate the help, Mr. Han." Tue Dung then turned his attention to their safety, offering a gentle reminder. "You and San San should turn in early," he suggested with a faint smile. "I have a feeling trouble might come knocking tomorrow." Suddenly, he paused as a thought struck him. He raised a finger for emphasis. "Wait." Tue Dung's expression turned grave as he warned them about Truong-chi's companions. Aside from the injured boy, Truong-chi brought 2 others. Keep a sharp eye on them. I have a gut feeling that before the week is out, one of them will try to stage a mutiny." The grandfather and granddaughter shared a look of deep concern. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Tue Dung walked alone through the silent corridors of the supply warehouse. He summoned the system interface, his eyes scanning the various mystery crates available in the shop. He reached out, tapping the icon for the first digital chest. 2 glowing panels erupted with a brilliant light. Acquired, Doomsday Farmer's Supply Chest, -2 points. Remaining, 18. Acquired, Pantry Essentials Chest, -5 points. Remaining, 13. Acquired, Tactical Arsenal Chest, -5 points. Remaining, 8. The shop refreshed with new offerings, similar in category but upgraded in volume. The new inventory included 50 packets of corn seeds, 300 kilograms of assorted meats and preserved greens, and 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. After finishing his shopping spree, Dong watched as his rewards manifested piles of supplies that shimmered like a dragon's hoard. He smiled, truly content. The ROI on these crates is incredible. Money is becoming worthless, but these resources? They're worth more than gold in the apocalypse. This is a total jackpot. The sun rose on a new day. The sky was a perfect, clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds, a deceptive peace. On the outskirts, 3 vehicles were tearing down the road at a breakneck pace. From the heights of the fortress, the cars looked like frantic beetles racing toward the gate. As they screeched to a halt, a man's voice barked over a radio. Target acquired. This is the place. A gang of hardened thugs piled out, looking like they walked off a movie set for villains. Armed with machetes and long-bladed swords, they began shouting insults and banging their weapons. Their leader, a man in a sharp vest, spoke into his phone. "Yeah, we're here. Save me a seat for dinner. This won't take long." It was the same wealthy hothead from the highway incident. He pointed a vengeful finger at the gate. "This is it. Level this place to the ground." His thugs, wearing scowls of pure malice, surged forward. Under their leader's watchful eye, they began a relentless assault, hammering on the reinforced gate. Despite the barrage of kicks and strikes, the barrier didn't even vibrate. The lead thug shuffled back to the rich man, looking defeated. "Boss, this thing is 4 inches of solid steel. We can't break through this with just hand tools." The leader's face twisted with rage as he gnashed his teeth. What kind of paranoid freak installs a door like that? He spat. He turned to his men with a wicked glint in his eye. "Bring out the special delivery." Following his command, the underlings popped a trunk and hauled out a heavy crate labeled as imported liquor. Inside were rows of unlabeled bottles with red caps. These weren't for drinking, they were Molotov cocktails, disguised as high-end booze to slip past police checkpoints. The thugs lit the makeshift fuses and hurled the flaming bottles over the wall. One after another, the projectiles rained down. Explosions of fire bloomed wherever the glass shattered. In a heartbeat, the courtyard of Dong's sanctuary was transformed into a chaotic furnace filled with choking, acrid smoke. The liquid fire clung to the inner gates, burning with a fierce, hungry intensity. San and the students rushed out of the main house. She led the charge with a water bucket, followed by Truong-chi with a fire extinguisher. Not Min and the chubby guy scrambled behind them. "Fire! It's a fire!" San screamed. In that moment, the weight of Dong's earlier warnings hit them like a ton of bricks. She heaved the water onto the flames. "Brother Dong was right," she cried. "The world hasn't even collapsed yet, and the monsters are already here." Above them, Dong's face was a mask of cold fury. He racked his weapon, looking lethal as he stood beside Old Han on the elevated observation deck. Dong's voice was like ice. "Let's see which one of these idiots is so eager to meet their maker." They stepped onto the high ledge, looking down at the row of hostile cars. "Look at them," Old Han muttered, adjusting his stance. "They didn't come here to talk." He squinted at the crowd below. "Wait. Those cars. I know them." Recognition flashed in the old man's eyes. "It's him. The brat from the highway who tried to run us off the road." Down below, one of the thugs caught sight of the movement on the deck. He nudged his leader. "Boss, look. The target is up there." The rich man's eyes burned with resentment. He stepped forward, his voice a low, vibrating growl. "There he is. That arrogant prick." He looked up and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Get down here and face me, you coward. Or I'll burn you and your dogs to a crisp." Dong didn't flinch. From his high vantage point, he issued a single, calm warning. "You have exactly 5 minutes to get your pathetic crew off my property." This only fueled their rage. The thugs below erupted into a chorus of jeers and threats. "You hear this kid? Who does he think he is? You have no idea who you're dealing with, brat." In the heat of the moment, the system chimed. New objective issued. Dong's eyes flickered to the translucent panel, reading the header, General Threat. Objective, Stronghold under siege. Eliminate the hostile presence immediately. Reward, 10 points. Beside him, Old Han asked nervously, Dong, what's the plan? A warning shot over their heads? Dong ignored the suggestion, raising his rifle instead. The metallic clack-clack of the bolt echoed in the courtyard. He aimed straight at the center of the mob. Warning shots? These people are arsonists and thugs, he said coldly. Society hasn't even fallen apart yet, and they're already trying to burn people alive. He adjusted his sight. He squinted, finding his mark with surgical focus. I just need to pull this trigger. Scum like this don't deserve to see the end of the world. They're a virus to innocent people and a threat to our home. Old Han watched, stunned by the young man's lack of hesitation as he squeezed the trigger. The rifle cracked, and a bullet hissed through the air. It happened in the blink of an eye. The leader's arm was severed by the high-velocity round, sent flying into the dirt. The man stood frozen for a split second, the sound of the gunshot finally reaching his ears. Then he collapsed, clutching the bloody stump where his arm used to be. A horrific, high-pitched scream tore from his throat. My arm. My arm. The thugs behind him scrambled for cover, ducking behind their cars in a panic. Dong watched them, his face unmoving. Smoke drifted from the barrel. He let out a small, disappointed sigh. TCH. I missed the kill shot. I've been living in peace too long. My aim is getting sloppy. Below him, the survivors were hysterical. He's got a gun. He's got a freaking assault rifle. The bravado vanished as they sprinted for their vehicles. The leader, cradling his injury, screamed, retreat. Get us out of here. Cover me. You're dead, you hear me? You're dead. Move it. Get the boss. The lackeys shouted, tripping over themselves to escape. Dong realigned his sights, his voice a low whisper. Don't leave for tomorrow what you can finish today. I hate loose ends. The rifle began to bark again and again from the observation deck. Precision rounds tore through the air, finding their targets in a rain of lead, shattering limbs, piercing chests, and ending breaths. The arrogance of the group was silenced forever as the last of them fell, bullets finding their marks with terminal accuracy. Only a few cowards, including the ringleader, managed to scramble into the relative safety of the car's backseat. Paralyzed by terror, the boss shrieked at his lackey, "Start the damn engine and get us out of here now." Moments ago, he was a big man with a weapon, but now he was just prey. Old Han leaned over the observation railing, watching the desperate movement. They're trying to floor it and escape, he noted. Kwang Dong didn't blink. He calmly slotted a fresh magazine into his rifle. Let them try. That's exactly why I brought an automatic. He pulled the trigger, and a hail of lead began to pepper the vehicle. The car lurched forward in a frantic attempt to flee, but Dong's gunfire was relentless, chasing the metal frame like a vengeful storm. He cycled through magazines with mechanical precision, his hands moving in a blur of practiced motion. Old Han watched him, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. The old man was floored. This level of muscle memory. It's like he's been a soldier for a decade, he thought privately. Who exactly is this kid? From a distance, the fortress was shrouded in a haze of cordite and smoke. Finally, the thunder of the rifle ceased, leaving an eerie silence that felt like a heavy sigh of relief. The road before the gates was a graveyard of twisted metal and fallen men. Smoking wreckage sat where proud cars once stood, their windows reduced to glittering dust. His work finished, Dong turned back toward the interior. He gave a sharp command to Old Han, "Gather Truong-chi and the others, San too. We're going out there to clean up the mess." Old Han stood frozen, staring at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, Dong paused, his eyes narrowing as a different strategy took hold. "Wait," he whispered to himself. "The plague is still in its infancy. It's better to let these bodies turn. They'll make perfect target practice for Truong-chi and San." He stared at the carnage scattered outside. He changed his mind and signaled to Old Han, "Forget it. Let's stay inside for now." Old Han was baffled. "What about the bodies? We're just going to leave them rotting on our doorstep?" Dong's voice was low and calculating. "Yes. Leave them exactly where they are. I have a special use for them." Meanwhile, further down the highway, two white sedans were racing toward the compound. Thursday Hung sat in the lead car, his patience wearing thin. He scowled at the road ahead. "Are we there yet? This is taking forever." Seeing him in a foul mood, Tuna, Doi Tin's best friend, tried to play the flirt to soothe him. "Don't be grumpy, handsome. It's just past the next turn." Doi Tin sat beside her, arms crossed, staring out the window with a look of deep suspicion. She caught Tuna's act and felt a surge of annoyance. Look at her putting on a show for Hung, she thought. Does she really think I can't see right through her? The car finally slowed to a crawl near the base. Thursday Hung spoke to Doi Tin with a forced tenderness. "I'll hang back here and keep the engine running. Message me the moment you're inside, honey." Doi Tin nodded curtly. "Got it." She glanced at her friend and signaled, "Tuna, let's go. We're walking from here." Tuna shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Wait, I'm going too." Doi Tin's expression hardened. She wasn't about to leave her friend alone with her boyfriend. "Stop complaining. If you don't come, How will I find the exact spot? Tuna gave a forced, dainty smile. Aya, it's just a straight walk. Besides, these heels are going to kill me by the time we reach the second gate. Doi Tin saw through the excuse immediately. She grabbed Tuna by the wrist and hauled her out of the car. Save the drama. Nobody told you to dress for a gala. Move it. Tuna tried one last stalling tactic. Wait. My phone is still in the car. Doi Tin wasn't budging. Leave it. I've got mine. Let's go. After a tense struggle, the two girls finally started down the road. As they walked away, like Thursday, Hung's face transformed. He picked up his radio and dialed a number. Listen up, everyone get in position. The second my car moves, we storm the place together. Behind him, a secondary vehicle sat in wait, filled with shadows. Inside were nearly a dozen hired thugs, some clutching jagged blades. The lead mercenary responded through the static, loud and clear. We're ready. Doi Tin led the way, while Tuna trailed behind, whining incessantly. Tin, seriously, why did you have to drag me into this? Doi Tin snapped back, please. We're both old pros at this game. With that manipulative heart of yours, did you really think I'd leave you alone with Hung? Tuna rushed to catch up, her voice dripping with fake innocence. You're so mean. I only dressed up to help lure Tue Dung out. He's already sour on you and Hung, remember? Doi Tin slowed down, her eyes widening. Wait. What is that up ahead? She whispered. Tuna gasped, her jaw dropping. As they rounded the bend, the gruesome aftermath of Tue Dung's defense came into view. Tuna couldn't help but shriek, holy crap. Was there a war here? It's a literal slaughterhouse. They began to pick their way through the carnage. Tin, we have to walk right past them to get to the gate. The two girls clung to each other, trembling with every step. Tuna stammered, they're all dead. Every single one. Doi Tin was horrified, but analytical. The blood is still fresh. This just happened. Maybe another group tried to raid Tue Dung's stash? She peeked into a bullet-riddled car. The sight made her stomach churn. Tuna whispered, you think Tue Dung is, toast? Doi Tin's eyes flashed with greed. I don't care if he's dead, as long as the supplies are still inside that building. Tuna whimpered, maybe we should turn back. Let Hung and the guys handle the bodies. Doi Tin hissed, quiet. Let's just see if we can get through the front door. Obsessed with their scheme, they failed to notice a subtle change in the air. The corpse of the leader, missing an arm, gave a sudden, jerky twitch. The virus had been cooking in his veins long before he arrived, and now the transformation was complete. Sensing the vibration of human voices, his clouded eyes rolled up, fixing on the two girls. His veins throbbed with a dark, sludge-like blood as he emitted a sickening, clicking sound. Cock. 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 Unaware, the girls reached the massive steel gate. Tuna rushed forward and pressed her hands against the cold metal while Doi Tin lagged behind, her heart hammering. Tuna began to pound on the door. After a few futile knocks, she cursed, damn it, this thing is sealed tight. I can't see a thing. She kicked the gate, but it didn't even echo. Doi Tin looked at the reinforced structure and wondered, could Tue Dung really be in there alone? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from the observation deck above. Hey, you two. Both girls jumped, looking up in shock. It was San. She held her weapon with practiced ease, pointing it directly at the intruders. Who are you? She demanded. How did you find this base? Tuna put on her best, helpless face and called out, oh hi. We're Tue Dung's friends. Doi Tin smoothed her hair and added, I'm his girlfriend. Please, let us in. San didn't lower her weapon. She didn't buy the friend act for a second. She kept her eyes locked on them as she shouted back into the house, Brother Dung. There are two women at the gate. One of them is claiming to be your girlfriend. At the mention of Tue Dung having a girl inside, Doi Tin's face twisted with jealousy. I knew it. She spat. That bastard didn't dump me for no reason, he just found a younger model. Tuna leaned in and whispered, Tin, keep your cool. We need to get inside. That girl has a crossbow, do you think Hung can handle that? Doi Tin's resentment burned hot. The sight of another woman in her fortress was unbearable. She whispered back, her voice full of venom, don't worry. Hung has his revolvers. Once that gate is open, he'll take Tue Dung out before he can even blink. Up on the deck, Kwang Tue Dung finally stepped into view. He looked down at the pair, and his face immediately contorted in pure disgust. He shouted down at the two vultures, Doi Tin, Van Tukna? What kind of garbage wind blew you two here? He didn't wait for an answer. He activated his eye of the mind, peeling back their layers to see the rot beneath. Their auras were a messy soup of greed and hidden rage. Doi Tin's aura was a jagged mess of entitlement, and she showed it by crossing her arms in a huff. Tuna, intimidated by Tu Dung's intense gaze, tried to play the damsel card. She forced a sweet, sugary tone. Aya, brother Dung. We're just friends checking in on you. It's so dangerous out here, and we were so worried. Don't you care about us at all? Tu Dung let out a cold, mocking laugh. Worried about me? That's rich. If I had to guess, that snake Lai Thursday Hung is idling nearby, isn't he? How many hired guns did he bring to my party? The girls froze as if they'd been slapped. Their jaws dropped, and for a moment, the road was silent. Inside, their minds were screaming. How? How could he possibly know? Before they could concoct a lie, a burst of gunfire erupted from the deck, kicking up dust at their feet. The girls shrieked, diving for cover. Doi Tin lost her composure completely. Kwang Tu Dung, you psychopath. Are you actually trying to kill me? He looked down at her with a gaze as cold as a winter grave, devoid of any pity. He kept the rifle leveled at them. Doi Tin continued to scream insults, her voice cracking with rage. Tuna was terrified. She grabbed Doi Tin's arm and hissed, Tin Tin, shut up. He's got an assault rifle. Stop provoking him before he actually hits us. Doi Tin wrenched her arm away. What are you scared of? He wouldn't dare pull the trigger on me. Tu Dung's laughter echoed off the metal walls. Huh. Killing you would be way too merciful. As he spoke, a wet, guttural sound began to rise from the road behind them. The hair on the back of Doi Tin's neck stood up. She and Tuna slowly turned their heads, their hearts stopping at the sight. The world seemed to turn gray with terror. Doi Tin's voice was a whisper. What? What is that? Is that a flu patient? Behind them, the dead men were beginning to stand up, their movements jerky and wrong. Their eyes were glowing with a feral, blood-red light against their waxen skin. Tuna whimpered. The flu. It makes them come back? Every ounce of bottled-up fury erupted within him. Kwang Tu Dung's eyes glowed with an eerie light, his entire being radiating a dark, lethal energy as he spat a final, cold sentence at the two women. I hope you enjoy being someone's dinner. At that exact moment, the corpses rose one by one, letting out bone-chilling roars like starving beasts that hadn't fed in centuries. Catching the scent of fresh blood, they unhinged their jaws and lunged forward in a display of pure, visceral horror. The monsters pounced toward Doi Tin and Tuna. In a desperate scramble, the two women managed to dive out of the way, causing the zombies to collide head-on with a sickening thud. Barely escaping the first wave, they fled, screaming hysterically. Lai Thursday Hung. Save us. Help. Lai Thursday Hung watched from the safety of his car, but he couldn't see the danger. Because of the distance and the smoke, he just squinted in confusion, grunting, huh? What's going on? On the road, Doi Tin and Tuna were running for their lives as the undead pursued them like relentless predators. Doi Tin, falling behind and gasping for air, shrieked, wait for me. Tuna, help me. But Tuna, face drenched in tears, didn't look back. It was every woman for herself in this nightmare. As Tuna neared the car, Lai Thursday Hung leaned out, finally seeing the ghastly horde behind them. He turned pale as a ghost. God damn it, why are there crazy flu monsters out here? Terrified, he scrambled back inside and barked into his walkie-talkie. Turn around. Get out of here now. The infected are everywhere. Pull back. Seeing the monsters, he didn't give a second thought to leaving. The two women behind. He was a predator himself, only valuing Doi Tin for her looks. Seeing her boyfriend prepare to abandon her, Doi Tin screamed with pure hatred. Lai Thursday Hung, you coward. You absolute bastard. The tires screeched as the car began to flee. Trembling with a mix of terror and rage as the zombies closed the gap, Doi Tin sobbed, I am not dying here. Driven by a dark impulse, she swung her heavy designer bag and hurled it straight at Tuna's legs. Consumed by spite for the world, she hissed, if I'm going down, you're coming with me, you bitch. The long strap of the bag looped perfectly around Tuna's ankle mid-stride. The momentum sent Tuna crashing face-first into the asphalt with a painful cry of agony. One after another, the zombies closed in at a terrifying speed, their roars filling the air. They reached out with gray, decaying hands to seize Tuna. Trapped and paralyzed by fear, sweat pouring down her face, she could only whimper, no wait. The monsters opened their gaping maws, their eyes rolling back to show nothing but white. They descended upon her, sinking their teeth deep and tearing away chunks of flesh. Tuna's life ended in a spray of crimson as she was devoured alive on the cold road. She was literally being ripped apart, helpless against the swarm. Her eyes, bloodshot and wide with agony, fixed on her best friend. With her last ounce of strength, she shrieked, "I'll see you in hell, Doi Tin." Doi Tin didn't look back, running blindly toward the horizon. Behind her, Tuna became a gruesome feast. Her final breaths were spent cursing her betrayer. "You'll pay for this. You won't die easy." Doi Tin let out a disturbed, hysterical giggle. "Serves you right. You deserved it." Watching this display of human cruelty from above, Kwang Tiu Dung felt a cold, hollow satisfaction. Beside him, San San was trembling, her hands over her mouth to keep from vomiting. Suddenly, the system dinged. Quest complete. Threat neutralized. Points plus 10. Balance, 18. Then, a new objective appeared. New mission. Street sweep. Requirement. Exterminate all infected near the base. 0. Reward. 10 points. San San lowered her hands, her voice shaking as she asked, Did they really just turn into those things right in front of us?" Tiu Dung turned away from the carnage, offering a grim explanation. "The apocalypse has officially begun. The atmosphere is now saturated with extra-dimensional pathogens. The dead mutate almost instantly upon exposure, and the living, especially those with injuries or weak immune systems, are at extreme risk of turning." San San's eyes were wide. "So it's everywhere," she whispered. Finished with the observation, he headed back inside and gave a sharp order. "San San, gather everyone in the briefing room immediately." She jumped, startled by his tone, and rushed to comply. Within minutes, the survivors were gathered around a central table. San San bolted the door behind them. Tiu Dung scanned the faces of the group and spoke with absolute gravity. "For the next 48 hours, no one leaves their rooms unless it's an emergency. Keep your windows hermetically sealed. Your bodies need time to acclimatize to the infection in the air. This is the only way to minimize the chance of a spontaneous mutation." As the weight of the situation sank in, Truongchi's face twisted with concern for his buddy. "Wait, what about Transung?" he stammered. The scene shifts to the medical bay. Transung was alone in the pitch-black room, the silence heavy and oppressive. His hand, resting on the white sheet, began to twitch unnaturally. Dark, purplish veins began to throb and bulge beneath his skin, the unmistakable signature of the virus taking hold. His face was a mask of agony, sweat drenching his brow as he fought a losing battle in his sleep. His brow furrowed deeply, blood vessels threatening to burst. It seemed a monster was about to be born inside the sanctuary's walls. In the heart of the city, at the high-rise where Truong Tangcheat lived, pandemonium had broken out. Thick plumes of oily black smoke billowed from multiple apartments. The building had become a vertical hunting ground for the undead. On the ground level, panicked residents were jumping over perimeter fences in a desperate bid for freedom. Truong Tangcheat paced his luxury apartment, looking out at the burning skyline. "The whole world is falling apart," he muttered, his voice cracking with fear. He turned to his wife, Tiu Lu, and their son, So I, who were huddled together on the sofa. "I have to hit the warehouse tonight to move the rest of our stock. Tiu Lu, lock the doors and don't open them for anyone but me. Stay quiet. Do you understand?" The air was thick with tension. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound echoed from the front door. Tangcheat jumped, spinning around in terror. His wife and son clung to each other, their eyes wide with fright. The pounding became more frantic. Tangcheat hesitated, his heart racing, unsure if it was a neighbor in need or something far worse. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling his family to remain absolutely silent. He crept to the corner and grabbed a golf club. With the weapon raised and his heart pounding against his ribs, he reached for the doorknob. A voice called from the hallway, "Brother Cheat? You in there?" Recognizing the voice, he exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. He unlatched the door and sighed, "Phew, Duong Dao, it's just you." But in these dark times, friendship was a luxury. As Tangcheat tried to close the door, intending to secure the latch, his trust was instantly betrayed. A violent kick sent the door flying inward. It caught Tangcheat squarely in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and sending him crashing to the floor. Ugh. Before he could recover, a pack of thugs swarmed the room, pinning him face down. Duong Dao stepped in last, his expression cold and arrogant. He had turned on his mentor, bringing his own crew to seize power. He stood over Tangcheat, sneering down at the man he once called boss. Tangcheat struggled against the heavy hands holding him down, shouting through gritted teeth, "Let me go." He strained his neck to glare at the traitor. He spat at Duong Dao's feet. "Duong Dao, you ungrateful snake. I took care of you. I treated you like family. Duong Dao's lip curled in a snarl. He pointed at his chest, his voice dripping with years of suppressed resentment. Family? Is that what you call it? To you, I was just a dog you kept on a short leash. In front of the thugs, Tang Cheat yelled back, do you have no soul? I gave you the job that paid for your house. This only made Duong Dao see red. He lost all control, delivering a brutal backhand to Tang Cheat's face. You gave me a pittance while you sat on a mountain of gold. I'm done being your errand boy. Give me the keys and the location of the main warehouse now. Face pressed against the floor, Tang Cheat remained defiant. He clenched his jaw, refusing to give up his empire to a traitor. Seeing his stubbornness, Duong Dao's smirk turned sinister. He sauntered over to where the wife and child were shivering. He looked them up and down, whispering, still want to play the hero? Fine. Duong Dao reached out and grabbed Tang Cheat's wife by the hair, yanking her head back. She cried out in pain, ah, stop. You're hurting me. Their son, So I, saw his mother in danger and felt a surge of childish bravery. The boy charged forward, tears streaming down his face as he swung his small fists at Duong Dao. Leave her alone. I'll kill you. He screamed, his voice full of tiny, desperate fury. Duong Dao barely registered the child. But the boy managed to sink his teeth deep into Duong Dao's left arm. Ow! You little brat. You actually bit me? With a cruel flick of his wrist, Duong Dao slapped the boy so hard he was sent sprawling across the room. Get lost, you little mutt. The mother shrieked in terror for her son. Truong Tang Cheat was nearly vibrating with helpless rage. He thrashed against his captors, yelling, bastard. Fight me if you're so tough. Leave my family out of this. On the other side of the room, So I was pinned down by a massive thug, his small body shaking. Duong Dao crossed his arms and looked down at Tang Cheat. Relax. As long as you play ball, no one else gets hurt. Tang Cheat, a man who feared nothing but losing his family, stared back with murderous intent. Duong Dao smiled. Now, lead us to the warehouse. Half an hour later, at Truong Tang Cheat's storage facility, a group of 4 men arrived. The traitorous Duong Dao led the way, with 2 goons in tow, forcing a defeated Tang Cheat to unlock the heavy entrance. As the doors creaked open, Tang Cheat stood back with a dark, resentful scowl, loathing every second of this betrayal. Duong Dao stepped inside first, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene of empty, torn-open crates littering the floor. He spun around, barking at Tang Cheat. Is this pathetic scrap all that's left? Tang Cheat shot back with a defiant sneer. Your big-shot client found me first, remember? Everything's gone, sold out. Even the expired junk is mostly cleared. The sly Duong Dao rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Quang Tu Dung, eh? Interesting. He cast a predatory, fox-like glance toward the exit. Then let out a smug, chilling laugh. If we can just hijack the stockpile at Tu Dung's factory, we'll be set for life. We could sleep like kings while the world burns, couldn't we? Tang Cheat realized the snake was planning a raid. So he offered a grim warning. I'd think twice before crossing that kid. I saw the heavy hardware he was packing during deliveries. He's not just some punk, he's dangerous. Tang Cheat's brow furrowed as he added his own theory. I'm betting that kid had an inside scoop on the apocalypse long before the rest of us. Duong Dao didn't care. He stood there with his arms crossed, radiating arrogance as he looked down his nose at Tang Cheat, muttering cryptically, well, those are the kinds of problems you'll be worrying about very soon. A wave of unease washed over Tang Cheat. He knew this snake was coiling for a strike. Duong Dao, what the hell is that supposed to mean? He stammered. In this new world, might makes right, and Duong Dao was eager to flex his new power. He snarled an ultimatum. You're going to help us get Tu Dung's supplies in exchange for your family's lives. A fair trade, don't you think? The tables had turned. The man Tang Cheat once treated like a stray dog was now holding the leash, and the bitterness was stifling. Tang Cheat ground his teeth, swallowing his pride and fury for the sake of his wife and son. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the heart of Tu Dung's fortress. Inside the medical bay, the air was thick with dread as everyone crowded around Tran Sung's bed, watching their friend's horrific transformation. Even the usually stoic Tu Dung looked shaken. Tran Sung's neck was restrained, but he thrashed with unnatural strength. His body arched, a guttural, inhuman roar tearing from his throat. The mutation was accelerating, turning the boy they knew into a mindless predator. He convulsed violently, his wide-open mouth emitting a sound like a dying engine. The 3 Remaining members of Mechanical Team 3 were forced to watch their brother fade away. Truong-chi was a wreck, haunted by the fact that Tran-sung had taken a lethal blow meant for him. Old Fourth stood in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably, while Not-min watched in a chilling, detached silence. Not-min's face twisted into a mask of cold pragmatism. He viewed the dying boy as nothing more than a liability. "Kill him," he commanded flatly. Tue-dung had suspected Not-min of being a snake ever since they arrived. Hearing him call for his friend's execution so easily confirmed it. Tue-dung fixed him with a sharp, questioning glare, disgusted by the lack of humanity. Truong-chi snapped, turning on Not-min with raw fury. "Shut your mouth. How can you be such a selfish prick?" Not-min crossed his arms and looked away, his eyes starting nervously. "He's already gone," he hissed. "If we don't put him down now and he breaks loose, we're all dead meat." Old Fourth, horrified by the suggestion, cried out, "He's our brother. Are you really just going to throw him away without even trying to help?" Truong-chi stood there, his face shadowed with grief and indecision. But the harsh reality was undeniable. Tue-dung stepped up to the bedside where Tran-sung was fighting his own biology. He spoke the cold truth so Old Fourth would understand. He's right about one thing. Once the virus takes hold like this, there is no coming back. Old Fourth whimpered, "Brother Tue-dung," as Tue-dung drew a sharp dagger from his belt. But instead of doing it himself, he held the blade out to Not-min. "Take it," Tue-dung challenged. The sudden shift in Tue-dung's energy terrified Not-min. He stumbled back, stammering, "What? What are you doing?" Tue-dung's expression remained as cold as a winter grave. "You want him dead? Then you end him," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. Not-min stared at the blade, his bravado vanishing. He was all talk when it came to cruelty, but when faced with the act itself, his hands shook like leaves. Sensing the coward's weakness, Tue-dung leaned in close, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. "Didn't you say you wanted a weapon?" He held the knife inches from Not-min's face. "Take the steel. Give him his freedom." Not-min wavered, caught in a mental cage of his own making. Suddenly, a hand snatched the dagger away with a violent jerk. It was Truong-chi. The move caught everyone by surprise, including Tue-dung. Truong-chi's face was a mask of grim determination as he gripped the hilt. "Brother Tue-dung," he whispered. Truong-chi was trembling, but his eyes were set. He took a deep breath, looking down at the blade. "I'll be the one to do it. By nature." Truong-chi was a gentle soul, and the weight of the task was clearly crushing him. Tue-dung, wanting to be sure of his character, reached out and gripped the flat of the blade with his bare hand. He locked eyes with Truong-chi, his voice ice cold. "Are you certain? What if I'm lying to you? What if he could be saved? The moment you drive that blade home, you become a killer." Though his heart was screaming in terror, Truong-chi met Tue-dung's gaze with unwavering resolve. "I trust you, Brother Dung." He knew that letting Tran-sung live as a monster was a far worse fate than death. Tue-dung allowed a small, satisfied smile to touch his lips. He had found his man. He let go of the blade and gave a simple nod. "Do it." Truong-chi approached the bed, the knife glinting in the dim light. Tran-sung was fully gone now, a snarling beast that made the metal frame of the bed groan under his strength. It was a tragedy, a young man forced to execute his best friend to save his soul. Through a veil of tears, Truong-chi raised the weapon. He let out a choked sob, channeled his grief into a final surge of strength, and drove the blade toward the target. The sound of tearing fabric and flesh echoed in the room. The zombie that was Tran-sung let out a final, pained shriek, its skin a deep, bruised purple. The blade stopped just a hair's breadth from the jugular. Tue-dung had reached out at the last second, catching Truong-chi's wrist. Truong-chi collapsed internally, gasping for air as the adrenaline and grief crashed over him. He looked up at the stoic Tue-dung, his eyes wide with confusion. Brother Dung? Why?" he panted. Tue-dung didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on a glowing system notification only he could see, rare mutant detected. He turned to the group. "Everyone out. Tran-sung is a special case. We're keeping him, he's going to be useful." Against all odds, Tran-sung had been granted a reprieve. A short while later, the room was cleared. The only sounds were the muffled thumps and snarls coming from behind the door. Inside, Tue-dung stood alone with the creature on the bed. The zombie lunged toward him, jaws snapping, but there was something different about its eyes. The mutation wasn't total. Tue-dung spoke the boy's name softly. "Tran-sung, can you hear me?" The creature paused. It ground its teeth, the manic roar subsiding into a low, vibrating growl. Tue-dung leaned in, his voice a calm whisper. I've got a very important job for you. As if some shred of consciousness remained, the creature's struggling slowed, and its snarling died down to a whisper. Meanwhile, across the city, the sky remained a mocking, beautiful blue above a world that was rapidly turning to ash. A luxury sedan careened down a deserted street, swerving wildly as if the driver was fighting for control. It was clear the occupants had met the nightmare head-on. With a thunderous crash, the car slammed into a concrete utility pole, crumpling the hood into a jagged mess of metal. Truong Tangcheet managed to crawl out of the wreckage, coughing through the smoke. He had been trying to reach Tiu Dung's fortress. He clutched his bleeding forehead, staring at his ruined car and spitting a curse. God damn it, could this day get any worse? He tried to steady himself to walk away, thinking he was alone. But a shadow detached itself from the ruins behind him. A zombie, silent and hungry, crept up on his blind side. Suddenly, it lunged with a guttural roar. Raf. Tangcheet let out a panicked, undignified shriek. Before he could move, the gray-skinned monster sank its teeth deep into his left forearm. He bellowed in agony, the shock vibrating through his body. Get off me! He lashed out, shoving the creature away with everything he had. Bleeding and terrified, Tangcheet scrambled away, stumbling toward the open road. But the zombie was relentless. Despite being tossed aside, it scrambled back to its feet, jaws snapping as it began the hunt anew. Spotted on the passenger seat was a stray tire iron. Truong Tangcheet snatched it up and, without hesitation, delivered a crushing blow to the zombie's skull. He roared with primal rage, "You piece of filth! Rot in hell!" The impact sent the creature reeling, its rotten teeth flying from its mouth as it collapsed. Tangcheet descended into a frenzy, battering the corpse repeatedly. It was as if he were purging every ounce of his pent-up misery and resentment onto the monster. Still clutching the blood-stained iron rod, Tangcheet stood there drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he stared at the remains, now mangled like discarded pulp. "I can't linger here," he wheezed. He failed to notice several more shadows, lured by the copper scent of fresh blood, closing in from behind. After finishing his grim task, Tangcheet limped away, clutching his mangled arm, a truly wretched sight. Back at the perimeter of the fortress, a few stragglers, the transformed lackeys of the rich brat, were shuffling aimlessly near the main gate. It was time for a cleanup. Kwang Tiu Dung unlatched the side entrance and stepped out, his eyes scanning the area with the calm of a seasoned veteran. Behind him trailed his makeshift squad. Every member was armed with whatever they could find, hammers, baseball bats, and even a firearm. The air was thick with tension, every movement was calculated and cautious. Little San adjusted her bulky gear, looking down at her padded arms with a grimace. "Brother Dung, this stuff is so clunky. I can barely move my elbows comfortably." Tiu Dung spoke firmly so everyone could hear. "These things have zero intellect, but their strength is 10 times that of a normal human once they turn. Without combat experience, one scratch is a death sentence. Keep the armor on. Once you've mastered the hunt, we can talk about shedding the weight." With that, he took the lead. He advanced a few paces ahead to scout, peering around a rusted container until he spotted a lone target. He signaled the group to halt. "We're entering its sensory range. Stay sharp." San, Truong Chi, and the rest of the mechanical team went silent. Old Han adjusted his grip and gave a low-voiced confirmation, ready for the next one. The zombie's head snapped toward them. Its mangled, horrific face locked onto the group. Tiu Dung barked. "We're compromised. Strike now." He shouted final reminders over the rising snarls. "Stick to the plan. Work in pairs. Maintain your distance." The zombie surged forward at a sickening speed, jaws snapping. The creature lunged for Tiu Dung's throat, but he sidestepped the attack with the fluid grace of a professional, letting the monster's momentum carry it past. As the zombie stumbled, Tiu Dung used the moment as a teaching tool. "When they miss, that's your window. Go for the temples or the base of the skull, crush the brain." The chubby student, Tu Kai, roared and charged, swinging a heavy blade high over his head for a finishing blow. With a dull thwack, Tu Kai's blade connected squarely with the top of the zombie's head. The creature didn't even flinch. Instead, Tu Kai shrieked in pain as the shock of the impact vibrated through his arm. "Ow! My wrist!" Tiu Dung's voice cut through the chaos. "The top of the skull is the thickest part. You'll break your arm before you break that bone." Tu Kai just gave you a perfect lesson in what not to do. The zombie seized the opening. It grappled with the blade, its decaying hands locking onto Tu Kai as it let out a wet roar. Tu Kai struggled, his face turning purple as he fought to keep the jaws away. The creature was relentless, its teeth grinding against the steel of the sword just inches from his nose. Panicking, Tiu Kai screamed, "Help me! Someone get this thing off me! Brother Chi, save me!" Tiu Dong watched calmly, letting the fear sharpen their instincts. "Good. That's a solid defense," he noted with a grim smile. "Truong Chi, your teammate is about to be dinner. Move." Truong Chi didn't hesitate. He stepped in and put his full weight into a swing, his baseball bat connecting perfectly with the back of the zombie's neck. The impact snapped the creature's head forward. The zombie was sent sprawling, a guttural shriek of agony escaping its throat as it hit the pavement. "Not bad," Tiu Dong observed as the three students surrounded the fallen monster. "But don't stop until it stops moving. Finish it." The trio began a relentless assault, battering the creature into the ground. Amidst the noise, another shadow crept up behind Tiu Dong. Truong Chi turned back, his face flushed with adrenaline. "How was that, Brother Dong? Did we pass?" Tiu Dong gave a small, approving nod. "You're getting there." Suddenly, the lurker behind him lunged, its single good eye fixed on Tiu Dong's shoulder. Truong Chi's heart skipped a beat. He screamed a desperate warning, "Behind you! Watch out!" The snapping jaws were inches from Tiu Dong's neck. The zombie opened its mouth wide, ready to sink its teeth into fresh flesh. But Tiu Dong was faster than any mindless corpse. Without even looking back, he reached up and clamped his hand over the zombie's face like a vice. His composure was terrifying. Holding the thrashing monster at arm's length, he addressed the group. "Rule number 1. Always check your 6. Never get tunnel vision on a single target." The zombie seemed paralyzed under his iron grip. The team stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing as they watched the casual way Tiu Dong neutralized a lethal threat. Nearby, Truong Tangcheat had finally reached the perimeter of the base. Hiding behind a line of concrete barriers, he watched the scene from a distance, his brow furrowed. "People are actually living here?" he muttered. "Did that brat Tiu Dong really prepare for all of this?" He spotted an abandoned car and used it for cover as Tiu Dong's voice drifted over the wind. "The squad is only as strong as its weakest link. Stay vigilant." Tangcheat crept closer to the vehicle. "That's definitely Tiu Dong," he thought, his eyes narrowing. As he watched the students systematically take down the zombies, he pressed his back against the car's trunk, peering over the edge. "Is he training them to be executioners?" he whispered. He was so focused on the group ahead that he failed to see the shadow rising from the asphalt at his feet. A zombie, fresh and hungry, had caught his scent. Its eyes snapped open like twin beacons. This creature was once Tuna, Doi Tin's former best friend. After being torn apart by the horde, she had risen as one of them. Her once pretty face was a ruin of shredded skin and exposed muscle. She reached out, her fingers hooking into Tangcheat's trousers, making him jump nearly out of his skin. He tumbled to the ground in a blind panic, kicking wildly and screaming, "Get off me! Help!" When he saw the mutilated face of what used to be Tuna, he froze, a cold numbness spreading through his limbs. Tuna was gone, only the hunger remained. She let out a piercing shriek and lunged at him, her torn mouth open wide to deliver a killing bite. The horrific face descended toward him. Tangcheat squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end. "Damn it all," he wailed. As the world went black, a sharp, thunderous crack echoed through the air. Tangcheat's eyes snapped open. Gasping for air and trembling with shock, he looked up. What? Kwang Tiu Dong was standing over him, his gun still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. He had put a round directly through Tuna's skull, silencing her forever. Tangcheat sat there, paralyzed, as the gore settled. He frantically shoved the corpse away, his face twisted in revulsion as he gasped for breath. "Phew. Oh God." Tiu Dong lowered his weapon. He looked down at the man covered in filth and asked with icy suspicion, "Truong Tangcheat? What the hell are you doing at my gates?" Tangcheat scrambled to his feet, dripping with the remains of the zombie. He looked at Tiu Dong, putting on a desperate, pleading act. Brother Dong. Thank God. I finally found you." Noticing the purplish bruising on Truong Tangcheat's forearm creeping toward his wrist, Kwang Tiu Dong realized the man had likely been bitten. A closer inspection revealed a jagged tear in his bicep. The tissue was already turning gray and necrotic, a clear sign that the infection was taking hold. Without a word, Tiu Dong leveled his handgun, pressing the cold barrel firmly against Tangcheat's temple. "You're infected," Tiu Dong stated flatly. The color drained from Tangcheat's face as a wave of sheer terror washed over him. The man immediately fell into a desperate plea, reaching out a trembling hand toward Tu Dung with eyes full of sorrow. Brother Dung, please don't. Spare me. I have information you need to hear. Tu Dung's jaw tightened. He knew how manipulative people could be, so he kept his tone lethal and distant. Spit it out, but don't you dare take another step toward me. Realizing there was no running from his fate, Tang Cheat's bravado shattered into genuine grief. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke honestly under the shadow of the gun. I know I'm a goner, Brother Dung. It won't be long before I lose my mind and turn into one of those things. He sounded like a man finally unburdening his soul of all its hidden agony. His face contorted with despair as the tears flowed freely. But that snake Duongdao. He's taken my wife and my little boy. He's using them as leverage, trying to force me to trick you and hand over all your stockpiled food. He swallowed hard and continued, Brother Dung, I've never claimed to be a saint, but I've never been a monster. My family is innocent in all of this. It was a tragic, heart-wrenching confession, yet Tu Dung remained a statue of cold indifference, his finger steady on the trigger. But Tang Cheat wasn't finished. Those animals will destroy my family if I don't return. Their end will be far more horrific than mine. I'm begging you. Please, look after them. Think of it as payment for all the help I gave you with the supplies. Tu Dung's eyes narrowed as a fierce internal debate played out in his mind. Even if he was only in it for the profit, Tu Dung mused privately, objectively speaking, he was the key to securing my resources. He glanced over his shoulder, acknowledging his growing community standing near the gate. He saw San San, Old Han, and the mechanical team. The fortress is massive, Tu Dung calculated. And right now, the gender ratio is heavily skewed toward the men. We could use more hands. Suddenly, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. A subtle, victorious smirk touched his lips as he glanced at the holographic panel. A quest reward? And it looks like this opportunity pays out even better than expected. A new notification appeared. System quest triggered. The last request. Objective: rescue Truong Tang Cheat's wife and son, 0. Reward: 25 points. Below it, his current progress updated. Objective: street sweep, 70 complete. Reward: 10 points. Decision made. Tu Dung finally lowered his weapon and met Tang Cheat's gaze. Rest easy. I'll handle Duongdao and get your family to safety. Tang Cheat had been bracing for a no hearing Tu Dung's promise. He nearly collapsed from the weight of his gratitude, sobbing uncontrollably. Truly? You mean it, Brother Dung? Driven by a sudden, profound respect, Tang Cheat abandoned his pride and dropped to his knees, kowtowing until his forehead struck the pavement. Brother Dung, I could never pay you back in this lifetime. I swear, if there's a next life, I'll be your servant until the end of time. After his display of gratitude, Tang Cheat slumped over, exhausted. He curled into a ball, bracing himself for the inevitable bullet to the brain. Brother Dung, end it now. I'm ready. Tu Dung stood silent for a few moments, watching him. Finally, Tu Dung asked, and what? Tang Cheat squeezed his eyes shut, hopeless tears streaming down his face. Kill me. I don't want to turn into a monster and end up hunting my own family. It was clear that despite his flaws, Tang Cheat's loyalty to his blood was absolute. Tu Dung's expression softened slightly. He was genuinely surprised to find a kernel of honor in the man. After a brief pause, he made a choice. He turned to San San. San San, go grab one of the bicycles from the shed and bring it here. San San's jaw dropped in confusion. Huh? Really? Tu Dung slung his rifle over his shoulder and looked down at the dying man. Get moving. Pedal as far away from here as you can. Stick to the outskirts. Avoid any crowded areas. Tang Cheat looked up dazed. But why? Tu Dung turned away. Don't waste time asking questions. You don't have much of it left. Use it wisely. Tang Cheat understood. He bowed his head one last time, a small, peaceful smile touching his lips. Understood. Thank you for everything, Brother Dung. Minutes later, Tang Cheat was pedaling furiously away from the base, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the only sanctuary left in the city. Time was slipping through his fingers. The infection had already claimed his left eye, turning the surrounding skin a mottled purple. He pushed through the pain, his mind focused solely on his family, Tiulu. So I. Though his past was shaded, his final journey was undeniably tragic. The virus had fully blackened one eye, asserting its control over his nervous system, but the man within still struggled for one last moment of humanity. Back at the gates, the air was heavy with the smell of decay as the team piled the zombie remains into a central heap under Tiu Dung's direction. The work was grueling, and everyone was worn thin. Once the pile was high enough, Tiu Dung doused the heap in gasoline, ensuring it was thoroughly soaked. He struck a single match and tossed it. Flames roared to life, consuming the corpses in a massive pyre that sent thick, black smoke spiraling into the sky. The group watched the fire in silence, though not Min turned his back, grumbling, "Man, I'm absolutely beat." Having cleared the quest and seasoned his team, Tiu Dung began his debrief. "Based on what I've seen, 2 or 3 of you working together with melee weapons can handle a lone crawler without getting a scratch. The system updated. Quest. Street sweep complete. Points plus 10. Balance, 28. However, Tiu Dung warned, his voice turning grim, "Do not get cocky. A pack of these things will still tear you apart in seconds." The reality of their situation sank in, and the team's faces darkened. Tiu Dung turned toward the interior. "Come with me," he commanded. San San and Truong Chi shared a look of surprise, wondering what else he had in store. A few moments later, the entire group stood before the massive, reinforced doors of the primary warehouse. Tiu Dung stood at the front, with Old Han and San San flanking him, while the mechanical team trailed behind. Tiu Dung waited for Old Han to step forward, then turned to him with a look of trust. "Mr. Han." The old man nodded instantly. "I'm here, Tiu Dung. What's on your mind?" Tiu Dung pressed a heavy key into the old man's palm. "This bay holds our surplus arsenal. I have to head into the city tonight, and I'm leaving the security of this fortress in your hands." Old Han took the key, his brow furrowed with concern. "The city is a literal war zone right now. You're really going in there alone?" Truong Chi and Tiu Kai stepped forward eagerly, their eyes bright with the need to help. "Brother Dung, let us go with you. We can watch your back." Not Min, however, remained in the shadows, silent and brooding. Tiu Dung shook his head. "Not this time. You guys aren't ready for the city swarm yet. You'd just be another variable I'd have to protect." He turned back to Old Han. "I'm counting on you, sir." Old Han gripped his AK rifle and gave a firm nod. "I've got it. Just make sure you come back in one piece." With the base secured, Tiu Dung packed a selection of tactical gear and weapons into his car and sped off into the darkening city. He checked his HUD, system mall, empty, empty, empty. Manual refresh cost, 2 points. Tiu Dung frowned at the slow restock timer. "I can't wait for a natural refresh. I need better gear for this run." Without hesitation, he tapped the refresh button. "This rescue mission is going to be high risk. I'm not taking any chances." The shop shimmered as new items appeared. Manual refresh, minus 2 points. Balance, 26. 1. Prototype Tech Crate LVL1, minus 20 points. 2. Samaritan Supply Pack LVL1, minus 5 points. 3. Tactical Armory Crate LVL1, minus 5 points. Manual refresh cost, next 4 points. Tiu Dung winced at the price jump. "Damn, the refresh cost doubles every time. I really need to start being more careful with these points." He rubbed his chin. "But that tech crate looks too good to pass up. And I have just enough." He tapped the icon for the 20-point chest. The confirmation flashed. Prototype Tech Crate LVL1 acquired, minus 20 points. Remaining balance, 6, in the passenger seat of the moving car. The physical crate manifested, erupting with a brilliant, blinding light that filled the entire cabin. The final notification scrolled past. Crate opened. Reward, Tier 5 Physical Enhancement Serum, Quantity, 1. Tiu Dung squinted through the glare, shielding his eyes with one hand. "Gah, what was that? A flashbang? My eyes are ringing." He stared at the sleek, futuristic syringe in his hand, his eyes wide with shock. "Holy, a +5 physical enhancement? This changes everything." Without a second's delay, Kwang Tiu Dung took the plunge. Without a second thought, he drove the needle deep into his muscle, depressing the plunger until every drop of the serum was coursing through his veins. As the potent liquid merged with his blood, Tiu Dung felt a violent eruption of power. His metabolism kicked into overdrive, his eyes washed out into a brilliant, ethereal white glow. Static electricity crackled around him, making his hair stand on end as he underwent a lightning-fast evolution. The system HUD flickered to life, displaying his new stats: combat analysis, physical attribute, 13,260 of human peak. Skills active, mind's eye, spatial ring. The scene shifts to the high-rise complex where Truong Tangchi lived. Deep within the labyrinthine apartment building, is the bedroom belonging to young So-I. Tang Cheat's wife and son were currently barricaded inside, prisoners in their own home. Though physically unharmed, the two were trembling. Teula held her sobbing son close, whispering reassurances. Don't cry, So-I. Your father is coming for us. He'll be here soon. But her hope was cut short. The door was kicked open with a deafening bang. Duong Dao and one of his thugs barged in, their faces twisted with predatory intent. Teula pulled her son behind her, her voice trembling with terror. What are you doing? Get out. Duong Dao began his sickening display of dominance. He stepped into her personal space, reaching out to stroke her hair with a brazen, oily smirk. What do I want? I'm just looking for a little comfort in a cold world, he purred. Beside him, the lackey licked his lips, his eyes roving over her with animal hunger. In an instant, they lunged. Tuli's outer shirt was torn away, exposing her shoulders as she cried out in a mix of shame and helplessness. No. Please stop. The situation turned brutal. Duong Dao and a tall thug in a white shirt pinned the poor woman to the floor. While Duong Dao held her down, the other man laughed, shredding the rest of her jacket. Little So-I threw himself at the men, his tiny fists flailing in a desperate attempt to save his mother, but he was easily tossed aside. Tuli's screams for mercy echoed through the room. It seemed the collapse of society had stripped these men of their last shred of humanity, leaving only demons behind. Just then, a heavy shadow fell across the doorway. A new figure stood there, watching the chaos. This was the leader of their pack, a man named Lai. He watched the assault with a detached, bored expression, scratching his neck. What's with all the racket? He asked. The thug in the white shirt looked up, his face flushed with perversion. Brother Lai. Perfect timing. Get over here and take a turn. To the family's immense relief, the blonde-haired leader didn't join in. He narrowed his eyes and barked, knock it off. We aren't done yet. Eyes on the prize, idiots. Let her go. The white shirt thug snarled in frustration, his momentum ruined. Are you serious? It's not like we haven't done this before. Why the sudden halo? Lai frowned, his voice dripping with icy logic as he schooled his impatient subordinates. If you break her now and she decides to end it, Tang Cheat loses his only reason to cooperate. If he has nothing to lose, he becomes a loose cannon we can't control. No one gets paid if the deal goes south, got it, moron? Lai leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, casting a vile look at the mother and son. Wait until the job is done. Then she's all yours. We won't let her have a moment's rest after that. Grumbling, Duong Dao and the other man stood up. The white shirt thug hitched up his pants, muttering, fine, whatever. Ruined the damn mood. The three scoundrels filed out of the room. Before the door closed, Duong Dao turned back, pulling his eyelids down and sticking out his tongue in a childish, mocking gesture. See you soon, sweetheart. Left alone in the dim room, Teula clutched her son, her body racking with violent shudders. So-I buried his face in her lap, rubbing his tear-stained eyes in the dark. Outside, night had completely swallowed the city, turning the streets into a graveyard of stalled vehicles. A solitary pair of headlights cut through the gloom. In the shadows, the twisted silhouettes of the infected wandered aimlessly, searching for life. Kwang Tu-dung sat behind the wheel, his mind racing through his next moves. He gripped the steering wheel, marveling at his new baseline. 13 points. I've more than doubled my strength. My reflexes and fine motor control feel infinite. His car danced through the wreckage on the highway, weaving through tight gaps with surgical precision. He felt a surge of exhilaration. The world seemed to move in slow motion compared to his enhanced perception. He approached a major intersection where a pileup of overturned cars blocked the path. There were no living souls in sight, only the hungry dead, lurking in the shadows for a chance to feed. Tu-dung pulled to the curb and killed the engine. He slipped out of the driver's seat, clicking the door shut with a muffled metallic snap. He surveyed the skyline and whispered to himself, the inner city is too dense for a vehicle. Too much noise. I'll have to finish this on foot. No sooner had he spoken than a wet, guttural snarl erupted from the darkness beside him. He spun around just as two shadows lunged from the gloom. Driven by a frantic, starving madness, the zombies attacked with surprising speed, their jaws unhinged and ready to tear into him. The suddenness of the ambush made Tu-dung's heart skip a beat as he pivoted. But these creatures were slow-motion relics compared to his new self. With the grace of a feather caught in a breeze, Tu-dung glided to the side, letting the lead zombie's claws rake through empty air. The monster hissed in frustration as it overextended. Before it could recover, Tu Dong's hand shot out, seizing the creature's shoulder. He coiled his muscles like a spring, and with a sharp, explosive burst of power, he literally tore the arm and shoulder from the zombie's torso, sending it reeling into a daze. He followed through with a powerful shove, launching the mangled creature into its companion. They tumbled into a heap of rotting limbs while Tu Dong dropped into a perfect combat stance. Cool and collected, Tu Dong reached into the air. His eyes turned cold and murderous as he tapped into his spatial storage. As the two zombies scrambled to their feet, his black blade materialized in his hand, shimmering under the streetlights. He looked at them with the arrogance of a predator facing prey. He was the storm, and they were merely dust. He moved like a phantom, a blur of steel and shadow. 3 silver flashes cut through the dark. Slash, slash, slash. He came to a halt, sheathing the air. Behind him, 2 heads slid from their necks, hitting the pavement with a heavy thud-thud. The bodies didn't even have time to register their own demise. Standing in the glow of his headlights, Tu Dong checked the edge of his blade. The power, the speed. It's a total slaughter. Is this what it feels like to be superhuman? He mused with a smirk. His evolution hadn't just changed his muscles, his senses were now hyper-tuned. He tilted his head, his ears picking up a faint, rhythmic vibration from several blocks away. My perception range has exploded, he realized. Wait. Someone's in trouble. He zeroed in on the source of the noise, a dense residential district. Roughly 800 meters out. Suddenly, the system flared, random quest triggered. Mission, the chance encounter. The scene shifts to the heart of the distress call. A small neighborhood market was under siege. A swarm of zombies was battering against the glass storefront, some clawing at the frame while others used their skulls as battering rams. Inside, a panicked voice cried out, "They're going to break through. We're trapped." A lone security guard, clutching a shotgun, stood in the center of the aisles. He barked orders at the survivors, desperate to hold the line. Move. Pile the crates. Anything heavy, get it to the door now. A father and son were frantically pushing a heavy display shelf toward the entrance. The young boy, his face wet with tears, looked up at his father. Dad, are we going to die? The man, drenched in sweat and shaking from exhaustion, tried to force a brave smile. No, son. They can't get through. We're safe. Then, his voice dropped to a hopeless whisper, and if they do, at least we'll see your mother again. The boy wailed at the mention of his mother, his spirit breaking. Seeing this, the security guard snapped at the man. Damn it, Old Tong. Read the room. You're scaring the kid half to death. Old Tong spun around, his eyes wild with stress. Talk? You want me to talk pretty? If I was good at talking, I wouldn't be stuck in this hellhole. The guard turned back to the door, his bravado fading into a bitter whisper. Lord, is this really how it ends for me? Just as the survivors were resigning themselves to the end, the sound of the swarm changed. Instead of the rhythmic thudding on the glass, there was a sudden, violent commotion, the sounds of something fighting back. The sudden change in volume made everyone jump. A woman in the group dove behind a counter for cover. The guard leveled his gun, shouting, "What the hell is happening out there?" Suddenly, the back of a zombie's head slammed into the glass door with enough force to spiderweb the pane. It was a sickening, wet sound. The father and son recoiled in horror. The boy fell backward, tripping over a basket while Old Tong stood frozen, his eyes glued to the door. A thick, dark smear of blood began to slide down the glass, painting a gruesome curtain across their only view of the outside world. Over the next 30 minutes, a steady succession of crimson smears painted the glass door. Eventually, an eerie silence settled over the area. The security guard was drenched in sweat from the sheer terror of the standoff. Gasping for air, he whispered urgently, "Huff. Huff. Old Tong Tu-hien. Help me clear these heavy barricades away." The woman nearby trembled, her eyes wide with dread. Keeping his shotgun leveled in case a monster burst through, the guard commanded, "Head for the elevator. Stay absolutely silent." Old Tong and his son gripped the heavy desk, straining their muscles while nodding silently as they shuffled across the floor. Once the entrance was finally cleared, the guard cautiously nudged the door open and peeked out to survey the carnage. To his amazement, the horde that had been besieging them was out cold. Every single one lay motionless on the pavement. The 2 men, the woman, and the young boy emerged slowly from the supermarket, their eyes darting around the wasteland. Old Tong adjusted a heavy steel pipe on his shoulder, his voice shaking. What happened here? Who could have taken them all out? Young Tu-hien's expression shifted to one of pure awe and fear. The boy tightened his grip on his makeshift weapon and cried out, "It's a mutant. A real mutant did this." Confused by his son's outburst, Old Tong barked back, "Mutant? What on earth are you talking about?" Little Tu Hien, with tears still glimmering in his eyes, gritted his teeth and insisted, "Dad, they're way stronger and faster than normal zombies. They're leveled up killers." He brandished his pipe. "That's how it works in all the comics and games." Dismissing the boy's theory as nonsense, the father snapped, "Comics and games. You fill your head with that junk every day, no wonder you're failing all your classes." On the other side, the guard remained hyper-focused, his weapon steady. He turned and hissed at the bickering pair. "Old Tong, your situational awareness is zero. We're in a death zone and you're arguing about grades? Move. Stay sharp or one of those mutants will rip your head off." The group of four huddled together, weapons drawn, and began their trek into the open street. The guard took point, whispering, "Watch your sectors. We're heading for the safe zone." Moments later, they reached a jagged street corner. The guard raised a hand, signaling for silence and a halt. They peered cautiously around the bend, gasping in unison, "Wait, what is that?" Their eyes landed on Kwang Tiu Dung, who was standing casually in the middle of the road, focused on a glowing holographic panel only he could see. The system chimed, "Rescue mission, success. Points earned, +5. Current balance, 11. Little Tu Hien leaned forward, squinting to get a better look at Tiu Dung. "That's him. That's the mutant," he whispered excitedly. The guard wasn't convinced. He scrutinized the young man from head to toe. "Looks like a normal guy to me," he muttered. Even though they were a fair distance away and whispering, Tiu Dung's enhanced senses caught every word. He tilted his head, glancing back at the four survivors playing amateur detective. "A mutant? Haha, you've got quite the imagination, kid. It's a bit early in the apocalypse for actual mutants to be roaming around." Seeing him speak, the guard finally lowered his weapon. He offered a friendly, relieved smile and approached Tiu Dung. "Well, look at that, a survivor." He gestured with his gun, offering a paternal warning. "Listen, kid, wandering these streets alone is a suicide mission. We need to stick together if we want to make it. Come on, fall in with us." Tiu Dung was mildly surprised by the man's genuine concern. "Who are you guys? Is it just the four of you?" he asked. The guard kept scanning the perimeter as they moved. "We're a scavenge team. There's a larger group of civilians holed up over at Dung Hung Yuyan." Tiu Dung's interest was piqued at the mention of the location. "Dung Hung Yuyan? Isn't the Kim Dukfu estate just a block away from there?" Old Tong stepped up, eager to help. "Spot on. It's just around the corner." Since Tiu Dung was an unknown variable, the two men tried to win him over. Old Tong clapped a hand on Tiu Dung's shoulder. "Join us, little brother. Safety in numbers, right? Captain Lai here is armed, and we know how to handle these freaks. We'll keep you safe." Captain Lai puffed out his chest, clearly proud of his firearm. Tiu Dung suppressed a smirk, unsure of how to respond to being protected by them. He settled for a bright smile and a vigorous nod. "Haha, sounds like a plan. I appreciate the help." A short while later, the group, now 5 strong, began their journey toward the base. The original 4 were on high alert, weapons raised and eyes scanning every shadow. Tiu Dung followed at a leisurely pace, looking like he was out for a Sunday stroll. Old Tong leaned in and whispered to Tiu Dung, "Hey kid, you asked about Kim Dukfu. You looking for someone special there?" Tiu Dung didn't feel like sharing his life story. He gave a non-committal MHM and looked away, signaling he wasn't in the mood to talk. Old Tong, however, was persistent. He stopped and turned fully around. "Family? Or maybe a girlfriend?" Tiu Dung remained silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Mistaking the silence for grief, Old Tong patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Look, it's a nightmare out there. Whoever you're looking for, there's a good chance they didn't make it. You've got to toughen up and face that reality." Overhearing the conversation, Old Lai called back bitterly, "He's right. And even if the zombies don't get him, those damn animals will." Tiu Dung caught the venom in the guard's voice. "Animals? What do you mean?" Old Lai spat on the ground as he described the predators in the city. A pack of thugs took over the Bitch Tweesun villas to the east. They're vultures, they prey on other survivors just to hoard more for themselves. His lip twitched with rage. "We've lost good people to those bastards." Just as he spoke, a dark, snarling silhouette emerged from the shadows ahead, baring its yellowed teeth. Old Lai, still caught up in his anger, didn't see it. He waved a dismissive hand. "Whatever. Point is, trust no one." Little Tu Hien spotted the threat first. The boy shrieked in terror, "Uncle Lai. Watch out. The shout nearly made Old Lai jump out of his skin. A zombie with a sickly, rotting green face lunged, its claws reaching for the guard's throat. Old Lai spun around just in time, stumbling back as he leveled his shotgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The roar of the gun echoed through the desolate street. The zombie collapsed instantly, its head shattered by the blast. Old Lai's chest heaved as the adrenaline surged. He gripped his gun with white knuckles and spat, "Damn it all." But the danger was only beginning. The noise of the shot had acted like a dinner bell for every monster in the vicinity. The gunshot. "Every rotter for blocks is going to be on us now," he yelled. As the shuffling sounds of an approaching horde grew louder, Old Lai's bravado crumbled. He began to pace frantically, his eyes darting around the street. "What do we do? Where do we go? Stay calm, everyone. Stay calm." Scanning the area, he spotted a stalled transit bus. "There. Follow me." He took off, leading the frantic group toward the vehicle. "Get inside the bus. Move, move, move." He barked as the others scrambled after him. Tiu Dung followed quietly at the rear. Tiu Dung decided to stay in the background for now, observing the group's instincts. Running might draw more of them, he thought, but an enclosed bus provides a decent bottleneck for defense. The only risk is getting pinned inside with no exit. He nodded to himself. Decent call under pressure. I'll give him a 70. In a heartbeat, the others had vanished inside the bus. The guard, showing his true colors, held the door open for Tiu Dung despite the danger. "Kid, get your ass in here. Faster." A zombie was closing in on Tiu Dung's heels as he put on a burst of speed. Tiu Dung blurred past Old Lai, leaping into the bus with the speed of a predator. The moment he was inside, Old Lai slammed the folding doors shut and latched them. He didn't miss a beat, barking at the boy Tu Hien. "Check under every seat. Make sure we're not sharing this ride with any lurkers." Tu Hien pressed his face against the window, his voice trembling. "They aren't stopping, Uncle Lai. They're surrounding us." The first wave reached the bus, their horrific faces pressing against the glass. They began a rhythmic, terrifying pounding on the metal. Old Lai's face went pale. "Damn it. Were we too slow?" The bus began to rock under the weight of the growing crowd. Dozens of gray, stiff arms battered the sides of the vehicle. The groans of the undead intensified as they crowded the entrance. Old Lai groaned, leaning his entire weight against the door. I can't hold it. It's too much." He was losing the battle. He braced his boots against the floor, but the sheer force from outside was winning. A rotting arm forced its way through a gap in the door, prying it open. For a split second, Old Lai saw his life flash before his eyes. Suddenly, Tiu Dung's hand slammed against the door frame right next to his head. The guard blinked in shock as the young man stepped in. With what looked like zero effort, Tiu Dung gave a sharp, one-handed shove. The door slammed shut with a thunderous clang, severing the zombie's reaching arm. Old Lai stood frozen, staring at Tiu Dung in disbelief. As the realization set in, the guard's jaw dropped. How on earth? He thought, how can one kid be that strong? Kwang Tiu Dung, his hand still clamping the bus door shut, turned a freezing gaze toward Old Lai and barked, "I'll hold this shut, they aren't getting in. Tell everyone to smash the side glass and strike back now. A second's delay will cost us everything." Old Lai snapped out of his daze, pivoting toward the rear of the bus. He scrambled over the seats, stammering in a panicked rush, right. On it." Acting on Tiu Dung's command, Old Lai shattered a window pane, the sharp crack instantly drawing the attention of every monster outside. In a heartbeat, the entire swarm converged on the broken window. They let out a chorus of hollow groans, their gray hands battering the side of the bus in a frantic frenzy. Suddenly, the lead zombie was silenced by a heavy iron pipe driven straight through its skull, cutting its roar short. Old Tong had leaned out of the opening, plunging his makeshift spear into the nearest creature. He gnashed his teeth, snarling with raw fury. "Go back to hell." Back in the aisle, Tu Hien and the woman were anchoring Old Tong's legs so he wouldn't fall out. Old Lai stood behind them, his shotgun leveled at the gap. As the pressure from the horde intensified, his face paled with anxiety. "There's too many of them," he shouted. "I don't have enough shells for this." "Then use this." Tiu Dung's voice cut through the chaos, sounding right beside Old Lai's ear. Startled, the guard blinked. "A crossbow? Where the hell did you find that?" Kwang Tiu Dung stood there, holding the bus door immovable with a single hand while offering the weapon to Old Lai with the other. He tossed the crossbow to the guard with a casual shrug. "Just picked it up off the pavement earlier." Old Lai caught it clumsily, staring at the weapon in disbelief. He didn't hesitate for long. The next zombie to reach the window took a bolt directly through the temple. With proper hardware in hand, Old Tong and Old Life found their courage. They leaned out of the windows, one crushing skulls, the other sniping, and within moments, the swarm was decimated. Only a few stragglers remained, twitching on the asphalt. Old Tong let out a triumphant holler, "Come on then. Who's next?" A few minutes passed, and the last of the groans faded into the night. Only then did the 5 survivors finally feel safe enough to step back out onto the street. Young Tu Hien brandished his bat, his eyes gleaming with a mix of adrenaline and pride. Cheating death twice isn't luck. We're the main characters of this apocalypse. Nearby, Tu Dung stretched his arm, which had been acting as a human deadbolt for the door. He gave the boy a stern, icy look. "Don't get cocky. Carelessness is a death sentence in this world. Don't let your guard down again." Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the fortress. The night was deep and still. Not Min paced the floor, his voice low with feigned concern. "I hope Tu Dung isn't running into too much trouble out there." Inside the stronghold, Old Han, San San, and the rest were wrapping up a meeting to head to bed. Not Min stepped forward, addressing Old Han. "Hey, I'll handle the night watch tonight. You guys go on ahead." The chubby Tu Kai raised an eyebrow at the sudden offer. He gave Not Min a playful nudge. "Since when did you become such a hard worker?" Not Min flinched, shooting Tu Kai a venomous look. He snapped back, his voice sharp with unprovoked anger. "Shut it. I've always done my part. Mind your own business for once." Tu Kai stood there, stunned by the outburst. He bit his lip, turning away and stretching his arms as if he didn't care. "Fine, man. Relax. Why so touchy?" Not Min didn't answer, his eyes burning into Tu Kai's back. Seeing the volunteer, Old Han relented. "All right, if you're up for it, the rest of us will head in. Get some rest." He added a final warning, "Stay alert. If you see anything, wake the house immediately." Not Min gave a quick nod. "Got it covered." The hours ticked by until the base was draped in total silence. Not Min sat on guard, the lone figure awake in the fortress. He shifted restlessly, glancing toward the living quarters. Finally, he whispered to the shadows. "Everyone should be dead to the world by now." Abandoning his post, Not Min crept down from the tower. "Can't waste a second," he muttered. "I have to finish this before Kwang Tu Dung shows his face again." In his room, Old Han was in a deep sleep. He had tucked the armory key, the one Tu Dung trusted him with, right under the edge of his pillow for safekeeping. A sliver of light cut across the bedspread as the bedroom door slowly groaned open. The guard tower was empty. Not Min was no longer watching for monsters. He was the monster, creeping into Old Han's private quarters. He nudged the door wider, his eyes reflecting a sinister light as he tracked the old man's rhythmic breathing. The treacherous youth glided toward the bed. Holding his breath, he reached a trembling hand toward the silver key peeking out from the pillow. He steadied his nerves and made his move. Old Han remained motionless, but as Not Min's fingers brushed the key, he accidentally made contact with the old man's skin. Old Han's eyes snapped open. He bolted upright, shouting, "Who's there? What are you doing?" Panic flared in Not Min's eyes. Caught in the act, he snarled, "Damn it," and delivered a brutal punch to Old Han's temple, sending the old man reeling. Before the elder could recover, Not Min snatched the key from the bed. Clutching the prize, he bolted for the exit. Old Han, dazed and struggling with his age, couldn't give chase. He let out a desperate cry, "Look, Not Min. You little traitor. Come back here with that key." The shout shattered the silence of the base. San San and Truongchi burst from their rooms, rubbing sleep from their eyes. "What happened? What's all the shouting about?" San San asked, her heart racing. Old Han slumped against the wall, a dark bruise already forming on his brow. "Not Min. He hit me and stole the armory key. You have to catch him before he does something crazy." San San and the boys didn't hesitate, sprinting after the traitor. Truongchi yelled, "Stop right there," while Tu Kai, huffing and puffing, shouted, "Min, what the hell is wrong with you?" Not Min ignored them, his feet pounding against the metal floor. Realizing they were gaining on him, he kicked over a heavy ladder and some crates, creating a chaotic barricade to stall his pursuers. The group skidded to a halt, blocked by the debris. Truongchi slammed his fist against a crate, his face red with fury. "That low-life snake." As Not Min fled, he passed the infirmary. He skidded to a stop, a dark thought crossing his mind as he looked at the door. A twisted, desperate grin spread across his face. He glanced over his shoulder at the approaching footsteps and whispered, "I've gone too far to turn back now. It's all or nothing." He stepped into the cold room where Tran Sung remained bound to the gurney. Not Min approached the struggling figure with hesitant, shaky steps. Detecting a presence, the zombie thrashed and let out a guttural snarl. Not Min reached for the heavy restraints on the zombie's pale, bloated arm. Suddenly, Transung's left hand snapped the frayed rope and lunged, claws nearly grazing Not Min's throat. The zombie shrieked in a terrifying, rasping tone. Not Min recoiled, stumbling back with a yelp. Jesus. He stared at the free arm, watching the monster struggle to break the remaining cords. He paused, his fear turning into curiosity. The binding is already loose? Did they mess up the knots that badly? A dark shadow crossed his face as he realized the opportunity. He smirked wickedly to himself. Perfect. I won't even have to get close enough to risk a bite. Having cleared the hallway, San San and the boys finally reached the infirmary. They skidded to a stop, seeing a tall, hunched figure standing in the doorway. Truong-Chi's blood ran cold as he recognized the silhouette. That bastard Not Min. He actually let Transung out. Does he want to get us all killed? Transung had completely transformed into a gaunt, pale shadow of his former self. He stood swaying before his friends, his throat rattling with continuous, predatory growls. Old Han caught up, his face flushed with a mix of worry and white-hot rage as he cursed the traitor. Damn it. I never imagined that boy was such a snake. I completely misread his character. San San huddled near her grandfather, her voice trembling as she watched the monster that was once Transung. What's the plan, Grandpa? He's blocking the way and our gear is locked in the vault. Old Han's gaze hardened. No matter the cost, we have to herd that boy back into the infirmary first. Old Han took a deep breath to steady the group and began barking out a tactical plan. He signaled Truong-Chi and Tu Kai with a sharp hand gesture, pincer movement. Remember what Tu Dung taught us. Stay light on your feet, don't let him get close enough for a scratch. The 4 survivors crept forward, closing the distance inch by inch. They moved like ghosts, hearts pounding in the silence. Transung remained stationary, oblivious to the trap being set. Suddenly, Old Han's voice cut through the air. Strike now. At the signal, Truong-Chi and Man San San lunged forward with explosive speed, catching the zombie completely off guard. Thanks to Tu Dung's rigorous drills, Truong-Chi's movements were fluid and precise. He locked his arms around Transung's head in a powerful hold, gritting his teeth as he exerted every ounce of strength. Huh, got you. Tu Kai and San San dove in simultaneously, pinning the creature's flailing arms to its sides. Transung was now fully immobilized, letting out a series of hollow, frustrated shrieks. He's pinned. Truong-Chi shouted over the noise. Hold the line. Old Han kicked the infirmary door wide. Careful now, he urged, his voice tight with tension. Shove him back inside. Working in perfect harmony, the group forced the thrashing monster into the room. Old Han counted down, 3, 2, 1, push. Truong-Chi gave a final, violent heave. Get in there. With one last coordinated effort, they sent Transung stumbling back into the room. Truong-Chi slammed the door and threw the bolt home, exhaling a massive sigh of relief as the immediate threat was neutralized. Old Han stared at the silhouette through the door's small window, a look of confusion crossing his face. Truong-Chi shared the sentiment, looking down at his hands. Is it just me, Truong-Chi wondered aloud, or was he surprisingly easy to handle? I expected a much harder fight. Old Han nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. I felt it too. It was almost as if he wasn't resisting with full strength. With the zombie contained, the reality of their situation flooded back. Old Han turned away from the door, his face darkening as he thought of Not Min. Damn that rat. While we were distracted here, that traitor has likely already cracked the armory. Oh, please, a smug voice echoed down the hallway. Who are you calling a traitor? Not Min stepped into the light, a mocking grin plastered on his face. His expression soured as he glanced down at the lone handgun in his grip. Stupid luck, he spat. I couldn't find where that bastard Tu Dung stashed the real heavy hitters. The vault was practically empty except for this. The betrayal was now total. Not Min leveled the pistol at his former friends, his ego swelling with the newfound power. Doesn't matter. One gun is plenty to keep you lot in line. Once I've dealt with you, I'll take my time picking this place apart. He gestured sharply with the barrel. Move. Into the back room, all of you. Truong-Chi's blood boiled. He stepped forward, shouting at the boy he once called a friend. Not Min. Have you lost your mind? Brother Dung saved your life. He gave us a home. Not Min's face twisted into a mask of resentment. He kept the gun steady, his voice dripping with venom. A favor is just another word for a debt I never asked for. Did you see the way he looked down at us? Just because he pulled us out of the gutter doesn't mean we're his property. I'm done being a lapdog. Old Hans spat on the floor, his eyes filled with loathing. Some people are just born rotten. You're a parasite, biting the very hand that kept you fed. Kai looked at his friend with genuine sadness, pleading one last time. Min, stop this. This isn't you. Inside the infirmary, Transung watched the confrontation through the glass. He seemed to track the argument, his clouded eyes following not Min as the traitor barked, enough talk. Get moving before I lose my patience. Transung's demeanor shifted. An unnatural red glow flickered in his pupils, and thick, black veins began to throb violently beneath his pale skin. In a bizarre turn of events, the keys to the room were now clutched in the zombie's cold fingers. Outside, Not Min remained oblivious, continuing his power trip. I said move. Now. The scene shifts to the urban sprawl of Donghong Yuan. The survivors Tu Dung had assisted were finally catching their breath after the skirmish. Old Lai leaned in, pointing toward the horizon to guide Tu Dung. Just ahead. Cross one more intersection and you'll hit Kim Dukfu. Be careful in there, the layout is a nightmare, perfect for those things to set in ambush. The grizzled guard offered a rare, genuine smile. Once you find whoever you're looking for, head back to our camp. We're holed up on the 8th floor. Use the side entrance, it's tucked away and much safer than the main lobby. Don't forget. Tu Dung gave a confident thumbs up, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smirk. Understood. Thanks for the tip. As Tu Dung disappeared into the shadows, Old Tong turned to his partner. Shouldn't we go with him? He's just one guy. Old Lai shook his head grimly. We don't know the density of the horde in there. One wrong turn and we're lunch. It's too risky. Old Tong sighed, watching the empty street. Then he's walking into a slaughterhouse. They clearly had no idea of the power Tu Dung truly wielded. Old Lai let out a regretful sigh, closing his eyes. We did what we could. It's a shame. He had the kind of strength that could have really helped us survive the long haul. The scene shifts to the high-rise apartment complex where Tang Cheat's family was held. The ground floor was a sea of the restless dead, a grim mix of former residents shuffling aimlessly through pools of dried gore. Up above, Duong Dao's voice drifted through the hallway, laced with frustration. Useless. No signal, no bars. This phone is just a paperweight now. He leaned against a grimy wall, arms crossed. He looked exhausted and irritable. I wonder if Tang Cheat actually pulled it off, or if he just ran for it. The atmosphere among the thugs was becoming volatile. The man in the white shirt paced like a caged animal, his eyes darting toward the locked bedroom. I don't care about the plan anymore, he snapped at Duong Dao. I've been patient long enough. I need to blow off some steam tonight, or I'm going to lose it. The group loitered outside the room where Tu Lu and her son were trapped. Another henchman nodded in agreement. Tang Cheat is probably zombie chow by now anyway. Why wait? Duong Dao smirked, the idea taking root. Fine. But when you're done, tie her up tight. I don't want her taking the easy way out before I get my turn. The others laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Right. Enjoy today, because tomorrow isn't promised. Might as well live it up. Inside the room, every filthy word felt like a physical blow to Tu Lu. She clutched Soai to her chest, her body racking with silent, agonizing sobs as she realized the horror that was about to unfold. The ringleader, Lai, watched from the window and finally gave a dismissive wave. Fine, do what you want. Just make sure they stay alive. The thugs cheered, their eyes bright with malice. You got it, boss. You want first crack at her? Lai opened his mouth to respond, but a movement outside caught his eye. One of the men joked, if you're too slow, you're going to the back of the line. But the boss didn't hear him, his entire body had gone rigid. Below him, the courtyard that was filled with zombies just moments ago was now a graveyard. The creatures lay in mangled heaps, their remains scattered across the pavement in a gruesome display of precision violence. Startled by a faint sound in the hall, Lai pulled his door open and stepped out. He looked toward the stairwell, his face pale with sudden apprehension. Is it the military? Did a rescue team actually make it in? He whispered. Suddenly, the air seemed to hum. His pupils dilated as a sense of impending doom washed over him. A blur of silver, faster than the human eye could track, whistled through the corridor. Flash. A thin, red line blossomed across the boss's throat. He didn't even have time to scream as the crimson spray painted the walls. His head slid from his shoulders, bouncing once before rolling away. His body remained upright for a heartbeat, a headless statue frozen in a state of eternal shock. Back inside the bedroom, The terror had reached a breaking point. Lu and her son were huddled in the corner, a fragile barrier of flesh and bone. As the door creaked open, she shielded So-I with her body, screaming at the silhouettes in the hall, "Stay back. Get away from us." The man in the white shirt stepped forward, unbuckling his belt with a slow, predatory grin. "Save your breath, honey. The games are over." He reached down and violently tore at her clothes while another thug grabbed So-I by the collar, dragging the screaming child toward the door. Tula fought like a wild animal. "No, put him down. Take me instead. Just let him go." Her plea was met with a brutal backhand that sent her spinning to the floor, her cheeks swelling instantly. So-I was tossed into the hallway like a piece of trash. He hit the floor hard, sobbing in pain. "Mom, no." The thug stood over her, his voice cold. "The kid is just a distraction. You're the main event." Despite the pain, So-I scrambled to his feet, his small face twisted with a mixture of terror and fierce defiance. He wiped his eyes, his voice trembling but resolute. "I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you." But what chance did a child like So-I have against grown men? He was violently shoved aside, his small body skidding across the cold floorboards. Slam! The cowards inside the room bolted the door shut. So-I glared at the wood with burning resentment, helpless, but to scream at the top of his lungs, "You monsters! Let my mom go. My dad is going to kill you for this." Just as he shouted, the headless remains of the boss slumped against the door with a sickening thud. The sudden noise made So-I jump back in fright. The boy turned his head and saw the mangled corpse lying in the hallway. The color drained from his face as he stared in paralyzed shock. Then a dark figure emerged from the shadows near the entrance, two sharp eyes glowing in the dim light. "Little one," the voice called. So-I, consumed by dread, shrieked, "Who's there?" Our hero, Kwang Tu-dung, had arrived in the nick of time. He stepped into the light with a calm, lethal confidence and asked, "Truong Tangcheat is your father, isn't he?" So-I was still trembling. He huddled against the wall, stammering through his tears, "Why yes, he is." Inside the bedroom, Tangcheat's wife was a portrait of despair. She sat huddled on the floor, desperately clutching her torn blouse to her chest, her head bowed as hot tears of humiliation fell. The vile Duong Dao lunged at her, delivering a brutal slap that rang through the room. "Damn it, scream," he roared. "Afraid your brat will hear you? Let it out. I want to hear you break." Despite the agony, the poor woman remained silent, biting her lip to spare her son from hearing her suffering. The white-shirt thug smirked, his face twisted with lust. He ran a hand through her hair, sneering, "If you won't make a sound, fine. I'll give you something to scream about." The woman could only weep in silence as the nightmare closed in. Just as the thug reached for her, the door was kicked off its hinges with a thunderous crash. A guy in a blue shirt at the back turned, confused. "That kid has some serious strength, doesn't he?" He actually broke the door down. Before he could blink, the same silver streak of light that claimed the boss's life whistled through the air, carving a lethal path through the man's throat. Noticing his subordinate standing unnaturally still, Duong Dao snapped, "Well, throw the brat out. What are you waiting for?" But the man in the blue shirt was already a ghost. His body slumped and his head slid away, rolling across the floor. The grisly sight instantly killed the thug's excitement. Duong Dao's eyes narrowed in shock. What the hell is this? Before he could react, Tu-dung's hand clamped onto his forehead with the speed of a striking cobra. Tu-dung's power was overwhelming. With a violent shove, he sent Duong Dao flying across the room, slamming him into a heavy cabinet with bone-shattering force. The impact was so severe that Duong Dao coughed up a spray of crimson, his eyes rolling back into his head as he collapsed in a heap. The ambush had been over in seconds. The remaining thug scrambled to pull up his pants, stuttering in terror. "Why you? Who the hell are you?" On the floor, Tangcheat's wife watched in stunned disbelief. Tu-dung didn't offer a word. He simply delivered a devastating kick, burying the sole of his boot deep into the man's face. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, the situation had reached a breaking point. Not Min stood with his weapon leveled at his own people, the air thick with tension. Old Han was fuming at the betrayal, but he knew he had to play it safe. He whispered to San, "Do as he says. Get to the back room." San glared at the traitor, arguing, "But Grandpa, Brother Dung wouldn't. Safety first." Old Han hissed, "He has the gun. Let's just buy some time." Not Min let out a cold laugh. "Buying time? Still looking for a loophole? I think I need to spill some blood today just to show everyone who's really in charge." He pressed the barrel of the gun against Old Han's forehead. With a sadistic grin, he whispered, "You first, you old fossil." San screamed in terror, "Grandpa, no." Truong-chi stepped forward, his face red with anger. "Stop this madness, not Min." Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted from the infirmary. The sounds of thrashing and metallic clanging from where zombie Transung was kept made everyone freeze. Not Min spun around, spooked. "What's that?" "The door is supposed to be locked." The lock on the infirmary door began to rattle and click. It looked as though a phantom hand was working the mechanism from within. The knob spun at an impossible speed, leaving the survivors outside wondering who could possibly be opening it. A second later, the door swung wide. The pale, hulking figure of zombie Transung stood in the threshold. The group watched in absolute silence, paralyzed by the sight. Their eyes dropped to the lock. A key was still stuck in it. "The key!" they gasped. "Did Transung? Did he unlock it himself?" Not Min's face went white. "No way. He's a mindless rotter. A monster can't use a key." But Transung ignored the others, his dead eyes locking onto Not Min with a terrifying focus. The traitor stumbled back, his bravado vanishing into pure panic. The zombie's snarl was different. It was laced with a trace of human fury. It was as if a sliver of his soul had clawed its way back to punish the betrayal. Desperate, Not Min aimed the gun at Transung's head and screamed, "Stay back. I don't care how you open that door, I'll put you down for good." He squeezed the trigger. Click. Silence followed. No roar of gunpowder, no muzzle flash. The traitor stared at the weapon, his voice trembling. "A dud? It's jammed? Why won't it fire?" In that moment of hesitation, Transung lunged. He tackled Not Min, pinning him to the ground. The traitor's screams filled the hall. "God, no. Help me. This can't be happening." The traitor met a gruesome end at the hands of the very friend he had abandoned. Crimson splattered against the walls as Transung, driven by a primal sense of justice, tore into the man who had betrayed the base. Transung finally stood up, his face a mask of gore, letting out a final, guttural grunt. He dragged Not Min's lifeless, mangled body across the floor, leaving a dark trail behind them. The rest of the team stood frozen, unable to process what they had just seen. Old Han's voice was a shaky whisper. "Can someone tell me? What just happened?" Truong-chi added, "When we fought him earlier, he was so much weaker." Transung exhaled a long, heavy breath, his features still stained with the traitor's blood. He began walking toward Old Han and the others. The group recoiled, the stench of blood making Old Han cover his face in disgust. Instead of attacking, Transung reached for the door lock. He plucked the key from the slot with a steady hand. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he tossed the key toward them. He didn't even watch where it landed, turning his back on them with a strange, somber dignity. The key skittered across the floor, stopping at the feet of Old Han and Truong-chi. They stared down at it, then back at the monster. Without another word, Transung stepped back into his hospital room and slammed the door shut, locking himself back in. The four survivors, Old Han, San, Tiu Kai, and Truong-chi, were left in stunned silence. They couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that a zombie had just saved them, showing a sense of loyalty that the living traitor had lacked. Back at Tang Cheat's apartment, Tiu Dung had fully secured the scene. Duong Dao and the white-shirt thug were bound tightly in the corner. Tiu Dung stood quietly, watching the mother and son embrace. He looked toward the boy and said softly, "Kid, come here." So I looked up, his eyes wide and uncertain. Tiulu, still shaken and wary of any stranger, pulled her son closer. "What do you want with him?" she asked, her voice sharp with protective fear. Tiu Dung didn't flinch. He simply met the boy's gaze and said calmly, "Come here, so I. We have a lot to talk about, and I think you're old enough to understand." Kwang Tiu Dung wasn't a monster. The boy stood up, stepping out of his mother's protective embrace to look her in the eye. "Mom, it's okay," he whispered. Tiulu watched him, her heart heavy with maternal dread. Quietly, Tiu Dung reached into his gear and handed a sharpened metal spike to So I. "Take this," he commanded. The boy froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the cold steel in Tiu Dung's palm. Tiu Dung pointed a steady finger toward Duong Dao and his terrified accomplice. "Finish them," he told the child. The two thugs recoiled, their bodies racking with violent shudders. Innocent So I looked at the weapon, his face turning a ghostly pale. The two predators, Duong Dao and his lackey, were now the ones groveling. They wailed in desperation, their voices cracking, "Please, have mercy. We'll do anything. Just spare our lives." The sight of the execution about to take place panicked Tiulu. "Sir, please stop," she begged. "I'm asking you. Please." He's just a little boy. Looking down at So-I, who was holding the spike with a mind full of chaos, Dong spoke with icy clarity. From this moment on, the old rules are dead. He leaned in, his voice a cold anchor for the boy's resolve. Kid, from now on, you're the only shield your mother has. Now, take a breath. And wipe away the monsters who tried to break her. Gripping the weapon, So-I's mind flooded with the flashes of these men hurting his mother and the memory of his father's fate. His expression shifted, hardening into a mask of grim determination. The boy's eyes snapped open, burning with a fierce, newfound conviction. He finally realized that in this world, mercy was a luxury they could no longer afford. So-I white-knuckled the spike with both hands, tears of rage spilling over as he sprinted toward the cornered men. He channeled every ounce of his fear and pain into a guttural scream. Die! 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 Seconds later, the air was filled with a gruesome spray, drowned out by the agonizing, wet shrieks of the two men who had destroyed So-I's family. The boy stood over the motionless forms of Duong Dao and the thug. A dark, crimson pool began to spread across the floorboards. In his shaking hand, So-I held the spike, now slick with the blood of his enemies. His mother watched the scene in a trance of horror. She couldn't reconcile the child she knew with the person before her. Oh, my God. My son, she gasped. So-I turned around slowly. He looked up at Dong with hollow, grieving eyes. Mister, did they kill my dad too? Dong's expression softened into a somber shadow. He gave a single, solemn nod and looked the boy in the eye. Yes, they did. At those words, the boy let the weapon clatter to the floor. He collapsed into his mother's arms, his small frame shaking with violent, racking sobs. Mom, oh Mom. Lu held him tight, her own grief finally breaking through as she bit her lip to stifle her cries. Mission accomplished, Dong turned to depart. But Lu lunged forward, grabbing his sleeve. Please, take my son with you. I'll do anything, just give him a chance to live. So-I pulled back instantly. No, Mom, I won't leave you. I have to protect you now. Dong looked at the pair, their bond the only thing left in the ruins. Both of you are coming, he stated firmly. I gave Tangcheat my word that I'd see you to safety. He gestured for them to follow. The trio emerged from the building, heading back toward the base. They moved cautiously, each clutching a makeshift weapon. The courtyard was a graveyard, littered with the bodies of the fallen. Seeing the sheer number of infected Dong had cut down, So-I whispered in awe. How is he strong enough to kill all of them by himself? He watched Dong's back with wide, sparkling eyes, seeing a hero where he once saw a stranger. Dong started to speak. Suddenly, he raised a sharp hand, signaling them to freeze. His head tilted toward a faint, distant sound. Wait. Dong entered a state of high alert. He stood perfectly still, filtering the city's ambient noise to track the source. He turned to Lu. Do you know where Building 8 in the Honghongbin district is? She gripped her weapon and nodded quickly. Yes. That's just a few streets over in that direction. Why? What do you hear? The scene shifts to Building 8. A pack of armed marauders stood at the entrance, barking threats. Don't be difficult. We're just here to redistribute your food. And every woman under 40 comes with us, no exceptions. Inside the third floor of that building, a small group of survivors huddled in the dark. Among them was the security guard, Old Lai, whom Dong had met earlier. Their numbers had grown slightly. A man in a yellow shirt shook with fear. What do we do? If we just give them what they want, maybe they'll go away? Old Lai spun around, his voice a harsh whisper. Don't be a fool. Men like that don't keep promises. If we open that door, we're all dead. Outside, a megaphone crackled. 10 minutes. If you don't start tossing out the supplies, we're coming in and we won't be taking prisoners. A woman in the group began to weep, her eyes downcast. Maybe if we just go out there and beg, they might have a shred of pity? A young woman in a black vest stood up, her voice trembling with defiance. I won't do it. I'd rather die than let them treat me like a piece of meat. Old Lai saw the panic spreading like a virus. He put a finger to his lips, hissing calm. Quiet. We aren't surrendering. As long as we hold the stairwell, they have to come at us one by one. They can't break us. On the street, a thug carrying a heavy broadsword spoke to his leader. Boss, it's not that easy. Their leader has a shotgun, and they're dug in like ticks. We can't just run into a bottleneck like that. The gang leader, holding a pistol of his own, smirked with arrogant confidence. We don't have to. Go find the main water valves for the units on the ground floor and shut them off. Let's see how brave they are when their throats are bone dry. Not far away, Dong had positioned Soai and Tula behind a low wall overlooking the siege at Building 8. Soai peered over the edge, whispering, "Uncle, are those men bad too?" Dong watched the marauders through narrowed eyes. "The worst kind," he replied. He stood up, stepping out from the cover. As he walked toward the conflict, he slung his AK-47 into his hands, checking the chamber. "They're exactly like the ones who came for your mother," he said, his voice as cold as the steel in his hand. Back on the third floor, Old Lai checked his weapon. He turned to his team, his jaw set. "Stay behind the door. Keep your heads down and don't make a sound. I'm going to see if I can get a shot off." Old Tong called out softly, "Lai, watch your back." Old Lai dropped to a crouch, crawling toward the landing. He moved with agonizing slowness, his boots making no sound on the concrete. He peeked over the ledge to scout the enemy. Damn. 7 of them, fully armed, and at least 3 have fire. Suddenly, a deafening crack shattered the air, followed by a brilliant flash. The explosion was so close and so loud it nearly sent Old Lai backward. He ducked for cover, clutching his gun to his chest and covering his ringing ears. "What the hell was that?" he yelled. His team behind him fell into a state of total chaos. Total confusion reigned. Down on the pavement, one of the thugs trying to breach the building was thrown onto his back, a neat hole punched through his skull. The survivors of the gang scrambled, shouting, "Sniper! Where did that come from?" The thug lay in a growing crimson pool. The others panicked, diving behind cars and debris. Their leader screamed, "Up there! The 3rd floor! Return fire!" But as they looked toward the building, Old Lai saw a different silhouette. A lone man was walking down the center of the street, completely exposed, holding a rifle. He squinted. "Is that?" The figure became clear. It was the young man from the night before, Kwang Dong. He looked like an angel of death, his eyes cold and focused as he advanced. He raised his rifle to his shoulder and began picking them off with surgical precision. Old Lai gasped, "It's the kid." Down on the street, Dong walked at a steady, leisurely pace, the AK-47 barking in his hands. The thugs tried to hide, but the bullets found them. 2 more collapsed before they could even find cover. A marauder tried to draw his revolver, but he was too slow. Dong's aim was true. A single round caught the man in the forehead, sending him spinning to the ground in a heap. Seeing his friends slaughtered like cattle, the last thug hid behind a steel drum, drenched in a cold sweat. He barely dared to peek around the edge, his hands shaking so hard he couldn't hold his gun. Without warning, the leader and a subordinate lunged forward in unison, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Kwang Dong. Calculating the exact moment our hero had to swap magazines, the pair popped out from cover and leveled their weapons, screaming with primal fury, "Die, die, die." Despite the heavy fire, not a single bullet managed to graze Dong. Rounds struck the pavement, sending sparks flying around his boots as he continued his steady, intimidating march forward. Bathed in the unmistakable aura of a protagonist, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he let a small, mocking smirk play on his lips and muttered, "Pathetic amateurs." The gang leader, now desperate and panting heavily, huddled behind a rusted iron barrel. He gnashed his teeth in frustration, whispering to himself, "Huff, huff. Who the hell is this freak?" He was completely oblivious to the fact that Dong was already looming over his position like a vengeful shadow, a rifle barrel pointed straight at his skull. Dong let out a burst of fire that shredded the top of the barrel. The leader shrieked, curling into a ball and shielding his head while screaming, "God damn it." In a panic, he barked a frantic order to his remaining lackey, "You idiot. Don't just stand there. He's pinned me down, shoot him while he's distracted." It was clear this group had zero chemistry under pressure. The subordinate, desperate to follow orders, poked his head out. He let out a loud, distracting holler, "Hey, over here," and aimed his weapon directly at Dong's chest. In a split second, Dong's icy gaze snapped toward the new threat, his focus shifting with predatory speed. He whipped his rifle around, centering his sights on the fool who had just exposed himself. With 2 surgical shots, Dong pierced the man's temple and lung. The lackey didn't even get a chance to squeeze the trigger before he was silenced forever. Even with his team decimated, the boss remained delusional. Leaning back against his cover, he chuckled darkly, guessing, "Huh, you're out of ammo now, aren't you? You're dead meat." He suddenly sprang from behind the barrel with explosive speed, aiming his revolver at Dong's face with a triumphant grin. "Go to hell," he roared. Tiu Dong stood his ground, lowering his AK and letting the boss stare him down at point-blank range. The sheer calmness in Tiu Dong's eyes made the gunman hesitate, his finger trembling on the trigger as he wondered why his target wasn't running. Finally, the boss pulled the trigger. But with Tiu Dong's superhuman reflexes, dodging a bullet was like moving through slow motion. With a subtle tilt of his head, the round whistled past his ear. Before the boss could blink, Tiu Dong lunged forward and wrenched the revolver from his hand. He expertly twisted the leader's arm into a painful lock, leaving the man paralyzed and gasping. Tiu Dong then jammed the warm barrel of the revolver firmly under the leader's chin. Our hero leaned in close, their faces inches apart. The boss's eyes bulged in pure terror as a cold sweat soaked his collar. Without a moment's mercy for the human trash before him, Tiu Dong pulled the trigger. A crimson spray erupted from the top of the leader's head, painting the wall behind him. A second later, the body tumbled backward, landing in a growing pool of blood. The leader's eyes remained wide open, frozen in eternal shock. After standing over the corpse for a moment, Tiu Dong reached down and methodically began stripping the leader's coat of any useful supplies or intel. After a few minutes of scavenging, Tiu Dong walked boldly through the building's main entrance. A few stragglers were hiding in the foyer, brandishing blades and clubs, waiting to ambush him the moment he stepped inside. As if he had second sight, Tiu Dong glanced toward the shadows where they lurked. His expression remained bored, as if he were dealing with pests rather than killers. He stood proudly in the center of the hall, inviting the attack. A thug on the left swung an axe with a desperate yell. Simultaneously, two others charged from the opposite side, their weapons raised high. Moments later, the dust settled. Tiu Dong hadn't moved an inch from his original spot, but around him lay the broken bodies of the remaining thugs. Looking up at the empty stairwell, he called out, "It's over. Everyone, come down." By the time the sun began to set, the area was fully secured. The group of survivors Tiu Dong had saved tentatively emerged from their hiding spots. Soi and his mother followed closely behind. The boy looked up at Tiu Dong with stars in his eyes and whispered, "Uncle Tiu Dong, you're like a real-life superhero." Tiu Dong offered a rare, soft smile. He then glanced at the translucent interface appearing before his eyes. System quest, new objective added. Requirement, recruit and reform the survivors of Dong Hung Yuan. Progress, 0/5. Reward, 25 points. Tiu Dong looked down at the fallen marauders and asked the security guard, "Old Lai, who exactly were these guys?" Old Lai stared at the bodies, his voice dripping with loathing. "They're the monsters from the Bitch Tui Mountain Villa district." Tiu Dong's brow furrowed as he committed the name to memory. Bitch Tui Mountain? Old Lai nodded. "It's on the southern edge of the city." Old Lai then signaled to two young men in yellow shirts. "Lu Xiu, Tran Kiet, get over here." They hurried over immediately. "You're here, Brother Lai." "What's up?" Lai commanded. "You're both from the south side. Tell Brother Tiu Dong everything you know about the Bitch Tui Mountain gang." It was clear that Old Lai was the respected leader of this small group. Lu Xiu and Tran Kiet quickly explained, "That group is a powerful syndicate. They have plenty of hardware and have taken over the entire villa complex. They've basically enslaved most of the survivors in the southern sector." Tiu Dong closed his eyes, processing the information. "Wait, isn't the south side where like Thursday Hung and Loi Tin are supposed to be? Could they be part of this?" Tiu Dong asked to confirm his suspicions. "Is this Bitch Tui Mountain group the only major faction in the south?" Tran Kiet replied eagerly. "There used to be others, but these guys have the most guns. Any small camp that tries to stand up to them gets wiped out instantly." The two young men clearly held a deep-seated hatred for the gang. Tran Kiet continued, "They're savages. When they raid a camp, they execute half the men on site and drag the women and anyone useful back to their villa to serve them." Hearing this, Tiu Dong's expression hardened. He said firmly, "I've heard enough." Old Lai noticed the dark look on Tiu Dong's face and asked with concern, "What are you thinking, kid?" Ignoring the question for a moment, Tiu Dong stepped over to the corpses and pointed. "Old Lai, these three had firearms. Have your people collect them and clear the magazines. You'll need every round." Tiu Dong then unslung his own AK and handed it over to a stunned Old Lai. "Take this too. I'm leaving you with 5 full magazines." Old Li's hands shook as he took the rifle. Are you serious? You're just giving this to me?" Tiu Dong turned his gaze toward the south, his eyes filled with a quiet fury. "The Bitch Tui crew won't take this defeat lying down. With these guns, a small group of you can actually defend this place. He then made a bold promise. Hold out here for 2 days. I'm going back to my base to prepare, then I'm coming back to wipe those bastards off the map. Tran Kiet's eyes went wide. Wipe them out? The bitch Tui gang? Brother, that's suicide. They have dozens of armed soldiers, maybe more by now. The fear of the Southern gang was clearly etched on everyone's faces. Even Old Lai tried to talk him out of it. He's right, kid. Don't throw your life away for us. We can just pack up and find a new hiding spot. He looked at Tu Dung's determined face and added, the city is huge. They'll never find us if we move a few miles away. But Tu Dung had already made up his mind. He steered the conversation back. This isn't just about you guys. I have a personal score to settle with them. He paused, then added to the bewildered group, in 2 days, I'll bring a transport vehicle to move all of you to the Eastern District. Old Lai blinked. The East? The Old Tea Leaf District, Tu Dung explained. I've built a secure fortress there, and I need reliable people to help run it. Hearing the mention of a real fortress, Old Lai finally nodded. All right, we'll be ready. Tu Dung prepared to leave with Soai and Tulo. He gave Old Lai one last nod. Stay vigilant. Watch the perimeter. Then he turned to his companions. Let's move out. Old Lai waved farewell, shouting, good luck, kid. Watch your back. The scene shifts toward the southern city. In the distance, an iron fence stood as a grim warning. A severed zombie head was impaled on a spike, its rotting jaw hanging open. Heavily armed guards sat around a fire in the dead of night, their weapons resting across their laps. At the main villa of Bitch Tui Mountain, 3 mutilated zombie torsos hung from the porch like grotesque wind chimes, grim trophies of the gang's dominance. Inside a lavish boardroom, 4 men sat around a polished table, the air thick with smoke and tension. A man with vibrant red hair lazily puffed on a cigarette, looking bored. He turned to the others and asked, so, where's our shipment from Kim Duk-fu? It's overdue. The man sitting next to him was indeed the treacherous Lai Thursday Hung. He gestured toward the door with a forced, oily smile. Relax, Brother Van. Our scouting party is already on it. They should be pulling up with the supplies any minute now. Just then, the man in the brown vest chimed in, adding a sleazy edge to the talk. Brother Van, Kim Duk-fu is crawling with high-end beauties. He let out a crooked laugh and nudged the newcomer. We can't just raid the pantry and ignore the entertainment, right, Little Lai? Lai Thursday Hung bristled at the mockery, the name Little Lai stinging like a slap. But in this brutal new world, he had to swallow his pride. Forcing a jagged smile, he replied, Brother Kai, great minds think alike. I've already given the orders. If they find any survivors, they're to drag them straight back here for us. The red-haired warlord flicked his cigarette, blowing a thick cloud of smoke into the air, and began belittling Lai Thursday Hung with cold, superior disdain. Haven't I made myself clear, Little Lai? Every single objective I've handed you has ended in a pathetic failure. Lai Thursday Hung pivoted instantly, his face a desperate mask of eager obedience hiding a core of pure terror. Brother Van, please don't worry. This time, I swear on my life, I'll get the job done right. Brown Vest watched Lai Thursday Hung squirm with delight, a triumphant, mocking smirk plastered on his face. The grueling interrogation finally came to an end for Lai Thursday Hung. He stepped out into the night air, mopping the cold sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. As he stomped toward his subordinates, one underling ventured a cautious question. Brother Lai, are you all right? Lai Thursday Hung didn't answer. Instead, he channeled his humiliated rage into a venomous skull. Snapping at the man, well, have the 7 scouts returned yet? The underling trembled, his voice dropping to a whisper. Brother Lai. I sent a runner to check an hour ago. It's bad news. It turned out the marauders at Dung Hung Yuyan were indeed Lai Thursday Hung's men. Upon hearing the report, Lai Thursday Hung exploded into a frantic tirade. The portly Lai Thursday Hung started screaming. What do you mean they're all dead? Those people at Dung Hung Yuyan are just pathetic civilians. How do you lose 7 men and 3 firearms to a bunch of nobodies? Now fueled by a desperate, cornered fury, he knew he had to deliver or face the boss's wrath. He barked out a final command, gather every man who knows how to pull a trigger. This time, I'm going in personally, and I want that building leveled. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the fortress. Tu Dung's SUV pulled up to the gates under the cover of darkness. He gave a couple of sharp blares on the horn to announce his return. San's heart leaped at the sound. She spun around, shouting with pure joy, that's the car. Brother Tu Dung is back. Old Han and Truong-chi scrambled to the windows just as a digital notification flickered into existence before Tudong. Rescue mission. Save the family complete. System reward, plus 25 points. Total balance, 36. As he stepped out, the group, still shaken from the day's betrayal, rushed toward him with the desperate relief of children seeing their mother return from a dangerous journey. Kwang Tudong climbed out of the driver's seat. The moment San saw him, her face beamed with a radiant smile. Tudong, you're finally back, she cried. Even old Han felt a heavy weight lift from his chest at the sight of him. Scanning the welcoming party, Tudong noticed the glaring absence of a certain someone. He let out a knowing, cynical chuckle. So Luke Not-min finally showed his true colors, did he? The four of them stood frozen, their mouths hanging open in shock. San blinked, her voice a mix of awe and confusion. Wait, you knew? You knew he was going to turn on us? Tudong didn't answer immediately. He gestured toward Tulu and So-I, leaning toward Truong-chi, get them settled into a room. Then, meet us at the infirmary. We need to have a serious talk. Truong-chi nodded fast, eager to help. Understood, I'm on it. A short while later, the inner circle was gathered outside the infirmary. Old Han looked at Tudong with newfound reverence, amazed by his foresight. So, you realized Not-min was a snake from the very beginning? Tudong picked up a discarded handgun from the floor, examining it idly. I wasn't 100% sure it was him, he explained calmly. But I knew with absolute certainty it would be one of Truong-chi's friends. At those words, Tu-kai and Truong-chi hung their heads, the bitter sting of their best friend's betrayal leaving them hollow and disillusioned. Tudong's mind drifted to memories of his past life, where Truong-chi had told him the agonizing details of that same betrayal. His voice grew cold and sharp as he emphasized the word, the traitor. Truong-chi took the weapon Not-min had used, his brow furrowing as he felt its weight and balance. Something wasn't right. He popped the magazine, his eyes widening in disbelief as he inspected the rounds. He pried one out, exclaiming in total confusion, "These are rubber bullets? It's a non-lethal trainer?" Old Han turned his gaze toward the infirmary door, a realization dawning on him. He spoke up tentatively, "Then that kid inside. What was it?" Transung. He's the reason we're alive." Tudong shared his knowledge of the outbreak's hidden mechanics. He isn't just another mindless corpse. He's a rare mutation, an awakened zombie. He can process complex commands and understands exactly what we say. Stepping inside, Tudong approached the bed where Transung sat. He leaned in, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Blink if you can hear me." 3 times, steady rhythm. At first, Transung sat as still as a statue. Then, his eyelids fluttered. He blinked 3 times, perfectly in sync with the request, while a low, vibrating growl hummed in his chest. Tudong nodded in approval. Excellent. He decided to push the cognitive test further. Simple math. What is 2 plus 2? Answer with your eyes. Without hesitation, Transung blinked 4 times. Tudong gave him a satisfied pat on the shoulder. Very good. The others watched, breathless at the miracle. Tudong turned back to the group to explain the science of the apocalypse. When the infection crossed over from the other dimension, a tiny fraction of hosts underwent a unique evolution. These mutants retain high-level cognitive functions and, in some cases, flashes of their former memories and personalities. He pushed the door wide, showing no fear of the monster within. Transung stood up, his movements fluid and calm, despite his deathly pale skin and sunken features. Luckily for us, Tudong added, Transung is one of the smart ones. Transung's heavy boot stepped squarely onto the mangled, bloody face of the traitor Not-min. Truong-chi and the others recoiled at the gore, but Tudong simply watched with a cold, satisfied glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Transung turned his ghastly face toward the group. His jaw tightened and dark veins throbbed beneath his skin as he let out a sharp grunt. The group flinched, expecting an attack. But instead, the zombie gave them a clumsy, friendly wave. It was an absurdly wholesome gesture from a creature of nightmares, leaving the 4 of them stunned for several seconds. Tudong finally broke the silence, issuing a cold, final order regarding the traitor's remains. All right, he's served his purpose. Take out the trash. Dispose of him outside the perimeter. Transung didn't need a second telling. He reached down, grabbed Not-min's corpse by the neck, and dragged it out of the room like a sack of garbage, leaving the onlookers in a state of mute bewilderment. Truong-chi was overwhelmed. Seeing a spark of his old friend in that shell brought him to tears. He rushed forward, calling out, "Sung, brother, do you really know who I am?" Transung stopped in his tracks at the sound of his name. He turned back, his distorted features shifting into a wide, toothy grin. He gave a firm nod and let out two short, affirmative grunts. The reunion was as terrifying as it was heart-wrenching. Truong-chi stood there, caught between fear and joy, while Tu-kai could only stare, his world turned upside down. Suddenly, Transung's hand darted out toward Truong-chi's groin in a lightning-fast prank. Truong-chi yelped, leaping back just in time to avoid the fatal grab. "Holy! My heart almost stopped," he screamed. Transung let out a raspy, wheezing sound, a zombie's version of a laugh, clearly enjoying the scare he gave his best friend. Truong-chi's face flushed red. "Unbelievable. You're a zombie and you're still a perverted prankster." With the chaos of the night finally winding down, everyone retreated to their quarters to find some semblance of rest. Tu-dung collapsed onto his bed, staring up at the ceiling with his arm over his eyes. He summoned the system interface. Hidden achievement, Master of Monsters unlocked. Reward, plus 10 points. Current balance, 46. Tu-dung's eyes snapped open. No way. A hidden achievement? This changes things. Let's see what's in stock. The shop menu flickered to life. Supplies for the Soul LVL1, minus 5 points. Mercenary Crate LVL1, minus 5 points. Experimental Tech Crate LVL2, minus 50 points. Refresh Shop, minus 4 points. Wait. A level 2 crate? Tu-dung sat bolt upright, his pulse quickening. This is the first time the shop has offered something of this grade. He stroked his chin, weighing his options. Damn it, 50 points. I'm just short. Alright, let's clear the small stuff first to make room for the big prizes. He tapped the screen twice and the notifications chimed. LVL1 Supply Crate purchased, minus 5 points. LVL1 Weaponry Crate purchased, minus 5 points. Remaining balance, 36. A blinding flash of light filled his room as the virtual chests manifested and burst open. The rewards scrolled across his vision. LVL1 Supply Crate, Otherworldly Infection Inhibitor. Prevents transition if administered post-fight. Cannot revert full zombies. LVL1 Weaponry Crate, Barrett M82 Anti-Material Rifle, plus 10 rounds of .50 BMG. Tu-dung leaned back, his mind racing. A Barrett from a level 1 box? If the basic crates are this lethal, the level 2 stuff must be game-breaking. And that inhibitor. It's a literal lifesaver. He checked his active quests. Manpower Drive. Recruit 5 survivors from Dung Hung Yuyan. Reward, 25 points. Tu-dung gripped his pillow, a fierce light in his eyes. I need that level 2 crate. Tomorrow, we finish this recruitment drive. As the base settled into a deep, uneasy sleep, the only sound was the rhythmic dragging of a body as Transung diligently cleared the traitors' remains from their home. The following morning, in the stronghold's courtyard, Kwang Tu-dung organized a mandatory training session. He projected his voice firmly. Listen up. Starting today, every person here will dedicate at least 1 hour daily to target practice. Everyone fell in line, eager to sharpen the skills needed to protect themselves and their sanctuary. Old Han, San San, Truong-chi, Tu-kai, and even little Soei formed a discipline line. They leveled their weapons at various targets and water bottles arranged across a table. Tu-dung walked the line, pausing to give Old Han a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sir, once we wrap up here, have the guys clear out a few spare rooms. I met a group of survivors at the Dung Hung Yuan complex, and I'm heading out to bring them back today. Old Han nodded as he slid a fresh magazine into place. Understood. Consider it done. His orders given, Tu-dung called out for his mutant ally. Transung. Our brave brother had voluntarily donned a reinforced muzzle-style mask to ensure the safety of his friends. Through the heavy padding, his vocalizations had a distorted, muffled quality. He turned toward Tu-dung with a compliant grunt. Let's move, Tu-dung commanded. Several hours later. On a desolate stretch of the main highway, a rusted bus sat abandoned in the middle of the asphalt. It was surrounded by the skeletal remains of past victims and a fresh cluster of wandering, newly turned infected. Tu-dung and Transung reached the entrance of the vehicle. A zombie slumped to the pavement with a combat knife protruding from its skull, clearly the handiwork of Tu-dung's swift intervention. Inside, the driver, now a snarling creature of instinct, remained trapped in his seat by the safety harness, snapping his jaws hungrily at Tu-dung. A moment later, the creature was face down in the dirt. Transung had handled it with brutal efficiency, wrenching the monster from the seat with both hands and tossing it aside. With the bus finally cleared of threats, Dong tossed the ignition key to Transung. Catch. The mutant caught it with mechanical precision, awaiting the next instruction. Careful not to accidentally scratch his leader, Transung handled the small key with surprising, albeit slightly clumsy, delicacy. Dong watched his careful movements with a small smile. After dropping the key into the mutant's palm, Dong stepped toward the driver's seat and gave a casual wave. It's fine. You can take that mask off now. When it's just us, you don't need to wear that thing. Transung hesitated for a second, seemingly touched by the gesture of trust. Transung reached up, fumbling slightly until the latch near his chin clicked open. Just remember to put it back on before we reach the others, Dong added. We don't want to give our new guests a heart attack. Transung let out a muffled grunt of agreement before the mask came away. The scene shifts to the southern sector of the city, the Bitch Tui Mountain Fortress controlled by the corrupt Lai Thursday Hung and Loi Tin. A crew of thugs was piling into a modified pickup truck, ready for a raid. Lai Thursday Hung's voice boomed across the yard. Move it. Where is everyone? 2 more survivors, a man and a woman, were shoved toward the back. We're loaded up, boss. Let's roll. The driver shouted. Lai Thursday Hung took the passenger seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a rifle clutched tightly in his lap. He scowled, flicking the spent butt onto the pavement. Move out. I refuse to believe we can't crack one measly apartment complex with this much heat. The engine roared to life as they sped toward the gates. The atmosphere was thick with bloodlust as the group chanted in unison. Dong's old nemesis was finally on a collision course with him. The roads were a nightmare of the living dead. Small packs of zombies were huddled together, feasting on the remains of the unlucky. Through the haze of the apocalypse, the large silhouette of the commandeered bus sped toward them from the distance. The high beams cut through the darkness, illuminating a zombie mid-meal. It looked up, eyes reflecting the light in a moment of startled confusion. Dong and Transung didn't slow down. The heavy bus plowed through the cluster of monsters, sending limbs and bodies flying. The engine screamed as they expertly navigated around the charred husks of abandoned cars blocking their path. Back at the Dung Hung Union apartments, Old Lai and his small band of survivors, Old Tong and the others, sat in a tense circle, sharing a meager breakfast of dry crackers. They stayed huddled together, knowing that isolation meant certain death. The distant rumble of an engine caught Tu Hien's attention. He stopped chewing, his face lighting up. Brother Dong. He's back for us. I knew he'd come. Old Lai immediately raised a hand for silence, his instincts on high alert. He grabbed his AK and crept toward the window. Stay back, kid, he whispered. Let me confirm who it is first. He cautiously peered through the glass to survey the street below. His heart sank as he saw the truth, and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Luck had run out. It wasn't their savior, it was Lai Thursday Hung's raiding party. The thugs poured out of the vehicles, shouting orders. Check the perimeter. Which unit is it? Lai Thursday Hung stepped out, pointing a thick finger at their building. Number 8. Right there. The portly gang leader gripped his assault rifle and signaled his men to advance. Move in. Take no prisoners. His followers, a pack of cold-blooded killers, followed him with weapons leveled. Old Lai gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, it's not him. It's those vultures from Bitch Tui Mountain. Old Tong, armed with the weapon Dong had provided, stepped up beside him. Those bastards again? They must have a death wish. Thanks to the hardware Dong left behind, they weren't going down without a fight. Old Lai signaled his team to fan out. We have the firepower now. Let's show them they picked the wrong house. But stay sharp, they have us outnumbered and they're packing serious heat. From their elevated vantage point, they tracked the raiders' movements. To your stations. I'm heading for the roof. Old Lai commanded. Down in the courtyard. The gang was swaggering with unearned confidence. They didn't expect resistance, boldly aiming their barrels at the windows and taunting the survivors inside. Old Tong and Tu Hien crouched low, tracking the targets. Just a few more steps, Old Tong muttered, wiping sweat from his eyes. Make them pay for every inch they take. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a deafening roar of gunfire. The raiders opened fire indiscriminately, looking to suppress any resistance. The windows of the apartment shattered into 1,000 shards. Old Lai shielded his face as glass rained down on him. Get back. Tu Hien, down now. He roared over the chaos. Lai Thursday Hung turned to one of his long-haired underlings, snapping his fingers. The megaphone. No. The rest of you, keep those windows pinned. If a shadow moves, blast it. He grabbed the red megaphone, bringing it to his lips. Testing 1, 2, before he could finish his taunt. A high-velocity round whistled past the long-haired thug's head, missing him by mere inches. Like Thursday Hung flinched violently as the air cracked. A split second later, the next round found its mark. The long-haired thug dropped instantly. The gang froze, staring at their fallen comrade in disbelief. Like Thursday Hung's voice cracked. Was that an assault rifle? Another round tore through the calf of a nearby henchman. He collapsed, clutching his leg and screaming in agony. Like Thursday Hung stood paralyzed, unable to process the shifting tide. The barrel on the roof was still smoking. The courtyard erupted into panic. Cover! Get to cover now! They shrieked. On the roof, Old Lai had his AK braced against the concrete, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus. His hidden combat experience was finally showing. Below, the gang scrambled like rats. Watch out! They've got an automatic. It's an ambush. Lai Thursday hung dove behind a low wall, breathing heavily. Damn it. The intel said they only had a couple of handguns. Where did they get an AK? A brown-haired thug huddled behind a tree, his face pale with terror. Boss, what's the plan? We're sitting ducks. Lai Thursday Hung, his bravado completely shattered, screamed back, retreat. Pull back now. The moment the word left his mouth, one thug broke into a frantic run, howling in fear. Lai Thursday Hung watched him go, cursing under his breath. Wait for the signal, you idiot. The crack of a rifle echoed through the alley, and the runner's escape was cut short. The man crumpled to the pavement, a lead candy ending his flight instantly as he slumped into a pool of crimson. Lai Thursday Hung watched the body fall with a sick sense of dark satisfaction. Better him than me. Serves the coward right. He yelled. Listen to me. We move on 3. Everyone charge for the trucks. 3, 2, 1. Run. The moment Lai Thursday Hung gave the signal, they bolted. All their earlier bravado vanished as they ran with their heads down, desperately scrambling for any available exit. It was a pathetic sight, a cruel and spineless leader who let his own men take the heat while he watched from the shadows with a sickening smirk. Those who followed Lai Thursday Hung's orders and ran blindly into the open were picked off one by one. It was clear he had used them as nothing more than human shields to draw fire. Waiting for the shooter above to exhaust his magazine, the gang leader prepared his own escape. Panting heavily, he timed his move, guessing, he's got to be reloading now. The cunning snake guessed correctly. Old Lai had indeed run dry, creating a brief window where the suppressive fire stopped. Lai Thursday Hung and a few lucky survivors reached the pickup truck. He dove into the driver's seat, screaming, "Step on it. Go." The others threw themselves into the back, selfishly trampling each other and ignoring the slower men left behind. The truck peeled away, abandoning a straggler who couldn't keep up. Wait. Don't leave me. He cried out in despair, but the vehicle didn't even slow down. By then, Old Lai had finished swapping his magazine. The consequence for being the slowest runner was a high-velocity lead candy delivered straight to the forehead. Old Lai didn't stop there, raking the back of the fleeing truck with gunfire. He aimed for the tires, sending sparks flying as bullets ricocheted off the metal. The thugs in the back huddled together, eyes squeezed shut, praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, the heavy bus commanded by Kwang Tu-dung was roaring down the highway. It was a massive vehicle, but Tu-dung handled it with the precision of a professional racer, weaving through the wasteland. From his high vantage point in the driver's seat, he caught a glimpse of a familiar truck speeding in the opposite direction. Huh? He muttered, eyes narrowing. Tu-dung slowed the bus as he approached the intersection just as Lai Thursday Hung's pickup truck tore past him in a cloud of dust. He wondered briefly who they were, but quickly dismissed it. His focus was on the mission. Whatever. Getting those recruitment points is the priority right now. The bus finally pulled into the Dung Hung Yuan complex. As he cut the engine, the fading echoes of gunfire still hung in the air. Stepping off the bus with Tran Sung, Tu-dung nearly tripped over a body sprawled in the street, surrounded by a mess of tomato ketchup. He observed the scene. Looks like the gear I left behind was put to good use. That truck I saw must have been the losers running home. At the sight of fresh remains, Tran Sung's primal instincts flared. He began to drool uncontrollably, a series of low, hungry growls vibrating in his throat. Tu-dung found the reaction almost comical. He turned with a smirk and asked, "Hungry again? You want a snack?" Tran Sung let out a sharp grunt, clearly confirming his appetite. Tu-dung laughed and waved him off casually. "Go ahead. Better you eat it than let some random stray get it. Go on." Like a loyal hound being tossed a treat, Tran Sung's eyes turned a predatory red, and a grotesque grin spread across his face. As if he hadn't eaten in weeks, Tran Sung pounced on the corpse with the speed of a pouncing tiger. Tiu Dung shouted a final instruction over his shoulder, "Meet me under Building 8 when you're finished." Tran Sung grunted in acknowledgement, already tearing into his meal. Tiu Dung chuckled to himself as he walked away, leaving the mutant to his gruesome feast. Tran Sung craned his neck, ripping away a large portion of flesh and inhaling the scent as if it were a gourmet delicacy. As he consumed the nutrient-rich meat, a vibrant red spark ignited in his pupils, a sign of his strengthening mutation. He let out a satisfied growl that sounded remarkably like he was saying, "Delicious." This feast was the fuel he needed to evolve. Tiu Dung strolled through the complex with a relaxed air, stepping over the bodies of Lai Thursday Hung's fallen thugs. He remarked to himself, "Wow, old Lai really sent a lot of these guys to the great beyond today." Tu Hien, peering through the shattered lobby doors, spotted the familiar figure. "It's Brother Tiu Dung. He's really here," he screamed with joy. Suddenly, the balconies were lined with survivors waving and cheering. "Tiu Dung, you're back." He stopped and signaled to them, confirming they were all safe. A few minutes later, old Lai led the group down to the courtyard. Tiu Dung wasted no time. "Did you manage to drive them all off?" Old Lai beamed, waving a hand dismissively. "You bet we did." But he didn't take all the credit. He patted the rifle in his hands and added, "But we couldn't have done it without this beauty you left us. I guess my old army training hasn't completely rusted away yet." Suddenly, a thunderous roar, grr roar, echoed through the courtyard, making everyone jump in fright. Tiu Dung looked back, slightly annoyed. "What now?" The heavy thud of boots announced an approaching figure. It was Tran Sung, looking much more energized. Having finished his high-protein snack, he trotted over to catch up with Tiu Dung. His skin was still deathly pale, but he had a strangely friendly aura about him. The moment old Lai saw him, he leveled his AK. "Look out! A zombie!" he barked, finger tightening on the trigger. Tiu Dung quickly stepped in, pushing the barrel down. He looked at the mutant calmly. "Relax, everyone. He's one of us. Consider him an old friend." Old Lai stared at the gray, withered creature in total disbelief, sweat pouring down his face. Friend?" He didn't realize Tran Sung was only there for the buffet. Tiu Dung pointed toward the other side of the courtyard. "There are more scraps over there if you're still hungry." Tran Sung tilted his head, let out a grunt of thanks, and shuffled off toward the next pile of bodies. Old Lai was flabbergasted by Tiu Dung's zombie whispering abilities. How is this even possible? "Tiu Dung, you can actually talk to these things?" Tiu Dung wanted to get moving before more trouble arrived. "He's special, a mutant. I can't explain the details here. Let's get everyone on the bus and I'll give you the full story on the way back." He called out to Tran Sung one last time, "Finish up and meet us at the bus." Tran Sung, mid-bite, looked up and gave a clear thumbs-up gesture. After satisfying his hunger, Tran Sung showed a surprising level of self-awareness. He carefully pulled his anti-bite mask back over his face, securing the straps before approaching the vehicle. The survivors on the bus watched him board with wide, terrified eyes. Little Tu Hien, clinging to the handrail, whispered in awe, "Whoa. He even puts his mask back on when he's done eating. That's creepy as hell." Tiu Dung decided to tease the boy. "Creepy? If he hears you say that, he might decide your dessert." Tu Hien turned pale instantly. "I mean, he's got a really cool look, right?" Tiu Dung laughed. "There you go. He likes that." As Tran Sung stepped onto the bus, his massive frame caused the entire vehicle to rock and tilt. The passengers shrieked, clutching their seats in fear. Old Lai gasped as the floor leaned. "Good grief. I thought the whole bus was going to tip over." Tran Sung ignored the commotion and reached out, handing the bus key back to Tiu Dung. He strained his vocal cords, managing to wheeze out, "Key. Key." Tiu Dung's jaw dropped. "Tran Sung, you're actually speaking?" It seemed the red meat had accelerated his cognitive evolution. He tried again, speak. It was clumsy, like a toddler's first words, but it was a total miracle. Looking at the key, Tiu Dung realized the potential. 6 bodies and he's already talking. If I keep feeding him and use my system points, I can turn him into the ultimate weapon. He gripped the steering wheel and shouted to the back, "Hold on tight, everyone. We're going home." The bus roared to life and sped back toward the fortress. In his heart, Tiu Dung knew Tran Sung was going to be the key to their survival. Back at the Bitch Tui Mountain stronghold, things were not going well for Lai Thursday Hung. He had returned in disgrace, and his superiors were furious. The man known as Brother Kai was screaming in his face, "You useless pig. I told you he'd screw it up. Lai Thursday Hung could only bow his head and endure the berating in silence. Then, consumed by dread and drenched in a cold sweat, he pleaded desperately, Brother Van, you have to listen to me. It wasn't my fault. They were packing automatic rifles. Boss Van lowered his gaze, his face a mask of cold arrogance. He folded his arms, dismissing Thursday Hung's excuses with a sneer. Stop lying to me. Where would a common security guard get his hands on military-grade hardware? Do you take me for an idiot? Lai Thursday Hung continued to shout, frantic to prove his point. No, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send your own scouts to check it out. Looking at Boss Van's icy composure, Lai Thursday Hung felt utterly pathetic. Sensing his superior's growing annoyance, Boss Kai delivered a brutal kick, sending Lai Thursday Hung's portly frame sprawling across the floor. He roared, get out of my sight. Ack, damn it. Lai Thursday Hung cried out in pain. A bitter hatred began to fester in his heart. But he swallowed his rage, knowing he was outmatched. He struggled to his feet, wiped the smear of blood from his lip, and cast a venomous sidelong glance at the two men as he left. Once Lai Thursday Hung had slunk away, Boss Kai spat on the floor, his teeth gritted in anger. I've been fed up with that pathetic loser for a long time. It might be time to. He didn't finish the sentence aloud, but his gesture said it all. He drew a finger sharply across his throat, signaling Lai Thursday Hung's execution. His ranks are decimated, he whispered. Why don't we just... Observing Boss Kai's predatory scheme, another high-ranking member of the syndicate laughed and chimed in. You're still after that girl of his, aren't you? Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. He was clearly thrilled by the prospect, but tried to play it cool. Hey, old Sue, what are you implying? Standing between the men named Van and Sue, Boss Kai finally dropped the act. He spread his arms wide and declared loudly, we'll share the spoils. Every bit of it. Boss Van maintained his elegant facade, but a perverted glint appeared in his eyes at the mention of the women. He cautioned his partner, don't be reckless, Kai. Just wait for the perfect opening. They assumed Lai Thursday Hung was long gone. The three men continued their lively plotting, unaware that Lai Thursday Hung was no fool. He was crouched just outside the door, eavesdropping on every word. He was so enraged he felt he might literally choke on his own blood, yet he could only clench his fists in silent fury, veins bulging across his forehead, as he stared murderously at the door. A short while later, elsewhere in the Bitch Twee Mountain stronghold, inside Lai Thursday Hung's private quarters, the man was in a blind rage, smashing furniture and glass to vent his frustration. Motherfuckers! He cursed. His partner, Doi Tin, rushed over in alarm. Honey, what's happened? What's wrong? Doi Tin leaned in close, trying to soothe the volatile man with a gentle touch. Please, just calm down. Lai Thursday Hung shoved her aside, barking an order, move. Pack everything you value right now. We're leaving. Doi Tin was stunned. Leaving? To go where? We're safe here. Lai Thursday Hung grabbed her arm with a painful grip. He gritted his teeth, his voice a low hiss. We won't be safe here for long. Those vultures are circling. We have to move first. In this lawless age, a man's woman was a target for any rival. He shouted for a young subordinate, Tan Nian. Get in here. A young man in a white shirt hurried into the room. I'm here, Brother Lai. What do you need? Lai Thursday Hung issued a frantic command. Round up the loyal brothers left. We move at dawn. I saw the way those bastards looked at me today. Doi Tin watched him, her expression unreadable. As Lai Thursday Hung turned his back, her face shifted to one of cold indifference. She only stayed with him for protection, knowing full well he was a coward, especially after the day he forced her to try and seduce Kwang Tu Dung only to have it blow up in their faces. The scene shifts back to the sanctuary of Kwang Tu Dung's base. The bus pulled up to the main gates. The original crew, Old Han, San San, Truong Chi, and Tu Kai, weren't taking chances, stepping out with weapons drawn until they recognized the driver. The new arrivals disembarked, weary but safe. Little Tu Hien looked around in awe, whispering, my God. It's a real-life fortress. Tu Dung remained in the driver's seat for a moment. He summoned his system interface. Manpower drive complete. Requirement, 5 survivors. Actual, 8. Bonus objective achieved. Reward, 25 points plus 5 bonus points. Total, 66. A smirk crossed his face. Nice. I didn't know I could earn extra for overachieving. With his new balance confirmed, Dong finally stepped off the bus. He found Transung waiting by the door. Transung, tomorrow night we head to the south side. You ready for some payback? The mutant grunted through his heavy mask, a muffled huh? Of curiosity. Old Lai stepped forward, confused. The south side? What are you planning, kid? Dong's smile didn't reach his eyes. He looked at Old Lai with a chillingly happy expression. I have a standing appointment with a gentleman at the Bitch Twee Mountain Villas. It's time to settle some old debts. Once the new survivors were safely integrated and fed, Dong retreated to the privacy of his room. He immediately opened the shop menu. High-tier tech crate LVL2, minus 50 points. Empty. Empty. Manual refresh, minus 4 points. Bathed in the blue light of the interface, Dong didn't hesitate to spend the points. He clicked the icon for the mysterious level 2 container. Alright, let's see what the big leagues look like. The system chimed, LVL2 tech crate purchased. Minus 50 points. Remaining balance, 16. Suddenly, a violent vortex of light, resembling a miniature tornado, erupted in the center of the room, swirling around Dong. He stood firm, his hair whipped by the energy, eyes fixed on the center of the storm. Don't let me down, he whispered. As the light faded, a sleek, medical-grade syringe lay before him. The information panel flickered. Reward, Superphysiology Serum plus 20. Permanent boost to all physical attributes. Dong gripped the vial, his heart racing. He marveled at the contents. A plus 20 boost? Holy shit. This is light years beyond the level 1 rewards. Without hesitation, he injected the serum. A split second later, a gut-wrenching scream, ARGH, tore from his throat. The energy radiating from his body was so intense it could be seen through the windows of the house. The agony eventually subsided, leaving Dong panting on the floor. He slowly stood up, feeling a frightening amount of power coursing through his veins. My physical stat is at 33 now. I'm 6 times stronger than a peak athlete. This power. It's incredible. A lone mosquito buzzed near his ear, its wings sounding like a slow-motion drone. Snap. With a movement so fast it was a blur, Dong caught it between 2 fingers. He had snatched the insect out of the air without even looking. He brought his hand close, watching the tiny creature struggle. He could see every beat of its wings, every twitch of its legs. His perception had evolved alongside his strength. With a flick of his wrist, he opened his hand and let the lucky mosquito fly free. The insect zoomed away, but to Dong, it looked like it was crawling through molasses. He was finally ready to become the predator this world demanded. Late that afternoon, the sky turned a deep, bruised orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. Dong emerged from the house, Transung looming behind him like a silent shadow. They walked toward the training grounds, where the survivors were still hard at work. Old Lai and San were pushing the others through their paces. Old Lai spotted him and called out, Hey, Dong. Are you really heading south tonight? Dong didn't answer right away, watching Old Li's impressive grouping on a distant target. That's the plan, Dong finally said. But look, Brother Lai. Old Lai turned, eager for instructions. Dong continued, You're easily the best shot we have. While I'm gone, I need you to turn these people into soldiers. Old Li's chest swelled with pride at the recognition. Training recruits is what I do best. Leave it to me. Go do what you have to do. With the base in good hands, Dong headed for the bus. He gave a sharp whistle to Transung. Let's go. He climbed into the driver's seat and revved the engine, officially beginning his journey of vengeance. Night fell, wrapping the city in a heavy, unnatural silence. The streets were dead, save for the monsters in the shadows. The scene shifts to Lai Thursday Hung's apartment. He and his loyalists were sneaking through the halls, ready to abandon the syndicate. Ton 2, is the perimeter clear? Lai Thursday Hung whispered. All set, boss. The truck is waiting, the subordinate replied. Lai Thursday Hung gave the signal to move out. The small group moved with extreme caution, eyes darting between every shadow. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the blinding glare of headlights as a vehicle swerved into their path. High beams cut through the darkness, blinding Lai Thursday Hung and his crew. The entire group winced, shielding their eyes and grunting as the intense glare seared their vision. As Lai Thursday Hung struggled to see through the brightness, a rival leader and his thugs emerged from the shadows. It was a setup. Doi Tin had sold Lai Thursday Hung out. She was perched comfortably in the car beside Boss Van and Boss Kai, wearing a smug grin. She was a professional opportunist, always ready to ditch her partner the moment a better offer came along. Sensing the trap, One of Lai Thursday Hung's lackeys stammered, "Wait, what's going on here?" Lai Thursday Hung was still reeling. He had ordered a getaway car, but instead, he was surrounded. He knew he was in deep trouble. Wasting no time on pleasantries, Dong Huk leveled his weapon and asked with a chilling cheerfulness, "And just where do you think you're heading tonight?" Lai Thursday Hung squinted hard at the figure in the shadows. When the face finally came into focus, he hissed through his teeth, "Dong. Dong Huk?" Instantly, Lai Thursday Hung flipped the script. Despite the bile rising in his throat, he forced a greasy smile and chirped, Boss Huk. We were just planning to use the cover of night to raid Dung Hung Yuyan and see what we could scavenge." Dong Huk responded with a mocking sneer. "Oh? Off to Dung Hung Yuyan, are we?" Behind him, a thug dragged a battered man forward by the collar. He tossed the man onto the pavement at Lai Thursday Hung's feet, causing the portly leader to recoil in shock. The gravity of the situation finally hit home. The underling standing next to Lai Thursday Hung recognized the body and cried out, "Ton Tu." Before he could say another word, Lai Thursday Hung delivered a brutal hook to his subordinate's jaw. Desperate to distance himself from the failure, he screamed in the man's face, "Use your damn eyes. That isn't Ton Tu." He then turned back to Dong Huk, scratching his head with a foolish, trembling grin. "Boss Huk, who even is this guy? I've never seen him before in my life." Refusing to let the charade continue, Dong Huk pointed his gun directly at the group and barked, "Enough talk. Time for the main event." Bang, bang, bang. Lead projectiles tore through the air, silencing the screams of Lai Thursday Hung's crew instantly. Curiously, though, Lai Thursday Hung remained upright, shaking like a leaf and clutching his head in terror. He peeked through his fingers, bewildered to find himself still breathing. The 3 shots had been reserved for his last loyal men. "I swear I don't know them," Lai Thursday Hung pleaded, his voice cracking. "Boss Huk, what are you doing? Why kill them?" As if following a script, Dong Huk gestured toward the car with a wicked laugh. "You really have a big mouth, don't you? Why don't you take a look at who's riding shotgun?" At that moment, the vehicle's blinding headlights finally cut out. The realization hit Lai Thursday Hung like a physical blow. The sight of his woman's betrayal filled him with a rage so hot he felt he might explode, his mind a blur of silent curses. Inside the cabin, Thoi Tin was draped over Boss Kai, an act of defiance that drove Lai Thursday Hung over the edge. "Thoi Tin!" he roared, his voice thick with fury. Boss Kai looked out at him with cold indifference. "Drop the act. Thoi Tin already filled us in on your little plan to run away and join the other side." Enraged, Lai Thursday Hung tried to lunge at the car, but Dong Huk's men slammed him back. He could only scream insults. "Thoi Tin, you backstabbing whore. How could you do this to me?" Bored with the drama, Boss Kai turned to the man in the passenger seat. "Boss Truong, what's the verdict on this loser?" Boss Van didn't say a word. He simply made a slow, horizontal cutting motion with his hand, a silent death sentence for Lai Thursday Hung. Under the shroud of the silent night, a thick, rough rope was looped and tightened around Lai Thursday Hung's neck. A hulking thug hauled on the line, hoisting the man into the air where he kicked and clawed at the sky in a futile struggle. Terror filled his eyes as he wept, his throat emitting sickening, strangled gasps. It seemed Kwang Tu Dung's grim fate from his previous life had been passed to his enemy. The irony was poetic. After several minutes of agonizing struggle, the life left Lai Thursday Hung. He hung limp and still, a gruesome ornament swaying before his own front gate. Sometime later, Kwang Tu Dung's bus rolled silently into the area. He and the mutant Tran Sung hugged the shadows, creeping toward the entrance. Suddenly, the corpse of Lai Thursday Hung gave a sudden, spasmodic twitch. Tu Dung's sharp eyes caught the movement, and he signaled for Tran Sung to halt. It appeared Lai Thursday Hung had reanimated as a member of the Walking Dead, still dangling from his perch. Tu Dung let out a cold, sharp snort. You got what you deserved. Though, it's a shame I didn't get to pull the trigger myself." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a heavy stone, snapping the frayed rope with surgical precision. The undead Lai Thursday Hung hit the pavement with a dull thud. Tu Dung stepped over him, grabbing the creature's head to look it in the eye. "You monster. Since your end was so pathetic, I suppose I'll have to be the one to settle your debt." Even in revenge, Tu Dung possessed a strange sense of mercy. The scene shifts to the interior of a luxury suite. Muffled moans and giggles drifted through the door. Through the glow of the window, the silhouettes of 2 men could be seen hovering over someone on the bed. Thoi Tin lay there, her wrists bound in steel handcuffs. She tossed her head back with a playful, manipulative laugh. "You guys are so cruel. I give you a traitor on a silver platter and this is my thanks? Come on, untie me already." Boss Van leaned over her, his voice low and predatory. Is this reward not enough for you? Here I come. Doi Tin seemed to lose herself in the moment, her focus shifting entirely to her own pleasure as she began to moan. Suddenly, a sharp clatter echoed from the balcony. Boss Kai, just as he was getting started, froze and looked toward the window. What the hell was that? He stood up to investigate. Because of the heavy music and Doi Tin's loud distractions, the men were completely oblivious to the carnage unfolding right outside their door. Boss Kai's brow furrowed as he stared through the glass into the darkness. His blood ran cold. One of his elite guards was face down on the terrace, a massive pool of crimson spreading from a shattered skull. Suddenly, the bedroom door was hit with a series of thunderous kicks, the wood groaning as if it were about to splinter apart. Kai and Van snapped their heads toward the door, yelling, "Who's there? What's going on?" They never saw Kwang Tu-dung slip through the window behind them like a ghost. His face was a mask of cold, focused rage, radiating a murderous aura that chilled the room. He glared at the two men, his movement a blur as he stepped behind Boss Kai. He pressed the cold, steel barrel of a suppressed pistol against Kai's throat. Feeling the bite of the weapon, the boss turned pale, his breath hitching as he realized his time was up. He stammered, his face twisting in terror. A violent spray of crimson fluid erupted from his mouth. Stunned and reeling in agony, the man could only squeeze out a muffled, choked cry. Ugh. The blade had carved through Boss Kai's throat with the speed of a lightning strike. A heartbeat later, he collapsed face first onto the tiles. Kwang Tu-dung used the momentum of his strike to vault gracefully into the center of the room. Boss Van, witnessing his partner's instant demise, spiraled into a panic and shrieked, No! Kai! You bastard! Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, Doi Tin, whose night of pleasure had been cut short, struggled to sit up and gasped, Kwang Tu-dung. Tu-dung, our sharp and composed protagonist, maintained a gaze of ice. Without wasting a single movement, he whipped a second knife forward with lethal precision. The blade whistled through the air and embedded itself deep into the throat of the villainous Boss Van, causing him to spray strawberry red syrup instantly. He clutched his neck, hacking violently. Cock. With his windpipe severed, the man slumped over, rolling off the mattress and onto the floor in a lifeless heap. Doi Tin, now splattered with the man's warm syrup, looked around in a frantic dither, her bound limbs twitching as she wailed. No. Watching Tu-dung draw closer with predatory slowness, Doi Tin's voice rose to a hysterical pitch. Kwang Tu-dung. Why are you here? What? What are you going to do to me? Gazing at Doi Tin's degrading state on the bed, Kwang Tu-dung looked away in disgust and mocked. I see you guys enjoy some pretty extreme roleplay, don't you? Without another word to her, he walked to the suite's entrance. He gripped the handle and remarked casually, I truly wonder how that beast-like Thursday Hung would react to seeing you in this position. A cold sweat broke out over Doi Tin's body, her face turning a ghostly pale as she stammered. Lie Thursday Hung? But he's... Tu-dung swung the door wide and stepped aside, clearing a path for a reanimated Lai Thursday Hung to charge in like a ravenous predator. The former leader had completely succumbed to his hunger, transforming into a mindless, flesh-craving zombie that lunged at Doi Tin with a guttural roar. Facing the end of her wretched life, Doi Tin's eyes flooded with tears. As Lai Thursday Hung's rotting, calloused hand clamped onto her face, she shrieked in a desperate plea. Tu-dung. I was wrong. Forgive me. Please have mercy. But the time for mercy had long since passed. The man she had once betrayed bit savagely into her neck, causing a fountain of bright red ketchup to drench the sheets. Devoid of any pity, Kwang Tu-dung slammed the door shut, leaving Lai Thursday Hung to enjoy his gourmet meal on the heavy bed. Doi Tin's blood-curdling screams, help, rang out through the hallway until they finally faded. Kwang Tu-dung lingered for a moment, peeking through the crack in the door to watch the two people who had once ruined him tear each other to pieces. With those two accounts finally settled, Kwang Tu-dung stepped back out to find Transung. He gestured toward the fresh remains scattered in the hall and said, Go ahead, finish off these corpses. By now, Transung's intelligence had evolved significantly. He glanced at a nearby body and managed to croak out a few broken words. Eat. 1 person. Enough. Grasping Transung's meaning, Tu-dung gave a grim nod of approval. The mutant zombie lunged forward, burying his face in the torso of a guard and feasting with animalistic hunger. Kwang Tiu-dong suddenly held up a hand, his enhanced senses picking up the faint vibrations of a struggle coming from deep within the building. In a distant, barricaded room, a man, a woman, and a young girl were huddled together in fear. They looked like a desperate family unit. Suddenly, a massive figure in a stained chef's outfit began to wrench the iron door open, the metal letting out a high-pitched, agonizing screech. He loomed in the doorway like a nightmare. This towering, morbidly obese man gripped a heavy meat cleaver. He held the blade close to his chest, his face twisted into a snarl, dominated by a jagged scar crossing one eye. At that moment, a lanky subordinate in a white shirt shoved his way inside. This tall, skeletal man immediately snatched the little girl by the arm and hissed gleefully, "This little brat has such soft, tender skin. She'll taste perfect." The girl was paralyzed with terror, sobbing, "Wah wah. Mommy, help." The fat chef scowled at the girls crying and muttered, "Stop making so much noise." He pointed his finger toward another corner of the room. The room was actually packed with prisoners. The chef pointed at a young boy clinging to his weeping mother and ordered, "Take that one instead." The mother bit her lip until it bled, paralyzed by helplessness. The chef stepped forward and personally snatched the boy, his expression as cold as if he were selecting a fish at a market. "You're coming with me, kid." The boy wailed, reaching out for his mother. The woman shrieked in agony, "No. Let him go. Take me instead." Annoyed by her interference, the brute swung his cleaver in a wide arc, slamming the flat of the blade into the mother. She was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. "Shut your mouth," the chef roared. The boy, seeing his mother struck, screamed, "Mommy." The woman lay on the floor, pounding her fists against the boards in a fit of powerless rage. Through a mask of tears, she begged, "Please. Not my son. I'll do anything. Spare him." The other prisoners in the room sat frozen, too terrified to move or even look the woman in the eye as she pleaded hoarsely, "Someone. Please save my boy. Have mercy." From the hallway, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted. Bang. Bang. The sound drew the eyes of the two thugs and the terrified captives alike. Everyone stared toward the entrance. 3 jagged holes had been punched through the heavy door. The fat chef growled, trying to look intimidating, but even his subordinates noticed something was very wrong. For more guards inside the room rushed to the front, brandishing knives and pistols. The chef held his cleaver defensively, muttering, "That's a shotgun blast. Who else is carrying a 12 gauge? A confused thug replied, "Nobody. Only the big boss has a shotgun." Seizing the distraction, the boy broke free and scrambled back to his mother, sobbing, "Mom." She pulled him into a tight embrace, whispering, "It's okay, my baby. I've got you." The 5 thugs stood in a semicircle, weapons leveled at the door. The chef took a cautious step back. The door began to creak open slowly, allowing a sliver of light to pierce the gloom. The tension was suffocating. The chef narrowed his eyes and shoved the lanky subordinate forward. "Go check it out. Now." The man trembled, his voice shaking. "Me? Why me?" The chef snarled, "Quit whining and get over there." Left with no choice, the underling crept forward, his revolver shaking in his sweaty grip as he approached the darkened opening. Suddenly, Tran Sung's pale, sickly hand shot through the gap, clamping onto the man's neck like a vice. He let out a piercing shriek of pure terror. "Ah! Help me! Get it off!" In an instant, he was yanked through the door with bone-shattering force, his body slamming violently against the frame as he disappeared into the dark. The 2 gunmen inside panicked, their eyes wide with dread. "It's a zombie! Open fire! Kill it!" They screamed to each other. They began firing blindly toward the doorway, the muzzles flashing in the dark as they emptied their cylinders into the hallway. Seeing a shadow move behind the reinforced partitions, they shifted their fire, shredding the wooden planks. "He's over there. Don't let him in." But Tran Sung was far too fast. He burst through the remaining boards, flying into the room. His eyes were cold and devoid of fear, ignoring the hail of bullets as he let out a terrifying roar. Grr. Roar. The massive chef tried to scramble back, but he was directly in the path of the mutant sentry. Tran Sung pounced on him with the weight of a falling mountain. The chef realized his end had come, his mouth opening in a silent scream of horror. Tran Sung clamped his powerful hands onto either side of the brute's massive head. With a single, explosive jerk, he twisted. A sickening crack echoed through the room. The chef's eyes went blank. The mutant zombie spun the man's head completely around. The chef died instantly, his heavy cleaver clattering to the floor. Tran Sung landed in a low crouch, looking like a silent, lethal predator. He then surged forward in a blurred, zigzag motion, radiating a murderous aura. He had become a precision strike assassin in a zombie skin. From outside the room, the sounds of chaotic struggle and frantic screams echoed. "It's coming for me. Help. No, Ag." Then silence. When the dust settled, Transung stood calmly before the terrified prisoners. The former guards lay broken and unmoving at his feet. A young woman stared at him, her voice trembling. He's not attacking us? What kind of monster is this?" Transung's milky, rolled-back eyes and waxen skin gave him a sickly appearance, yet he remained remarkably composed. He stood with his hands casually in his pockets, gazing out toward the entrance. Kwang Tiu-dung strolled in at a relaxed pace, pushing the door open wide. "Excellent work, Transung," he remarked. "Without those heavy chains and that muzzle, your speed is truly terrifying." It wasn't just his movement. The mutant's reflexes had become incredibly sharp. The mutant raised a twisted, gray hand toward his face, striking a pose. "Like this. I look cooler," he managed to rasp. The captives in the room were paralyzed with a new kind of dread. The mother, still shielding her child, gasped in disbelief. "A zombie? A talking zombie?" Transung stood at the center of the room, every eye fixed on him. His bizarrely human behavior stood in stark contrast to the mindless, snarling monsters roaming the wasteland. The young mother pulled her daughter closer, her face pale with fright. The little girl peeked out from behind her mother's arm, her small frame shaking like a leaf. Noticing their distress, Tiu-dung approached with a friendly wave to put the child at ease. "Don't be scared, it's all right. He won't hurt a soul." Transung followed suit, giving a slow, reassuring nod. The little girl, her big eyes still brimming with tears and her face flushed from crying, looked at them with deep suspicion. He's a high-level monster," she stammered. They kill people without a second thought." Tiu-dung's expression hardened instantly. His suspicion was piqued. It was highly unusual for a child to know the term high-level monster. "What did you say?" he asked, his curiosity turning into wariness. He knelt down to be at eye level with the child. "Have you and your mother encountered others like him before?" The girl whimpered, retreating further into her mother's embrace. The mother nodded shakily. "Why, yes, we have." Tiu-dung pressed for details. "Where exactly did you see them?" "At the Home Decor Center in the East City District," she blurted out. Tiu-dung lowered his gaze, his mind racing through the implications. "Already? I expected it would take months for the mutation to stabilize that much. And that district is dangerously close to Old Tea Leaf City." Transung, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, tilted his head. What? Tiu-dung turned to him. "Mutants, Transung. Creatures exactly like you. Depending on the person, you mutants keep varying degrees of your old intelligence and memories. It makes you much more efficient hunters than the average lurker. But because the virus is so volatile, most lose their minds to rage, becoming extremely lethal." A flash of genuine fear crossed Transung's face. He furrowed his brow, stuttering anxiously. Then, "Me? I know." Tiu-dung reached out and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. He looked the kind-hearted zombie in the eye and reassured him. "Don't worry. You're one of the lucky ones. Besides, you have me. I won't let you slip into that darkness." Tiu-dung then turned back to the larger group. "Are there more survivors in this Bitch Twee Mountain complex?" One man spoke up from the back. "They have a lot of people locked up at the real estate office." A woman added, "And the basement. There might be people still alive down there." A short while later, Tiu-dung led the group out of the room. They moved cautiously through the corridors toward the lower levels. Earlier that night, the basement door had been left slightly ajar, revealing grim smears of strawberry syrup trailing across the concrete floor. The people following behind him turned ghostly pale, breaking into cold sweats at the sight. Tiu-dung's brow furrowed as he scanned the entrance. What is this place? Inside the pitch-black room, human remains were suspended from hooks, resembling a grisly slaughterhouse. A captive whispered in horror, "They hunt people every day and bring them here to be processed." As they stepped into the suffocating gloom, Tiu-dung surveyed a corner and felt a cold realization hit him. So this is why no other survivor camps have survived in the South City? His face twisted in disgust as the depravity of the gang sank in. But why slaughter so many? There's no way they can consume all this meat. A man with long hair replied resentfully, "They ship the product out periodically. We don't even know how deep their network goes." Staring at the piles of discarded remains, Dong's mind turned to a darker possibility. I know their numbers. They aren't eating this much. Are they using the meat to farm a zombie horde? Dong turned to the man for more intelligence. Tell me about the real estate office. What are we walking into? The man explained. It's about a kilometer south. That's where they hold the new arrivals. Once they're done playing with them, or if they're deemed useless, they're sent here for slaughter. Dong was genuinely shocked by the industrial scale of their cruelty. He let out a sharp, bitter laugh. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a glowing interface flickered into existence. System quest. Budget utopia activated. Objective. Expand your community. Current rating. 2. Goal. Increase the score. Reward. 20 points. Current balance. 36. 30 minutes passed. They arrived at the real estate office in the south. Two silhouettes stood guard near the main entrance under the dim moonlight. The night was dead silent. A guard gripping a metal club whispered nervously, I swear I heard gunfire coming from the north gate earlier. The other guard, scowling, shrugged it off. Probably just the boys using the livestock for target practice again. Without a sound, Transung dropped from the shadows behind them. He landed with the grace of a cat, perfectly balanced in a silent handstand. The stillness was shattered by two brief, frantic screams. Ah! Zombie! Get! Squelch! Minutes later, in a cramped, windowless room. Inside the office, 4 women sat huddled together. They had been stripped of their dignity and clothes. One of them, completely drained of energy, lay curled under a tattered blanket. Hearing the commotion in the hall, they stared at the door with hollow, terrified eyes, their faces etched with the exhaustion of repeated trauma. A girl in a red shirt whispered, What's happening out there? The woman on the mattress clutched her head, pulling at her hair in a panic. No. Let them do what they want, just don't let them come in here again. At that moment, the door handle began to turn. The room fell into a suffocating, breathless silence. The woman continued to rock back and forth, chanting like a prayer. Please don't come in. Please don't come in. Anyone but them. To their overwhelming relief, it was Dong who stepped through the door. He took in the sight of the 4 broken women, his eyes softening with a flicker of empathy. Looking at the victims as they tried to hide their bodies in shame, Dong said firmly, It's over. Follow me out. The young leader guided the new group out of the facility, stepping over the corpses of their former tormentors that now littered the floor. The girl in the red shirt looked at him with a mix of hope and disbelief. Are you really offering us a safe place to stay? Dong turned back, his posture dignified. I am. Then, his voice dropped to a more serious tone. But there is one condition. Everyone must contribute. We all work to survive. The response was immediate and positive. Anything. A man cried out. We still have our strength. That's right. I'll do whatever work is needed. Dong stepped forward, leading the growing caravan toward the exit. He raised a hand, signaling the start of the trek. No time to waste. We move out now. The bus, now heavily loaded with survivors, sped through the dark, silent streets back toward the stronghold. An hour later, they arrived at the base. As the survivors filed off the bus, Dong and Transung stood guard. High above on the watchtower. San and Truong-chi spotted the returning group with excitement. Brother Dong is back. San cheered, reaching for the gate controls. Truong-chi held her back. Wait. He hasn't driven the bus in yet. Let's see what the plan is first. Below, Dong stood before the gates of his fortress. He looked at the weary faces of the new survivors and thought, This is my sanctuary. But before I open these doors, I need to know who I'm letting into my home. Having endured such hellish torment, these survivors understood his point perfectly. The man with the long hair stepped forward, his voice heavy. We know exactly how cold and ruthless this world has become. A woman nearby looked around nervously. Then where do we go? Where do we stay? Dong turned to them, gesturing toward the perimeter. Right beside the fortress, we have reinforced shelters and steel fencing. While it's not quite the inner sanctum, the security and living conditions are far superior to any other camp you'll find out there. Dong addressed the rest of the group. This old tea leaf district is full of open space and sturdy buildings. As we expand and renovate, our quality of life will only improve. The crowd bowed deeply, their eyes filled with genuine relief. Such kindness and mercy. We have no way to pay you back. Thank you, our savior. They cried in unison. The following morning, a bright, deceptive sun shone over the occupied Bitch Tui mountain complex. 2 massive vehicles, a sleek car followed by a heavy transport truck, rumbled through the front gates, loaded with mysterious black plastic bundles. They were hauling these supplies by the ton, a massive shipment that required the strength of the entire flatbed. Inside the lead car, a woman sat clicking her tongue in a rhythmic show of impatience. She had striking dark blue hair and a sharp, rebellious style, sporting trendy clothes and black fishnets. Her expression was one of pure irritation as she rested her chin on her palm. Why is no one picking up? What kind of games is that idiot Truong Convan playing at now? She snapped. Her brow furrowed as a sudden chill hit her. Damn it. Something is definitely wrong here. Accompanied by a towering, muscular bodyguard, she marched straight to Truong Convan's private suite and kicked the door wide open. The moment she saw the interior, her eyes went wide with disgust, her voice momentarily lost. Trapped within the room were 3 snarling monsters, the portly Lai Thursday Hung and the 2 other bosses she had come to meet, all turned into the walking dead. Sensing the arrival of fresh, living flesh, the zombie Lai Thursday Hung caught the scent. He swung his head around with a guttural, ugh. Instantly, the 3 creatures lost any shred of their former selves, lunging forward with nothing but a primal hunger for raw meat. This woman was far from ordinary. Facing the charging ghouls, she didn't even flinch. With a casual, effortless shove, she sent the massive Lai Thursday Hung stumbling backward. Then, with lightning speed and lethal grace, she struck. The only sounds that followed were the wretched, panicked shrieks of the zombies being put down. Moments later, she calmly took a cloth to wipe the crimson residue from her blade, a sharp, carrot-orange dagger, handling it with practiced skill. As she admired the clean edge of her weapon, the big man behind her spoke up nervously, "Boss, Truong Convan is finished. What happens to the meat shipments now?" She lowered her hand, her gaze cold. "No choice. We'll have to handle the distribution ourselves." Her face twisted into a mask of pure malice. She was clearly fuming that her key contacts had been eliminated, making her operations much more difficult. "I want to erase whoever dared to break our rules," she hissed. Stepping out into the villa's courtyard, the blue-haired leader, still clutching her orange blade, surveyed the field of corpses belonging to Convan's slaughtered crew. Her companion scanned the area. Not a single soul left alive. The woman didn't care about the lives lost. She only had one question: where is the product? The man checked a nearby shed. The meat is still here, untouched. She turned and gave a decisive bark, back the truck up and start loading the cargo. Within minutes, the heavy engine roared to life, preparing for a new, grim transaction. As the underlings did the grueling work of tossing the heavy bags onto the truck, she stood with arms crossed, her eyes scanning the ground like a hawk for any clue. Suddenly, something caught her eye. "Wait!" she exclaimed, crouching low to the dirt to investigate. It was a distinct tire tread. The man behind her leaned in. "Did you find a lead, big sister?" Piecing it together, she remained in her squat, her voice oozing with a dangerous authority. "I'm going to find out exactly who thinks they're tough enough to pull this off." Her minion leaned in closer to study the tracks. The scene shifts back to Tiu Dung's sanctuary. He was lounging on the balcony, enjoying a rare moment of peace in the breeze. His focus was locked on the glowing system window. Expand community. Requirement: 1. Boost community rating. Current score: 2. He sighed, mulling it over. How do I pump these numbers up? Population growth has to be the key factor. He looked out over his sprawling territory with a satisfied grin. Plenty of room to grow, haha. At least that bastard left me with a good foundation. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a thought struck him. Wait. That rare specimen. A short while later, he joined San San and Truong Chi as they visited the temporary housing area for the new refugees. The moment he appeared, people scrambled to greet him. Our savior. Savior, you've come to see us. A woman, overcome with emotion, rushed toward him. She fell to her knees at his feet, clutching her hands in prayer. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. Tiu Dung quickly reached down to help her up. Please stand up. No need for all that. He then turned to the mother and daughter he had rescued from the villa. That super monster you mentioned. I need to know exactly where you saw it. The mother looked at him with wide, honest eyes. At the RT Mart supermarket, over in the decorating city district. She began to describe the encounter. We were just trying to scavenge for food when that thing appeared. It was a massacre. People were being torn apart everywhere. In the chaos, my daughter and I ran until we hit the Bitch Tui Villa. We thought we were safe there, but they turned out to be even worse monsters. Tiu Dung felt a surge of protective anger. He lowered his head, his jaw tight. RT Mart, huh? San San, overhearing the plan, stepped in with a worried look. Brother Tiu Dung, our warehouses are full. We don't need to go looking for trouble with a creature like that. Truongchi countered cautiously. True, but supplies don't last forever. It's better to hoard while we can. Tiu Deng looked toward the horizon. More importantly, that district is less than 2 kilometers away. We can't have a threat that dangerous breathing down our necks. The mother and daughter watched him, terrified by his resolve. The woman was so startled she dropped the basin of laundry she was holding, clothes spilling onto the dirt. She rushed over, her face pale, trying to talk him out of it. Please, savior, don't go. That monster isn't human. It kills in the blink of an eye. Tiu Deng gave her a reassuring, calm look. Don't worry. We know exactly what we're doing. Tiu Deng turned to his right-hand man. Truongchi, get Tran Sung ready. It's time we introduced ourselves to this beast. In another part of the city, a group of survivors was cautiously entering a massive commercial building, all of them armed with makeshift weapons and heavy packs. Leading them was a striking, confident girl. A man in a formal vest walked beside her, whispering, "See? I told you I remembered a major grocery hub in this area." A young man trailing behind them spoke up nervously. Don't get your hopes up. It's probably been picked clean by now. The girl shot him a look. Don't be such a pessimist. We've found plenty of leftovers in the other stores we've passed. The group moved deeper into the supermarket, hope fueling their steps. The girl smirked, clearly feeling invincible. With our skills and guts, we're basically the kings of this apocalypse. Nobody moves as freely as we do. Haha. They crossed the threshold. They were immediately met with a heavy, oppressive silence and a darkness that seemed to swallow their light. The main aisles were stripped bare, but as they searched the lower shelves, they found some forgotten canned goods. Hey, it's been raided, but they missed a few spots. Look. To check for any lurkers, the woman picked up a metal pan and slammed it against a support pillar, the loud clang echoing through the empty, cavernous store. The group huddled together, weapons gripped tight. The girl's voice echoed through the aisles. Is anybody there? Their tight formation suggested they were seasoned survivors. Instead of rushing in, the girl lowered her stance, silently scanning the shadows for movement. Minutes later, the silence broke. A frantic drumming of footsteps erupted from every exit as dozens of zombies surged into the mall, howling with hunger. The ghouls, their skin a sickly, mottled green, scrambled toward the group. Panic flared as someone shrieked, "They're everywhere! It's an outbreak! Look out!" The air filled with the brutal sounds of close-quarters combat, the heavy thud of impacts and the desperate groans of the undead. When the dust settled, the floor was a graveyard of limbs, yet the group stood unscathed. The girl let out a triumphant laugh. Huh, that was a walk in the park. A young man adjusted his pack, peering at the remains. Zombies, sure, but not many. Another group must have lured the main horde away already. A guy behind him nodded eagerly. Talk about luck. We hit the motherlode today. The man in the dress vest remained cautious. Don't celebrate yet. Keep your eyes peeled, he warned. None of them noticed a massive shadow detaching itself from a nearby doorway. A towering mutant stepped from the gloom, bearing jagged white teeth. Sparks of electricity flickered in its eyes, zzz, as it let out a menacing growl. It spoke with a raspy, chilling voice. Prey. Fresh, sweet prey. Oblivious, the group marveled at the untouched goods. Look at this. It's like a holiday haul. We can live like kings for years on this stuff. The girl's face beamed with joy. She pointed toward a furniture display and shouted, Hey, check that out. She had spotted a luxury display bed. Marveling at its pristine condition, she cried out, a bed. An actual plush bed. Surrendering to the comfort, she collapsed onto the mattress with a sigh of bliss. I'm not moving. I'm staying right here. The excitement was contagious. Why not stay for good? This place is a fortress of supplies. The man in the vest gestured to the young man with the pack. Need a smoke break? The youth nodded. Count me in. A moment later, the metallic flick-flick of a Zippo cut through the air and a small flame danced to life. The man took a deep, satisfying drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. The young man, cigarette dangling from his lips, turned to him. So, are we really doing this? Is this home now? The man's tone turned serious, even a bit nervous. This place has too many windows and doors. It's a nightmare to defend. Plus, everyone will want a piece of this hoard. He continued his thought, but on the way in, I saw a 2-story structure that looked. He froze. The air grew cold. Suddenly, a blood-stained blade pressed against his throat. Before he could blink, the blade tore through his neck. A spray of crimson hit the young man with the pack. His teammate collapsed, dead before he hit the floor. The mutant had been stalking them like a ghost. The monster hoisted the body up, sniffing the air. Tender meat. You'll be a delicious treat, haha. The young man's legs turned to jelly. He nearly fainted from the horror. Terrified, he bolted, his screams echoing through the mall. Help. Somebody help. There's a monster. Inside, the rest of the group stopped their scavenging, looking toward the screams. What was that? What's going on out there? The young man thought he was running toward safety, but the mutant was faster. A series of swift stabs perforated his back. He stumbled, a wet cough being the only sound he could manage. The horror played out in the open. The zombie lifted the dying boy high, his backpack spilling open on the floor. The creature snarled, its muscles bulging with murderous intent. In the flickering light, the group watched in frozen terror as the young man was literally torn in two. A truly gruesome spectacle. The girl leading the group was paralyzed. What is that thing? She stammered, her face ashen. Then, survival instinct kicked in. Run. Everyone, get out. Retreat now. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Her legs felt heavy, but she pushed them to the limit, desperate to reach the light of the exit. The massive zombie leaped into the air, its sharp claws extended. Nobody leaves. You're all mine. Ha ha. It roared as the survivors scattered like leaves in a storm. A girl trailing behind didn't stand a chance. The monster's hand punched straight through her chest, erupting out the other side in a shower of blood. The survivors scrambled for their lives. The girl in the lead pushed her pace, her voice cracking with terror. No. Please. I don't want to die here. She sprinted blindly until the man running beside her was cut down, coughing blood as she finally burst through the supermarket's main gates. As she reached the sunlight, she realized the silence behind her was absolute. She was the only one left. She turned back, signaling to a group that no longer existed. The exit. We're almost. Her words dissolved into a series of jagged, piercing screams. Ah. No. Stay away. Collapsing onto the pavement outside, she gasped for air, her lungs burning and her spirit broken. She looked up to see the towering mutant looming over her. Tears blurred her vision as she trembled, the realization of her fate sinking in. Ugh. Ugh. The courtyard echoed with one final, desperate cry of agony. No. Facing the behemoth, Tuna wept uncontrollably. She held her hands up in a pathetic attempt to shield herself, having no other defense but her own screams. No. Help me. Just as the darkness was about to close in, Transung emerged from the shadows like a guardian. He stepped into the light of the doorway, a heroic silhouette. The girl, still blinded by fear, screamed at him. Don't. Please don't kill me. Transung ignored her completely, gliding past with icy focus. The girl blinked, her sobbing catching in her throat. He just ignored me? Before she could process it, a calm voice cut through her panic. Don't be afraid. She jumped, turning toward the sound. Kwang Tu-dung and Truong-chi stood there, appearing as if from nowhere. The girl stared at them, her mind reeling. Who are you? Tu-dung gave her a small, studying look. He reached out a hand. The guy who bought the house. As he helped the girl, Nin Yuyan to her feet, he recognized the former real estate agent from his previous life. You were the sales rep, weren't you? He rubbed his chin, the memory coming into focus. Right. Your name was Yuyan. While Tu-dung reminisced, the background was a symphony of violence, the heavy smack and thud of Transung trading blows with the mutant giant. But poor Yuyan was too far gone. She clutched her head, rocking back and forth in a trauma-induced frenzy. Ghost. Monster. There's a demon in the mall. Run, you have to run. Tu-dung knelt beside her. It's okay. He's being handled. Trembling, she slowly turned her gaze back toward the supermarket entrance. Her eyes went wide. She stood frozen, completely stunned by the incredible scene unfolding before her. Transung stood his ground against the ghoulish mutant that had butchered the scavengers. The beast sneered at him, hissing with a cruel delight. You. Ha. Planning to hog all this fresh meat for yourself? From a safe distance, Kwang Tu-dung called out to check on his partner. Transung, can you handle this freak on your own? Transung fixed a cold, metallic stare on his opponent, grunting a brief reply. Let me try. As Transung moved in to strike, the monster suddenly blurred, leaping backward with unnatural speed. Transung hesitated, momentarily thrown off by the creature's freakish agility. The mutant flicked its long, wet tongue and crouched low like a predator, its twisted posture enough to make anyone's skin crawl. It seemed thrilled to find a challenge. Yes. Finally, a worthy playmate. With a sudden burst of speed, the mutant zombie lunged at Transung to build momentum for a killing blow. Despite this savage charge, Transung remained stone-cold, tracking every twitch of its muscles. In a split second, the beast aimed a vicious, low-angle strike meant to cripple him. Transung pivoted on his heel, narrowly dodging the blow as it whistled past. The monster's eyes glowed a deeper, more menacing crimson. Emboldened by its aggression, it began to taunt him. Hee hee. I wonder if our kind grows stronger by devouring one another? Let's find out. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh of air cut through the silence. Before the mutant could react, Transung's fist slammed into its jaw with the force of a sledgehammer, sending its eyes rolling back into its head. Seizing the opening, Transung followed up with a crushing overhead punch that drove the monster's face straight into the concrete, the impact echoing through the supermarket. Stunned by the raw power, the creature pushed its mangled face off the floor, its voice dropping to a low, raspy snarl. Ugh. You're stronger than you look. Refusing to give the beast a moment to breathe, Transung launched a heavy high kick, aiming to end the fight right then and there. The sheer force of Transung's strike slammed into the giant mutant, creating a shockwave of pressure that sent tiles and debris flying in every direction. But the kill wasn't clean. Transung narrowed his eyes, scanning the dusty air and the shadows of the high shelves. He quickly realized this freak was more resilient than he thought. It had escaped to the rafters, hanging from the ceiling like a massive spider after narrowly avoiding the lethal kick. The monster hissed in fury, its teeth clacking together in a sickening, metallic rhythm. I've spent weeks perfecting my hunt, it screeched. Now I get to show you what true power looks like. Hee hee. Suddenly, Transung felt a violent surge of energy whip past his head. His eyes widened as he sensed a massive shadow descending from behind. Reading the trajectory, Transung spun around to find the demon inches away, bearing a grotesque, ear-to-ear grin. Hee hee. Time to die. Crash. Crash. The two mutants clashed in a blur of violence, their high-speed exchange turning the shopping center into a dangerous arena of metal and blood. Watching from the sidelines, Chuangqi's worry peaked. Tudong, Transung is losing ground. How can that thing be so fast? Tudong watched with a calculating gaze. It's good we're ending this now. If it kept feeding, it would have become unstoppable. Without hesitation, Tudong summoned an AK submachine gun from his system storage. Tunin, watching from behind, gasped at the impossible sight. Where? How did you just pull a gun out of thin air? He adjusted his stance and squinted through the sights, his finger hovering over the trigger. Transung, Tudong called out calmly, keep him still for just 1 second, and I'll go easy on the jokes later. Hearing the cue, Transung lunged forward and pinned the monster's arms, locking it in a vice-like grip. The mutant thrashed wildly, screaming, "Let go of me, you traitor." Exactly 1 second. Bang! A single, brilliant muzzle flash lit up the dark aisle. The high-velocity round tore through the air, slamming directly into the monster's temple and twisting its face in a mask of agony. The behemoth staggered back, its massive frame trembling as it let out a pained, earth-shaking roar. Ack. No! It fought to stay upright, its primal instincts refusing to give in. It dug its heels into the floor, the soles of its feet screeching against the tile as it tried to regain its balance. Dark, viscous fluid leaked from the hole in its forehead. With eyes burning with hatred, it shrieked, "That hurt. You actually hurt me. I'll tear you limb from limb for that. I'll eat your heart." Chuangqi watched in total disbelief. Are you kidding me? A bullet to the brain and he's still talking? Tudong didn't wait for a second chance. He leveled the rifle and unleashed a hail of lead candy, peppering the monster's chest. Bang, 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 bang. The zombie's muscular chest became a sieve under the relentless fire. It let out a final, gurgling roar of defiance as the bullets shredded its internal organs. The thunderous echo of gunfire filled every corner of the supermarket, drowning out all other sounds. Bang, bang, bang. Silence finally returned. The 4 survivors, Transung, Tudong, Chuangqi, and the trembling Tunin, stared at the unmoving, riddled corpse. Chuangqi whispered, Is it finally over? Tudong looked at his partner. Transung, see if you can harvest some energy from that thing. It might help you level up. Transung nodded slowly. More power. Suddenly, the system interface flickered to life. Expansion quest update. Objective, clear threats. Progress, apex predator eliminated. Area rating +1. Current level, 3. Reward, 10 points. Total, 46. Tudong raised an eyebrow. Oh? Killing monsters counts as community development? I'll take it. Feeling emboldened, Tudong scanned the warehouse. Since we're already here, we might as well do some shopping. Let's clear the whole place out. Tunin blinked in confusion. Clear it out? How? Dong raised his hand, and a swirling vortex of spiritual energy erupted, acting like a vacuum. It began pulling every useful item on the shelves into his storage. Nin stared, jaw dropped, while Truong-chi cheered. Magic. That is straight-up magic. Once the store was picked clean and stored in his spatial ring, Dong looked at the remains of Nin's former team. We'll leave the rest for the scavengers. He checked on his partner. You done? Let's head home. The scene shifts to the road outside. The white car belonging to the blue-haired boss of the Bitch Twee Mountain Gang screeched to a halt near the perimeter of Dong's base. Stop right here. A man shouted. The boss turned to her scout, who was peering through a pair of binoculars. What did you see? He was focused on the watchtower where San stood guard. She was meticulously scanning the horizon, unaware she was being watched. The scout shifted his gaze to the refugee housing area, watching the groups of people Dong had rescued as they went about their chores. A greedy smile spread across his face. Plenty of livestock over there. Their weapons look primitive. The only real obstacle is that reinforced factory. It's built like a tank. The driver chimed in, skeptical. If they're so weak, how did they wipe out Van and Kai? The boss smirked, leaning back. Obviously a sneak attack. They probably used a horde of zombies. I told those idiots a villa was too exposed. She watched the survivors with hungry eyes, resting her chin on her palm. It's like a gift from above. New prey and a pre-made fortress just waiting for us. Her scout laughed, almost makes me feel bad for them. Ha ha. The driver looked at her through the mirror. So, what's the call? Do we hit them now? She shook her head slowly. No. Let's head back and gear up properly. We'll bring the whole crew and the heavy hardware. The white car did a sharp U-turn, speeding away to gather their forces. Meanwhile, Dong's vehicle was making its way back to the base after the successful raid. Inside, Nin was over the moon about her new life. Is it really true? She asked, bouncing in her seat. Truong-chi smiled. Better than true. You get a rail bed, a mattress, and as much hot water as you want for a shower. Nin let out a joyful squeal. Yes. Best day ever. Dong suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual on the road ahead, narrowing his eyes for a sharper look. He immediately alerted the crew. Stay sharp. We've got company coming, get your weapons ready. Nin and Truong-chi, who had been catching their breath, instantly snapped into a defensive stance. Both peered through the glass with wary expressions, Truong-chi remaining silent but focused. He swiftly gripped his AK rifle, cautiously leaning his head toward the window to get a better read on the situation. A white car was tearing down the pavement at a frantic speed, zipping past Dong's vehicle in the opposite direction. It was the crew from the Bitch Twee Mountain Villa, rushing back to their own turf. In the split second their cars crossed paths, Dong stole a glance through the window. By pure chance. The female leader in the other car was also sizing up the driver of Dong's vehicle. Their eyes locked, two suspicious rivals clashing in a silent, high-speed confrontation. Right then, the system interface chimed ding-ding, announcing a fresh objective. The notification flickered before Dong's eyes. New quest. Punish the wicked. Objective. Repel the invaders. Reward. 50 points. After scanning the text, Dong mused curiously, repel invaders? He immediately pictured the woman he had just passed on the highway. Dong gazed out the window, his mind racing. Could it be that group looking for trouble? A short while later, the protagonist's car rolled back into the safety of the base. He looked up at the towering observation deck, intending to climb up and get a better vantage point of the surrounding area. San was currently on guard duty. Dong wasted no time asking, did you spot any strangers or unusual activity around here recently? San had indeed seen something. She pointed toward the horizon and reported, I saw a car passing in the distance, but it didn't turn our way. I actually thought it was you guys coming home. Looking puzzled, she added, is something wrong, brother Dong? Are we in danger? Sensing a storm brewing, Dong's expression darkened. He turned to Truong-chi and Old Lai. Round everyone up. I have an urgent mission to delegate. 30 minutes passed. The scene shifts to a coal processing plant in the southern suburbs. A man's hand gripped a walkie-talkie, hunting through the frequencies. It emitted a constant, jarring buzz. Static. 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 Leading a small band of survivors, the man strained to hear a broadcast through the noise. Survivors, please head to the coal factory in the southern suburbs. We've built a sanctuary here, but are desperately short on people. In the back of this group, a young man in a yellow shirt scratched his head, scanning the industrial landscape. The signal should be coming from right around here. From around the corner, a luxury vehicle cruised toward them. The yellow-shirt youth waved his arms enthusiastically, cheering. A car. It's other survivors. Fantastic. The group signaled the driver to pull over. The car screeched to a halt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. It was the big sister and her crew. The three of them stepped out with a casual, authoritative air. Seeing the newcomers, she asked, "Are you lot here because of the radio transmission?" The yellow-shirt guy nodded vigorously. "Yes, ma'am. We came as fast as we could." In this wasteland, women, especially well-kept ones, were a rare sight. The men couldn't help but stare at the leader's striking figure. The youth in yellow began harboring all sorts of inappropriate fantasies, his face turning a deep shade of red. Flaunting her curves and expensive jewelry, she took slow, confident steps toward the group, commanding their undivided attention. Sensing their weakness, she put on an act, lowering her voice into a soft, inviting purr. "You've arrived at just the perfect time. Come with us." The men were visibly starstruck. The yellow-shirt guy's eyes were sparkling with infatuation as he stammered, "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much." She continued her seductive manipulation. "It's just a short distance away. The car is full, but it's only a quick walk." The group leader agreed instantly. "No problem at all." The yellow-shirt guy and his friend traded a sleazy, knowing smirk, but they were oblivious to the fact that they were walking into a meat grinder. A short time later, the female boss and her thugs led the newcomers to the entrance of a massive warehouse. They gestured for the group to head inside, acting like welcoming hosts. The guy in the yellow shirt gaped at the interior. "Wow, this place is massive." It was the most impressive shelter he had seen since the world fell apart. He chirped, "Amazing. We finally found a real home." Then, acting a bit clumsy, he scratched his cheek and muttered, "Nature calls. Let me go take care of business outside real quick, then I'll join you." The big sister was surprisingly accommodating. "No need for that. There's a restroom right inside. Follow me." The yellow-shirt guy let his perverted thoughts run wild again, turning goofy and red-faced. "Oh, okay, sure thing." The sound of the man relieving himself echoed in the bathroom. He wore a sleazy, self-satisfied grin, glancing back with an excited, predatory mood. The provocatively dressed boss stood right behind him, arms crossed, watching him like a hawk. It was a move designed to overwhelm him. Flustered, the guy hurriedly adjusted his clothes. Rustle, rustle. He didn't even bother with his buttons, turning around to expose his red underwear while giving her a creepily confident look. Listen, little sister. I know exactly what you're after. Don't be shy." She remained silent. He boasted, "Your big brother here is quite a handful." Slash. A horrific scream was cut short by the wet sound of cold metal carving through muscle. The creep's eyes bulged in shock. He never saw it coming. Ugh. Choke. With a cold, detached expression, the big sister had driven her carrot blade straight through the man's windpipe. Her icy gaze was proof of just how ruthless she truly was. The man's head slumped forward, coming to rest right in front of her slender, fishnet-clad legs. Unfortunately for him, his final moments were spent being judged with pure contempt. "What a joke," she muttered. "Thought you were a prize, but you're just garbage." Her blade was now dripping with crimson. She strolled out of the bathroom as if she had just finished a casual chore. Her underling greeted her cheerfully. "Boss, the others are taken care of." She nodded casually. "Good. Drag the trash in the bathroom out here as well." She looked over the fresh pile of bodies from the group. After a brief pause, she ordered, "Tell Old 2 and Old 3 to get out here. We have work to do." Meanwhile, back at the sanctuary, Kwang Tae-dong was holding a council with his core supporters to draft a defense strategy. It was a rare sight to see the entire leadership gathered. Old Lai asked with concern, "Tae-dong, is someone coming for us?" "Who are they?" Tae-dong clarified, "We don't know the enemy's face yet, but the threat is real. From today on, we must be ready for an attack at any hour." Tae-dong turned to Truong-chi and Tran-sung, issuing orders. "You two are with me. We need to secure the abandoned complex to the southeast immediately. We'll move the refugees there temporarily. I won't have them used as human shields when the bullets start flying here." San and the sturdy Tiu Kai weren't about to sit on the sidelines. Realizing they hadn't been given a task, they spoke up. San insisted, "Brother Tae-dong, let me help." Tiu Kai echoed, "Me too. I'm ready." Even the two volunteers in the hazmat suits from Old Lee's crew chimed in, "Count us in. We're coming too." The spirit of defiance spread through the room. Even women and children felt the need to protect their home. Truong Tangcheet's young son raised his hand high. I want to fight too. His mother pulled him back, scolding. Hush, this isn't a game for little boys. Tunin watched the scene in awe. Despite her lingering fear, Tunin raised her hand timidly. With everyone so determined. I think I want to contribute as well. Kwang Tu-dung was moved by their loyalty. He analyzed the plan one last time. It shouldn't be too risky. Old Han and Old Lai will hold down the fort. Everyone else, gear up. We move out. The meeting was over in an instant. Tu-dung led the way out, followed by a determined line of survivors he had rescued. Each one clutched a makeshift weapon, ready to defend their new life. The group assembled before a towering high-rise. A crowd, roughly the size of a military platoon, gathered noisily at the entrance. The time for action had arrived. It was time to purge the undead. Kwang Tu-dung took the initiative, firing the opening rounds into the throats of the nearest walkers, signaling the start of the assault for his followers. The survivors fought as one, utilizing a mix of blades and firearms. Transung even waded into the fray with his bare hands, using his monstrous strength to crush the skulls of the infected one by one. After a frantic, bloody struggle, the area was cleared of threats, with corpses littering the pavement. The survivors stood breathless and spent. Tu-dung scanned the group. Is anyone bitten or scratched? Check yourselves now. They all confirmed they were unharmed. Gazing out from a vacant window toward the horizon, where the smoke from the rival gangs' industrial chimneys rose into the sky, Tu-dung turned to the group with a grim warning. An attack is imminent within the next few days. You all need to hunker down here for now. In response, a man and woman Tu-dung had previously rescued spoke up with newfound courage. We aren't just hiding. We can fight alongside you. Exactly. Let us do our part. Admiring their resolve, Tu-dung rubbed his chin thoughtfully, hesitated for a heartbeat, and then nodded. Fine. Get ready. Tu-dung then delegated a crucial role to the man. Clear this floor immediately. I'll return with sidearms and ammunition. When the sirens wail, we'll coordinate via walkie-talkie. You must follow my orders to the letter. The man balled his fists, nodding sharply. Loud and clear. You can count on us. The scene shifts to the stronghold of the ruthless rival leader. She stood with her arms crossed in a relaxed posture, watching her soldiers prepare for war with a predatory gaze. One of her scouts called out, Status report, boss? She merely tilted her head, casting a cold, sidelong glance. A wiry man stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, asking, Did the raid go as planned? Behind him stood a hulking, long-haired brute who looked half-mad, chanting a disturbing mantra, fresh meat. Need to taste human meat. The woman suddenly slammed her hands onto her hips, screaming into their faces, smoothly. Don't make me laugh. Our supply lines at Bitch Tui are gone. Someone wiped them out. From here on out, we hunt our own food or we starve. The wiry subordinate was stunned. What? Who had the guts to do that? The brute behind him let out a frustrated roar. Meat. Where's the meat? This isn't fun anymore. The leader began to stoke the flames of hatred against Tu-dung's faction. It's a colony to the east, and they're numerous. Tomorrow morning, Old Tu and I are leading the charge. We're going to butcher every last one of them. Back at Tu-dung's sanctuary, a lamp flickered in his private quarters. He checked his status. 46 points banked. Let's see if the system has updated the inventory. The shop interface flickered to life. Ability Awakening Chest Tier 2, 25 points. Apocalypse Cultivator Chest Tier 2, 15 points. Basic Survival Rations Tier 1, 5 points. Manual Refresh, 2 points. Tu-dung leaned back on his mattress, a smirk playing on his lips. Finally, some real upgrades. He tapped the screen. He marveled at the new options. 2 Tier 2 chests available at once? That's 40 points total. Let's see if the gamble pays off. He initiated the purchase. Skill unlocked. Physical Overdrive Level 1. Effect, boosts all physical attributes by 25. Warning, triggers a weakened state upon expiration. A faint mist swirled around him as the system integrated the new power into his DNA. The results were staggering. Tu-dung's eyes lit up with excitement. A 25 boost? My physical stat is currently 33. This will push me over 40. That's the raw power of 8 grown men combined. Crack. He flexed his forearm, feeling the newfound density in his muscles. I can't wait to see what I can do with this strength, he muttered impatiently. The scene shifts to the open highway. A thick plume of dust trailed a convoy as the screech of brakes echoed through the ruins. It was the rival gang's war party, a sedan, 2 loaded pickup trucks, and 3 outriders on motorcycles. Inside the lead car, a thug holding a radio turned to the woman. "Second sister, what's the play?" The woman, known as Second Sister, crossed her arms with a scowl. "We stick to the plan. Exterminate every refugee on the perimeter first, no survivors." She leaned in, her voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "Once Old 2 breaches the main gate, the rest of you provide rolling cover. Use your superior firepower to keep their heads down." The thug nodded, his face grim with intent. The cannibalistic brute sitting beside her rocked back and forth, his massive frame shaking the car. "Yes, good. I'm starving." His face twisted into a mask of pure bloodlust. "I kill. I feast." The convoy roared forward, engines revving under the bright morning sun. It was a perfect day for a massacre. At Tu Dung's base of operations, perched on the ramparts, Old Lai and Tu Dung leaned against the railing, surveying the approach. Old Lai spoke up hesitantly. "Our positions are well hidden, I'll give you that. But we're blind compared to a proper tower. The dead zone at the foot of the wall is massive." Tu Dung remained unbothered. "Relax, Lai. We aren't up here for the view." Old Lai turned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Then what's the strategy?" Tu Dung simply stared into the distance, with a cryptic smile. He turned to Old Lai with a relaxed expression. "Didn't you tell me yesterday that you spent some time as a sniper back in the day?" Old Lai looked sheepish, scratching the back of his neck. I might have exaggerated. It wasn't years, just a few months during my service. I was just a substitute filling a hole in the line." Tu Dung didn't care. He had seen Li's marksmanship before. "Tell me then, at 100 to 200 meters, can you hit a moving target?" Old Li's embarrassment vanished, replaced by veteran pride. He slapped his chest and declared, "You're selling me short. As long as the wind behaves, if I can see it within 500 meters, I can put a hole in it." Tu Dung nodded, a dangerous glint in his eye. "Perfect. That's all I need." Suddenly, Truongchi's voice called out from the stairs. "Tu Dung, I've got the hardware." Truongchi scrambled onto the roof, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. "Good grief. What is in this crate? It feels like it's filled with lead." Tu Dung and Old Lai hurried over. Truongchi dropped the heavy wooden crate and slumped over, panting. Tu Dung knelt to inspect the contents while Old Lai hovered nervously. "What? What is that?" Tu Dung pried the lid open to reveal a professional, high-caliber sniper rifle resting in foam. Old Li's jaw dropped. "A sniper rifle? A real one?" Lai broke into a cold sweat, looking from the gun to Tu Dung. "Man, this is high-grade military hardware. Where on earth did you find this?" Tu Dung remained stoic, unboxing the weapon. "We only have 2 boxes of ammo, 10 rounds total. Make every shot count." Old Lai cradled the rifle like it was a holy relic, a dream he'd had since his basic training. "I hear you. 10 shots. 10 kills. I won't waste a single one." Tu Dung turned back to Truongchi. "Is the perimeter team ready?" Truongchi straightened up. "Everyone is in position." Tu Dung nodded. "Good. Tell everyone to stay sharp. They could be here any second." Down at the observation post, San adjusted her headset. "Alpha to base, do you copy? I've got movement on the horizon." A burst of static followed. "Copy that. Standing by." Old Lai took his position, resting the long barrel on the railing as he lay prone. He adjusted his scope, relaying info back to San. "I have eyes on the target." San's voice came through. "Targets are armed. Defenses, prepare for engagement." Outside the gates, the invaders held their position. One of the thugs scanned the fence through binoculars. He frowned, confused. "That's weird. Where are all the soft targets? Don't tell me they already processed the refugees for the soup pot." The driver muttered. "Should we hold here and scout it out?" Sensing the momentum stalling, the leader leaned forward, her voice low and sharp. "Don't just sit there. We're already in their shadow. If they spot us now, we lose the element of surprise. Keep moving." The driver nodded. "Understood." They believed they were being stealthy, but every move was being tracked. San's voice was a whisper in the defender's ears, target group moving toward the outer fence. "They're looking for cover. The trap was set. Enemy has entered the kill zone," San announced urgently. On the upper floors of the factory, Tu Dung's riflemen leveled their weapons at the targets below. On command, they unleashed a coordinated volley. Bang, 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 bang. The invaders were caught in a brutal crossfire. Men dropped as sparks flew off the asphalt. The convoy tried to floor it to escape the ambush, but the lead followed them wherever they turned. Inside one of the trucks, the driver took 2 rounds to the chest. He slumped over the wheel with a final, panicked cry. Ah. No. Instantly, the vehicle driven by that man spun out of control, veering wildly across the road and accidentally cutting off the cars trailing behind. Carried by that reckless momentum, it plowed straight off the shoulder and slammed into a cluster of trees. Crash! The tires shredded, sending rubber debris flying into the sky. Tue Dung's squad had officially neutralized their first target. Safe inside another vehicle, the gang leader watched her forces take a devastating hit. She was livid, her face contorting with rage. She gnashed her teeth and hissed, "Damn it, how did they pull this off? What's the move now?" The entire convoy was forced to hit the brakes. However, slowing down only made the rain of bullets more lethal. They swerved desperately to evade the fire, but it was a lost cause. The thugs radioed back and forth, deciding to make a final, frantic dash for the cover of the perimeter fence. After a chaotic scramble, they finally limped to the gates of Tue Dung's stronghold and skidded to a halt. A massive, heavy boot slammed onto the dirt. This newcomer radiated pure bloodlust. It was the hulking brute with a hunger for human flesh. He revved a massive chainsaw, the engine roaring with a violent vroom vroom. He unhinged his jaw and bellowed, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Using the roaring tool to breach the entrance, the giant began hacking away at the gate, leaving deep, jagged gashes in the metal. Up on the balcony, San spotted the intruder and shrieked, "Oh my god! There's a maniac trying to chew through the door." The brute gritted his teeth, his face twisted into a grotesque mask as he forced his way in. Every defender zeroed in on the giant. San began barking orders. "Open fire. Pour it on. Don't give him a second to breathe." Instantly, every gun barrel shifted downward, focusing a deadly stream of lead on the gatebreaker. Down in the dirt, the lady boss and her crew scrambled out of their cars. They dove behind the wheel wells, seeking any scrap of cover to return fire. Through the deafening thunder of gunshots and the acrid sting of gunpowder, she screamed, "Suppressive fire. Pin them down. Give old Tue the cover he needs." On the ramparts, San and a teammate were nearly grazed by several rounds, sending them ducking for cover. They were visibly shaken by the gang's fierce retaliation. For a high schooler to face off against hardened criminals, the pressure was immense. Truongchi's unit on the flank was also taking heat. Tue Kai took a bullet straight to the shoulder, spinning him around. Truongchi turned to his best friend in a panic and yelled, "Tue Kai." He lunged forward, dragging Tue Kai to safety. He shouted a warning to the rest of the team. "They're packing submachine guns. Their firepower is just as heavy as ours." Everyone struggled to keep their aim steady while fumbling to reload under pressure. In a nearby corner, Tue Hien's father was pinned down by the relentless barrage from below. He glanced around vigilantly, trying to keep spirits high. "Stay focused. Don't let them intimidate you. We've got more than enough ammo to win this." Drawing on his tactical background, Old Han saw right through the enemy's play. He turned to his squad and shouted, "Do you hear that? They're almost through the gate." The man beside him added grimly, "If that door falls, we're sitting ducks." Even as he watched his team struggle. Kwang Tue Dung's voice crackled through the earpieces from a different location. "Stay calm, everyone. Everything is going exactly as I planned." It turned out the protagonist had slipped away to execute a flanking maneuver. While the invaders were fixated on the front, Tue Dung eased open a side door and stepped quietly into the shadows. He sprinted toward the observation tower with blurring speed. His footsteps were light and rapid. Not a single soul noticed his movements. Back with the rival gang, after a prolonged shootout with the defenders, a frantic underling rushed up to the boss. "We've already burned through half our ammo," he reported urgently. Looking toward the giant at the gate, the leader snapped, "Is old Tue still not through?" The brute was still wrestling with the reinforced armored plating Tue Dung had installed. He let out an irritated snarl, shouting back, Yeah. Give me a second." "Almost. There." Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the entrance. From behind the gate, a massive fireball erupted, sending plumes of thick smoke and grit billowing into the air. The blast sent a wave of panic through the defenders on the upper floors. They scrambled toward the stairs as San yelled out, "The gate is down. Get down there and hold the line. Don't let them breach. Move." The lady boss smirked, her face morphing into a mask of pure, demonic joy. Her eyes glinted with sadistic glee. Shaking with triumphant laughter, she boasted, "Ha ha. Let these soft-hearted fools see what a true evolver is capable of." She used her mutated vanguard as a human shield, waving her hand to signal her goons. Move out. Stay behind old two. Once we're inside, find cover and open up on them. The fortress gate was truly compromised. The massive, mutated zombie reached through the gap, his fingers like steel hooks tearing the metal wide open. Dust and soot filled the air. Kwang Tiu-dang had successfully reached his vantage point. He tapped his headset, whispering to Old Lai, "Prepare to fire on my mark." Old Lai had been locked onto his target from the start, itching for a chance to prove his worth. He listened intently as Tiu-dang gave the command, "Do you see the giant leading the charge?" Adjusting his scope, Old Lai centered his crosshairs on the chest of the charging mutant. Target in sight. The muscle-bound brute, obsessed with the taste of flesh, continued to bellow. He opened his mouth, revealing rows of jagged teeth, sounding like a creature that had long since abandoned its humanity. From the inside, Old Han and his teammates were drenched in cold sweat. They stared in horror at the monstrosity looming over them. The man behind him blinked, stammering that thing, is it even human? Old Two stomped forward with arrogant confidence, acting as a living shield for the gang members huddled behind him. Old Han and his men fired desperately at the hulking mass of muscle. Countless bullets buried themselves in the giant's flesh, but he didn't even flinch to him. They were no more than annoying insect stings. He glared at the defenders, exhaling a long, visible puff of vapor as he prepared to lunge. Looking closely at the impact sites, his skin was so unnaturally dense that standard rounds couldn't reach anything vital. Worse yet, the wounds were visibly closing, the flesh knitting itself back together in seconds. Old Han was staggered. Seeing the miracle of regeneration, he cried out in disbelief, "No way. That monster can heal itself?" Tucked safely behind the mutant, the lady boss stood only as high as his waist. She beamed with pride over her prized combatant. Her lip curled into a sneer as she shouted, "Haha. Shocked, aren't you? Is this your first time meeting a real evolver?" High above, Old Lai adjusted his focus on the sniper scope. In his ear, Old Han's frantic report came through. "Static, that big freak has regenerative powers. Small arms aren't doing a thing." Old Lai took a breath, stabilizing his aim. "Let's see how he handles this." With a gentle pull of the trigger, a shot rang out from Old Li's rifle. The muzzle flashed brilliantly as the high-velocity round tore through the air with devastating force. The shot echoed like a clap of thunder. A massive, gaping hole was suddenly blasted through the upper torso of the evolver. In an instant, his head was completely vaporized. The Colossus's massive frame immediately lost all tension and collapsed. The impact of his fall made the entire courtyard shudder, sending a cloud of dust and debris high into the air. The gang's ultimate shield had been shattered. Panic instantly replaced their bravado. A bearded thug's eyes bulged as he screamed, "What just happened? How is he dead?" The leader's arrogant smirk vanished. Cold sweat beaded on her brow as she realized the gravity of the situation. She stammered, These nobodies. How do they have military-grade hardware? This shouldn't be possible." As she struggled to regroup her team, she failed to notice that Kwang Tiu-dang had already leveled his rifle at her group from the flank. A heartbeat later, he unleashed a steady barrage toward her. Caught off guard, the thugs behind her panicked, spinning around to fire blindly. The lady boss jolted, realizing the danger. "We've been flanked. We're surrounded." The realization came too late. She glared at Tiu-dang with pure venom. She was the one who came looking for blood, yet now she wore a look of bitter resentment. "Damn it. You rats. I completely miscalculated the strength of this group." Pushed into a corner, they had to fight for their lives. The leader pointed her gun, leading a desperate sprint back toward their vehicles, firing wildly as she ordered, "Fall back. Get to the cars. Now." Several of her men were cut down as they ran, their blood staining the asphalt. Seeing the calm, focused face of our protagonist, the leader's rage reached a breaking point. Her veins throbbed in her neck as she gnashed her teeth. That was when the memory finally clicked. She remembered their encounter on the road. Her voice was a mix of urgency and shock. "It's that brat from the car." Tiu-dang remained unmoved, his grip firm on his rifle as he tracked her. His eyes were cold and lethal, never leaving her for a second. Suddenly, the woman lunged forward and grabbed a subordinate by the shoulder. Her grip was like iron, yanking the man off balance and directly into the line of fire. Before the man could even scream, the lady boss used him as a human shield, letting him soak up the bullets meant for her. This sociopath didn't show a flicker of remorse, merely glaring back at the protagonist with defiant pride. Her cold-blooded efficiency caught Tiu Dung off guard. He narrowed his eyes, wondering, her reflexes are insane. Is she an evolver too? Before he could finish the thought, she hoisted the corpse of her fallen man and hurled it directly at him. Despite her petite frame, her strength was monstrous as she launched the body with a single hand. Kwang Tiu Dung lunged to the side with feline grace. The hurled body hit the pavement with a sickening thud. The lifeless thug remained still, limbs bent at impossible angles. Tiu Dung dropped into a low crouch, eyes locked on the fallen meat shield. Taking advantage of those few seconds of distraction, the female boss had already pivoted and vanished around a corner. By the time Tiu Dung recovered his footing, she was a distant speck. He cursed under his breath, damn it. She's slipping through our fingers. The hunt wasn't over. The home team still held a lethal wild card, Old Lie. High above, the veteran marksman prepared for a follow-up shot. His world narrowed down to the crosshairs as he whispered into his comms, "You think you can just walk away?" Through the high-powered lens, Lai watched the woman's desperate scramble. He aligned the reticle near her vital organs, musing coldly, "Let's see if my Barrett has other plans for you." Bang! The rifle bucked against his shoulder. Li's first round struck home, but it took her right in the thigh. Her slender leg was nearly severed, the impact sending her spinning. She shrieked in agony, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. She was inches away from the safety of her getaway car when the bullet clipped her. She collapsed into the dirt, reaching out with a trembling hand as her subordinates scrambled to open the rear door. Intending to finish the job with a clean heart shot, Lai squeezed the trigger again, but his aim was off. The recoil threw his follow-up wide. He hissed in frustration, "Son of a. I missed the kill shot." Inside the idling vehicle, her bearded lieutenant had already secured himself. He leaned out, snagging the woman's arm and hauling her bleeding frame onto the floorboards. "Boss!" he yelled. In a haze of pain, she snarled back, "Floor it. Get us out of here now." The car roared to life, swerving through a hail of gunfire from Tiu Dung's squad. The driver drove like a demon, zigzagging to avoid the relentless rain of lead. Despite the ambush, the vehicle broke through the perimeter and vanished. The defenders groaned, "No way. She actually got away." Standing amidst the settling dust, Tiu Dung watched the vehicle disappear into the distance. His voice remained steady over the comms. When Old Lai expressed concern about a retaliatory strike, Tiu Dung just offered a cold, knowing smirk. "Don't sweat it. I already know exactly where they're hiding." The system interface chimed, "Quest, punish the wicked complete. Reward, 50 points, expansion progress, invaders repelled. Community morale and trust have surged. Rating +2. Current rating, 5, reward, 20 points, total balance, 76 points. As the getaway car hit the main highway, Tiu Dung's HUD displayed a glowing navigation arrow pointing directly toward the enemy's lair. A new notification appeared, Quest, punish the wicked too. Objective, raid the stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 points. As the adrenaline faded, San San, Old Han, and Truangchi celebrated their hard-won victory. Little San San threw her hands up, cheering with pure joy, "Yes, we did it. We actually won." Tiu Dung approached the group, his tone softening with genuine concern. "Check in, did we lose anyone?" Truangchi wiped sweat from his brow. "No fatalities, but we've got a few people bleeding out." Tiu Dung didn't skip a beat. "Get the wounded to the medbay. Sanitize the enemy remains and haul them to the freezer for Transung." He looked toward the horizon, his eyes narrowing as he issued the final order. "Once that's done, bring the refugees back from the abandoned complex. The coast is clear for now." With the immediate crisis averted, Tiu Dung checked his digital wallet. 76 points, he murmured with a satisfied grin. "Tonight, we're going shopping in the system store." Scene shifts to the rival gang's hideout. The battered car screeched to a halt in front of the entrance, where a small army of thugs stood guard. The boss was a shadow of her former self, pale and missing a limb. Thanks to a crude tourniquet, she was still breathing, though two men had to practically carry her into the building. One of the sentries, seeing his leader mangled and broken, stepped forward with a baton in hand. His face was a mask of simmering rage at the sight of their humiliating defeat. Defeated and broken, the woman couldn't suppress her fury. Her voice was a ragged tremor as she spat, "Those bastards. We walked into a trap. They were packing military-grade hardware." Lashing out at the nearest target, she screamed at a guard, "What are you gawking at? Get me some fresh meat, now. The man's face darkened, his eyes flickering with a new, dangerous defiance. It was clear the honeymoon phase of her reign was over. He didn't move an inch. Instead, he watched her struggle with a chilling, predatory smile. The man leading the guards stood like a statue, ignoring her commands. Enraged by the insolence, she pointed a trembling finger at him. Did you hear me? Move, you worthless trash. You're not half the man old two was. But the giant old two was dead, and the boss was now a cripple. The power dynamic had shifted in an instant. The blonde leader of the guards stepped into the light, his expression grim. You've got a lot of nerve, you one-legged whore. You really think you're still in charge? The woman went cold. She realized her vulnerability too late. She recoiled, her voice dropping to a panicked whisper. You're trying to take over? The realization hit her like a physical blow. She barked an order to her 2 personal bodyguards. Kill him. Take his head. But the 2 men stayed put, their eyes darting between the blonde leader and their crippled boss, calculating the new odds. When no one moved to defend her, the gravity of her situation finally sank in. She looked at her loyalists and saw only betrayal in their eyes. The blonde thug stepped closer, tapping his baton against his palm. You're broken, your monster is dead, and I'm the one with the muscle now. Besides, the boys have had quite enough of your management style. He felt no more fear. Tilting his head back, he laughed and addressed the crowd of armed men. What do you say, boys? Are we done taking orders from this cripple? The boss was trapped, surrounded by the very men she had once ruled with an iron fist. She gnashed her teeth, a desperate snarl escaping her lips. You rats. Stay back. I'll butcher the lot of you. The circle of men closed in like a tide. Driven by months of abuse and cruelty, they saw only a weakened prey. Her bravado crumbled into a stutter. No, wait. Please don't. The blonde rebel raised his iron bar, a wide, manic grin splitting his face. His eyes burned with a decade's worth of resentment. He let out a booming laugh, ha ha ha, as he prepared to deliver the first strike. The air filled with the sounds of brutal impacts as the men fell upon her with iron pipes. Their faces were alight with a twisted sense of catharsis. They laughed and cheered as they took turns raining blows down on their former queen. It was a grisly end, though many would say a fitting one for a tyrant. She curled into a ball, her screams echoing through the concrete halls. Ah, stop. Have mercy. She screamed until her lungs gave out, eventually drifting into a merciful unconsciousness, though the rain of steel didn't stop until the men were exhausted. A long silence followed. The mutineers finally stepped back, their anger spent. The blonde leader wiped blood from his knuckles, looking down at the broken remains with a grin. One of his subordinates spoke up, third boss. The blonde guy's head snapped around instantly. With a lethal glare, he gripped the man's collar. What did you just call me? The subordinate turned pale, his knees hitting the floor. The man began kowtowing frantically, his forehead hitting the concrete. Forgive me, big boss. It was a slip of the tongue. You're the one and only leader. The blonde man sighed, pocketing his hands. Fine. What is it? The thug looked up, his voice hushed with worry. Now that the woman and old two are gone, our numbers are thin. If that guy with the guns tracks us down. The mention of Tiu Dung made the new boss hesitate. He recalled the image of a terrifying evolved zombie with lethal tentacles. You mean the tentacle freak? He muttered nervously. Brushing off the fear, the new leader waved a hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. We'll just pack up and join the West Steel faction. He turned and walked away, leaving the mangled corpse of the former boss to rot in the sun. A few hours later, Tiu Dung's car pulled up to the gate, perfectly guided by the system's tracking markers. Tiu Dung stepped out, followed by Truongchi and Old Lai. Truongchi whistled, impressed by the navigation. Man, you weren't kidding. This really is their nest. Tiu Dung just gave a faint nod. He led them toward the interior, finger to his lips. Quiet. Let's move like ghosts. They crept through the corridors, but the silence was absolute. Did they bolt? They must have known we were coming. When they finally reached the main hall, they found the wreckage of the female boss. She was a tragic sight, beaten, broken, and deformed. Old Lai pointed his flashlight. Is that my target? Did her own people finish the job for us? Tiu Dung looked down with a cold, detached expression. Honor among thieves, he remarked dryly. This was inevitable. Truongchi leaned over the remains. Tiu Dung, that massive thing we fought at the mall. It wasn't like Transung at all, was it? Tiu Dung fell silent, his mind processing the implications. Old Lai chimed in, recalling his encounter with the giant. Yeah, they called it an evolver. What exactly does that mean? How do they get like that? Even with his system and past life knowledge, Dong felt the weight of the mystery. He crossed his arms, staring at the corpse as he gave Old Lai a grim, one-word answer: cannibalism. Upon hearing those words, both men recoiled. Shivers ran down their spines as they stared at Dong, stammering in disbelief. Eating human flesh? Dong gave a steady, unblinking nod. Precisely. If you're looking to become an evolver and seize that kind of raw power, the most direct shortcut is consuming human remains. Chi couldn't suppress his horror. Knowing Dong was exceptionally strong, he asked with a trembling voice, "Then, Brother Dong, did you also?" Old Lai, his mind racing with confusion, pressed further. "Is this what it takes to survive the end of the world? Do we all have to become cannibals?" Seeing their distress, Dong slid his hands into his pockets and offered a calm, grounding reassurance. "Breathe easy. While it's the fastest route, it is certainly not the only path to evolution." He reached out, opening his palm to reveal a pulsing, faintly crimson mass. The two men leaned in, their jaws dropping as they stared at the bizarre object. What on earth is that? Dong began his lecture. "Think of it this way, both evolvers and zombies are essentially biological mutants. To advance, they must absorb otherworldly energy. In a normal person, this energy is spread thin throughout their tissues. It's a meager amount, but to a monster, it's better than nothing. The more powerful entities can actually condense this energy into a physical core. As the apocalypse intensifies, even the common street-walking zombies will eventually have a chance to manifest these otherworldly cores in their bodies." A light bulb went off for Old Lai. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So, if zombies have this energy too, we could just eat zombie meat." Chi turned pale at the suggestion, nearly gagging. "I swear, Uncle Lai, if you want to dine on rot, be my guest, but keep that filth away from me." Dong quickly corrected him, his tone dropping to a serious whisper. "Normal humans can't eat zombie flesh. You'd be infected instantly. Only specific mutants, like Transung, can grow stronger by devouring the undead." As the explanation ended, a system notification pinged. "Quest: Punish the Wicked 2 complete. Objective: Raid enemy stronghold. Results: Man-eaters eliminated. Reward: 50 points. Total: 126. Dong realized the system had verified the kill. Even if there were stragglers, they were no longer a threat. While Dong was distracted by the menu, Chi suddenly screamed, "Look out!" Dong's eyes snapped toward the movement, his face hardening as he sensed the danger. A pale, gore-stained zombie lunged from the shadows, its body a map of dried blood and old wounds. As it pounced, Dong pivoted smoothly to the side and drove his blade deep into its temple in one fluid motion. The creature collapsed, the dagger still vibrating in its skull. Dong exhaled, slightly rattled. "I didn't hear it coming." It moved without a sound. Behind him, Old Lai and Chi immediately raised their weapons, scanning for more. He knelt by the corpse. Using his blade like a surgical tool, Dong made a precise, long incision across the zombie's chest, revealing a faint, red luminescence within the ribcage. He successfully extracted a glowing, fleshy red node. Holding it up to the light, he confirmed his theory. "There it is. It looks like our hunting season has officially begun." He held out the two vibrant red cores toward his companions. Chi and Old Lai hesitated, their stomachs turning at the sight of the raw, alien organs. Chi backed away, waving his hands frantically. "No way. Not a chance. Give them both to Uncle Lai." Old Lai, showing his veteran grit, reached out and took the blood-slicked cores. He took a deep, centering breath, staring at the visceral prizes in his palms without saying a word. His brow furrowed in disgust. The smell was revolting, but he knew this was the threshold he had to cross. He muttered to himself, "To hell with it. Let's see what happens." Closing his eyes tight, Lai shoved both cores into his mouth. He forced himself to chew through the rubbery, metallic-tasting flesh, the squelching sounds making Chi wince in the background. The effect was instantaneous. Li's eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie crimson light before he had even finished swallowing the last morsel. A moment later, Li let out a primal roar. "Whoa. I feel incredible." His muscles rippled and expanded before their eyes. He flexed a bicep, showing Dong, "This rush is insane." Dong cautioned, "Don't let it go to your head. You've just reached tier 5. You're stronger, but you're not invincible. Don't go doing anything stupid." Lai took a moment to compose himself, his face returning to its usual stern mask. I hear you, Dong. I'll keep a cool head. With the mission objective met, the group prepared to move out. With the area picked clean, Dong signaled the retreat. That's a wrap. The threat is gone, let's head back to base. The scene shifts to a different industrial fortress, the West Wind Iron and Steel Works. A white car pulled up to the heavily fortified gates, and a bedraggled group stepped out. A sentry on the wall spotted them and leveled his rifle. Hold it right there. Identify yourselves. It was the remnant of the gang, led by the man who called himself the third boss. Hoping to find sanctuary with a larger faction, the man put on a sycophantic smile and waved. Easy now. It's me. I'm the third boss from the coal factory. The guard stared down with a cold, unimpressed gaze. The coal factory? Stay put while I check with the big boss. The third boss nodded frantically, trying to look as harmless as possible. After a tense wait, the gates groaned open. The third boss and his remaining goons were ushered inside. The ruler of this steel fortress was a hulking, bald man, flanked by a woman who looked both lethal and alluring. The leader grinned. Haha. Third boss. What brings you out of your hole to visit me personally? The woman chimed in, arms on her hips. Where are Tindu and the other two? The question hit like a lead weight. The man's eyes shifted to the floor, and he began to stammer. We were ambushed. Big sister and second brother. They went down fighting to let us escape. The bald leader's smile faded into a look of mourning. He nodded slowly. Truly? That's a heavy loss. The two gangs had clearly shared a long-standing alliance. Sensing their exhaustion, the leader turned to his men, escort the third boss and his brothers to the guest quarters. The third boss tried to maintain a shred of his old arrogance, though he couldn't bring himself to look the steel boss in the eye. Much appreciated. As they walked away, the bald man leaned in and whispered something to his companion. She smirked, her eyes tracking the survivors. I was thinking the exact same thing. Inside the guest room, which felt more like a cell, the third boss's crew huddled together. One underling whispered, "Third brother." At the mention of his old rank, the man's face turned beet red. He snapped at the subordinate. "What did I tell you about calling me that?" The underling recoiled, fumbling for words. Sorry, big boss. I meant big boss." The underling rubbed his neck nervously. "I don't like this place. I've got a really bad feeling about this." The new leader hissed, "Shut your trap. We're safe here. Stop being a coward." The underling gestured to the room. "But look at it. Reinforced iron doors, barred windows. This isn't a guest room, it's a cage." Before he could finish, the heavy iron door was kicked open with a violent clang. A group of grim-faced guards stormed in, catching the survivors off guard. The lead guard glared at the third boss and barked, "On your feet. The boss wants to see you." "No." Minutes later, the group was hauled back before the steel boss and the woman. They were now surrounded by a dozen armed thugs, the atmosphere thick with hostility. The third boss forced a nervous smile, trying to play it cool. "Hey, boss, what's with the heavy welcome? Did something happen?" He tried to sound like the loyal ally he claimed to be. The woman stepped forward, idly twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Her voice was loud and clear. "Tell me, what do you think happens to a rat who turns on his own leader?" The man, Duong, felt his heart sink. He immediately dropped into a submissive huddle, hands raised. "I don't follow. Big brother Daibang. Sister Lin. This must be some kind of misunderstanding." He was sweating buckets, his bravado completely evaporated. Sister Lin didn't buy the act for a second. She let out a mocking laugh, her eyes narrowing as she signaled a tall man standing in the shadows. "Misunderstanding? Huh. Lai Trin, why don't you help our friend here understand exactly how much we know?" The man stepped forward to deliver the killing blow. "I did a little scouting at the coal factory. I found Lai Tinni's body cooling in the courtyard. As for the second boss, vanished without a trace." He leaned in closer, and strangely enough, there wasn't a single sign of an external attack on the compound. Duong stood frozen, his teeth grinding in desperation. Lai Trin pointed a finger directly between Duong's eyes. "The only logical conclusion? You used a minor skirmish as an excuse to murder your superiors and take the throne." His gaze was lethal. Still, Duong tried to worm his way out. "No, you're wrong. You don't have any proof. This is all just a theory." He tried to put on his best innocent victim face, though his trembling hands gave him away. The bald leader, Dai Bang, erupted into boisterous laughter. "Proof? Ha ha ha. Look around you, kid. What year do you think this is? You think I need a courtroom?" Sister Lin sneered as Dai Bang's voice turned cold. "I only kept your gang around because I respected Tin Ni. You lot are just bottom feeders." His face twisted into a demonic snarl as he gave the final order, waste them all. Terrified, one of Duong's men scrambled forward, kowtowing and begging, wait. Please. I'll tell you everything. I have information. Duong felt like he was walking on broken glass, his mouth hung open in a silent, frozen scream of terror. Sister Lin's curiosity was piqued instantly. Oh? And what kind of intel would that be? She asked, her eyes scanning the subordinate with predatory interest. Desperate to survive, the man began spilling every secret he held, pointing toward the horizon. In East City, there's a massive, thriving settlement. It's overflowing with supplies. That's where the second sister and second brother met their match. Please spare us and I'll personally guide you there. The remnants of the third boss's crew were all too eager to sell out Kwang Tu Dung's base to save their own skins. In this wasteland, resources were far more precious than lives. Sister Lin shared a glance with her partner, clearly intrigued by the prospect of a new haul. How does their manpower and fortification compare to ours? She pressed. The subordinate, terrified of giving the wrong answer, played it safe. There. About evenly matched with you. Lin turned to her lover, her voice low and calculating. They sound like a real threat to our future. The leader took her words to heart, falling into a deep, silent contemplation about the potential rivalry. Sensing a chance to further prove his worth, the snitch highlighted a crucial weakness. But there's a catch, they have no idea how to trigger evolution. In that whole crowded place, I didn't spot a single evolver. Lai Trin, who had been eavesdropping on the exchange, felt a spark of genuine interest. They don't know the secret to evolution? He rubbed his chin, mulling over the tactical advantage this provided. Boss Dai Bang scratched his smooth, bald scalp. He was still hung up on one detail. If they're just ordinary humans, how did they manage to wipe out your squad? The messenger scurried closer, hands waving for emphasis. It's their hardware, boss. They have heavy military weapons. Normal rounds couldn't touch the second brother, but they took him out with a single massive shot. It was clear these thugs hadn't encountered the likes of Tran Sung yet, leading them to underestimate Tu Dung's true ace. Sister Lin offered a rare, chilling smile of approval. Excellent. That information is worth its weight in gold. The informant, though still shaking like a leaf, felt a surge of relief. So, does that mean we're free to go? The woman tilted her head back with a cold, dismissive air. She looked at her executioners and uttered two words, kill them. The hope that had just begun to bloom in the third boss's group vanished instantly. Their faces drained of color, turning as white as ghosts. The glib informant let out a gasp of pure shock, unable to process the sudden betrayal. The air was soon filled with the desperate pleas of the condemned. Wait. I gave you everything. You can't do this. Have mercy. One by one, their cries were silenced. In this world of shadows, mercy was a forgotten concept, and no one moved a finger to stop the slaughter. Moments later, the floor was stained a deep crimson. The man who once called himself the third boss lay broken and lifeless, surrounded by the gory aftermath of his failed gamble. Boss Dai Bang stood over the bodies, hands deep in his pockets, as casual as if he were taking a stroll. What's the play? This eastern threat needs to be nipped in the bud. Sister Lin placed her hands on her hips, her eyes sharp. They have heavy guns. Rushing in now is suicide. We should focus on pushing our evolution to the next tier first. Once we're stronger, taking them down will be child's play. The three men who had been butchered lay in a tragic heap, the floor slick with their remains. Dai Bang issued a final command, send out a scout to verify the intel. And make absolutely sure they haven't figured out the secret to evolving yet. The scene shifts back to the warmth of Kwang Tu Dung's sanctuary. He was sprawled out on a plush sofa, his eyes fixed on the glowing system interface. Tu Dung mused to himself, 126 points in the bank. What should I treat myself to tonight? The screen flickered with options. Current balance, 126 points. Shop, basic nutrition chest, 5 points. Advanced black tech chest tier 2, 50 points. Manual refresh, 4 points. Tu Dung's eyes widened. Another tier 2 black tech chest? Talk about a lucky streak. With a quick tap of his finger, the transactions processed with a sharp beep. The notifications flooded his vision. Purchase successful. Basic nutrition chest, 500 kilograms lotus root starch, 200 kilograms margarine, and premium oils delivered. Tier 2 black tech chest, enhancement serum acquired. Initializing reaction. A brilliant, golden radiance filled the room, momentarily blinding him. Tu Dung let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha. Now, this is what I call progress. While he was basking in his success, a sudden knock-knock at the door broke his concentration. Startled, he called out, "Enter." It was San, looking noticeably tense. The girl rushed in, her breath coming in short gasps. "Brother Tae-dong." Sensing her urgency, he sat up straight. "What happened?" "We've intercepted a trespasser," she reported quickly. The news of an intruder instantly killed his good mood. Tae-dong stood up, his face hardening into a mask of concern. "Take me to them." A few minutes later, he found Truong-chi and Old Lai restraining a man. Both were on high alert. The captive, struggling against their iron grip, shouted, "I'm not here for trouble. Just let me speak to whoever's in charge." Kwang Tae-dong stepped into the light, his voice low and commanding. "You're looking for the leader? You found him." San stood behind him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. The stranger's demeanor shifted instantly from fear to a forced friendliness upon seeing Tae-dong. "You're the boss here?" Tae-dong remained stoic. "I am." "State your business." The man hesitated. "Mind telling me your name first?" With a face like stone, he replied, "Kwang Tae-dong." He watched the man closely, his instincts screaming that something was off. The man let out a boisterous, practiced laugh. "Ha ha, Brother Dung." He put on a mask of warmth and sincerity. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Hung, a representative from the West Wind Iron and Steel Works." Hearing the name of a known settlement, Old Lai and Truong-chi loosened their grip slightly. Old Tong, Tu-hien's father, stepped forward with a puzzled look. "From the West Wind plant?" Hung nodded vigorously. "That's right, sir." Tae-dong looked to Old Tong for context. "You know this place, Uncle Tong?" Tong explained. "It's a massive industrial complex in the southwest suburbs, the biggest steel mill in the region." Tae-dong followed up. "So it's another survivor hub, like the coal factory?" Tong nodded. "Exactly, though it's about 3 kilometers further out than the factory was." Tae-dong stepped into Hung's personal space, his gaze piercing. "That's a long trek. Why wander all this way?" The man flinched, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his composure began to crack. He quickly tried to regain his footing. "Look, the world's gone to hell. We survivors have to stick together and share information, right, Brother Dung?" Tae-dong didn't blink. "Go on." The scout continued his tale. "Our leader sent us out to map the area and find other groups. We're just looking for allies to bring back into the fold." He couldn't quite meet Tae-dong's eyes as he spoke. The story sounded noble enough, but Tae-kai interrupted with a snort of derision. He marched over and shoved a crumpled piece of paper toward Tae-dong. "Don't buy a word of it, brother. I caught him lurking around the perimeter multiple times. He was drawing a detailed map of our defenses." Tae-dong took the paper, scanning the hand-drawn sketches with a critical eye. Hung's face went pale, his breath hitching as he watched the leader's reaction. Deciding to cut through the lies, Tae-dong activated his mind's eye ability. One of his pupils flared with an ethereal blue flame as he peered directly into the stranger's psyche. Above Hung's head, a jagged, malevolent icon appeared, a clear sign of hostile intent. The man was still trying to maintain his innocent traveler facade, but the blue flame saw right through the forced smile. Without a word of warning, Tae-dong drew his pistol and pressed the cold barrel against the man's temple. Hung froze, his hands flying up in a frantic gesture of surrender. Tae-dong's face was obscured by shadow, making him look like an angel of death. "We're all living through the same nightmare. Do you really think I'm that naive? If you don't start telling the truth right now, I'll paint this wall with your brains." Caught in a lethal bind, Hung's heart hammered against his ribs. He swallowed hard, trying to find his voice amidst the terror. The scout doubled down on his act, his voice cracking with feigned desperation. "Brother Dung, I swear. It's just standard procedure. We have to be cautious with strangers. We weren't going to hurt anyone." Tae-dong ignored him, leaning over to whisper to Truong-chi, "Does he know about Transung?" Truong-chi whispered back behind his hand, "Not a clue. We kept him well hidden the whole time he was scouting." Unexpectedly, Tae-dong pulled the gun back and gestured to the guards. "Let him go." Old Tong was flabbergasted. "What?" "Tae-dong, he's clearly a spy. You're just letting him walk?" Hung couldn't believe his luck. His face twitched with a mixture of shock and a budding, oily smile. You're serious?" Tae-dong shoved the map back into the man's hands. "Take your drawing and get out of here. My decision is final." His eyes were cold and decisive. Overwhelmed by the reprieve, Hung collapsed to his knees. He began kowtowing frantically, his forehead hitting the ground with a rhythmic thud-thud. "Thank you. You won't regret this, Brother Tae-dong. Bless you." The moment he was free, he turned and bolted like a rabbit, his feet pounding against the pavement as he fled without a single backward glance. Dung watched the man's retreating figure, a dark, predatory smile playing on his lips. West Wind Steel, huh? He whispered to himself. I wonder how many system points your heads are worth. It was clear he was already planning his next move. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Back at the West Wind Iron and Steel Works, 2 workers were hauling carts of scrap metal toward a towering heap. Did you hear? One whispered to the other. Another 2 guys went missing from the night shift. The other worker shuddered, glancing nervously at the dark corners of the factory. That tentacled freak. The one that hunts people. Do you think it started feeding again? Suddenly, a bizarre scraping echoed from the heap of metal. Both workers froze, their eyes darting toward the source. Did you hear that? One man cautiously nudged his cart forward to investigate the shadow. The other, fueled by fear rather than curiosity, stayed back and hissed a warning. Don't be a hero. Get the guards over here first. Out of nowhere, a small blade whistled through the air at a blurring speed. It was compact, but it carried a lethal, pinpoint force that hummed with danger. The projectile found its mark, buried deep in the man's throat. Blood sprayed like a burst pipe, staining the scrap metal a vivid crimson. He was dead before he could even register the sting of the seal. Elsewhere in the complex, Lai Trin was casually dragging on a cigarette. With hands shoved deep in his pockets and shoulders leaning against a grimy wall, he seemed to be relishing a rare moment of stillness. A desperate, ragged voice shattered his peace. Help. Someone, help me. The plea for mercy snapped Lai Trin out of his daze. He glanced over, his relaxed posture sharpening into a combat-ready stance instantly. An underling sprinted toward him, eyes wide with terror. Lai Trin barked, "What's the situation?" The man didn't stop running, merely pointing back and screaming, "A monster. A beast just slaughtered Tu Tran." The word monster triggered a specific fear. Is it that tentacled freak again? Lai Trin asked, his brow furrowed. The subordinate, gasping for air, nodded frantically. It's him. It's gotta be him. Lai Trin snapped, where? The man wheezed, over by the refuse pits. Lai Trin's irritation boiled over. He gnashed his teeth in a silent fury, growling, damn it. Attacking us without any provocation? He spun on his heel, shouting to the nearby crew, civilians, take cover. Any evolvers with mobility skills, fall in on me. At his command, a group of burly, battle-hardened youths assembled. Lai Trin handpicked 3 of his elite evolver soldiers to join the hunt. Armed to the teeth, they approached the waste mounds with calculated, silent steps, their senses dialed to the maximum. Leading the way, Lai Trin placed a stabilizing hand on a discarded bottle as he gripped his firearm. He peered into the gloom and signaled his team, Shoo. It's the tentacle guy. If we make contact, don't try to be a hero, just retreat and regroup. The 2 men behind him kept their sights trained forward. Before them lay a mountain of industrial trash. Right next to it sat the empty cart belonging to the man who had just been butchered. Lai Trin scanned the area, his eyes missing nothing as he hunted for a ripple in the shadows. After several minutes of haunting silence, he scowled and lowered his guard slightly. Nothing? He vanished? His disappointment was palpable. Moving in closer to the body, the team found a set of fresh human prints in the dirt. One goon whispered, did the freak pull back? Another speculated, maybe he already filled his belly and moved on? Meanwhile, Lai Trin knelt, analyzing the ground like a forensic specialist. He traced the prints with a grim focus. Ever since Bitch Tui and the southern coal plant were wiped out, we've been losing people at an alarming rate. He stated the cold truth. Before, the predators had 3 bases to pick from. Now, we're the only target left on the map. Lai Trin's expression darkened with a mixture of dread and growing suspicion. He stared at the marks in the mud and whispered, wait. These aren't his marks. This isn't the tentacle guy. The scene shifts to Tu Dung's sanctuary. It was a picturesque afternoon, with the sun gleaming off high-altitude clouds. Within the walls of the stronghold, a rare sense of peace prevailed. Standing on a high-tier walkway, Kwang Tu Dung took in the sweeping view of his growing domain. He felt a spark of hope. I've already outlasted my previous life. Rebuilding a real society might actually be possible. A system notification flickered. Quest, Utopia, Pioneer Edition. Status, expanding community. Current rating, 38. He gripped the railing, a look of concern crossing his face. It's been months, yet the system hasn't flagged the West Wind Steel Works as a target. Suddenly, a loud voice broke his train of thought. Kwang Tae-dung. He looked down to see San waving energetically as she climbed out of a vehicle. "We're back in one piece," she shouted, a proud grin on her face. Tae-dung looked down and smiled, genuinely impressed. Without using the stairs, he stepped off the ledge, a blur of movement trailing him as he plummeted toward the ground. After months of rigorous training and evolution, his physical limits had reached superhuman levels. He landed with the grace of a cat, absorbing the impact as if it were nothing. Within a heartbeat, he was standing directly in front of San and Truong-chi. "Any tales?" Tae-dung asked immediately, his eyes scanning their perimeter. Truong-chi shook his head confidently. "Relax, brother. With our enhanced senses, no one's following us without us knowing about it." Tae-dung then turned his attention to the youngest member of the squad. "And how did little Tae-soi hold up? Is he keeping pace?" The boy stood tall, snapping a sharp nod. "Yes, sir." The child beamed with pride, gesturing excitedly. "I did my part today, Uncle Tae-dung." Tae-nin stepped up, ruffling the boy's hair with a soft laugh. "He's being modest. Tae-soi actually dropped a walker all by himself today." The news brought a rare sense of relief to Tae-dung's eyes. He patted the boy's shoulder. "Well done. Get those cores to the vault." At that moment, a system chime rang in his head. New quest, punish the wicked three. Objective, neutralize threats and scout for potential recruits. Reward, 80 points. Tae-dung mulled over the phrasing. Potential recruits? Is the system referring to the survivors at West Wind Steel? A short time later, the inner council gathered in a secure room. The atmosphere was heavy as Old Lai stared at Tae-dung in total shock. He slammed a fist onto the table. "What? You're going into that steel plant alone? That's a death wish, Tae-dung." Truong-chi and Old Tong shared the sentiment. Old Tong leaned forward, his voice thick with worry. "Lee's right. Those people have been sniffing around our gates for months. We have no idea what they're truly capable of." He added desperately, "If you fall, this entire community collapses with you." Tae-dung had anticipated their resistance. He gazed out the window, his voice steady and immovable. "I understand the risks. But at my current level, not even Transung could take me down easily. I need to know for sure if those people can be reasoned with, or if they need to be removed." He took his seat at the head of the table and turned to Old Han and Lai. "I'm leaving the safety of this fort and Lam Chan in your hands. Don't let me down." The weight of his trust settled over the room, and the group fell into a solemn silence. Old Han finally nodded, his face etched with gravity. "Understood. We'll hold the line here. Just make sure you come back. This place is nothing without its heart." The scene shifts to the West Wind Iron and Steel Factory. Black soot poured from the massive chimneys, casting a pall over the yard. A voice screamed at the gate, "Let me through. This is life or death." Inside the main office, 2 sentries blocked a hallway. One man in a sharp black vest held out a firm hand. "I told you once. The leaders are in a private session. No one gets in without an invite." Suddenly, the man demanding entry seemed to snap. His eyes bulged and thick veins throbbed against his temples. He looked less like a man and more like a cornered predator. It was Lai Trin. He lunged forward, his massive hand clamping around the guard's throat. The sheer power of his grip lifted the man slightly off his feet. The guard choked, his face turning a sickly purple. A fellow guard shouted, "Lai Trin, have you lost your damn mind?" The shouting seemed to act like a cold splash of water. Lai Trin blinked, his eyes widening in shock as if he had just woken from a trance. Realizing he was nearly strangling a comrade, Lai Trin let go and stumbled back. I'm so sorry," he stammered, his hands shaking. The guard collapsed to the floor, clutching his neck and gasping for air. Lai Trin retreated to a corner, his mind racing. "What is wrong with me? Why can't I control my rage anymore? It's getting worse every week." The guard stared at him with a mix of fear and fury. One spat, "Watch yourself, Trin. Just because the boss likes you doesn't mean you're untouchable." From behind the heavy double doors, Sister Lin's voice drifted out. "Is that Lai Trin out there? Send him in." The guard shot Lai Trin a venomous look but stepped aside. "Yes, ma'am." He opened the door with a reluctant jerk of his head. An inviting call echoed from the shadows. "Don't be shy. Come in." As Lai Trin stepped into the room, the internal lighting hit his eyes. He froze, his expression turning to one of utter bewilderment. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sister Lin was leaning against a desk in a provocative pose, her shirt knotted to reveal her toned midriff. She wore a playful, seductive smirk that felt entirely out of place in a war zone. So she purred, "What's so urgent?" Lai Trin tried to focus on the report. It's about the tentacle mutant and our territory. I think we've been wrong. Lin's playfulness vanished, replaced by a cold intensity. Go on. Trin continued. I went back to the kill site. I found a woman's footprints, but the victim was a man. The details seemed to strike a nerve with Sister Lin. She pursed her lips, a flash of irritation crossing her features as she processed the information in silence. She looked up, her gaze searching Lai Trin's. So you're saying the monster isn't our only problem? That there's a third party involved? They were alone in the room now. Lai Trin nodded. Exactly. Suddenly, her eyes flickered, the pupils glowing a menacing, brilliant yellow. She leaned in close, her voice a lethal whisper. I understand. This is interesting. But listen closely, Lai Trin. Not a single word of this leaves this room. Do you understand? Lai Trin blinked, confused. But why? Sister Lin clarified her stance. A single tentacle mutant has already sparked a mass panic. I won't have my people too terrified to step outside. Lai Trin grasped her logic, yet he felt increasingly stifled by her iron-fisted rule. He hesitated, starting to object, but Lin cut him off sharply. No excuses. I'll ensure things run smoother than they ever have. Left with no choice, Lai Trin yielded. He dipped his head in a silent show of obedience, though his mind remained a battlefield of lingering suspicions and unanswered questions. Sister Lin's mood shifted toward a playful intensity. She glided toward the tall, striking Lai Trin, her lips inches from his ear as she purred. What's the matter? Is there something else you're dying to do? Caught off guard, Lai Trin's face turned a deep crimson as a nervous sweat broke out across his brow. He lacked the nerve to reciprocate. Even with Sister Lin flashing him a massive green light, Lai Trin's only instinct was flight. He scrambled toward the exit, putting as much distance between them as possible while offering a stiff, awkward salute. My apologies, Sister Lin. Damn it. He hauled the door shut with more force than necessary, leaving a frustrated Sister Lin alone in the room, her advances thoroughly rebuffed. Once in the hallway, Lai Trin's face was still burning. He leaned against the wall, cursing his own flustered state. Get it together. I was so distracted I forgot to press her for more details. Unknown to Lai Trin, an adjacent room shared a thin wall with Lin's office. From within that hidden space, a man's boisterous laughter echoed. Women's footprints? Huh. You really dropped the ball on that one. Lin snapped back at the voice behind the door. If you think you're so much more meticulous, then you can handle the cleanup from now on. Inside that hidden room sat the bald boss Dai Bang. Donning a blood-stained apron, he was rhythmically hacking through human remains with chilling indifference. Fine by me, he grunted, throwing a slab into a bin. I'll handle the harvesting, and you take care of the logistics. The truth was gruesome. The recent string of disappearances was a coordinated effort by the two leaders to cull their own subordinates for meat to fuel their evolution. As Dai Bang tossed a severed head into the scrap pile, the air grew thick with the cloying, metallic scent of fresh slaughter. Swing. The sound of a blade moving with surgical precision sliced through the air. A zombie slumped into the dirt at Kwang Tu Dung's feet. Its skull was shattered, its mangled face pressed into the pavement in final defeat. Our protagonist had finally reached the perimeter of the West Fong Steel Works. He gripped a high-tech blade, standing over the fallen undead amidst a sprawling pool of dark, viscous fluid. Tu Dung remained eerily composed. He gazed at the factory chimneys in the distance, whispering to himself, I'm almost in. I just need to keep my true strength under wraps for now. Reaching into his mental inventory, he used the system to manifest a small, unassuming pair of scissors. Snip, snip. With practiced ease, Tu Dung began giving himself a rough, uneven haircut using only one hand. Despite the makeshift tool, his movements were fluid and precise, as if he had spent years in a barbershop. He then knelt and dragged his fingers through the oily soot on the ground. He smeared the grime across his skin, adding jagged streaks to his forehead and cheeks. Tu Dung was meticulously crafting a wasteland survivor persona to stay off the radar. Minutes later, his transformation was complete. He looked the part of a rugged, travel-worn drifter, covered in dust with a tattered outfit. He even donned a pair of cracked spectacles to further obscure his features, though his natural intensity still simmered beneath the surface. He had only just begun his approach to the main gate when a sentry leveled a finger at him and bellowed, "Hold it right there." Tu Dung froze in his tracks, perfectly mimicking a startled traveler. Confronted with an unknown intruder, the guard bared his teeth in an aggressive snarl. "Identify yourself." He barked, his eyes cold and devoid of any welcome for the newcomer. Instantly switching into actor mode, Dung beamed a wide, relieved smile. He raised his hands to lower the tension and chirped, "I saw signs of life out here and hoped for the best. To actually find people. It's a miracle." He played the role of a desperate survivor to perfection. The guard was an easy mark. Seeing Dung's apparent vulnerability, his hostility softened into a look of smug disappointment. "Oh, just another stray dog wandering the ruins," he muttered. The gatekeeper beckoned Dung closer, adopting a patronizing tone. "Tell me, kid, how has a scrawny thing like you lasted this long out there?" Dung bowed his head, playing the part of the humble, honest simpleton. Taking a theatrical pause, Dung looked at his feet and began spinning a tragic yarn. "There were a dozen of us at the start. Then a swarm of those rotwalkers hit us. I'm the only one who made it out." He forced a tremor into his voice, looking utterly defeated. Sensing he had the upper hand, the guard pressed for more. "So, you're just a normal guy? No special gifts?" Dung blinked behind his glasses, feigning confusion. "Special gifts? I don't follow." He then acted flustered, waving his hands about. "Well, I suppose I'm a bit of a survivor. I've tangled with those things enough to know how to hide and scrap. I'll work twice as hard as anyone else, I swear." The guard let out a derisive snort, clearly marking Dung as a low-tier weakling. The guard closed the distance, a predatory glint in his eye. He chuckled darkly, whispering words that felt loaded with hidden meaning. "That's not what I meant, but it doesn't matter. You'll do just fine." Inside, the guard was salivating at the thought of delivering a fresh recruit to the leaders. He jerked his thumb toward the interior. "Move it. If you want a spot in this camp, you have to pass the initiation." Dung followed, knowing he was stepping right into the heart of the beast's lair. Dung noticed the guard's hand hovering near the revolver on his hip. The man clearly thought he was escorting a naive lamb to the slaughter, oblivious to the fact that he was walking beside a wolf. It was all the confirmation Dung needed. While his exterior remained haggard and blank, his mind was sharp. Just as I thought. This Westfong place is a den of vipers." The tension was suddenly broken by a booming voice. "What's the holdup here?" Both men spun around. The guard flinched, looking genuinely spooked by the newcomer's tone, while Dung maintained a look of guarded curiosity. It was Lai Trin arriving to inspect the new arrival. His face was a mask of stern authority as he marched up to the gatekeeper. "Who is this man and why is he inside the perimeter?" The guard, clearly intimidated by Lai Trin's rank, stammered out a shaky report. Brother Lai. Just a drifter. I was taking him today. Private spot for a thorough security sweep." Dung chuckled silently. "Private spot? More like a butchery." Lai Trin's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Since when do we need a private spot for a standard search? Do it right here." A palpable friction sparked between the two gang members. Dung realized the guard's true intent. This rat was going to lead me into a corner and end me. Lai Trin turned his focus to Dung, his voice cold and demanding. "You. Step forward. Hand over every weapon you're carrying before you take another step." Dung played the wary traveler, asking tentatively, "All of them? How do I know you won't just gut me the moment I'm defenseless?" Unlike the other thugs, Lai Trin possessed a certain blunt honesty. He didn't use force, instead stating flatly, "It's a dog-eat-dog world. Your paranoia is justified. But those are the rules. If you won't disarm, you're free to turn around and leave right now." Recognizing Lai Trin's disciplined nature, Dung reached into his rags and produced a single dagger. He made sure to look pained, as if he were giving up his only lifeline. "Fine," he sighed, handing over the blade. "Don't make me regret this." Lai Trin conducted a rigorous pat-down, checking every fold of Dung's clothing for hidden threats. Dung stood perfectly still, arms outstretched, allowing the search to proceed without complaint. Through the cracks in his lenses, Dung's gaze sharpened. He silently appraised his captor. "This one has a code. This factory might be a hellhole, but it's far more organized than the rabble at the coal plant." The search finally concluded. Lai Trin examined the surrendered dagger, a hint of curiosity surfacing. "Surviving out there with just a toothpick? Are you an evolver, kid?" Dung played dumb, clenching his fists and looking confused. "An evolver? I do feel stronger than I used to, I guess." His naive act successfully lowered Lai Trin's guard. The big man waved him along. "Whatever. Follow me. All potential evolvers have to be vetted by the boss first." A few minutes later, Lai Trin led Dung into a dimly lit chamber. He stepped out, closing the heavy door behind him. "Wait here in the guest suite until the boss is ready for you," he called through the observation slot. Dung let out a dry smirk. He eyed the heavy, reinforced chair and the barred window. Guest suite? This is a cage if I've ever seen one. Despite the obvious trap, he remained completely unbothered. The door creaked open and Boss Dai Bang stepped in. He wore a mask of oily politeness. Apologies for the delay, friend. To whom do I have the honor of speaking? Beneath the fake smile, Tiu Dong could sense the man's hunger for fresh meat. Tiu Dong feigned a nervous stutter. I'm Kwang Da. His shaky delivery convinced the bald leader that he was looking at a weak, easy meal. Dai Bang's eyes glinted. My boys tell me you might be an evolver. Is that right? Tiu Dong looked at his shoes, whispering, I think so. Without warning, a hand axe whistled through the air at blinding speed. It tore through the silence, grazing Tiu Dong's cheek. He looked up, his eyes widening in a display of calculated shock. Such a move was child's play for someone of his caliber. Tiu Dong simply tilted his head a fraction of an inch, the blade missing him by a hair's breadth. He slowly turned his head to see the weapon's impact. The heavy iron axe had buried itself inches deep into the wall behind him. The force of the throw was enough to split a man in two. If Tiu Dong had been the helpless drifter he portrayed, his journey would have ended right there. Tiu Dong's gaze hardened as he looked back at the fierce bald man. He maintained his scared facade while thinking, is he looking for a fight? No, this is a test of my reflexes. Meanwhile, Dai Bang's face was a twisted mask of murderous excitement. Tiu Dong shifted into character immediately. He feigned shock, pointing at the axe buried in the masonry and shouting, Hey, what's wrong with you? Someone could have been killed. Boss Dai Bang's aggressive posture vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He let out a booming, radiant laugh. Haha. I knew my eyes didn't deceive me. You're definitely an evolver. The way this man treated human life like a game made Tiu Dong's skin crawl, but he kept his mask of fear firmly in place. Tiu Dong pointed a finger at his own chest, directly challenging the bald leader, and if I weren't an evolver, would you have just let me die? Dai Bang didn't even blink. He spread his arms wide, his voice filled with a chilling, detached arrogance. If you were that weak, your death wouldn't have been a loss to anyone. It was clear this man had traded his soul for power. Suddenly, Dai Bang's eyes bled into a deep crimson. His voice dropped to a guttural register as he leaned in. Since we're both of the same kind, you clearly understand the diet required to reach this state, don't you? Tiu Dong nodded slowly. Yeah, I know. Satisfied that Tiu Dong was a fellow predator, the leader's tone turned possessive. I'll give you one warning. In this fortress, only a select few know our secret. I won't have it leaking out to the cattle. If I find out you've been talking, I'll end you myself. The moment he finished speaking, the bald leader blurred into motion, lunging at Tiu Dong with the speed of a gale. He was relentless, testing Tiu Dong's reflexes with a series of aggressive strikes. He reached out to seize Tiu Dong's throat, but our protagonist's senses were far more refined. With a subtle pivot, Tiu Dong flowed around the grasp, choosing to dodge rather than strike back. Dai Bang's eyes widened in brief surprise. He hadn't expected the newcomer to be this composed under pressure. Finding a rhythm, Tiu Dong subtly summoned a dagger from his system inventory. He gripped the hilt, channeling latent power into his forearm while locking eyes with Dai Bang. He thought, it's lucky he's only trying to grab me with his bare hands. If he pulls a blade, I'm ending this test right now. Letting the bald man finally catch him by the collar, Tiu Dong put on a display of pure terror. He made himself look fragile, even as his mind calculated the odds. If I kill this maniac now, I might fail that 80-point quest. When he saw the hunger in Dai Bang's eyes, he feigned a desperate flinch. Dai Bang stared at the small knife Tiu Dong had drawn in desperation. He slowly pulled his hand back, a smirk forming on his face. Oh? Fast hands. You even managed to draw a weapon while pinned? Finally showing a shred of respect, Dai Bang clapped a heavy hand on Tiu Dong's shoulder. He adopted the air of a seasoned veteran mentoring a rookie. You've got potential, kid, but don't get cocky. My true power is beyond your comprehension. Don't ever think of crossing me, you got that? Tiu Dong lowered his gaze. I understand. Dai Bang's voice softened slightly. Fine. I'll overlook the fact that you smuggled a weapon into my office. Exiting the room, Dai Bang barked orders at his waiting subordinates. Take this Kwang Da to get cleaned up. Get him some fresh clothes and bring him to the briefing room. Tiu Dong lingered for a second, closing the door with a slow, deliberate click. He was in. The plan was working perfectly. The guards shouted in unison, Understood, boss. A short while later, Dai Bang called out, Enter. A guard escorted the newly groomed Tiu Dong into the room. Boss, the new guy is ready. Dai Bang stood up, gesturing toward Tiu Dong with an open palm. Listen up, everyone. Meet our newest recruit, Kwangda. He pointed to a woman with a sharp, calculating gaze. This is Hong Lin, my co-leader. He then turned toward two men standing in the corner, and these are our top lieutenants, Lai Trin and Hong Ban. Sister Lin didn't say a word, her eyes scanning Tiu Dong with cold indifference. Dai Bang then addressed Hong Ban. Ban, can you find a spot for this kid in your squad? Hong Ban looked Tiu Dong up and down, his face twisted into a mask of pure annoyance. Fine, whatever you say, boss, he muttered. Sister Lin then turned her attention to the newcomer. Her voice was smooth, almost motherly, yet it carried an underlying threat. You're a lucky brat, Kwangda. You've found the most secure base for miles. From here on out, your days of running are over. Tiu Dong maintained a look of deep reverence. She continued, but remember, there are no free rides here. You have to prove your worth if you want a seat at the table. Tiu Dong played his part perfectly, bowing his head in a show of gratitude. I won't let you down. I'll follow every order. He looked every bit the desperate man eager to belong to something powerful. With the formalities over, Hong Ban walked up and clapped Tiu Dong on the shoulder, his grip uncomfortably tight. Lucky you. We're heading out for patrol right now. Get moving. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the factory. The sun was high, and the wind rustled through the overgrown grass. A guard called out, Kwang. Hun. Time to move out. The others grunted in response. One of the men looked at Tiu Dong, confused. Who's the new face? It turned out Hong Ban's underling was the same gate guard who had tried to shake Tiu Dong down earlier. He sneered the moment he recognized him, leaning in to whisper to Hong Ban, Sir, we're really stuck with this loser? Hong Ban sighed, clearly irritated. The boss's orders. He knows the secret, so he's one of us now. Walking behind them were Tiu Dong and Ahung, the spy who had once tried to map Tiu Dong's own base. Ahung was lost in thought, squinting at Tiu Dong's back. Something about that guy. It's nagging at me, he muttered under his breath. Where have I seen those eyes before? After walking for a bit, Hong Ban glanced back at Tiu Dong. I assume the boss didn't give you the full tour of how we operate, did he? Tiu Dong acted timid. No, sir. He just told me to keep the secret of the evolvers under wraps. Hong Ban nodded, seemingly satisfied. Good. Keep it that way. His expression turned dark, shadows falling over his features as he lowered his voice. In this entire camp, only the 2 leaders and 4 of us know the truth about how we gain our strength, by consuming others. Hong Ban gestured to the group, laying out the family ties. Ahung is the boss's cousin. Kwang is my nephew. And then there's my sister, Lin. We're all blood. If this secret gets out, we'll know exactly who to blame. Do you understand where you stand? Tiu Dong realized he was surrounded by a tight-knit circle of monsters. He nodded, understood. My lips are sealed. Tiu Dong, meanwhile, had long since recognized the man in the overalls. He glanced at him sideways. So that's Ahung. The same rat Truong Chi caught sniffing around our gates. Small world. Tiu Dong then asked, playing the curious newcomer, what about that other guy, Lai Trin? Is he part of the inner circle? Hong Ban laughed. Lai Trin? He's a powerhouse, sure, but he's an outsider. We use his strength to keep things running. He leaned in closer, his voice threatening, but he must never know the truth. If he finds out what we're eating, well, let's just say you won't survive the fallout. The lieutenant's face contorted into a snarl. His whisper was cold and lethal. If that secret leaks, neither of you will live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Tiu Dong remained silent, absorbing the information. He thought, so Lai Trin is the muscle they're afraid of. They're feeding him normal scraps while they gorge on human meat to stay ahead of him. If he keeps evolving at his natural rate, he'll eventually crush them. They finally reached their destination. Hong Ban stepped into a clearing and announced, we're here. Tiu Dong acted surprised, looking at the structures ahead. This is it? Before them lay a smaller, independent survivor camp. The small base was nestled among thick trees, fortified, but clearly vulnerable. Hong Ban explained, there are about 7 of them in there. We've been watching them for a few days. No evolvers among them, just easy targets. Tiu Dong tilted his head. So what's the plan? We hunt them down? Hong Ban wagged a finger, a condescending smirk on his face. Hunt? No. That's too messy. We're going to domesticate them. Fat Kwang laughed, throwing an arm around Tiu Dong's neck. He tried to enlighten the newcomer. Listen, kid. You're an evolver now. You need to stop thinking like a human. Don't be a self-righteous drag like Lai Trin. Tiu Dong noted the contrast in their values. Fat Kwang continued his lecture. full of unearned superiority. We are at the top of the food chain now. Humans are just the fuel that keeps our evolution moving. We're a different species now. Tudong looked toward the camp, summarizing their plan. So the goal is to capture them, bring them back to the factory, and keep them like livestock until it's time for the slaughter? Fat Kwang's grin grew wider. Now you're getting it. Hong Ban chimed in, holding up 4 fingers. We don't need the whole lot. 5 or 6 healthy ones will do. The rest? We'll deal with them right here. Tudong pressed for details. Deal with them? In what way? Seeing an opportunity to show off, Hong Ban raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with sadistic excitement. Just stay back and enjoy the show, he shouted. Tudong stood there, feigning bewilderment while masking his growing disgust. Moments later, on the perimeter wall of the small camp, the unsuspecting survivors were busy reinforcing their defenses. One young man wiped sweat from his brow, letting out a long, weary yawn, almost finished for the day. Man, I'm wiped out. He thought he was heading for a quiet evening, but his commander suddenly gasped. The man turned pale, pointing a shaking finger toward the tree line. What? What is that? The others turned, their blood running cold. Emerging from the shadows was a literal tide of frenzied, mutated zombies. They moved with a disturbing, predatory speed, scrambling toward the camp on all fours like starving animals. Their faces were horrific masks of torn flesh and gore. The camp was caught completely off guard. Chaos erupted as men scrambled for whatever weapons they had. Damn it. Where did they come from? There was no warning. To the walls. Now. The zombies were unnaturally fast. One moment they were at the edge of the woods, the next they were scaling the barricades. Their jaws snapped, filled with rotted teeth and the stench of death, as they lunged at the terrified defenders. One creature broke through, pouncing on a young man. He fell back, fumbling with a handgun, his voice cracking in a desperate plea. No. Get back. Stay away from me. The camp was being overrun. The young man stared in horror as the undead swarmed his home. There are too many, he screamed. Around him, the air was filled with the sounds of his friends' final struggles. Behind the chaos, Hong Ban's squad watched the slaughter with casual amusement. Tudong couldn't stay silent, using a zombie horde to do your dirty work. Is this your civilized way of doing things? Hong Ban didn't look back, his voice as cold as ice. Resources are tight back at the plant. We can't feed everyone. Besides, if we let too many of them live, they might get ideas about starting a rebellion. This keeps the numbers manageable. Their logic was a perfect, heartless survival strategy. Hong Ban signaled to Fat Kwang and Ahung. All right, boys. The herd has been thinned. Time for the heroes to arrive. Fat Kwang cracked his knuckles, eager to start the rescue. In the center of the camp, a young woman was pinned down by 2 snarling zombies. She screamed in absolute terror, her strength failing as the monsters closed in. Help me. Please. A flash of steel flickered through the air. In a heartbeat, both zombie heads were severed from their bodies. The girl gasped, the weight of the monsters suddenly gone. She stared at the decapitated heads rolling across the dirt, then looked up at her saviors. Her face was a mask of pure, trembling confusion. Fat Kwang lunged forward, ensuring she realized he was her savior. He extended a hand, wearing an expression of staged warmth and concern. The girl struggled to sit up, her voice a fragile, trembling whisper. Is it truly over? Am I actually safe? Nearby, Hong Ban and Ahung joined the fray, systematically putting down the remaining undead. They remained silent, maintaining their heroic charade before the survivors. The young man from the camp looked at the newcomers and shouted, "Who are you people?" Zombie heads hit the pavement with heavy, wet thuds. In a heartbeat, the threat was neutralized. For seasoned killers like Hong Ban's crew, dispatching a few stragglers was trivial. Hong Ban stepped into the light. He gestured to himself and his team with a smug grin. We're revolvers from the Westfong Iron and Steel Works. They played the part of noble knights to perfection. Hearing the word evolvers, the survivors were struck by a mix of awe and bewilderment. They crowded around, asking, "Evolvers? What does that mean?" Their faces lit up with hope and admiration as they cheered. "We're saved. Thank God you found us." Watching from the periphery, Kwang Tudong kept his face like stone. He didn't let a single emotion slip, but his mind was racing. These guys. Their physical stats must be in the mid-20s. In a fair fight, they're just as dangerous as Truong Chi and the rest. Tudong was almost distracted by the villain's performance, but his sharp instincts flared. He felt a creeping sensation at his back, a foul presence nearby. He grunted softly, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Suddenly, a light flickered in a room of the high-rise building looming behind him. Sensing a shift in the air, Dong spun around, his heart hammering against his ribs. What the hell was that? He thought, his eyes searching the windows. He scanned the dark panes of the tower, but the silhouette had vanished. Nothing remained but a faint, dying glimmer of light. He stood there, momentarily unsettled. Taking a breath, Dong composed himself. He looked up at the empty building, muttering, "Just a trick of the light?" Hong Ban's voice snapped him back to reality. "Hey, Kwang-da. Stop daydreaming and move it." For a moment, he felt completely out of sync. He walked toward the blood-stained vase where bodies were strewn across the ground. Hong Ban pointed at the carnage. "Get over here and help me clear this mess." Dong nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'm on it." Dong walked away, but the feeling of being watched lingered. He knew something was wrong with that building, but he had to maintain his cover and follow Hong Ban for now. Lurking in the shadows of that high-rise was the legendary tentacle mutant the factory workers whispered about in terror. It was a massive, grotesque nightmare of flesh and hunger, its face a twisted mask of mutations. It salivated at the scent of fresh blood, coiled and ready to strike. Having successfully deceived the survivors, Hong Ban's group began leading them like sheep to the slaughter. One of the camp men, eager to be helpful, told Hong Ban, "We have some food and supplies left in our storage." Hong Ban turned to Dong, his voice turning harsh and commanding, "Kwang-da, stay here. Haul every crate of supplies to the main gate. I'll call for a transport truck later." Then he leaned in, his breath hot against Dong's ear as he whispered, "And pile up the fresh corpses. We're taking those back too." A depraved, hungry glint danced in his eyes. Dong gave a curt nod, masking the intense revulsion he felt for this monster. Hong Ban gestured to the survivors, shouting, "The rest of you, follow us to safety." The naive group, believing they had found sanctuary, followed with smiles and excited chatter. The crowd departed, leaving Dong alone in the silent, body-strewn courtyard. Hong Ban's predatory trap had been sprung with chilling efficiency. Once certain he was unobserved, Dong summoned a razor-sharp blade from his system. He looked at the fallen zombies and smirked. "Actually, this is perfect timing." The scene returns to Hong Ban's group as they neared the factory. The survivors were still overflowing with gratitude. The leader of the small group walked behind Hong Ban, saying, "We owe you everything. We never would have made it without your help." The others echoed his thanks, while Hong Ban just smirked. The girl saved by Fat Kwang, desperate for comfort, turned to him. "Sir, will there be water at the base? I'd give anything for a proper shower." The man laughed, a long, oily sound. His true, predatory nature began to seep through. He draped an arm around the girl's shoulders, pulling her close. "Not just water, sweetheart, piping hot water. We've even got scented soap so you can smell like a dream." The girl stiffened, uncomfortable with his sudden touch. "Really? That sounds wonderful." The plan was going perfectly until Hung felt a sudden, icy prickle at the base of his skull. He stopped dead in his tracks, a wave of pure dread washing over him. He whipped around, his eyes wide as he scanned the perimeter for the source of his fear. "Wait, did you hear that?" he hissed, his voice laced with sudden caution. Sensing Hung's panic, Hong Ban stopped. "What is it, Hung?" The man was drenched in a cold sweat, his gaze fixed on the shadows. There's something out there," he stammered. Hong Ban didn't hesitate. "Defensive positions. Now!" he roared. The survivors, sensing the shift in tone, huddled together in fear. Fat Kwang used the chaos to pull the girl even closer, his grip tightening. "Stay behind me, I'll keep you safe," he lied. The group began to notice the man's disturbing behavior, but they were too terrified of the surrounding darkness to speak up. High above, twisted shadows stretched across the pavement, coiling into unnatural shapes. The danger was palpable, yet invisible. Hong Ban snapped, "Where is it?" "I don't see anything." Hung shook his head. "I lost the scent. I can't track it." Fat Kwang, arrogant and young, grew impatient. "Damn it, Hung, you're jumping at shadows. Let's just get home." Hung turned to him, his face pale and serious. "I'm telling you, I didn't imagine it. Just a second ago, Before he could finish, a thick, whip-like limb blurred through the air, lashing around Hung's throat. He froze, eyes bulging, as the strike landed with impossible speed. The crowd erupted into panic screams as the horror revealed itself. A massive, muscular tentacle had just snuffed out Hung's life. As it retracted, his body hit the ground like a sack of stones. Hong Ban's voice cracked. The tentacle monster. In a flash, their secure patrol had turned into a slaughterhouse. Under the bright afternoon sun, Hong Ban looked around wildly. It vanished again? How can something that big move that fast? Suddenly, Fat Kwong shrieked, "Behind you!" Hong Ban spun around, his heart nearly stopping. He found himself inches away from the monster's face, a single, massive eye and 2 ivory fangs centimeters from his nose. He froze, paralyzed by the sudden, savage presence of the beast. Meanwhile, Tu Dung was back at the camp, methodically using his knife to open the skulls of the fallen zombies. He was on a hunt for the rare mutation crystals. He struck gold twice. Holding the glowing gems up to the light, he smiled. 2 crystals from 1 batch? Talk about a lucky break. His celebration was cut short by a faint, desperate cry echoing from the direction of the factory path. Help! Someone help! Tu Dung stood up, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward the sound. Back at the ambush site, Hong Ban was living his worst nightmare. The beast had coiled its limbs around him, lifting him off his feet. Seeing the creature up close, Hong Ban's face drained of color. It's over, he wheezed. The monster squeezed, the sound of Hong Ban's ribs cracking filling the air. It was a mountain of muscle and slick, black tentacles, a grotesque sight that defied nature. With one final, brutal constriction, it ended the lieutenant's life. The survivors watched in paralyzed horror, their faces splattered with the crimson spray of Hong Ban's demise. They stood frozen, unable to even scream. They had hoped for a new life, only to be led into the jaws of an apex predator. The young man and woman shared a look of pure, hollow despair, realizing their rescuers were gone and they were next. The dripping, foul-smelling beast turned its singular eye toward Fat Kwong. It was a mass of writhing, ink-black limbs and rotting stench. Fat Kwong went white as a sheet, his breath hitching in his throat. Realizing he was the next meal, Fat Kwong stumbled backward. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. No, stay back. This can't be happening. In a fit of cowardice, he reached back and grabbed the arm of the girl standing behind him. The man who had just been whispering sweet promises of safety now showed his true colors. With a violent shove, he hurled the terrified girl directly into the monster's path to buy himself a few seconds to escape. The girl was snatched midair by a tentacle. It hoisted her high, binding her limbs until she was immobilized, then began to slowly crush the air from her lungs. She let out a piercing, desperate scream. No. Help me. The pressure increased, the beast's limbs digging into her flesh. She gasped for air, her vision beginning to blur as the pain became unbearable. As her strength faded and her eyes began to roll back, she felt the cold embrace of death closing in. Just as the end seemed certain, a sudden, powerful force crashed into the scene from the shadows. The young woman was abruptly liberated as the monster's coils went limp. She tumbled backward, landing hard on the pavement. The girl and her companions were paralyzed with shock. Kwong Tu Dung had materialized just in time, intervening at the critical moment to save her life. Severed, twitching black limbs were now strewn across the ground, and every eye was fixed on him. Fat Kwong's terror turned to pure disbelief as he spotted the newcomer. "Kwongda?" he shrieked. Tu Dung stood his ground, a compact dagger held firmly in his grip, his expression grim and focused. With his back to the beast, Tu Dung faced the group. He gestured toward the horror behind him and asked sharply, "Is this the tentacle freak everyone has been so worked up about?" Fat Kwong, still visibly trembling, pointed frantically toward the creature. "No. Tu Dung, you don't understand. This is just a spawn of the main monster." Tu Dung's brow furrowed in suspicion. "Spawn?" Fat Kwong nodded vigorously. "That's what we call them." He hurriedly explained the nature of the threat. The true monster constantly mumbles about sons. It has the power to corrupt ordinary zombies, turning them into these tentacled abominations. We call these evolved horrors the sons of the tentacle guy. Fat Kwong's face was a mask of bitterness and dread. His 2 relatives had just been slaughtered by this thing. He lowered his gaze, his mind racing with cowardly calculations. A spawn is a nightmare that even a Hung and Dai Bang couldn't handle. This kid Kwongda is walking into a meat grinder. I have to get out of here. Determined to save his own skin, the treacherous Fat Kwong abandoned the survivors. He spun on his heel and sprinted away, leaving the victims staring in disbelief. "Kwongda, keep it busy. I'm going for reinforcements." He hollered over his shoulder as he fled for his life. Panic is contagious. The remaining survivors turned and bolted in every direction, desperate to escape the carnage. Only Kwang Tae-dong remained, a pillar of calm amidst the screaming chaos of the retreat. Watching them flee, Tae-dong saw right through Fat Kwang's pathetic ploy. Trying to use me as a distraction to buy himself a head start? He mused. Behind him, the spawn began to stir, emitting a low, guttural growl. A second later, several ink-black tentacles whipped out, snaking around Tae-dong's neck. He felt the cold pressure, yet he didn't move a muscle to resist. Within moments, Tae-dong's arms and legs were completely bound by the creature's oily, foul-smelling appendages. Still, he didn't struggle. He simply turned his head to lock eyes with the monster, his sheer presence radiating a terrifying level of confidence. Looking directly at the mutated freak, Tae-dong let out a dry chuckle. A son of the monster, huh? The atmosphere is certainly dramatic enough. Suddenly, Tae-dong shifted his weight. He gripped the dagger in one hand and gave a powerful, calculated tug on the limbs binding him. The tentacles groaned as they were pulled taut. The massive beast was jerked forward, completely overtaken by Tae-dong's raw physical power. His strength was on a different level entirely. With a single pull, the monster lost its footing and stumbled toward him, its eyes wide with a very human-like confusion. The force of the pull was irresistible. The gargantuan creature was dragged across the asphalt, its feet scraping uselessly against the ground as it was reeled in. Tae-dong looked completely relaxed. He flexed his arm, the black coils still clinging to him, and remarked casually, "I haven't had a chance to test out the new ability I unlocked. Today seems like the perfect opportunity to see what it can really do." With those words, Tae-dong shifted his stance and slammed his feet down. The impact was so immense that the concrete beneath him shattered into a web of cracks. Behind his spectacles, his eyes flashed with a surge of energy. Overdrive physical capability. He roared. He leaned into the movement, his muscles rippling as he hauled back with both arms. The monster was sent flying toward him, a helpless passenger to its own momentum as Tae-dong took total control of the fight. The creature's bloated, repulsive body skidded across the dirt. It had been reduced to a mere puppet, unable to do anything but endure the overwhelming force. As its tentacle-covered head swung close, Tae-dong met it with a decisive, heavy kick to the face, keeping the foul thing at a safe distance. Even with his limbs still entwined in the beast's grip, Tae-dong held the upper hand. He pinned the monster's head to the ground with his boot, his gaze cold with lethal intent. The creature hissed and laughed a distorted ho-ho. But Tae-dong's dominance was absolute. The young woman from the camp watched from the shadows, her hands covering her mouth in sheer awe. She was witnessing a level of human power that defied everything she knew about survival. The battle was one-sided. Tae-dong stood atop the mangled head of the beast, having beaten it into submission. Systematically, he began tearing the tentacles from its body one by one, leaving the creature in a pitiful state. Moments later, nothing remained of the spawn but a pile of twitching, dismembered parts. Its horrific visage and appendages had been thoroughly crushed into the dirt. Tae-dong's face was flecked with the monster's dark fluids. Ignoring the grime, he walked toward the survivor and asked warmly, "Are you all right, miss?" His blood-spattered appearance, however, sent her scurrying back in terror. Tae-dong, genuinely confused, awkwardly reached out to see if she was injured. The girl let out a piercing scream of fright. "Stay away." "No." Realizing he looked like a nightmare, Tae-dong wiped the dark stains from his face and tried to reassure her with an awkward smile. "Easy now. I'm a human, I promise. I'm not one of those things." Much later, the sound of heavy breathing echoed at the gate. Fat Kwang returned, leading a group of armed men to the scene. "We're here. Move it, move it," they yelled as they sprinted toward the clearing. Fat Kwang had brought boss Dai Bang and Sister Lin, with Lai Trin following closely as backup. Dai Bang gripped his axe, roaring, "What's the situation?" Sister Lin scanned the area, her sword resting on her shoulder. "Where are Tuban and Ahung?" she demanded. Fat Kwang pointed toward the carnage, tears of fake or real grief streaming down his face. "My uncle and brother Ahung, they're gone. The monster killed them." Lai Trin was the only one concerned for the newcomer. He turned to Fat Kwang and asked, "What about Kwangda?" Fat Kwang dismissed the question with a wave of his hand. "Don't even bother looking. He's dead meat. If the three of us couldn't stop it, he didn't stand a chance." Boss Dai Bang's face turned a bruised shade of purple as the loss of his lieutenants sank in. He was fuming with frustration, yet he knew the monster described was a threat even he couldn't easily face. His gaze shifted to the survivors of the small camp. He stared at them for a long, heavy minute, the air thick with murderous tension. Dai Bang's voice was a low, dangerous growl as he began to point blame. This happened because of... The two young men from the camp turned pale, sensing the boss was about to snap. They broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. The monstrous leader erupted, you. He channeled his fury into a single, violent motion, hurls his heavy axe with bone-shattering force at the innocent bystanders. The massive blade struck the lead young man squarely, splitting his torso instantly in a spray of crimson. In that moment, Dai Bang proved himself to be more savage than any zombie. Sister Lin stepped in, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Dai Bang, get a hold of yourself." The boss stood there, panting, his fists clenched as he tried to rein in his murderous rage. The surrounding guards watched in stunned silence. Thud. A massive bundle of severed tentacles, tied together like a harvest of bizarre vegetables, landed at Dai Bang's feet. Startled out of his rage, the boss squinted down at the grisly offering. Tiu Dung had arrived. The sound drew everyone's attention. They looked from the bloody trophy up to the man who had delivered it, their faces filled with confusion and mounting wonder. Kwang Tiu Dung emerged from the shadows, the surviving girl trailing behind him. He walked with the quiet pride of a hunter returning with a kill, looking the leaders dead in the eye. Lai Trin broke into a genuine smile. "Kwang Da, you're alive." He was the only one who seemed truly relieved to see the rookie standing. Sister Lin's mind began to race as she stared at the pile of black limbs. She was speechless, her expression shifting to one of grim realization. This wasn't just a scavenger, this was a threat. Tiu Dung addressed the group with an air of cold confidence. "That monster you were also afraid of? It's dead. Consider your men avenged." Instead of gratitude, a heavy silence fell. Sister Lin and Dai Bang exchanged a look of profound unease. They weren't thinking about their fallen comrades, they were thinking about Tiu Dung. How could a nobody possess that much power? They wondered silently. Noticing the lack of a thank you, Tiu Dung put his hands on his hips and broke the silence. "Well, don't just stand there. Arrange for some trucks and men, so we can haul the rest of the supplies back." Once the group returned to the factory, the atmosphere remained tense. Dai Bang and Sister Lin immediately cornered Fat Kwang for a private interrogation. "Tell me the truth," Dai Bang growled. "Was that thing really stronger than Lai Trin?" At the mention of the beast, Fat Kwang's bravado vanished. He gritted his teeth, his voice shaking with the memory. "It slaughtered my uncle and A hung in seconds. Lai Trin is strong, but even he would have struggled against that nightmare." He was genuinely terrified of what the spawn represented. Replaying the creature's combat prowess in his head, Fat Kwang began to doubt the capabilities of his own leaders. He turned to Sister Lin and Boss Dai Bang, asking pointedly, "Honestly, do you two actually stand a chance against a monster like that?" Ignoring the jab, it was clear the leaders were primarily unsettled by Tiu Dung's mysterious strength. Boss Dai Bang recounted their earlier confrontation. "When I moved against him, he reacted instantly, but only had enough time to draw a blade. He never actually dropped into a proper fighting stance." Sister Lin rubbed her chin, whispering, "How is it possible for a drifter to be that powerful?" Lin remained skeptical, refusing to believe a newcomer like Kwang Da could be so elite. She reasoned, he probably only beat that tentacle spawn because he caught it off guard. It's likely not as formidable as the story suggests. Dai Bang nodded, though his murderous intent remained. "Perhaps. But we can't let him linger. If he and Lai Trin ever decide to shake hands." Their plotting was interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Sister Lin hissed at Dai Bang to be silent before calling out, "Come in." It was Lai Trin. Lai Trin offered a formal nod to the man in charge, "Leader." Dai Bang forced a polite tone, "What's on your mind, Brother Lai?" Fat Kwang stood up as Lai Trin approached, though his expression remained sour and resentful. Assuming they were mourning their fallen comrades, Lai Trin offered a rare word of comfort. "Boss, Sister Lin, please accept my condolences for your loss." Dai Bang waved it off with a stoic mask. "It's the apocalypse. Death is an old friend now. Let's stick to business." Lai Trin then got to his point. "Kwang Da's skills are undeniable. I believe he's earned a position as a ranking officer." The idea of Tiu Dung and Lai Trin becoming allies terrified Dai Bang. He immediately manufactured a reason to decline. "Absolutely not. His background is a total mystery." He trailed off, feigning a look of deep suspicion. Before Dai Bang could dig a deeper hole, Sister Lin raised a hand to silence him. The boss immediately shut his mouth, watching her with a look of confused submission. Sensing Dai Bang lacked the finesse for this manipulation, Sister Lin took the reins. Kwangda certainly has the raw power for a promotion. However, he needs a significant achievement to prove his loyalty and convince the rest of the crew. Lai Trin stood his ground, highlighting Tiu Dung's recent victory. He took down a tentacle monster single-handedly. Is that not enough of a feat? It was clear Lai Trin had developed a genuine respect for the newcomer. Sister Lin gave a predatory smile. If he wants to lead, let him prove it by taking down the father of those monsters. It's a perfect test, don't you think? She lowered her gaze, her eyes showing mostly white in a look of cold, calculated malice, effectively planning to use the monster to execute Tiu Dung. Lai Trin saw right through their impossible demand. Indignant on Tiu Dung's behalf, he stepped forward. Neither of you could survive that encounter, yet you're sending him in alone? Where's the fairness in that? Sister Lin leaned back in her chair, legs crossed, affecting an air of superiority. Relax, we aren't sending him to his death. We'll mobilize the entire unit for a full-scale raid to wipe that threat off the map once and for all. Later, the trio visited Tiu Dung to present the plan. After they finished their gaslighting, Tiu Dung chuckled. Oh? An entire operation built around me? I've barely unpacked my bags. Is it right for me to take all the glory? Sister Lin replied with a silk-smooth voice. You've earned it. The power you displayed is easily on par with mine or Dai Bang's. No one will question it. Dangling the ultimate carrot, the two leaders looked Tiu Dung in the eye with fake sincerity. Succeed in this, and the third-in-command spot is yours. While their words sounded encouraging, their eyes were filled with the cunning of foxes. Dai Bang then turned to Lai Trin, his smile forced and provocative. Brother Lai, surely you don't mind a rookie jumping over you in rank if he has the strength to back it up? He was clearly trying to spark a bitter rivalry between the two. Lai Trin saw through the baiting immediately. With a look of tired annoyance, he replied, I have no objections. Dai Bang regained his composure, snapping his fingers. Then it settled. We move out in 48 hours. Unbeknownst to them, Tiu Dung had been using his mind's eye ability throughout the conversation to sieve truth from lies. He maintained a calm facade, but inwardly he sneered, wow, such a heartfelt offer. I'd almost be touched if I didn't know you were trying to kill me. Through his mind's eye, the true nature of the group was laid bare. Sister Lin and Dai Bang were two snakes in a pit of lies. Lai Trin, however, radiated a neutral aura. He was just a man trying to survive with his integrity intact. Only the two old foxes were playing games. The scene shifts to Tiu Dung's secret base. Up on the rooftop, the sharp crackle of a walkie-talkie broke the silence of the night. Tiu Kai, the chubby youngster, gripped the radio and scrambled toward the others. Old Lai. It's the radio brother Tiu Dung left with us. He's calling. Old Lai snatched the device, speaking for the group. Tiu Dung. Report in. How's the undercover work going? Everyone leaned in, breathless. Through the static, Tiu Dung's voice drifted in. Listen carefully. I'm at the factory. We move under the cover of night. Kwang Tiu Dung was perched atop a rusted excavator at the factory, keeping a distance from the prowling guards. He whispered into the mic, the day after tomorrow at the southern suburban park. Bring Sungda and our best fighters. Tiu Dung glanced toward the lit window of the leader's office. He spoke with finality. It's time to end the threat in South City once and for all. Following the coordinates, the base members gathered under Old Li's direction. Old Li turned to Old Han. Uncle Tang, you've done your time. This mission is a meat grinder, and we need you here to keep the base secure. Old Han didn't argue, knowing the weight of the task. He adjusted his glasses and warned, fine. But you all better come back in one piece. This isn't just another scavenge run. Old Lai nodded solemnly. We know. We'll be careful. Old Lai then began the roll call, his voice firm. Truong Chi, Tiu Kai, San San, Tu Hien, Lu Xiu, Tran Kiet, and Tran Sung. You seven are with me. They responded with a unified, determined, yes, sir. Seeing the adults prepping for war, little Truong Tang Cheat stepped forward, chin high. Wait. I'm coming too. I want to help brother Tiu Dung. His mother immediately stepped in to block his path, scolding him. War is for grown-ups. Stay out of this, you're just a boy. Tiu Soai stood his ground, retorting, I'm not a kid anymore, Mom. I'm a survivor. Old Lu, standing nearby, offered an encouraging smile for the boy. He interjected, don't sell him short, Soai's mom. With the abilities he's developed lately, he's faster than half the zombies out there. He's earned his spot. Old Lai weighed in, agreeing that the harsh reality of the world was the best teacher. He's changed, and he's strong. I'll keep a close eye on him. Reluctantly, the mother stepped aside, giving her silent consent. The following night, a convoy from the steel factory crept toward the monster's lair. Boss Dai Bang stepped out of the lead vehicle. He scanned the dark, overgrown entrance to the park, muttering, "This is it. The nest." Tiu Dung and Sister Lin joined him. Tiu Dung asked, "So, how do we draw this thing out into the open?" Dai Bang looked into the dark thicket and sneered, "Don't worry. We brought bait." The atmosphere was heavy with the stench of decay. Tiu Dung kept his eyes moving, searching the surrounding shadows for the backup team he had summoned. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly masked his reaction, keeping his face perfectly neutral. He looked toward a nearby high-rise. A brief, rhythmic flash of light from the rooftop confirmed his team's position. It was exactly what he needed. On the terrace, hidden behind the concrete ledge, Old Lai and Truongchi were hunkered down, observing the factory group through binoculars. The rest of Tiu Dung's crew was positioned behind them. Tiu Kai, fumbling with gear, whispered, "Can you see him? Should we move in closer?" Old Lai held up a hand. "Stay put." Tiu Dung was clear. "Don't approach the park until the signal." Old Lai lowered his binoculars, his voice a low command. "Ready the ropes. We infiltrate from the side the moment the chaos starts." Back at the park entrance, Sister Lin beckoned a small boy from their group. "Come here, little one," she cooed. The boy looked up, startled by the sudden attention. He hurried over, nervous. "Yes, leader? What do you need me to do?" Sister Lin stared at him with an unsettling, blank silence. She gave him a cold, hollow smile. "I want you to walk into the park." The boy's face drained of color. "But you said we were just here to help carry the supplies back." Disgusted by her use of a child as a sacrifice, Lai Trin stepped in. "Sister Lin, what is the meaning of this?" She turned to him, her smile widening into something truly monstrous. She tilted her head, her voice dripping with mockery. "Oh, don't act so innocent. The monster wants a son, so we're giving it one. We'll be right behind him to catch the beast. The kid will be fine." The boy began to sob, clutching at his clothes. "Please. I don't want to go in there. Don't make me bait." The cold-hearted woman didn't even bother to respond. Boss Dai Bang's heavy boots crunched on the gravel as he approached, looking completely fed up with the delay. He grabbed the boy by the collar, hoisting him into the air like a piece of luggage. "Enough crying. Either you go in there or I kill you right here." The boy was paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Without a shred of mercy, the massive man swung his arm and hurled the child's small body into the dark, overgrown courtyard of the park. The terrified boy, tossed like a rag doll, slowly forced his eyes open. He had hit the pavement hard, and his entire body felt paralyzed by the impact. Perched atop the high-rise, Old Lai tracked the child through his lenses and barked into his comms, "It's going down. Everyone, move out now." In an instant, Tiu Dung's crew dropped their lines from the roof. They rappelled down the side of the building with the fluid, calculated precision of a Tier 1 Special Forces unit. The boy struggled to his hands and knees. Catching a glimpse of the shadows moving outside the gate, he screamed with everything he had, "Help! Please, somebody help me!" A guttural, bone-chilling roar erupted from the thickets. "Son!" The sheer volume of the cry made the very air vibrate with dread. Seconds later, a titan of a monster, its back a writhing nest of black tentacles, crashed onto the scene. It landed right behind the boy, shattering the concrete beneath its weight. Feeling the cold shadow of death, the boy froze. "I don't want to die." The sound of the child's terror seemed to drive the mutant into a frenzy. Its features twisted into a mask of agony and rage, and its eyes burned with a malevolent red light. Fearing for the child's life, Lai Trin turned to the others. The beast took the bait. "We have to move in and save that kid now." He lunged forward to intervene, but a firm hand clamped onto his shoulder, jerking him back with surprising force. It was Sister Lin. To her, the boy was just a disposable tool. "We had an agreement," she said with a chilling lack of empathy. "This is Kwang Da's show. Don't go stealing his thunder." Lai Trin bristled, trapped by her cold logic. Without missing a beat, Kwang Tiu Dung stepped into the fray. I get the message," he remarked coolly. Sister Lin didn't let go of Lai Trin's arm, keeping him sidelined. Tiu Dung planted his feet, gathered his strength, and launched himself forward like a high-velocity projectile. Just as the monster's oily tentacles were about to claim the boy, Tiu Dung blurred past, moving so fast he left a trail of wind in his wake. In a literal heartbeat before disaster, Tiu Dung snatched the boy by his collar. The child let out a sharp gasp of shock as he was hoisted into the air. With a fluid, athletic motion, Tiu Dung hurled the boy toward safety, successfully clearing him from the kill zone. But in exchange for the boy's life, the black tentacles instantly swarmed over him. The boy sailed through the air and landed squarely in Lai Trin's arms, who caught him safely to ensure the landing didn't break any bones. In the struggle, Tu Dong's glasses were knocked away, clattering onto the asphalt. The mutant's massive limbs coiled around him, squeezing with crushing force. The beast leaned in, its breath foul as it roared directly into his face. Give. Son. Back. Tu Dong didn't flinch. He simply stared at the creature with a look of dawning recognition. I knew I'd seen those eyes before, Tu Dong whispered, studying the monster's distorted face. Wait. You're that man. Seeing Tu Dong pinned and helpless, Lai Trin struggled against his captors, shouting, Kwangda. Hang on. I'm coming. Suddenly, the two snakes showed their true colors. Dai Bang and Sister Lin grabbed Lai Trin's arms, pinning him in place. The masquerade was officially over. Lai Trin thrashed against their grip, still unable to wrap his head around such treachery. What are you doing? If we don't help him, he's going to be torn apart. Sister Lin's face lit up with sadistic glee. Her trap had worked perfectly. She leaned in close, her voice a low, venomous purr. Exactly. That's the whole point. He needs to die. She watched the monster constrict around Tu Dong, mocking him. I'd hoped they'd take each other out, but it looks like our hero is just another piece of meat for the slaughterhouse. Finally seeing the monsters behind the human masks, Lai Trin hissed through gritted teeth. You've been planning this since the start. Why? Why kill your own kind? I can answer that for you. Tu Dong's voice rang out, clear and steady despite his predicament. All three turned in shock toward the man and the monster. Still trapped in the beast's grip, Tu Dong looked Lai Trin in the eye and dropped the bombshell. It's because I know their little secret. I know they've been feeding on human flesh. The revelation hit Lai Trin like a physical blow. He stared at his leaders, his stomach turning. You've been eating people? The tension was snapped by a thunderous command from the shadows. Open fire. A hail of bullets tore through the air, peppering the area around the villains. Scrambling for cover, the two leaders let go of Lai Trin, who dove for safety. Tu Dong's real family had arrived. Old Lai stood at the front, his AK-47 spitting lead as he coordinated the suppression fire. While the gunners kept the factory goons pinned, San San and young Soai charged the monster to liberate Tu Dong. The mutant spun around, its many eyes fixing on the new threats. Soai didn't hesitate. He raised a flaming Molotov cocktail high, shouting as he ran, Uncle Tu Dong. Don't worry, we've got your back. With a focused aim and a pitcher's form, the boy leaned forward and hurled the firebomb with everything he had. But the monster was fast. A single black tentacle whipped out midair, shattering the bottle before it could land. A curtain of fire erupted between them. Suddenly, the monster's aggression vanished. Seeing Soai through the flames, it froze. The beast stared at the boy with a look of profound, heartbreaking recognition. In the monster's eyes, the fierce little warrior Soai was everything. But the boy didn't recognize the father behind the mutations. The beast's voice broke, a pathetic, wet sound. Son. My son. Though it still held Tu Dong, the monster's focus was entirely on the boy. It reached out a trembling tentacle, whispering, Son. Soai, oblivious to the connection, only saw a monster that had blocked his attack. He spat on the ground, cursing, Damn it. This freak is faster than he looks. The moment the boy swore, the monster's fatherly instincts flared in a twisted way. It thrashed its limbs, roaring in a distorted, parental tone. No. Swearing. Beside the boy, Truong-Chi leveled his rifle, his eyes narrowed. Stay sharp, everyone. He warned. This one has a mind. He's not just some mindless drone. Suddenly, Transung lunged from the group, charging the beast with animalistic speed. The sudden move caught everyone off guard. Brother Sung, wait for the signal. Truong-Chi yelled. Transung was a blur of motion, weaving through the monster's defensive tentacles with supernatural agility. While Tu Dong remained bound, Transung closed the distance in a flash. Sister Lin and Dai Bang hunkered behind massive oaks, the air around them whistling with bullets. Fat Kwang peered out, spotting Transung in the chaos. What the hell is that? Another mutant freak? Sister Lin watched Transung with a mix of shock and fascination. A mutant? Actually fighting alongside humans? She whispered, mesmerized as Transung fought to reach Tu Dong. As Transung neared the beast, a wall of foul-smelling tentacles lashed out to crush him. He skidded to a halt, narrowly evading the heavy strikes. Within seconds, he was completely engulfed by a forest of black limbs. The only thing visible was the crimson glow of Transung's eyes through a small gap, burning with fierce defiance. Refusing to be pinned, Transung gathered his strength and exploded upward, his sheer momentum shredding through the encirclement of rotting flesh. He landed in a crouch, but a hidden tentacle lunged from his blind spot. "Watch out! To your left!" His teammates screamed from the perimeter. Transung spun on his heel, catching the massive limb with his bare hands to block the impact. He dug his feet into the dirt, meeting the monster's strength with his own. The two mutants faced off, a stalemate of raw power. The monster retracted its limb as Transung dropped low, his chest heaving as he prepared for the next round. From his corner, Kwang Tu-dung observed the chaotic brawl and let out a hearty laugh, shouting over to Transung, "Huh. Looks like you finally found a sparring partner who can keep up, Brother Sung." Transung felt the rush too, nodding back in silent agreement. Boss Dai Bang was fuming at Tu-dung's nonchalant attitude. He gnashed his teeth, hissing in a low, murderous tone. Does that punk Kwangda really think this is a joke? How's he still laughing? Tu-dung decided he'd played along long enough. Using nothing but his raw physical power, he began peeling away the massive tentacles coiled around him as if he were simply shucking corn. Watching from the sidelines, Dai Bang's eyes nearly popped out. He's just ripping them apart? Those are the primary limbs of the Tentacle King. Standing nearby, Fat Kwang started to stammer, his voice hitching in his throat. Wait. Hold on. Stop. The gears in his head were finally beginning to turn. He stared blankly at Soai, the realization hitting him like a freight train. That kid. I heard him clear as day. He called Kwangda Uncle Tu-dung. Dai Bang snapped his head around, startled. What are you talking about? Fat Kwang's mind raced back to the spy's report about the rival base. Kwangda? No, it's Tu-dung. Ahung mentioned the leader of the Tra Deep City stronghold was named Kwang. This revelation struck Sister Lin like a lightning bolt. Kwang Tu-dung? Are you absolutely certain? She shrieked. Fat Kwang glared at Tu-dung, hissing, I'm positive. That's him. It took until the final act for these slow-witted thugs to realize they'd been played for fools. Boss Dai Bang's temper exploded. He buried his knife into a tree trunk with a savage thud. Damn it. We've been dancing in that bastard's palm this whole time. The gravity of the situation began to weigh on Sister Lin. Her expression shifted to one of cold anxiety as she pieced it together. If that's true, then this entire group is the elite strike team from that city base. Sister Lin's eyes darted toward Old Lai, who still had his rifle trained firmly on her squad. In the other direction, Truong Chi's unit stood with weapons raised, providing cover fire and suppressing the monster simultaneously. She began to recalculate her odds with clinical wariness. Those soldiers. Their best fighter is easily a match for Lai Trin. And the hardware they're packing is top tier. Her gaze drifted back to Kwang Tu-dung, who was casually finishing off the remaining tentacles. But the real monster here is Kwangda, or rather, Kwang Tu-dung. Transung also drew her attention. Watching him trade blows with the beast, she muttered, and that mutant of theirs, his strength is on par with the Tentacle King himself. Sister Lin knew how to read a battlefield. Despite her rage, she realized they were cornered. Our chances of winning are slim to none. Even if we survive, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Behind her, a panicked Fat Kwang asked, then what's the move? How do we get out of this? Suddenly, the woman's eyes flared with a predatory light. She bared her teeth and barked an order. I've got it. Dai Bang, create a diversion. Hold them back and cover me. Accepting the suicide mission with a roar, Boss Dai Bang snatched up his heavy axe and charged on it. Sprinting into the open, Dai Bang hurled his massive axe with terrifying velocity. Fueled by his momentum, the blade became a spinning blur of steel, throwing off sparks as it sliced through the air. The fiery impact of the axe shattered a boulder right in front of Old Lee's squad. The ground heaved, sending razor-sharp stone shards flying everywhere. Take cover. The team shouted, diving for safety as a barrage of debris. And heavy stones began raining down on their position. Within seconds, the trees surrounding Old Lee's position were splintered and toppled by the sheer force of the assault. Exploiting the chaos, Dai Bang's men unleashed a hail of gunfire at Old Lee's group, who were pinned behind a fallen trunk. Old Lai peeked out cursing, those cowards. Are they really trying to pin us down with this garbage? Meanwhile, Sister Lin saw her opening. While everyone was distracted, she blurred towards Soai. Tukai spotted her and screamed, Soai, watch out. The boy spun around just in time. Tukai didn't hesitate. The chubby boy threw himself in front of Soai, acting as a human shield. He yelled fiercely, pick on someone your own size. Leave the kid out of this. He barely finished his sentence before Sister Lin delivered a bone-shattering roundhouse kick. Kai managed to get his arms up to block, but the impact was overwhelming. He winced, his face twisting as the force sent him reeling. A moment later, Kai was sent flying, tumbling across the dirt like a bowling ball. It was clear this woman was a high-level evolver. She's too strong. Kai groaned, clutching his bruised arms. With the nuisance out of the way, Sister Lin smirked and closed in on So-I. She reached out with a claw-like hand, aiming straight for the boy. In a flash, So-I's small feet were dangled helplessly off the ground. Sister Lin's hand clamped around the boy's throat with zero hesitation. Her face was a mask of pure evil. Listen close, brat. You have one choice: cooperate or die. Across the clearing, San saw the hostage and panicked. So-I. But the boy's spirit remained unbroken. The threat didn't shake him. Even as he struggled for air, he spat back. Don't count on it. I'm not your hostage. Sister Lin was momentarily taken aback by the boy's defiance. She let out a dark chuckle. Oh? You've got some fire in you, little man. Let's see how long that lasts. Thwack. Thwack. She delivered 2 brutal punches to the child's face. So-I cried out in agony. Ah. Stop. Hearing the boy scream, the tentacle monster abruptly shoved Transung aside. It let out a heart-wrenching roar. Son. Transung took advantage of the opening, leaping onto the beast's back and locking his arms around its neck. But the monster didn't even fight back. Its eyes were glued to So-I, filled with a desperate, paternal agony. Transung inhaled deeply, centering his energy for a killing strike. His eyes bled into total darkness as he prepared to unleash his full power. He was about to tear the monster's head off when Kwang Tu-dung's voice cut through the air. Hold it. Brother Sung, let him go. Transung froze, looking back at Tu-dung in confusion. He couldn't fathom why he was being told to stop. Without a direct explanation, he just hovered there, letting out a confused huh, unsure of the next move. Tu-dung gestured towards Sister Lin and the hostage. The monster is about to snap. Trying to stop him now is a death sentence. Let him through. Sister Lin grew even more frantic, pulling So-I closer. She tightened her grip on his neck and shrieked, unless you want to see this kid's head roll, drop your guns right now. San was near tears. So-I. Don't you dare hurt him. Old Lee's heart sank for the boy. He stepped forward, pleading, let the kid go. Take me instead. I'm a much more valuable hostage. Seeing their desperation, Sister Lin's ego soared. She looked at the panicked faces and gloated. Haha. I knew it. I picked the perfect insurance policy. Her arrogance sent Old Lie into a silent rage. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. You bitch. If a single hair on his head is harmed, your life is forfeit. Feeling she had the upper hand, Sister Lin barked her final terms, every weapon on the ground. No. Then back off 100 meters. Realizing they had no other choice, Old Lie signaled his team to stand down. Do it, he ordered. Tu Hien looked ready to explode with frustration, but she slowly lowered her rifle. Empowered by her success, Sister Lin pushed even further. And tell that mutant freak of yours to back off with you. Just as the words left her mouth, a panicked voice from her own team screamed, Sister Lin, look out. For massive, ink-black tentacles suddenly lashed out from the shadows. She spun around, her eyes widening in pure terror. Boom. The tentacles slammed into the earth exactly where she had been standing, causing a localized earthquake. Dust and shattered stone filled the air as Sister Lin and her crew scrambled to avoid being crushed. But Fat Kwong wasn't fast enough. A massive limb caught him squarely, tearing through him with horrific ease. He was gone in an instant, his eyes frozen in a look of permanent disbelief. Seeing his nephew obliterated before his eyes, Boss Dai Bang let out a guttural scream. Fat Kwong. He glared at the monster with a hatred that burned hotter than fire. Meanwhile, Sister Lin managed to hit the pavement in a controlled roll. She pushed herself up, her eyes wide with total confusion. What is happening? I thought they had the tentacle freak pinned down. Kwang Tu-dung was standing nearby. Now that she had lost her leverage over the boy, she looked up to find him watching her with a mocking smirk. Seeing the relaxed postures of Tu-dung and Transung, a realization struck her like a physical blow. Are they just enjoying the show? The monster's chaotic assault had knocked So-I out of Sister Lin's grip, but a thick coil now had the boy's leg in a firm hold. Old Lie screamed from the sidelines, his voice cracking with desperation. So-I. Get out of there. Run. In a panic, Old Lie prepared to charge into the kill zone to grab the boy, but Tu-dung stepped into his path with a calm hand. Relax, he said casually. The kid is perfectly safe. Old Lai was flabbergasted. He stared at Tiu Dung, his mind racing. Tiu Dung. What are you talking about? He's right in its clutches. They watched as the massive mutant used its limb with surprising gentleness to pull Soai toward its chest. Remarkably, the boy didn't scream or fight back. He just waited. The moment of reunion had finally arrived. The creature that was once Truong Tangchi let out a choked, wet sound of grief and joy. The boy looked at the father he barely recognized, the black eyes, the distorted flesh, the monstrous form, but his heart knew the truth. "Dad?" he whispered, his voice trembling. Standing behind the beast, Kwang Tiu Dung offered a warm, knowing look. "See, Truong Tangchi? I'm a man of my word. Your wife and son are safe and thriving." The mutant turned its head slightly, a flicker of a grateful smile crossing its mangled face. Confirmation flooded Soai's heart. Cradled in the tentacles, he let out a sob. "It really is you. Dad." Tiu Dung watched the scene thoughtfully and added, "That's right, kid. I suspected it early on. Your father's biology reacted to the virus much like Brother Sung's did." The boy had spent every night aching for this moment. He threw his arms around the massive, cold neck of the monster, burying his face in its shoulder. "Dad, I missed you so much." Hoo-hoo. The grand plans of the factory leaders crumbled into dust. Boss Dai Bang, paralyzed by the impossible turn of events, let out a high-pitched shriek. "God help us, what kind of sick twist is this? It's over. Fall back. Everyone, get out of here now." Even as he held his son, Truong Tangchi's predatory instincts remained razor-sharp. He sensed the cowards trying to flee, and his gaze dropped, burning with a lethal promise. With a flick of his will, his primary tentacles lashed out like giant, high-speed whips, whistling through the air with bone-crushing force. He had no intention of letting his son's kidnappers escape. The limbs blurred across the pavement, gaining on Boss Dai Bang as he ran for his life. The coils snagged the massive man in an instant. Truong Tangchi constricted them with brutal efficiency, the pressure so intense that Dai Bang's scream echoed through the park. He clawed at the air, experiencing the raw agony of his own ribs beginning to buckle. The man who had played the tough leader now begged like a dog. "Help me. Don't just stand there. Cut these things off me," he wailed to his retreating crew. When no help came, Dai Bang's voice grew shrill and desperate as he gasped for air. "Hong Lin, where are you? Get back here." But Sister Lin was already 100 yards away, sprinting toward the tree line. She didn't spare him a single glance. He realized the truth and let out a final, bitter curse. "You bitch. You're leaving me to die." As she sprinted, her mind was a whirlwind of cold calculations. "Even together, we couldn't take that thing down, let alone Tiu Dung's group. My only hope is to let Bong Dai Bang be the distraction while I slip away." She thought she was home free, but the world suddenly tilted. A violent jolt traveled up her spine as something heavy clamped onto her ankle. An evolver's speed was impressive, but it was nothing compared to a vengeful mutant. The tentacle had snagged her mid-stride, yanking her leg out from under her. She hit the ground face-first with a sickening thud. The escape was over. She was caught in the monster's web. The impact shattered her glasses, driving shards into the dirt. Sister Lin groaned, pushing herself up with trembling arms as she fought through the blinding pain. Looking at her ruined spectacles, she hissed a final, venomous breath. "Ugh. Damn everything." Without a shred of mercy, Truong Tangchi reeled her in. She was dragged backward across the jagged rocks and debris, her skin tearing and her clothes shredding as she left a trail of blood in the dirt. Boss Dai Bang, still pinned himself, let out a dark laugh at the sight. "Haha. How's that for loyalty, you backstabbing whore? Looks like we're going down together." Facing his end, Dai Bang turned his desperate eyes toward Lai Trin, trying one last time to play on their history. "Lai Trin, come on. It's up to us brothers now. Help me." Lai Trin stood paralyzed, his jaw tight. "Damn it. What can I even do?" Lai Trin was torn. Dai Bang was a monster, but they had survived the wastes together. He stood frozen in a moment of agonizing indecision until a firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was Kwang Tiu Dung. He met Lai Trin's gaze with a look of unwavering authority. Lai Trin jumped, startled. "You. How did you get behind me so fast?" Tiu Dung leaned in and whispered, "Stay out of this one. I give you my word, you'll walk out of here in one piece." Lai Trin searched his eyes, eventually nodding in silent submission. Seeing the lack of movement, Dai Bang shrieked, "Lai Trin, you coward. Are you turning traitor too?" The towering shadow of Truong Tangchi loomed over the fallen leader. The monster focused all its rage on the man who had hurt its family. The tentacles hoisted Dai Bang high into the air, the man's voice failing him as terror took over. Slam. With a savage burst of strength, the zombie patriarch drove Dai Bang into the earth. The impact was so violent it created a small crater, the sound of breaking bone echoing through the clearing. Dai Bang's face was a mask of blood and dirt. As the dust settled, he struggled to lift his head, his mouth a ruined mess of broken teeth. Cough, cough. The monster wasn't finished. Truong Tangchi raised multiple heavy limbs, hovering over the broken man like the fingers of a vengeful god. Thud, thud. In a rapid-fire sequence of strikes, the tentacles pulverized what was left of Boss Dai Bang. It was a gruesome end. An arm was torn away, and the sheer pressure caused his remains to scatter in a grisly display of carnage. One threat neutralized, the monster turned to the cowering Sister Lin. She thrashed in the coils, her voice a series of panicked yelps. No. Please. Let me go. The beast drifted toward her with slow, terrifying intent. He began to constrict his grip around her torso and limbs. In the chaos of the tightening coils, the pressure centered on her chest, the force so great it threatened to crush her lungs instantly. The agony was beyond anything she had ever imagined. Faced with the raw power of the monster she had tried to exploit, her cruel confidence vanished, replaced by a pathetic, shaking terror. The pressure intensified. Her bones groaned under the strain as the blood was forced to her head. Sister Lin's face turned a deep purple, and blood began to leak from her eyes and nose as she felt her life slipping into the darkness. Truong Tangchi gave one final, tectonic squeeze. The tentacles closed the remaining gaps, and the sound of the final collapse was wet and heavy. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the woman was reduced to nothing. Bits of her gear and remains fell to the ground like rain. It was a total erasure of the person she had been. Tiu Dong's HUD flickered. Punish the wicked level 3. Complete. Objective: neutralize threats and assist allies. Reward: 80 points. Total: 151. He and Lai Trin stood in a long, heavy silence, staring at the spot where the woman had been. He turned away, finally feeling a sense of closure. Well, Tiu Dong remarked dryly, at least she won't be backstabbing anyone else. Tiu Dong turned back to Lai Trin, his expression unreadable. All right. I imagine you have a few things you want to ask me. Lai Trin stepped forward, his voice low and heavy with doubt. You're really from the Trod Deep stronghold in the east, aren't you? Tiu Dong nodded. I am. Lai Trin continued, and that thing you said about eating people. What did you mean? Tiu Dong looked him straight in the eye. Do you honestly believe that becoming an evolver is just a stroke of random luck? A cold chill ran down Lai Trin's spine. You're saying. The reason we changed was because. Suddenly, a buried memory began to resurface in his mind. He saw a flash of a rusted tin lunchbox. A small, hungry voice echoed from the past. Mom, why can't I have any meat? The image of a tired woman appeared, her voice a fragile whisper. Be a good girl. Your uncle needs the strength to keep us safe. He has to eat the meat. Lai Trin's blood ran cold as the pieces finally began to fit together. The woman noticed his stare and offered a strained, apologetic smile. Sorry, Brother Lai. The little one doesn't know any better. The girl simply gazed at him, her eyes wide and glimmering with hunger. Without a second thought, Lai Trin pushed his own ration toward the child. It's all right, let her have some. But the mother shook her head frantically, refusing. Oh no, Brother Lai. We couldn't possibly take your food. Staring at the child's desperate face, a sudden, sickening realization hit Lai Trin. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead as he muttered under his breath. This is wrong. Something is very wrong. Soon after, chaos erupted among the refugees again. Panic spread like wildfire. He's back. The tentacle man struck again. More people have vanished. Did anyone actually see him? Are you kidding? If we'd seen him, we wouldn't be here to tell the tale. The mother whose daughter had begged for meat was now hysterical, her voice piercing the air. Where is my baby? Has anyone seen my little girl? Connecting the dots, Lai Trin realized the horrific source of the meat he had been eating daily. Doubled over in front of Kwang Tu Dung, he began to vomit uncontrollably. Driven by a sudden, white-hot fury, Lai Trin sprinted toward the spot where Sister Lin's remains lay crushed in the dirt. He began pummeling the mangled corpse with his bare fists, the sound of meat hitting meat echoing. You monster! You absolute animal! He had completely lost himself to rage. It took a long time for the fire in him to burn out. By the time he stopped, Lai Trin was drenched from head to toe in blood. He stood there, chest heaving, trying to draw in ragged breaths to keep his sanity from slipping away. Turning slowly, He looked at Tu Dung's crew with a haunted, suspicious gaze. What about you? Did you all? Do you gain your strength by consuming your own kind too? Old Lai stepped forward, resting his rifle on his shoulder to show he wasn't a threat. Is that really what you think of us? We haven't sunk that low. Kwang Tu Dung gave a sharp flick of his wrist. A shimmering crystalline object whistled through the air toward Lai Trin. Relax. We know secrets your leaders never dreamed of. There are cleaner ways to evolve. Lai Trin snatched the large spirit stone out of the air. Tu Dung pointed at it. We rely on those. These are essence cores, harvested from the bodies of high-level zombies and other mutated threats. They aren't as easy to find as meat, but the power they provide is superior, and they don't rot your soul. Lai Trin stared warily at the glowing stone. Lai Trin looked up at Tu Dung, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Side effects? What do you mean? I think you've already noticed, Tu Dung replied calmly. Eating human flesh makes your emotions volatile. It makes you crave violence. It makes the act of killing feel exciting. Lai Trin's eyes widened. He knew exactly what Tu Dung meant. He nodded slowly. Yes. That's exactly it. He looked down at the stone, hesitating. Then is there hope for me? Tu Dung walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. The damage is done, but it can be contained. Stop the meat now. It will keep the madness from consuming who you are. Tu Dung then turned toward Truong Tang Cheat, who was still cradling his son. He called out, Hey, Truong Tang Cheat. Can you actually put a sentence together? The massive mutant turned his heavy head to look at Tu Dung. The creature raised a hand in a stiff wave. Kwang. Boss Kwang. Think. You. Save. My boy. Though the words were mangled and slow, the intelligence behind them was undeniable. Tu Dung barked a laugh that sounded more like a curse. Damn it. Are you trying to perform a stage drama about family values for me? The mutant shook his head frantically. No. I mean, Boss Kwang. Son. My boy. Love. Son. Damn it all. Piecing together the broken words, Tu Dung raised a hand to cut him off. All right. I get it. You're grateful. Save your breath. He turned to Tran Sung, analyzing the situation. He's just like you, Brother Sung. The virus trashed his vocal cords, but the brain is still sharp. Still, his looks. Bringing a literal tentacle monster back to the city base might cause a riot. Truong Tang Cheat was simply happy to have his son back. He grunted out, No. This place. Home. Son. Safe. I stay. Tu Dung translated for the others. He says he's staying here. He's familiar with these ruins, and as long as his son is safe, he's at peace. The little boy looked up at his father and beamed. Hearing Tu Dung explain it so perfectly, Truong Tang Cheat gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Boss Kwang. Big brain. Very smart. Tu Dung smirked, correcting him. The word you're looking for is genius, buddy. He then turned back to Lai Trin, who was watching the reunion in a daze. Brother Lai, the kings of this factory are dead. I need someone I can trust to lead the survivors left at the ironworks. Lai Trin stepped back, shaking his head vigorously. No. I've tasted human flesh. If I lead them, I'll eventually become the very thing I just finished punching into the dirt. They aren't safe with me. Tu Dung went quiet, realizing the man's fear was grounded in a painful truth. He rubbed his chin in thought. He glanced at Old Lai and suggested, How about this? Lai Hongloi, you take command of the iron and steel factory. Old Lai nodded without hesitation. Fine by me. Tu Dung then looked at Lai Trin. As for you, you're coming back to Trod Deep City with me. Kwang Tu Dung walked over and gave Lai Trin a firm, reassuring pat on the shoulder. Leaning in, he whispered, Don't sweat it. I'll be there to make sure you stay on the straight and narrow. Near the border of the ST district. In a desolate wasteland, a group of survivors was fleeing in absolute terror. Screams of help me, don't leave me, echoed through the ruins. A young man tried to turn back to save a fallen comrade, but the others grabbed him, pulling him away. Stop. Leave him. He's already gone. Just behind the straggler, 3 skeletal, emaciated zombies were closing in, their movements twitchy and predatory. The young man's best friend realized there was nothing left to be done. Hearing the wet snarls of the undead, he squeezed his eyes shut and sprinted away, abandoning his companion to the dark. The abandoned man's pleas grew faint. Please. Someone. Help. It was a lonely, agonizing end. The 3 ravenous zombies descended upon him, tearing into him with mindless hunger. Minutes later, nothing remained but a blood-soaked patch of earth and a few scraps of clothing. Strangely, the man had fallen right atop a patch of peculiar, glowing flora. The nearby vines began to twitch, sensing the fresh organic matter. They coiled around the discarded remains, stitching the parts together with green, pulsing tendrils. The plant life merged with the flesh, knitting together a horrific hybrid, a creature that was neither fully human nor entirely botanical. Further ahead, a girl in the group collapsed, gasping for air as she leaned against a scorched tree. I can't go any further. Her companion urged her on, his voice cracking with fear. You have to move. If you stop now, those things will rip you apart just like the others. Suddenly, a man in a black shirt raised his hand, signaling them to halt. Wait. Everyone, be quiet. The man in the brown shirt looked up, confused. What is it? What do you hear? The black shirt man put a finger to his lips. Listen. A faint, whistling sound reached his ears, growing louder by the second. His face lit up with a tearful, desperate joy. That's the sound of the wind. Real wind. If we can hear the gale, it means the edge of the forest is just ahead. We're almost out. But just as hope flickered, the bushes behind them exploded with the guttural snarls of the pursuing zombies. The survivors' faces drained of color as the monsters lunged from the shadows. In an instant, the survivors scrambled for their lives. They're on our heels. Don't slow down. Move, move, move. The man in the brown shirt spun around, desperately motivating the girl. The end is in sight. We can't let it end here. Driven by pure survival instinct, the trio sprinted with every ounce of strength they had left to outrun death. Moments later, the group burst through the tree line. Looming high-rises greeted them. Look. Ahead. There's light. We've finally reached the city limits. The girl pointed forward with a joyful sob. We did it. We're safe. We're finally out. But directly above her, a sinister vine began to uncoil. The brown-shirt man screamed. Look out. The vine lashed out with violent force, its thorns sharp and its movements eerily precise. In a heartbeat, the botanical noose tightened around the girl's throat. The carnivorous plant snagged her, jerking the poor girl toward its gaping, beak-like maw. The predator's jagged mouth clamped down hard on the girl's waist. With a sickening crunch, the plant swallowed her upper body whole, leaving her legs to tumble into the dirt. Her companions watched in frozen horror. The girl's boyfriend let out a gut-wrenching wail of despair. Tunam. No, my Tunam. The friend in the black shirt grabbed his shoulder, shaking him. Snap out of it. We have to go. They couldn't afford to mourn. The snarls of the undead were closing in again. The black shirt man looked back, teeth grit. Damn it, those plant mutant zombies have caught up. He delivered a sharp slap to the brown shirt man's face, forcing him to refocus through the shock. Seeing his friend's glazed eyes, the black shirt man shouted, Tunam is gone. If you don't want to die with her, pull yourself together now. The man sobbed, nodding frantically. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Eventually, the 4 remaining survivors managed to break out into the open. They ran with a mixture of terror and relief, pushing for the city. The mutant flora reached the edge of the woods and stopped. Where the grass ended and the pavement began, they seemed to hit a wall. The pursuit halted abruptly. The zombies looked at the barren concrete and hesitated, confused by the change in terrain. One zombie tentatively extended a foot, testing the threshold of this alien, paved world for the very first time. Suddenly, a literal legion of plant-infused zombies surged out from the shadows of the city buildings. The area was swarming with them. Exhausted, the 4 young men wandered aimlessly through the eerily quiet city streets. Upon reaching a distinctive white gate, the man in the black shirt stopped. I recognize this landmark. He announced with a glimmer of hope, this is M City's suburban park. We've actually made it to the next province. His friends scanned the surroundings, their unease growing. It's too quiet. Where is everyone? You're right, the whole place looks like a ghost town. The friend in the back theorized, after what happened in S City, it makes sense that they evacuated M City as a precaution. Suddenly, the brown-shirt man froze, pointing a shaking finger. What? What is that thing? He was pointing at a dark silhouette lurking behind a telephone pole. Initially, they hoped it was a person. The black-shirt man called out hopefully, is that a survivor? Others must have made it out too. Hey, where's the safe zone? But it was no human. Hiding in the shadows was the mutated form of Truong Tangcheat. As the creature stepped into the light, the men recoiled in terror, assuming it was another deadly plant mutant. Realizing the figure was anything but human, they turned tail and fled in a blind panic. Truong Tangcheat made no move to chase them. He had no bloodlust for them and simply watched their retreating backs. After putting some distance between them and the creature, the men collapsed, gasping for air. Is it following us? I don't think so. The black-shirt man stared at the ground, his mind reeling. What is going on? Why are there monsters out here in the open too? The friend in the gray shirt whispered, has the mutation spread past the forest? The brown-shirt man wondered aloud. Then why hasn't the vegetation taken over the city? Their leader felt the weight of the unknown. What do we do now? They had barely caught their breath when the familiar, wet shuffling of zombies echoed nearby. The plant zombies had found them again. The group cried out in terror, more plant mutants. They're everywhere. The four were trapped in the center of an intersection as monsters converged from every alleyway. Oh god. We're boxed in, man. Overwhelmed, the brown-shirt man slumped to the ground in defeat. It's no use. We should have just stayed in the forest. Maybe we would have had a few more months. Nam wouldn't have died for nothing. As the zombies closed the gap, their excitement grew. The scent of fresh human blood sent them into a feeding frenzy. Like a cornered animal, the black-shirt man drew a small pocket knife, his hands shaking uncontrollably. I won't let them eat me alive. I'm not going out like that. He raised the blade, preferring a quick death to being devoured. Suddenly, a massive tentacle whipped through the air, but it didn't strike him. It speared a zombie instead. It was Truong Tangcheat's obsidian tentacle. With a single, powerful sweep, the plant zombie was obliterated. The mutated head of Tangcheat slowly turned toward the survivors. He remained silent, looming over them. His gaze shifted toward the remaining zombies, his expression twisted with protective fury. The scene cuts back to the safety of Kwang Tiu Dung's massive fortress. Unable to sleep, he stepped out onto the balcony to clear his head. The wind is exceptionally sharp tonight. His system interface flickered to life. Utopia Quest, expanding the community. Objective, establish iron steel factory branch, complete. Rating, +20. Current rating, +62. Reward, +80 points. Total points, 231. Tiu Dung grinned, 80 more points? I'm getting so rich I won't know what to buy. He navigated to the shop. Let's see what's on the menu. The list appeared. LVL2 Heavy Weaponry Crate, 20 points. LVL3 Awakening Crate, 100 points. LVL2 Tech Crate, 50 points. Manual Refresh, 4 points. Tiu Dung's eyes widened. A level 3 crate? Damn. Level 2 gave me overdrive. I can't imagine what's in this one. He tapped the screen rapidly, buying the LVL2 Weaponry, LVL3 Awakening, and the LVL2 Tech Crates. Confirm exchange. Opening Heavy Weaponry Crate. Received Armored Jeep. Opening LVL3 Awakening Crate. Received Enslavement Mark LVL1. Feature. Subjugate enemies into loyal servants. Opening Tech Crate. Received Physical Enhancement Serum, +30. Tiu Dung smiled as he finalized the selections. A thought crossed his mind. Only one slot for the mark? Right now, Sungda, Truong Tangcheat, and Lai Trin are already reliable allies. I'll hold on to it and see who truly needs to be reined in. The interface updated. Utopia mission active. Objective, community expansion. Progress, assist the independent settlement in repelling one invasion, in progress. Reward, 10 points. New mission, first grade defoliation. Requirement, neutralize the creeping botanical threat. Reward, 100 points. Tiu Dung frowned at the text. Weed eradication? Is the system really asking me to do yard work? He wondered if he was being demoted from a legendary survivor to a neighborhood gardener pulling up stubborn roots. Before he could dwell on it, his radio crackled to life on the table. Brother Tiu Dung, come in. We've got a situation with Soi's father. Back at Truong Tangcheat's position, the refugees he'd rescued were in a state of shock. Is that a zombie? What's going on? Is this freak also one of Boss Kwang's people? Ignoring their fear, Truong Tangcheat stood before them, dragging the severed limb of a plant mutant across the dirt. Having finally navigated back to the perimeter of the main base, the mutated father stood tall before the very group Kwang Tiu Dung had recently liberated. The moment he spotted the familiar silhouette, Soi broke into a sprint. Dad. It's Dad. The rescued survivors watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded. His family was there. His wife and son ran toward him, tears streaming down their faces. Despite his monstrous form, Tangcheat radiated joy. Oh, my boy. And my lovely bride. Old Han, watching the emotional reunion, looked perplexed. His bride? Is that what he's calling her? Tiu Dung explained. He means his wife. The virus scrambled his speech centers. He's thinking clearly, but the words are coming out like a bad translation. The wife, seeing past the gray skin and tentacles, felt no revulsion. She threw her arms around him, holding him tight as Tangcheat gently rested a heavy hand on his son's head. A moment later, Kwang Tiu Dung examined a piece of the plant mutant's anatomy he had retrieved. So, this is the new problem? Truong Tangcheat gestured wildly toward the forest, trying to articulate the danger. Main course. Border snacks. Salad with meat. Meat with salad. Tiu Dung blinked, utterly lost. Stewed meat and greens? Are you giving me a recipe or a warning? The young man in the black shirt stepped forward to clarify. Let me explain, big brother. We escaped from the city next door. It's been completely swallowed by a sentient jungle. Most of the population didn't die, they turned into those plant hybrid things you're holding. Kwang Tiu Dung turned the wood-like flesh over in his hands. A botanical mutation, huh? The black-shirt youth added cautiously, but honestly, big brother, your city doesn't look like it's in much better shape. Tiu Dung stood up, glancing at the horizon. You saw the ruins on your way in. Here, the virus took the standard route, turning people into mindless flesh-eaters. The young man nodded solemnly. I noticed. Turning to his second-in-command, Tiu Dung ordered, Uncle Tang. There's a high-spec armored jeep stashed behind a collapsed wall 2 blocks east of here. Send a team to retrieve it and bring it to the garage. Old Han nodded. Consider it done. Tiu Dung then looked at the newcomers. Rest up. Once the vehicle is secured, you're going to lead me back to the border. I need to see this jungle for myself. Soon after, the group of refugees led Tiu Dung to the edge of the city. The transition was jarring. Lush, aggressive weeds were already beginning to choke the asphalt of the main highway. Tiu Dung knelt to inspect the pulsating vines. The black-shirt man gasped, these things. They've grown another 3 feet since we passed through earlier. Kwang Tiu Dung stood up, his gaze fixed on the green abyss. We're going in. We need to find the source. Having just barely escaped that nightmare, the young man nearly jumped out of his skin. What? Are you serious? Why would we go back into the jaws of that thing? He began to panic. Big brother. That forest is a death trap. We didn't fight our way out just to hand-deliver ourselves back to the meat grinder. Tiu Dung looked back at him with cold pragmatism. If we don't stop it here, it won't be long before the iron and steel factory is buried under roots. Our production, our safety, our lives, everything ends if we let the weeds win. He addressed his core team, but before we hack our way into the green hell, we have a more pressing priority. Truangchi looked curious. What's more important than the invasion? San leaned in, waiting for the plan. Tiu Dung's eyes sharpened, ensuring you all can survive a fight without me holding your hands. He gathered San, Truangchi, Old Lai, and the elite fighters from the factory. For the next few days, we aren't scavengers. We are hunters. We're going on a high-intensity combat drill. The scene shifts to a desolate alley, where a lone mutant zombie was hunched over, devouring a fresh kill. The creature paused, its nose twitching as it caught the scent of uninfected blood nearby. It turned its gore-stained face, eyes scanning for more prey. The mutant kept a wary eye on its surroundings, but even as it searched, it saw nothing but shadows. In that split second of distraction, Tiu Dung struck. Moving like a ghost, he closed the distance and lunged from the creature's blind spot. With a powerful, calculated strike, Tiu Dung delivered a devastating blow to the monster's cervical vertebrae. The beast didn't even have time to register its attacker. Behind him, the jeep roared into view. His teammates leaned out, unleashing a steady stream of suppression fire from their automatic weapons. The surrounding horde was torn apart by the precision fire. They didn't stand a chance, forced to swallow a meal of high-velocity lead. The ground was soon littered with smoking brass casings as the noise of battle faded into a dull echo. Tiu Dung began the grim task of harvesting essence cores from the fallen. San and the others joined in, systematically collecting the valuable spirit stones. Elsewhere in the ruins, a voice echoed with weary frustration. Not again. More of these brain-dead freaks. A towering, muscular man kicked a zombie that had been hanging from a vine, looking utterly bored. Is there any real life left in this city? Or is it just me and the trash? A stray zombie lunged at him from the shadows, but the man didn't even flinch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he crushed the creature's skull. As the body slumped, the man stared at the exposed brain matter, his stomach growling. He sighed, I am so sick of the taste of rot. Please, just let me find a few living, breathing humans to break the monotony. Suddenly, his head snapped toward the street corner. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. He whispered to himself, finally, the scent of the living. Near Tiu Dung's perimeter, a young man was nervously practicing his aim. His friend in the black shirt hissed from the doorway, Vong Da. Get back in here. Do you have a death wish? The boss said no one goes outside the gates without an escort. The young man scurried back toward the entrance. Relax. Boss Kwang's team cleared this whole block yesterday. His friend waved him in urgently. Quit playing with your life and get inside, now. The muscular giant watched them from the shadows, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. Real, live humans. And better yet, he licked his lips in anticipation. They're untainted. Pure, sweet meat that hasn't touched the rot of their own kind yet. He began to shamble forward, mimicking the gait of a mindless zombie. But they're armed, he muttered, his eyes narrowing. Going in solo would be messy. I'll play the long game. Just a few more days of patience. He salivated uncontrollably, tears tracing paths down his cheeks. Frustrated by his own hunger, he growled to himself, irritating. This is so damn irritating. Inside the command center of the stronghold, Dung's interface chimed. Update complete. Transaction successful. Update complete. Transaction successful. Total credits, 300. A crackle came through the radio. Uncle Tang is calling a mandatory meeting in the briefing room. Copy that. Old Han promptly assembled the inner circle. The atmosphere was thick with focus. Dung stood before the group, his voice steady. That joint operation was worth the effort. In just 3 days, we've harvested a haul of this magnitude. He gestured toward the veterans. Lai Hong Loi, Truong-chi, take these mutation cores and divide them between the two of you. Old Lai immediately shook his head in protest. I can't accept that. You did the heavy lifting, Dung. Truong-chi echoed the sentiment, looking troubled. He's right. Everyone bled for these. For just the two of us to take them. It doesn't sit right. Dung cut them off with a firm gesture. No arguments. We have plenty of firepower and lead. Creating a couple of elite powerhouses is far more strategic than having a squad of average fighters. Old Tong chimed in with a grin. Listen to the man, Old Lai. If he says eat, you eat. Since when has Dung's intuition ever steered us wrong? The rest of the crew nodded in agreement. Exactly. We stand by whatever the boss decides. Dung then turned his gaze toward San San, and San San. She jumped slightly, her eyes wide with surprise. And me, Brother Dung? He nodded. Come with me. A few moments later, San San stood outside Dung's private quarters. She took a breath and pushed the door open. Fidgeting nervously with her hair, she asked softly, Brother Dung, what did you need me for? Filing with curiosity and suspicion, Old Tong's son crept down the hall. He pressed a finger to his lips, signaling the other snooping members to stay quiet. Shh. From behind the closed door, voices drifted out. Dung's voice was low. Hold still. This might sting a bit. Truong-chi and the others leaned in closer, their imaginations running wild about what was happening behind closed doors. Even the zombie, Tran Sung, joined the eavesdropping party. The group was huddled together, trying to catch every whisper. Suddenly, the door flew open with a bang. Truong-chi turned bright red, caught red-handed as the leader of the peeping Toms. The whole group looked at the floor, unable to meet Dung's eyes. Dung stood there, crossing his arms and looking annoyed at his human surveillance team. Truong-chi wiped sweat from his brow, stammering, Brother Dung. Finished already? Without a word, Dung grabbed Truong-chi by the ear and hauled him into the room. You little brat. Truong-chi stumbled after him, yelping in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Easy on the ear, Brother Dung. Mercy. Dung gave him a playful shove and barked. Actually, your timing is perfect. Inside, San San was sitting quietly at a small desk. She looked slightly flushed, as if she had just received a shot. She had one hand pressed firmly against her arm, clutching her shoulder. Truong-chi blinked, looking at her with concern. San San, did you just get a vaccine or something? Dung clarified, she's been absorbing high-grade mutation cores. Right now, she's evolved into a true top-tier combatant. She gave a small, confident smile. Hee hee, it's all thanks to Brother Dung looking out for me. Dung nodded toward the center of the room. Spar with her. Let's see where she's at. Truong-chi backed away, waving his hands. What? No way. I'm not going to beat up a girl. Oh really? Dung smirked. He looked at San San and gave her the signal. Bully her? San San, show this guy exactly what you're made of. She nodded, determined. Understood, Brother Dung. Dung leaned against the wall. Don't hold back. Trust me, Truong-chi can take it, or at least he should try to. Facing his female opponent, Truong-chi laughed confidently. Huh. This will be a breeze. I'm feeling incredibly powerful right now, so if I go all out before he could finish his boast. San San lunged, her fist connecting with Truong-chi's face in a bone-jarring punch. The sheer force of the strike sent him flying backward, clean through the open doorway. Tran Sung and the others barely managed to catch him before he hit the opposite wall. San San stared at her own hands, shocked by her newfound strength. Dung explained to the stunned group, I gave her a specialized enhancement serum. Aside from myself and Brother Sung, none of you stand a chance against her now. Clutching his rapidly swelling jaw, Truong-chi whimpered, I thought Old Lai and I were your favorites. I guess we've been replaced? The chubby guy nearby poked fun at him. Don't be stupid. Dong isn't looking for a boyfriend. Why would he want to be close with you? With the demonstration over, Dong refocused the group, Brother Sung, Truong-chi, Lai Trin and... He pointed directly at the newcomer in the black shirt. You as well. You're coming with us back to your home city. The young man froze, pointing a trembling finger at his own chest. Me? His face paled as he began to panic, waving his hands frantically. No. Absolutely not. I barely made it out of that hellhole alive. I am never going back. Lai Trin scowled at the boy's lack of spine. He stepped forward, looming over him. We're going there to rescue your own people, and you're too much of a coward to lead the way. The boy pleaded, hands clasped. I don't have anyone left there. Please, don't make me go. I'll work as a slave here, anything but that city. Dong watched the boy's genuine terror, wondering what kind of nightmare could break a person that thoroughly. Suddenly, the friend in the brown shirt stepped forward with a look of grim determination. I'll go. I'll be your guide instead. The scene shifts to the city's western outskirts, near Dong's territory. The muscular man with the insatiable hunger was still prowling the ruins. He scanned the area, muttering, I know it was right around here somewhere. He scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, my brain is turning to mush. If I don't get some fresh human meat soon, I'm going to lose my mind completely. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked behind him. Detecting a faint sound, he glanced over his shoulder, his predatory instincts on high alert. His eyes lit up as he changed course, sprinting toward the noise. I knew it. My memory isn't that far gone. They're right here. He burst through a door, catching several figures in the dim light. He walked in on 2 men and 2 women in the middle of a hedonistic encounter, completely distracted by their own lust. The interruption was jarring. The tall man cleared his throat, forcing the group to stop their activities and look up in a daze. One of the men, annoyed at being interrupted at the climax, snarled, You've got some nerve showing your face back here, kid. The bearded giant recognized them and held up his hands to pacify them. Wait. Don't get hostile. I'm not here to scavenge your supplies this time. I've got intel for you. A red-haired woman sneered, crossing her arms. Intel? Since when did you become a philanthropist? The brown-haired woman beside her added coldly, We're all half-breeds here. Don't think your lies will work on us. The man persisted, his voice urgent. I'm serious. There's a group of pure, untainted humans nearby. They're well-armed, which is why I need backup. If we team up, we all feast. The 2 men, built like brick walls, stood up. The 2 women behind them, equally dangerous, stepped forward with predatory glares. The bald man's expression shifted from anger to a dark curiosity. Fine. We'll give you one shot. But if you're lying, you're the one going in the pot. The tall man nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming. I swear. It's a gold mine, I tell you. The red-haired woman adjusted her disheveled clothing, a suggestive and dangerous smirk playing on her lips. In that case, welcome to the team. Come over here, let's get acquainted before the hunt. Seizing the chance to talk, he flicked his tongue in raw anticipation and lunged for the woman's massive chest. He pounced with a feral grin, shouting, Pure bliss! Pure bliss! The focus returns to Kwang Dong's squad as they arrive at the ruins of S City. The boy in the brown shirt scanned the perimeter and cautioned, Stay alert, everyone. Danger lurks behind every pile of leaves and up every trunk in this place. Dong looked the kid over and asked, So, what's your name? The young man replied instantly, I'm Chow Hung Kai. Dong gave a short laugh. You've got guts. Your partner was paralyzed with fear, yet you actually volunteered to come back. Hung Kai looked ahead with grim resolve. My girlfriend was torn apart by those plants. I need payback. Plus, my parents are still trapped in that forest. If there's even a slim chance to pull them out, I have to take it. Kwang Dong nodded, respecting the kid's drive. I'll point the way. Lai Trin, watch our 6. Brother Sung and Truong Tang Cheat, cover our flanks. Keep Chow Hung Kai safe in the center. He's our only map. If he goes down, this whole mission is a bust. Chow Hung Kai looked touched. Thank you for coming to my aid. Dong smirked dryly. Don't get it twisted. We aren't doing this for charity. We're here to find a way to keep this overgrowth from swallowing our own doorstep. Just as the words left his mouth, a thick, slimy vine descended silently from the canopy directly above him. Feeling a cold moisture brush his cheek, he turned. What the hell is this? It's sticky and reeks. Chow Hung Kai's eyes widened as he realized the threat. He lunged toward Tiu Dong, screaming, "Look out! Jump back, now!" But he was too slow. The vine had already lashed around Kwang Tiu Dong's throat like a tightening noose. It was a carnivorous creeper. It hoisted Tiu Dong upward, revealing a gaping maw lined with needle-like teeth ready to shred him. Hung Kai turned pale. It's over. No one survives getting pulled into that thing's throat. Suddenly, Tiu Dong's hands shot up, gripping the vine with a vice-like hold and yanking back with explosive power. He dug his heels into the earth, anchoring himself against the plant's pull. While the team expected him to be swallowed, Tiu Dong exerted so much pressure that the vine went limp from the pain, its grip loosening as it tried to retract. Then, reaching deep into the predator's gullet, Tiu Dong violently tore out a pulsing purple mass. He ripped the disgusting, tangled core right out of the plant's body. Chow Hung Kai stared, completely awestruck. Incredible. That was amazing. The heavy, dark purple lump thudded onto the ground at Tiu Dong's feet. It appeared to be the vital heart of the man-eater, still twitching and squirming with a life of its own. To everyone's shock, the plant heart actually tried to flee. It began hopping away frantically. It's trying to bolt? I didn't think this thing could move on its own once detached, Tiu Dong remarked. He shouted to his comrade, "Don't let it get away. Truong Tang Cheat. It's literally bouncing right in front of you, are you just going to watch?" Reacting instantly, Tang Cheat unleashed his long, obsidian tentacles, whipping them toward the escaping botanical heart. Tang Cheat's limbs snared the plant beast, crushing its structure and silencing its shrieks. He spun his torso, using his massive strength to reel the tentacles back in. With a violent heave, Tang Cheat yanked the man-eating plant toward him. He slammed the creature hard onto the pavement right at the feet of the squad. As the plant died, a thick, eerie blue vapor began to billow from its open maw. Tiu Dong caught a whiff of the gas. Instinctively, he muttered, "That smells surprisingly sweet." Then his eyes snapped open in alarm as he realized the danger. He went on high alert. This smoke has a weird scent. It's definitely a trap. Hold your breath. He looked around, but his vision began to blur. Suddenly, he found himself standing alone in a void of total darkness. Where is everyone? Lai Trin? Brother Sun? He called out. At the same time, Chow Hung Kai was caught in a powerful hallucination. The world around him twisted into a surreal, hypnotic dreamscape. He clutched his head, trying to clear his mind. What's happening? My head is spinning. When he looked up, a horrific sight met his eyes. Tiu Dong and the rest of the team looked like rotting zombies. He shrieked in terror, "Help! What happened to you guys? Stay away!" Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the nearby undergrowth. The young man spun around. Who's there? A familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was a girl who looked exactly like his lost girlfriend. She stepped forward, her voice soft and urgent. Hung Kai. Hung Kai froze, his heart pounding. He couldn't believe his eyes. His girlfriend was standing there, alive and well. He took a tentative step toward the bushes. Tiu Dong? Is it really you? You survived? The girl beckoned him with a frantic wave. It's a trap over there. Come to me quickly. Everyone else is already safe in here. Blinded by grief and the plant's toxins, Hung Kai abandoned all caution. He hurried into the dense brush. I'm coming. Wait for me, Tiu Dong. The scene shifts back to the half-zombie marauder. He had finally reached the perimeter of Kwang Tiu Dong's stronghold. The giant pointed out the target to his two partners. Look. That's the place I told you about. The two goons began to drool, their eyes fixed on the gates. Fresh meat. You weren't lying. I can smell the pure blood from here. In their predatory frenzy, their vision turned a bloody crimson. The leader hissed, "Hey, keep it together. We need a plan." But the long-haired mutant was too far gone. Overcome by hunger, he charged forward. The leader cursed under his breath, "Damn it. You idiot, get back here." The crazed attacker didn't listen. He sprinted toward the unsuspecting guards, his face twisted in a manic grin. I can't wait. Finally, a real feast. Ha ha. On the watchtower, a sentry spotted the blur of movement approaching the gate. He shouted a challenge to the figure, "Halt. Identify yourself." The black-haired monster lunged at the guard before he could finish. He clamped his hands over the man's face. The nearby partner raised his rifle, yelling, "Look out." But it was already far too late. The young guard at the front let out a guttural ah, as the tall, raven-haired freak tore a chunk of flesh right out of his shoulder. Panic erupted instantly at the gate as survivors scrambled for their lives. What the hell is that? Kill it. Fire. Open fire. Hearing the commotion from his office, Old Lai dropped his ledgers and rushed to the window. His heart sank as he took in the chaos. Damn it, not now. The injured guard clutched his bleeding shoulder, backing away in pure terror while the black-haired monster lunged again. The sentry squeezed the trigger blindly. Get back. Stay away from me, you freak. Bullets peppered the attacker's chest, but his body moved like industrial rubber, absorbing the impact without drawing a single drop of blood. The gunfire only fueled his hunger. He snarled, leaping through the air to pin the guard down, his jaw unhinging to deliver a lethal bite. At the last possible second, Old Lai burst onto the scene. He lunged forward, planting a heavy combat boot squarely into the monster's midsection. The force was incredible, sending the attacker spiraling through the air like a ragdoll for nearly 10 meters. But the creature wasn't human. He twisted midair with unnatural grace, bracing himself with his palms to stick a perfect landing. Old Lai didn't hesitate. He leveled his AK-47 and unleashed a relentless hail of lead at the twitching zombie. Realizing Old Lai was a far deadlier predator, the black-haired freak hissed and scrambled away into the shadows. He looked back one last time, baring his teeth. Damn you. You ruined my perfect meal. Old Lai ignored him, shouting to the nearby men, "Get this kid to the medbay now. Move it, move it." Back in the ruins, the black-haired attacker was limping, the exertion of the fight and Old Lai's kick finally taking a toll. He dragged his feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His strength finally bottomed out, and he collapsed face-first into the dirt, unable to move a muscle. The rest of his twisted pack surrounded him. His red-haired lover looked down at him with a mocking smirk rather than pity. "Look at you. What was the rush, baby? You bit off more than you could chew, didn't you?" He groaned, his eyes bloodshot with fatigue. "Shut up and help me. Find me some meat. I need to regenerate my energy." The bald man in the back let out a sharp laugh. "Who do you think you're talking to, dog?" The fallen man snapped back. "Just go. We don't have time for this. Go find food." Despite his weakness, he kept his arrogant tone, a mistake he wouldn't live to regret. Before he could react, a boot slammed down on his spine. The stoic, brown-haired woman drove the needle-thin heel of her shoe straight through his neck. "One less mouth to feed makes the hunt easier," she whispered. The dying man looked up at her with a final, hateful glare. You backstabbing bitch." A sickening crunch followed as the heel pierced through, leaving a gaping wound that bled dark, oily gore onto the street. The bald man sighed. "So how do we crack this nut? They're holed up in that factory with plenty of guns." The woman wiped her heel clean, her voice eerily calm. "It's simple." The bald man frowned. "How so?" She smiled. "Are you forgetting? We still look like humans, not rotting corpses." She swayed her hips provocatively, looking back at the group. "We don't fight our way in. We just walk through the front door." Deep in the forest, Hung Kai was still under the spell of the phantom in the brush. He shook his head, dazed. "Wait. Why am I so dizzy?" The girlfriend cooed from the shadows. "Don't think, my love. Just come to me. Hurry." Suddenly, the image of his lover began to flicker and distort into something grotesque. "Come here. Come to us now." A silver flash cut through the toxic fog at blistering speed. A blade sliced through the air, cleanly decapitating the apparition in the bushes. Hung Kai watched in horror as the person he loved most fell apart once again. The trauma of seeing her die a second time broke him. He collapsed screaming, "Tiu Dong! No!" Kwang Tiu Dong stepped forward, sheathing his knife. "Nasty stuff," he muttered. "Even I felt the pull of that illusion for a second." Hung Kai spun around, his face twisted with grief and rage. Why? Why did you kill her again?" Tiu Dong pointed a steady finger toward the bushes. "Your girlfriend? Look again, kid. Use your eyes, not your heart." Hung Kai turned back, the fog in his mind finally beginning to lift. The body in the dirt began to shift and dissolve as the illusion lost its power. The woman's form melted away, revealing a writhing, pulsing mass of vines and thorns. Hung Kai's hands began to shake. It was a monster the whole time? Tiu Dong walked over to Tran Sung, who was staring blankly at a tree, and gave him a sharp smack. "Snap out of it. The party's over." Slowly, Lai Trin and Tang Cheat regained their focus. Lai Trin rubbed his temples. "I feel like I've been asleep for a decade." Tang Cheat mumbled something about driving a fast car to pick up his son from school, a fragment of a dream from a life he once knew. Tiu Dong produced a small, sharp scalpel. "Those flowers must be venting a neurotoxin. It creates a dream state to lure prey in." Lai Trin watched as Tiu Dong knelt by a severed vine. "What's the plan?" Tiu Dong poked the plant. "I want to see how this thing ticks. Maybe it carries a core like the zombies." As the blade pierced the skin, a jet of foul-smelling black sludge sprayed out. Tiu Dong recoiled. "Ugh. Never mind. This is just a puppet limb, not the brain." He traced a thick, pulsating root that disappeared deep into the earth. "The heart of this thing is buried somewhere else." Suddenly, Tiu Dong's eyes caught something odd near the base of the plant. A bulbous, fleshy growth was attached to the vine. "What the hell is this?" He yanked the growth from the dirt, noticing it was covered in tiny, beating veins, almost like a living organ. It looks like a potato. Or maybe a yam? This must be where the forest stores its concentrated energy. Without a second thought, Dong tossed the tuber into his system inventory. Might be useful later. Heck, if we get desperate enough, maybe it's edible. He turned to Chow Hung Kai. You've been here long enough. What else do you know about these plants? Kai swallowed hard. I just know they eat everything that breathes. But Old Ha might have actual data. Dong's ears perked up. Old Ha? Who's that? Kai explained. He's a top scientist from the Agricultural Academy. He was with us in the skyscrapers when I left. If he's still breathing, he's the key. Dong's eyes lit up with a predatory spark. A scientist? Perfect. Lead the way to the skyscraper right now. Meanwhile, at the factory gates, the red-haired woman prepared her performance. It was time to play the damsel in distress. She played the role of an exhausted casualty, dragging herself feebly toward the perimeter of the sanctuary. Seizing the moment, she feigned a stumble, tripping clumsily over a jagged rock in her path. Collapsing right before the main gate, she unleashed a piercing scream to ensure she had the sentry's full attention. A lookout caught a glimpse of her figure in the distance. Staring as if he'd spotted a miracle in the wasteland, he shouted, "A survivor. We got a live one out there." Believing they were seeing a helpless girl all alone, 2 guards bolted out from the post. The one trailing behind called out, "Wait for me." As they closed the distance to get a better look, they found her draped in tattered rags that barely covered her skin, looking utterly broken and wasted away. The trailing guard slowed down, his suspicion rising. "Hold on, we should clear this with the captain first." But his partner snapped back. "Clear what? She's fading fast. Let's just get her inside." Ignoring the warning, he added, "We can't just leave her. She'll turn if we don't act." All the while, she kept up her pitiful charade. The lead guard, clearly struck by her appearance, blushed as he knelt beside her. "Miss, can you hear me? Are you hurt?" The red-haired woman whimpered in a shaky voice. "Please, save me. I'm so scared." The young man, completely entranced, whispered, "Rest easy, you're safe with us now." Meanwhile, the red-haired woman's 3 accomplices remained crouched behind a rusted, skeletal car frame, watching her performance with keen interest. The bearded giant grinned at the display. "Damn, she's a natural-born actress." He then turned toward the brown-haired woman, his face flushing with a different kind of heat. The brown-haired woman began to flaunt her own charms right there in the dirt. Striking a provocative pose that left nothing to the imagination, she boasted, "I could give her a run for her money any day." In the distance, the red-haired woman was being carried piggyback by a gullible guard. Simultaneously, in the shadows, the bearded man was crudely celebrating with the brown-haired woman in a vulgar display of lust. Deep in the woods, Dong's team pushed forward. Lai Trin, taking the point, glanced around nervously. "We just stepped inside. Why did the lights go out so fast?" Hung Kai explained, "Dusk is falling, and the canopy is so thick it chokes out every scrap of sun." Dong checked their position. "How much further to the objective?" Hung Kai pointed through the gloom. "Just a bit further ahead." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang through the trees. "Hung Kai, is that you?" Hung Kai froze, his head snapping toward the sound. Relief washed over his face. "Auntie Duong?" A woman peered out from a gap in a ruined wall, waving urgently. Hung Kai hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "Wait. This feels too easy." He rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying to shake off any lingering mental fog. Dong caught his eye and gave a small, reassuring smirk. "Relax, kid. There's no poison in the air this time. That's a real person standing there, not a ghost." Back at the wall, Auntie Duong's companions hissed at her. "I told you to keep your head down. You trying to get us all slaughtered?" 3 men inside the ruins grew agitated, squinting at Chow Hung Kai. "He's probably one of those plant things now. Nobody stays human out there that long. If he's back, he's a trap." Auntie Duong snapped back, undeterred. "Shut your mouths and get your weapons ready." Assuming Hung Kai had turned because of the monstrous figures standing behind him, Auntie Duong and her men charged out with a war cry. 1, 2, 3. Take them down. Behind Dong, Truong Tang Cheat let out a low, predatory rumble. Dong whispered a command. "Steady, Tang Cheat. Do not retaliate." 3 arrows whistled toward them. A barrage of projectiles leveled at the group, but they didn't flinch. Dong slowly raised his open palms in a gesture of peace. He projected his voice clearly. "Hold your fire. Everyone just breathe." Auntie Duong faltered, her eyes bulging. The monsters she was prepared to kill were answering her in plain, calm human speech. Chow Hung Kai rushed to the front. "Auntie Duong, wait. They aren't the enemy. They're the reason I'm still alive." Realizing her mistake, she screamed to her men, "Cease fire." Stop shooting, damn it. Hung Kai continued breathlessly. These people are from the world outside the forest. They're our allies. Auntie Duong lowered her bow, looking confused. What about the others who went with you? Where's Tu Dong? Hung Kai's expression darkened as he spoke. Most didn't make it. Tu Dong is gone. I'm the only one left from the original scout team. Auntie Duong asked urgently. What's it like out there? Kai shook his head. Not here. Let's get to cover and I'll explain everything. Auntie Duong and the man beside her shared a skeptical look. They couldn't take their eyes off the grotesque forms of Transung and Truong Tangcheat. To them, the two companions looked exactly like the nightmare mutants they had been hiding from for weeks. Sensing their dread, Kwang Tu Dong stepped forward. Don't let appearances fool you. We're on the same side. Tu Dong nudged his two monstrous friends. Go on, say something to show them you won't bite. Transung pulled down his mask, revealing his undead features, but speaking with unexpected grace. I might look like a nightmare, but I'm quite a gentleman. Truong Tangcheat, meanwhile, started doing a bizarre, live dance with his tentacles, flexing his naked, mutated muscles as if to say, look at this prime physique. Their attempt at being friendly was a bit much. Tu Dong cleared his throat awkwardly. Okay, that's enough. Hung Kai quickly jumped back in. Really, Auntie? They saved my life. We wouldn't be here without them. Auntie Duong finally exhaled, her tension draining away. Fine. Follow us inside. The scene cuts back to the stronghold. The sound of high-performance tires echoed against the pavement. San Sen rode out on her customized bike, leading the way. She clicked her radio. Uncle Lai, I'm at the main gate of the steelworks. Pop the locks. As she waited, her eyes caught a flash of movement in the wreckage nearby. It was the trio of half-monsters who had been tailing the red-haired woman, currently crouching behind the carcass of an old sedan. Old Lai, hearing the signal, waved from the guard post. San San. Over here, girl. The two men and the brown-haired woman watched them like vultures. The bald man whispered, crap, she almost spotted us. The woman narrowed her eyes. Look at her. That girl is an evolver. A pure-blooded one. Hunger flared in their eyes as they watched the pair. The bald man muttered, how did she get that much power? The bearded giant licked his lips. Who cares how? All I know is she'll taste like a 5-star meal. The brown-haired woman giggled darkly. Exactly. One bite of her and we'll become gods. Inside the medical wing, a voice called out, San San, you're back early? Yeah. Uncle Lai, how's the ward looking? San San walked over to the guard whose shoulder had been mangled by the black-haired beast. She presented 2 vials of serum and explained, Uncle Lai, this is the anti-infection treatment. Before he headed out, Brother Tu Dong said to use this immediately if anyone gets bitten by a monster. Old Lai took them but shook his head. They were bitten hours ago, yet there's no sign of a fever or turning. This confirms that whatever attacked them wasn't a standard zombie. San San looked puzzled. Not a zombie? Then what on earth is out there hunting people? Seizing the moment, the red-haired woman put on her best victim face and spoke up. I know what they are. The outskirts are crawling with half-breeds. They aren't zombies, so they aren't contagious, but they're incredibly vicious predators. They'll tear a person apart with their teeth. Old Life finally focused on the disheveled woman. And who might you be? She introduced herself with a humble bow. I'm just a newcomer. I barely made it here alive from the West District. Old Lai pressed her. Tell me more about these mutants. She began a tearful performance, her voice trembling as she lied. They are a nightmare. They have human intelligence, but crave human flesh. A pack of them hunted me for miles. If I hadn't found an old bicycle, I'd be in their bellies right now. Old Lee's eyes narrowed with suspicion. So, you're saying the monsters that attacked my men followed you here? She recoiled as if struck. Dad, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bring trouble. I was just trying to survive. Please forgive me. The young guard standing near her immediately jumped to her defense. Come on, Brother Lai, you can't blame a scared girl for running toward safety. Old Lai softened his expression, masking his doubts. I didn't mean to sound harsh. I just needed the facts. Knowing what we're up against makes our job easier. She looked at him earnestly. They won't stop at one bite. They'll be back for a full feast soon. We have to brace ourselves. Old Lai gave a decisive nod. That's vital intel. Good work. Everyone, get some rest for now. Relieved that she had won him over, she chirped. Understood, leader. Old Lai added a final instruction. Get some hot food for the wounded. And keep a close watch on them tonight, just to be safe. It's going to be a long night for you boys. She hurried off with a smile, but Sansan kept her eyes fixed on the woman's retreating back. Sansan's face was a mask of distrust. She glared at the red-haired stranger with a cold, piercing intensity. Old Lai walked over to her. Noticing her grim mood, he asked, "What's eating you, San-san?" She didn't look away from the door. That woman. Something about her story feels completely fabricated. Old Lai tilted his head. Fabricated? In what way? San-san scanned the hallway before whispering, "I can't quite put my finger on it yet. Maybe it's just my gut talking." Old Lai patted her shoulder. "You're likely just exhausted. Dong really threw you into the deep end by leaving you in charge of security." Back in the mutated city, Dong was hot on the heels of Auntie Duong. She finally halted at a massive structure and announced, "We've arrived." Dong surveyed the area with a critical eye. "Why choose this specific tower? We passed several reinforced warehouses and shops that look much easier to defend." Hung Kai chimed in from behind. "You don't understand, sir. This city isn't dying the same way yours did." Auntie Duong turned with a grim look. "If we stayed at ground level, we'd be dead in a week." Hung Kai pointed toward the streets below. "Look at the mist. It settles in the low ground like a thick soup. Inhale too much of that for a few days, and you'll have vines growing out of your lungs. We have to stay above the 10th floor just to breathe clean air." Auntie Duong gestured toward the stairwell. "Exactly. Let's get moving. We can discuss the finer details once we're in the safe zone upstairs." Once they reached the upper sanctuary, Kai introduced their guest. "Sir, this is Professor Ha, our lead researcher. Professor, this is the man who saved us, Brother Dong." Dong offered a nod. "Hello, Professor. I'm here to compare notes on what's happening outside these woods." After an intense briefing, Dong delivered the sobering truth. "That's the reality. I'm afraid the world outside your forest is just as broken." Professor Ha slumped into a chair, his brow glistening with cold sweat. Seeing the shock in the room, Dong signaled to his companions. "Sungda, Tang Cheat, get in here. I've already briefed them on your unique condition." The survivors cautiously made a path as the two mutated allies stepped forward to join Dong's side. The old scholar looked up weakly. "What about the capital? Or the coastal cities? Is there any word from the government?" Dong shook his head. "As of today, we haven't seen a single sign of a central authority. It's every settlement for itself." He then pulled out the strange specimen he'd harvested earlier. "By the way, Professor, I heard you're the expert on these plant hybrids. Do you recognize this growth?" Professor Ha's eyes lit up as he identified the veined root. That's a life tuber. It's the energy source for the plant mutants. That's exactly what Auntie Duong's team was hunting for." Dong's eyes gleamed with interest. "So it is useful." The professor continued. "We only figured it out recently. We were starving, or we never would have tried it. It tastes a bit like a starchy taro and is packed with calories. It's the only reason we've survived this long." Suddenly, a scout burst into the room, gasping for air. "Emergency. We have a massive problem." Professor Ha stood up quickly. "Speak. What's happening?" The man pointed frantically toward the window. "The plant mutants. They're swarming the building. We're being boxed in." Professor Ha turned pale, his voice trembling. "Boxed in? At this altitude? How is that even possible?" The scout shouted. "There's hundreds of them. They're converging on us from every direction, and the numbers are still growing." Another lookout screamed from the balcony. "The flower carriage. It's the flower carriage." Dong frowned, the term meaning nothing to him. He grabbed a nearby man. "What the hell is a flower carriage? Why is everyone acting like the Grim Reaper just showed up?" Professor Ha's face went ash gray. His voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "It's worse than the Reaper. If that thing is here, none of us are leaving this building alive." The professor's expression was one of total, soul-crushing defeat. Suddenly, he snapped into action, barking orders. "Everyone listen. Women and children, get to the roof. Lock yourselves in the bathrooms or closets. The rest of you, pick up a weapon and follow me." Hung Kai gripped the old man's arm. "Professor Ha, wait." The professor shook him off, his eyes wild. "Move. Now. If even one of you hides well enough to survive the night, it's a victory." The able-bodied men in the room didn't hesitate, turning to follow the professor's desperate command. Ha then looked at Dong. "You're young and strong. Get upstairs with the kids. Don't waste your life down here as a meat shield." Dong didn't move. He stood his ground with a calm, dangerous confidence. "I appreciate the concern, Professor, but I'm not much of a hider." He began to focus a surge of energy into his palm, his eyes narrowing. "I want to see exactly what kind of monster manages to turn a whole building of survivors into a pack of terrified mice." Ignoring further pleas, Dong walked to the window to look down, with the professor trailing behind in disbelief. The old man shook his head. "We won't even live long enough to see the flower carriage." That army of mutants will tear us apart first. Dong watched the shifting mass of green below. Does this flower carriage act as a hive mind for these things? The mutant army was slowly tightening the noose around the skyscraper. Professor Ha nodded. Exactly. They only coordinate like this when it's nearby. It's not a random attack. It's a planned execution, and we're the targets. Dong pushed the window open to get a clearer line of sight. The old man nearly had a heart attack. What are you doing? Are you trying to invite them in? Completely unbothered, Dong materialized his AK-47, just performing a little stress test on our visitors. The professor gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. Where did you get that weapon? You were empty-handed a second ago. Without another word, Dong pulled the trigger, sending a rhythmic rain of lead down into the green horde. Several mutants were shredded by the heavy rounds, collapsing onto the pavement. However, the wounds didn't bleed. Instead, the wood-like flesh began to knit itself back together almost instantly. The creatures stood back up, their pace barely slackening as they resumed the climb. Dong noted, impressive healing factor. Let's find out exactly how much damage it takes to make them stay down. Dong adjusted his grip and opened fire again, his gaze fixed on the regenerating monsters as he systematically emptied his magazine. If a single bullet doesn't end them, 100 surely will. Dong focused his fire, unloading an entire hail of lead into a single plant mutant. Its body was shredded like a tattered rag. Even then, the wood-like flesh pulsed, desperately trying to knit itself back together. But the trauma was too severe. The creature's regenerative limits were breached. It finally slumped into the dirt, motionless. Dong scratched his head in annoyance. 2 full magazines just for one? No wonder people are terrified. Still, I've got a workaround. He reached into the air, summoning a heavy crate directly from his spatial storage. The survivors watched, their jaws dropping at the impossible feat. Dong shifted his rifle to his shoulder and stepped toward the crate, preparing to break it open. A man with a wild, bushy beard stared in disbelief. He stammered, "No crowbar? You're prying a nailed wooden crate open with your bare hands?" As the lid splintered, the man peered inside and gasped, "Molotov cocktails. This changes everything." Handing out the incendiaries, Dong returned to the window with Tran Sung and Tang Cheat. He commanded, if any of these creeps manage to bypass us and enter the building, use these flames to hold them back. Professor Ha looked up, bewildered. Bypass you? What do you mean bypass? The professor's eyes nearly popped out of his head in a sudden panic. Without a word of warning, Dong stepped into the void of the 16th floor, falling fearlessly toward the ground. This is the 16th floor. Ha screamed. Tran Sung and Tang Cheat didn't hesitate, diving out after Dong. The 3 plunged like meteors toward the green horde below. Led by Dong, the trio crashed into the mutant formation. They moved with a terrifying arrogance, treating the lethal botanical army like mere obstacles. Seeing prey descending, the plant mutants shrieked with a hollow, contemptuous roar and lunged upward to meet them. Dong showed no hesitation. He caught a leaping mutant midair, his fingers sinking into its skull. With a surge of raw power, he tore the creature's head clean off. He landed on the pavement, his fists clenched and ready for more. Nearby, Tran Sung was a blur of violence, his fists pulverizing the heads of any mutant within reach. Another creature tried to flank him, but he was too fast. Tran Sung's strength was overwhelming. He methodically dismantled the mutants, tearing their limbs apart so quickly they had no time to regenerate. Tang Cheat was a whirlwind of destruction, his black tentacles whipping out to impale and shred multiple targets at once. He barely had to move a limb to clear the area. From the safety of the upper floors, Professor Ha and his people watched the 3 monsters decimate the plant army. They turned pale. Good lord. What kind of beings are those 3? Upstairs, Lai Trin felt the itch for battle. He rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a bottle from the crate. Quit staring and start moving. Get ready for the ones that sneak through. Lai Trin began barking orders to the survivors. Anyone who's got the nerve, grab a Molotov and guard the stairwell. The rest of you, clear out anything flammable so we don't burn the building down. Move. The young men scrambled to grab the firebombs, their fear replaced by adrenaline. They shouted in unison, on it. We're ready. A short while later, the courtyard below fell silent as the last of the plant mutants were neutralized. Dong tossed aside a mangled vine trunk, wiping green sap from his sleeve. That takes care of the small fry. Standing amidst the carnage, he gestured to his allies, Sung, Tang Cheat. Stay here and harvest any mutation cores you can find in these husks. He looked toward the heart of the forest, his eyes narrowing. I'm going to find this flower carriage and have a little chat. The scene cuts back to the interior of the skyscraper. In the hallways, the few mutants that tried to climb the walls were met with a rain of fire, turning into charred husks. The defenders cheered. Fire is the trick. These things burn like dry hay. Yeah, but we'd be toast if it weren't for Brother Lai and the boss. Professor Ha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Danger's over for now. Everyone, get down here. The people above shouted back, is it safe? Where's the leader? Where's Tu Dung? The scene shifts to Tu Dung, who had ventured deep into the overgrowth. He looked at the bizarre entity before him, murmuring, well, you're a twisted piece of work, aren't you? Perched on a high branch, Tu Dung looked down at a massive, multi-legged monstrosity topped with a giant, pulsating blossom. So, you must be the infamous flower carriage. He locked eyes with the central spout of the bloom. Is that your brain, or just your mouth? In an instant, Tu Dung's instinct screamed. He launched himself into a backflip just as a massive tentacle smashed the branch where he'd been standing. The flower carriage had made its move. He landed softly on the forest floor, staring at the beast, fast and heavy. You're easily in the same weight class as Tang Cheat. The neck of the monster, acting like a sentient whip, lashed out again. Tu Dung stood his ground. The thing is... I've had plenty of practice dealing with tentacles lately. Confident, Tu Dung reached out and caught two of the incoming appendages with his bare hands. He dug his heels in and yanked with everything he had, dragging the slimy, purple core of the monster partially out of its floral shell. The bud atop the flower carriage suddenly flared, venting a thick cloud of iridescent poisonous gas. The mist swirled around him, but Tu Dung didn't flinch. Nice try. I've already dealt with your little parlor tricks. Tu Dung took a massive, lung-filling breath, preparing his body. As the toxic gas closed in, he held his breath, his internal energy shielding him from the airborne spores. The monster began to emit a terrifying, low-frequency rumble. Vroom, vroom. It continued to vent foul, stinking gas from its head like an exhaust pipe. Suddenly, the monster's spindly legs buckled, its massive weight shifting unevenly as it struggled to maintain its balance. Tu Dung had used the tentacles as a tether. He let go at the peak of the tension and launched himself like a rocket toward the monster's head. His palm glowed with an eerie, dominant light as he roared, enslavement mark. In a desperate countermove, the flower carriage's bloom shot out a concentrated, pitch-black globule of lethal venom. Tu Dung, midair and committed to the strike, flew straight toward the impact. He aimed his finger at the obsidian void and bellowed, enslavement mark. A wave of dark energy surged outward, saturating the air. Caught between Tu Dung's absolute domination and the backlash of its own failed power, the giant flower triggered a chaotic, localized whirlwind. After a tense interval, the unnatural storm subsided, and a heavy silence fell over the area. The young sentry monitoring from the balcony spun around in a panic. The flower carriage. Its core body hasn't retreated. It's rotating and coming straight for us. Old Ha's voice cracked with terror. Yes. That is the true form of the flower carriage. I'll be haunted by that grotesque sight until my dying day. The man beside him lost his nerve, stammering, where is brother Tu Dung? Was he devoured by that thing? Just as despair set in, Tu Dung's voice echoed from below. Truong Tang Cheat. Brother Sung. Are you guys holding up all right? Old Ha and the scout jolted, rushing to peer over the edge. Tu Dung stood there, perfectly fine and without a scratch. He called up, did those plant beasts downstairs drop any mutation cores? Tang Cheat grunted a reply, centipede. No. Spider. Double. Translated, it's hit or miss, but we've harvested a decent amount. Meanwhile, Brother Sung offered a firm, reassuring thumbs up. Not all. Have. Some. Do. Plenty. Tu Dung sighed, shaking his head. One was practically mute, and the other spoke in riddles, yet they both insisted on giving a play-by-play. Old Ha was stunned to see Tu Dung alive. Brother Tu Dung? What happened to the flower carriage down there? Tu Dung replied casually, oh that? It's on our side now. Confusion rippled through the survivors. What? On our side? What does that even mean? A short while later, Tu Dung led the group down to the creature's location. He gestured toward the massive entity. Relax, everyone. It won't snap at you anymore. Despite his fear, Old Ha was the first to work up the nerve to approach the flower carriage's undulating neck. He slowly extended a trembling finger toward it. The old man's heart hammered against his ribs. He had to swallow hard just to keep from retreating in terror. With a final burst of bravery, he touched the monster's flesh. It remained perfectly still. Old Ha gasped, it's completely tamed. How on earth did you pull this off? Tu Dung turned the question around. You're the expert botanist here. What's your take on this specimen? Old Ha stroked his beard thoughtfully. Even though they've mutated into predatory nightmares, their core botanical instincts, they remain intact. He elaborated. Much like the law of the jungle among animals, the plant kingdom is a theater of ruthless competition. The battle for sunlight is an eternal struggle. Tall trees didn't just happen, they evolved to reach higher for light. Smaller plants that lost that race became stunted and weak. Old Ha stepped closer to the pulsing mass of tissue. I suspect this flower carriage became so aggressive because it lost its evolutionary edge. It couldn't compete for light, so it mutated to hunt flesh for sustenance instead. As they spoke, two of the carriage's tentacles began to writhe ominously above Tiu Dung and Old Ha. Lai Trin spotted the movement. He drew his blade instantly, shouting, "Get back." The tentacle was already inches from Tiu Dung's throat. But Tiu Dung didn't flinch. He raised a hand to calm his friend. "Hold on. It can't hurt me now. I want to see what it's trying to show me." Lai Trin was sick with worry, but brother, that's... He watched as the tentacle coiled gently around Tiu Dung's neck. The fleshy limb tightened its grip, pressing firmly against Tiu Dung's skin. Tiu Dung's eyes snapped wide open. Suddenly, he exhaled a long breath and relaxed. Lai Trin cried out, "Boss, are you okay? Speak to me." Tiu Dung was unharmed. He turned to Old Ha. "Your theory is spot on. This city is a biological war zone. When these plants can't win the battle for sun." Old Ha nodded, mesmerized. Tiu Dung finished. They adapt to harvest nutrients from the bodies of animals. He stepped toward the main body of the plant, and the tentacle obediently retracted. "Since you're my servant now, I'll see to your needs. Come here." Then, a fascinating thing happened. The central bud of the flower carriage began to fold and pulse rhythmically. It bloomed with a sudden flourish, revealing a glowing green core. Inside that nucleus, a cluster of fine filaments shifted like sea anemones. A vibrant, emerald-colored vine reached out and touched Tiu Dung's palm. The flower carriage offered its very essence to its new master. Tiu Dung watched, mesmerized by the glowing core. Gradually, the radiant energy from the plant's heart was absorbed directly into Tiu Dung's body. Lai Trin stared, completely lost. He scratched his head in total bewilderment. What in the world are we looking at? Once the process was complete, Tiu Dung inspected his hand with a satisfied smirk. "We've formed a symbiotic bond." He grinned and suddenly thrust his arm forward toward an empty space. 3 jagged, neon-green tentacles erupted from his palm. They moved with a predatory grace, far more agile and responsive than Tang Cheat's appendages. One of the vines lashed out, wrapping tightly around a nearby tree. With a casual flick of his wrist, Tiu Dung applied pressure. The massive, centuries-old trunk snapped like a dry toothpick. Witnessing a fellow tentacle user's power, Tang Cheat turned red and roared, "1 light year. Meaning, that makes my power look like child's play." A notification flashed in Tiu Dung's mind. Achievement unlocked, Master Gardener. Reward, 150 points. Total, 153. He retracted the vines, secretly thrilled. An achievement? That's a first for me. The flower carriage's physical shell collapsed into a heap of lifeless compost, its spirit now part of Tiu Dung. With the threat gone, the group prepared to head back. The scene shifts back to the stronghold. The red-haired infiltrator had been given a private room. She stared out the window, a predatory glint in her eye. Another one is hooked. There was a soft knock at her door. She opened it, instantly switching back to her helpless act. "Yes? Who is it?" The guard from earlier stood there with a plate of cake. "Hey, I thought you might like a little midnight snack." She leaned forward provocatively, putting her charms on full display. "Did someone order you to wait on me?" The man, completely bewitched, nodded fervently. "No. I wanted to see you again." It was obvious, he wasn't interested in the cake he brought, but rather the tempting treat standing right in front of him. The red-haired woman leaned in close to the young man, her voice a sultry purr. Then, "I truly appreciate it." Starved for affection after months of isolation, the guard's restraint snapped instantly. He lunged at her, his pulse racing with anticipation. She feigned terror, stumbling back into the shadows of the room. "Wait. What do you think you're doing to me?" The young man hesitated, pulling back slightly as he apologized. "I'm sorry. I just thought." But his eyes remained locked onto her exposed, pale chest. The woman ran a hand through her hair, whispering, "It's too loud in here and the walls are thin. Why don't we go outside the compound for a more thrilling and dangerous encounter?" The guard, blinded by lust, nodded eagerly. "Yes, let's go." The scene shifts to a secluded spot. The air was filled with heavy, rhythmic panting as a nearby car rocked violently. The sounds of exertion were unmistakable. The young man had finally gotten what he wanted. He lay there, drenched in sweat after their encounter, gazing affectionately at the woman's curves as she reclined against the vehicle. Flushed and shy after the intimacy, the young man turned to her. "You're absolutely breathtaking. I never caught your name?" His smile faded as he spotted something unsettling in the periphery. Sensing his change in mood, the red-haired woman asked sharply, "What's the matter?" The man approached a nearby bin overflowing with discarded clothes. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. "Wait, this top. This belongs to True. Why would it be thrown out here?" He reached in to pull the garment out, but the sight beneath it froze the blood in his veins. Inside the bin was a grisly pile of raw, mangled flesh and gore, a chaotic jumble of eyes, noses, and mouths. Atop the carnage lay the rest of his friend's blood-soaked uniform. As the horror dawned on him, he spun around only to see a dark silhouette gliding toward him with unnatural speed. It was the red-haired woman. Having siphoned the man's energy, she was now ready to begin her gruesome human meat feast. The focus shifts to a wasteland far from Dung's base, near a skeletal, rusted-out car. The tall, bearded mutant was jolted awake by a vicious elbow to the temple from one of his companions. He sat up in the car, snarling at his attacker. "Damn it. What was that for?" The bald mutant loomed over him, irritable. "Sleeping on the job again, are we?" The bearded man stammered. I was just resting my eyes while keeping watch." The bald man's patience snapped. He grabbed the bearded giant by the collar. "I walked right up to you and you didn't move. How are you supposed to see her signal? How long have you been out?" The bearded man scrambled for an excuse. "I wasn't asleep, I swear. Just a quick daze." The bald leader spat. "Useless. You're a liability." The brown-haired woman nearby stepped in, pressing herself against the leader to soothe him. "Calm down. We've been watching for hours and she hasn't signaled once." She glanced toward the fortress walls with a sneer. "If you want my opinion, she's decided to keep all the fresh meat for herself." The pack of half-zombies began to seethe with betrayal. The bald leader barked, "Move. Scour the perimeter of that factory. Find out where that bitch is hiding her scraps." It didn't take long for the trio to discover the human remains in the trash. The bearded man panicked. "I told you I smelled fresh blood." The bald leader held up a not-human bone, his voice low and dangerous. "Traitor. She really is feasting alone." The brown-haired woman smirked, her tone dripping with jealousy. "No matter. If she can use her body to get inside, then I can do it better." Without warning, the bald leader's massive hand shot out. He crushed the woman's throat in his grip. "You're planning to slip in and betray me too, aren't you? I can see the greed in your eyes." She clawed at his hand, gasping for air as her face turned purple. The bearded mutant stepped in. "Boss, stop. If you kill her now, we lose our only other way to get inside the gates." The leader growled and let go. The woman collapsed against him, her chest heaving as she struggled to breathe. He vented his rage into her ear. "If you try to pull the same stunt she did, I'll storm that place myself. I'll make sure none of us walk away alive." She nodded frantically, her throat too bruised to speak. I understand." Gasp. And so, the next phase of their deception began. The brown-haired woman dragged herself to the base entrance, pounding on the metal. "Help. Please help me." The heavy security doors groaned open. A squad of armed guards poured out, their rifles leveled at her. "Halt. Who goes there?" The woman began her performance. She looked up with tear-filled eyes, trembling. "Zombies. They chased me for miles. I'm the only survivor." The young men at the gate were once again swayed by a pretty face. One whispered, "Talk about a lucky streak. We just saved one girl and now another beauty shows up." His partner nodded. "She's even more well-endowed than the last one. Let's get her inside." Suddenly, a sharp command cut through the air. "Stop. Don't let her in." The guards turned in surprise. It was the red-haired woman. She pointed a trembling finger at the newcomer. "Her. She's the shape-shifting mutant I warned you about. She's not human." Shocked by her teammates' betrayal, the brown-haired woman shrieked, "You backstabbing whore." The red-haired infiltrator shouted to the guards, "Open fire. Now, before she turns and kills us all." The silence of the wasteland was shattered by a deafening volley. Bang. Bang. The brown-haired woman was shredded by gunfire. Realizing the trap had failed, she turned and fled into the darkness, leaving a trail of blood behind. But the guards didn't miss. Dozens of rounds tore through her limbs and torso as she scrambled away. The damage was catastrophic. With too many holes in her body to maintain her form, she collapsed in the middle of the street. The guard shouted, "Don't let her regenerate. Get the gasoline." A heavy fuel canister was rushed to the front line. By the time the search party reached the spot with the fuel, the woman was gone. How did she run after taking that many hits? Damn it. We should have stayed on her. Go. Alert Lai and San immediately. Despite being riddled with bullets, the mutant managed to crawl back to her pack. Battered and broken, she dragged her mangled body toward the two men. Her movements were jerky and unstable, her strength fading fast. She reached the bald leader and collapsed in a heap at his feet. She reached up to clutch his leg, her voice a desperate wheeze. Please. Don't kill me. Help me. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything you say from now on. The bald man looked down at her with cold, pitiless eyes. Save it. We're the same species. I know exactly how much your loyalty is worth. He reached down and hoisted a massive, jagged concrete block from the rubble. He held the heavy stone high above her head, his voice deepening with murderous intent. As for the food in that factory, we'll just have to find a bloodier way in. Looking up at the descending stone, the brown-haired woman's face was frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated despair. Crunch. A sickening thud echoed through the air. The massive concrete block pulverized her delicate features, and a dark, crimson fluid erupted like a fountain. Seizing the moment of gore, the tall, bearded brute launched a lethal sneak attack on the bald leader from behind. The bald man's skull was slammed ruthlessly into the jagged earth. He had intended to finish off the woman, but he failed miserably. The blood spraying across the pavement was actually gushing from the bald zombie's own shattered head. The bearded man hungrily licked the fresh stains off his blade. The brown-haired woman looked up, her voice dripping with dark gratitude. An arm and a leg should be enough for you to regenerate. The rest of him is mine. She offered a wicked smile and a nod, though her mind was racing. The bald guy was right, there's no honor among our kind. If we'd shared that girl's meat under his rule, he'd have taken every scrap. By killing him, the bearded guy takes the throne. Now, my survival depends entirely on what he decides to throw my way. Back at the stronghold, a frantic commotion broke out. Has anyone seen Trantrak? Trantrak? You mean he's vanished too? Old Lai rushed over to the sentry post, his voice tight with worry. What's the status? First True Duong Hai vanishes, and now another man is gone? San San's face twisted with frustration. Her long-held suspicions were boiling over. Old Lai noticed her mood. San San, what are you up to? She replied sharply. Nothing. I'm just scouring the factory for any damn clue I missed. True to her word, San San marched into the industrial sector, her eyes scanning every shadow. Suddenly, her sharp instincts screamed at her to stop. Directly in front of her sat a waste bin, overflowing with gnawed human bones and tattered, blood-soaked clothing. Moments later, San San gathered the survivors. A young man in a black shirt paled as he inspected the grisly remains. There's no doubt, he whispered, trembling. Those are Trankak's clothes. And those shoes. Duong Hai was the only one in the whole camp who wore that brand. Nearby, the red-haired woman felt a surge of cold panic, biting her knuckles to draw blood. Damn it. The bald boss is still out there, and they found the scraps I tried to bury. San San turned her gaze toward the newcomer, her voice cold as ice. In this entire sector, no one heard a scream. Not a single sound of a struggle. She stepped closer, staring the red-haired woman down. Tell me, what do you think that suggests? The mask was slipping. The woman trembled, trying one last time to play the victim. Why? Why are you looking at me like I'm a monster? Enraged that a predator was lurking in their home, San San lunged forward with the speed of a gale-force wind. A lethal dagger strike whistled toward the woman's throat. She let out a piercing, performative shriek. Despite her act, her half-zombie reflexes were lightning fast. With a fluid, inhuman glide, she effortlessly evaded San San's killing blow. The knife, thrown with catastrophic force, buried itself in a nearby tree, causing the bark to shatter like an explosion. The red-haired woman glared back at San San, her facade finally crumbling into a mask of pure, unadulterated malice. San San remained icy and composed, her hands flexing as she prepared to finish off this half-human demon. With the weight of everyone's suspicion crushing her, the infiltrator realized her sanctuary was gone. To hell with it, I'm blown. In a heartbeat, she scanned for an escape route or a shield. She lunged with feral speed at the man standing closest to her. Whipping out a concealed blade, she pressed the edge against his throat and snarled at the crowd. Back off. One step closer and his head rolls. San San shouted back instantly. If you harm a hair on his head, I will make sure you never leave this place breathing. The woman laughed, completely unfazed. Humph. A little girl who hasn't even seen the world trying to bark orders? If I'm going down today, I'm taking a few of you to hell with me. Using the man as a human shield, she backed out onto the main road. Drop your weapon. Now. Move, and I'll slice his jugular. San San and the guards followed, their guns leveled but hesitant. Once she reached a safe distance, she snatched the man's rifle, then delivered a brutal kick that sent him tumbling into the dirt. With the gun in her possession, she showed no mercy. She aimed low and unleashed a merciless volley of lead into the fallen man. Having dealt her cruel blow, she turned tail and sprinted into the wasteland. San didn't hesitate. She raised her own rifle, her expression carved from stone. She squeezed the trigger, sending a precision burst after the fleeing woman. Several rounds found their mark, tearing into the traitor's back and legs. Despite the agonizing wounds, the mutant was driven by a desperate will to live. She forced herself to keep running, ignoring the searing pain in her body. Old Lai, seeing San preparing to give chase, grabbed her arm. San, what are you doing? She barked back, I'm taking the bike. I'm not letting her get away. Old Lai held firm, his voice steady. Stop, San. We don't know how many of them are waiting in the dark. Lock the gates and secure the perimeter first. San paused, realizing he was right. You're right. Safety first. She spun around, issuing rapid-fire orders. From this moment on, every new survivor goes into total isolation for quarantine. Uncle, handle the internal security. My grandfather needs an update. I'm heading to Deep City to coordinate our defenses. Old Lai nodded with a proud smile. Understood. Ride safe. He thought to himself. Tu Dong would be proud. This girl has truly become a leader. Meanwhile, back with Kwang Tu Dong, the mutated vegetation was becoming increasingly aggressive. The forest seemed to pulse with a manic energy. With a single, effortless motion, Tu Dong's new tentacles lashed out, decapitating the plant monsters in one sweep. Working in perfect harmony with the flower carriage, Tu Dong barely had to lift a finger. His sentient vines did all the heavy lifting. The battle had become a one-sided slaughter. The plant mutants were tossed around like ingredients in a boiling pot, shredded and broken before they could even scream. Nearby, Tran Sung and Lai Trin moved in, each hauling a heavy canister of fuel. The pair worked like a well-oiled machine. As soon as a mutant hit the dirt, they doused the carcass in gasoline. A single spark followed. The clearing ignited into a towering inferno. Tu Dong's squad stood back, watching the forest's children burn. Professor Ha stared at the flames, still trembling from the display of power. Is this what safety feels like? Or is it just the terror of a new master? Tu Dong's system interface flickered to life, expanding community, gathering place successfully repelled invaders. Reward, plus 10 rating, plus 40 points. Current status, 72 rating, 193 points. Tu Dong smirked with satisfaction. Huh. San and the others held the line. They didn't let me down. Witnessing the brutality, Siu Tan stood frozen in disbelief. Hong, you. What have you become? This is... Don Hong casually spun her keychain, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. This? It's merely a tool for the times, darling. Goodness, the world has ended and it's so frightening. A fragile girl like me needs a little something to feel secure, don't you think? Suddenly, Hatch Qian clamped a heavy hand on Siu Tan's shoulder, making him flinch. Hatch Qian hissed like a demon. You wanted to show them mercy, but it looks like they don't appreciate your charity, do they? Vermin that won't obey are better off dead. Don't you agree? Without warning, Hatch Qian's henchmen unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Panic erupted as the crowd scattered like startled birds. They're slaughtering us. Run for your lives. As the courtyard began to drown in a crimson tide, Siu Tan threw himself forward, desperate to end the carnage. Stop. End this madness immediately. If you butcher everyone, you'll be ruling a graveyard. You can't build an empire without people to serve you. Hatch Qian sneered, annoyed by the interference. Who says I'm short on people? I have my loyal brothers right here, don't I? Unless, of course, you're saying you'd rather join the corpses on the ground? Sensing the deadly shift in tone, Siu Tan stammered, No, that's not what I meant at all. Hatch Qian smirked, satisfied. I thought as much. Now, prove your loyalty like you promised, get on your knees and call me boss. Siu Tan's jaw dropped, his face turning pale with humiliation and shock. Meanwhile, the terrified survivors scrambled through the chaos, searching for a way out. The motor pool is just up ahead. If we can reach the vehicles, we can make a break for it. Grandma, keep moving, just a little further. I'm trying, dear, I'm trying. Old Lu, you promised we'd go fishing once this nightmare ended, so don't you dare give up on me now. Suddenly, a young woman in the group was yanked back, caught by the hair by one of Hatch Qian's thugs. Her shriek pierced the air, and the group froze in terror. Lu. Seeing her friends hesitate and risk their lives for her, Lu screamed with every bit of her strength, Don't look back. Just keep running. But her captor ignored her pleas, tossing her roughly toward a group of leering mercenaries. This one's got a fire in her, and a body to match. The boss said we can do whatever we want with these losers, so let's skip the pleasantries. Li's blood ran cold as she saw the filth in their eyes. What? What are you going to do to me? The thugs looked at her like hungry wolves, drooling. What do you think? After those two girls slipped away last time, I've been starving. Today, I'm finally getting fed. I wonder how many of us you can handle before you break. Li's heart hammered against her ribs as she scrambled backward. No, stay away. She tried to bolt, but a heavy boot tripped her. Get your filthy hands off me. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as something heavy collided with the lead thug's skull. He dropped like a stone, unconscious before he hit the dirt. The rest of the gang spun around, startled by the sudden interruption. They found themselves facing a wall of villagers who had finally snapped. You bastards! I'll take you to hell with me. You ungrateful leeches. I'm going to beat the life out of you. You soulless animals. I'll teach you the respect your mothers clearly didn't. Li's eyes filled with tears as she saw her neighbors risking everything to save her. Everyone. In an instant, the crowd swarmed the mercenaries, overrunning them with sheer numbers and pent-up rage. They managed to wrestle the rifles away from the stunned thugs. To hell with running. I'm done hiding. Inoyet poured her heart and soul into building this sanctuary. I'll die before I let scum like you tear it down. Exactly. If we're going down, we're taking them with us. Everyone fight back. The mercenaries, now on the defensive, cursed in frustration. These peasants have lost their minds. Open fire. Kill them all. Suddenly, a decayed figure lunged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into a gunman's throat. The scream of the victim turned into a warning of a new nightmare. Zombies. It's not just one, it's a whole swarm. Hatchkin's men descended into chaos. Some were swarmed by the undead, while others fired blindly in every direction. Amidst the carnage, a villager stood tall, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. The rest of you, get out of here. I'll hold them off as long as I can. He planted his feet firmly, acting as a human shield against the incoming tide. Suddenly, Tubok blurred into motion, his kicks sending zombies flying like broken dolls. Then Chao Tu Luong burst onto the scene like a guardian angel, his heart sinking as he took in the devastation. Damn it. Where the hell did all these monsters come from? The villagers let out a roar of relief at the sight of their protector. It's Chef Chao Tu Luong. We're saved. Hatch Kian dropped his mask and growled impatiently. What are you trembling for? Beat it. My fuse is getting short. Siu Tan reeled in disbelief. This wasn't the deal. I'm the one who opened the gates for you, and don't forget, I'm an ability seed. Hatch Kian delivered a swift, brutal kick directly to Siu Tan's shin. The blow sent him collapsing in agony. Hatch Kian sneered down at him. What good is an unawakened seed besides taking up space? You're a loudmouth hiding behind skirts. On that point, the Chow kid hit the nail on the head. You're nothing but a leech sucking your sister dry. Did you actually start believing your own hype? He ground his boot into Siu Tan's head, mocking, I'm not a soft-hearted fool like Siu Noyet. If you want a seat at my table, you'd better learn who feeds you. Crushed under the boot, Siu Tan's mind raced with bitterness. How did it end up like this? Back to being a doormat. Was betraying my sister and the base all for nothing? Damn it. Meanwhile, Hatch Kian's henchmen were losing their cool. They scrambled in a blind panic. Ghouls. The zombies are flooding in. Hatch Kian spun around, his face pale. Where did this swarm come from? Didn't you idiots barricade the entrance? A lackey stammered, we did. But the wood just snapped like a toothpick. Hatch Kian let out a frustrated roar, morons. A full moon frenzy makes these monsters twice as strong. You thought a few planks would stop them. Grab the blasting charges now. The terrified goons yelled back on it. But before they could move, they were cut down by a series of lethal stabs. Hatch Kian didn't escape the same fate. He stared down at his chest in total shock. What? What is happening? A direct hit to the heart. Hatch Kian slumped as his strength evaporated. Realizing Don Hong was the culprit, he hissed with dying spite, Don Hong. You! Why would you do this? Don Hong retracted her crimson-stained claws and purred, well, wasn't it you who said there can only be one leader? I'm just helping you settle into your new position as a corpse. Hatch Kian gasped out one final curse, you treacherous snake. Kwang Tu Dung watched as Old Ha examined the botanical specimens. Holding a strange root, Old Ha remarked, the way these crops can be reshaped to our will is beyond anything I ever dreamed possible. Siu Tan limped over to the dying Hatch Kian and delivered a vengeful kick. Ungrateful mutt. You liked giving lectures, right? How's the view from the bottom? He then grabbed Don Hong's arm urgently. It's chaos here. We need to vanish. Once the horde clears out, we'll come back and take the entire factory for ourselves. Suddenly, Don Hong seized Siu Tan's hand, snapped his wrist with a sickening crack, and shoved him away. You didn't actually think I had feelings for a pathetic worm like you, did you? You and Hatch Kian were identical, just stepping stones for my own climb. I just underestimated how incompetent you were. You were handed a fortress and still managed to burn it down. I'll take it from here. She patted Siyutan's bloodless cheek and whispered, as for you, be a darling and serve one last purpose. Buy me some time by feeding those zombies. Siyutan stared at the carnage, his mind snapping as he shrieked, why? Why does this keep happening? Why? Why is everyone leaving me? How am I worse than Siyunoyet? Why am I the one everyone treats like dirt? As the undead closed in, a terrified Hatch Kien begged for a lifeline. Siyutan, help me. Please, get me out of here. I've got tons of high-grade explosives stashed outside. Get me to safety, and I'll name you the big boss. All of it will be yours. Siyutan froze, a dark rage boiling over. He finally had a target for his fury. You think you can play me for a fool one more time? I swear. I mean it. Hatch Kien pleaded. If I live, I'm your most loyal servant. I'll do anything. Siyutan narrowed his eyes and whispered, is that right? Well then, let's test that loyalty right now. Siyutan lunged, choking Hatch Kien and hoisting him into the air. You little punk. Put me down. Hatch Kien wheezed. Siyutan asked with a shadow over his face. I thought I was the boss? You couldn't even keep the act up for 10 seconds? His grip tightened like a vice. Where are the explosives hidden? I'm not saying a word until we're clear of this place. Siyutan squeezed with murderous intensity. In that moment of pure hatred, a surge of latent energy flooded his veins. Hot. It's so hot. Fire. I'm burning. Stop it, let me go. Hatch Kien screamed. Siyutan stared at his own hands in a trance of ecstatic shock. A fire-type ability. I've done it. I've finally awakened my power. Hatch Kien thrashed in agony. I'll tell you. The location is yours. Just stop the burning. Watching the flames dance, Siyutan's ego soared. Actually, I don't think I have a use for you anymore. Burn in hell. With a burst of heat, Siyutan incinerated Hatch Kien, then spun around to blast the encroaching ghouls into ash. Drunk on the terrifying heat coursing through him, Siyutan laughed maniacally. So this is what it feels like to be a god among men? Ha 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 ha. Would you like me to continue revising the subsequent lines of this SRT document, or shall I help you refine the character descriptions for the next scene? Hatch Kien is history. As of right now, I am your new master. After finishing off Hatch Kien, Siyutan immediately soared toward the henchmen who were busy looting the factory's inventory. The men were laughing and chatting. I didn't think there'd be this much loot. We hit the jackpot. Move it. While the ghouls are busy at the front gate, grab everything that isn't bolted down. That pig Hatch Kien hoards all the prime meat and won't even toss us a scrap. Following him is a death sentence sooner or later. With these supplies, and especially these explosives, we have enough to start our own empire. Suddenly, a charred corpse plummeted from above. What the hell is that? They recoiled in terror, realizing it was their former leader. Siyutan stood menacingly on the roof and declared, Hatch Kien is dead. I am your new boss. Anyone who thinks they can defy me will end up just like him. The lackeys stared up in pure horror. It's that kid. Meanwhile, Chao Tu Luong was working frantically to evacuate the survivors. Everyone, get into the vehicles immediately. The panicked crowd surged forward in a desperate scramble. Please save us. Watching the massive wall of undead closing in, Chao Tu Luong felt a chill of finality. At this rate, no amount of attack reflection will be enough to reset the tide. The survivors shoved their way onto the truck, bickering wildly. Watch where you're touching. I told you to diet. Your fat rolls are crushing me. Can we climb onto the roof? It's standing room only in here. Where's my walking stick? Have you youngsters no decency? Chao Tu Luong was being flattened against the side. Stop pushing. If you keep shoving, I'm going to get squeezed right out into the street. Seeing himself nearly surrounded by the reaching hands of the horde, he felt a surge of panic. This is just my luck. How am I supposed to survive this nightmare? Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Congratulations. Hidden objective selfless salvation achieved. New weapon unlocked. Deploy now? It turns out Kwang Tu Dung had already detected a large group of people nearby. Upon hearing his voice, they began peering out from various hiding spots. A woman asked hesitantly, What kind of creatures are you? After he explained his nature, everyone whispered in awe, So you found a way to survive without eating people? That's miraculous. Tu Dung, having saved another group, walked among them and asked, Where are you all headed? The man with glasses responded with conviction, There's a facility called the Tai Fong Steel Plant in the southern outskirts. They've been broadcasting recruitment signals. We're going to try our luck there. The man sighed, but honestly, they're probably just ordinary people. They won't last against a real cannibal invasion. Tu Dung kept his identity as the owner of that plant secret, simply asking, Oh, is there somewhere safer? The man replied truthfully, There's a colony in the northern suburbs. They hunt cannibals for sport. We hope to find shelter with them. This was news to Dung. I didn't know such a community existed. The man added, we heard about it from the cannibals themselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare the journey. He continued, word is their leader is a titan who can take down half a dozen cannibals as easily as swatting flies. Their safety rests entirely on his shoulders. Dung countered, just one man? There are over 1,000 cannibals out west. Can he really protect everyone alone? The man with glasses insisted, cannibals are solitary hunters. They almost never work together. A youth with a mullet interjected, that's not true. Just the other day I saw a pack of them whispering together, like they were planning a raid. The man with glasses turned back, looking irritated. I told you, you're losing your grip. You probably dreamed it. The moment cannibals gather, they start killing each other. If that weren't true, I'd have been eaten months ago. The man whispered to Dung, don't mind him. He only wants the steel plant because he thinks his brother might be there. The man turned back to lecture the boy. How many times must I say it? Your brother's chances are 0. If we go there, we're walking into a slaughterhouse. Do you think a steel plant can stop monsters? They're probably man-eaters themselves. Dung nodded, acknowledging the man's point. You're actually right. The previous leaders of the Taifong steel plant were indeed 2 cannibals. The 2 men gasped in shock. What? Dung continued, but they've been dealt with. What's your brother's name? I might know him. The boy with the mullet teared up instantly. His name is Trin. He was a reserve police officer. Please, have you seen him? Is he alive? Dung couldn't help but chuckle. What a small world. Trin and I are very well acquainted. The boy's eyes widened with hope. Is that the truth, sir? Dung smiled, truly. Right now, he's at the Taifong plant helping me oversee the new crops. The boy's face beamed. He began babbling with excitement. Crops? You mean you're growing food again? That's amazing. See, I told you. We have to go to the steel plant. But the man with glasses grew hostile. Who are you? I don't buy this coincidence. Tell the truth. Are you trying to lure us there just to stock your larder? In this world, trust was a rare currency. Dung shook his head wearily. If I wanted you dead, would I really go through the trouble of lying to you? As he spoke, a gunshot suddenly cracked through the air, whizzing past Dung's head. He watched the bullet spark against the asphalt. Dung glanced toward the source. The man with glasses turned and screamed at his subordinate, what is wrong with you? The man, clutching a pistol, stammered, I'm sorry. My hands were shaking and the trigger just went off. But the damage was done. The noise had signaled every ghoul in the vicinity. Before long, their hungry roars echoed through the streets. The man with glasses panicked, we're dead. The cannibals heard the shot. He immediately barked orders to the group. Everyone, find a hole and crawl into it. Hide. The man looked back at Dung and Transung with concern. Hey, get in here now. Do you have a death wish? Strength doesn't matter when a whole pack of those monsters descends on you. It's fine, Dung replied with eerie calm. Didn't you say they'd just start fighting each other? The man screamed back, only after they've finished tearing you apart. Seeing they wouldn't budge, the man gave up and ran inside. Fine. If you want to be a snack, I'm not staying to watch. The group scrambled inside the building. Find a room and bolt the doors. The man yelled. The youth spotted an upper floor. Go up. Get as far back as possible. Move. The group successfully barricaded themselves into a room. The man with glasses leaned against the door, panting. I just hope that guy doesn't lead them right to us. Outside, Dung stood his ground as the cannibals emerged from the shadows. They were swarming in, their numbers growing by the second. They began eyeing Dung and mocking him. Only one person? Did you guys finish the rest of the meal without me? Another snarled, shut it. I just got here too. A woman in the lead bared her jagged teeth and laughed. Don't you see? This one isn't ordinary meat. Eating him would be like devouring 10 survivors at once. Ha ha. In the room above, the group peeked through the cracks. The boy with the mullet whispered to the man with glasses, what's happening out there? The man peered out, his voice trembling. 10 of them have already gathered. And more are coming. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. That kid is history. They won't even leave his bones behind. Down in the street, a cannibal lunged at Dung, shrieking, I can't wait another second. The first bite is mine. Without breaking his stride, Dung reacted with icy precision. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cleanly decapitated the charging monster. The creature's massive frame hit the pavement with a heavy thud. Dung's face remained a mask of absolute, chilling indifference. The surrounding man-eaters froze in shock. He's too fast. None of them dared to make the next move. Dung scanned the group coldly. To save us all some time, why don't you all just rush me at once? Enraged by his arrogance, the pack let out a collective roar and swarmed him. How dare you look down on us? Rip him apart. Tiu Dung stepped back and looked at Transung. I'll leave these to you. Burn some calories now, you'll get a bigger meal later. Transung gave a simple nod. Got it. As Tiu Dung reached back to retrieve his gear, a cannibal tried to sneak up behind him, aiming for a cowardly bite. In a blur of motion, Tiu Dung launched himself high into the air. The attacker, losing his target, nearly face-planted into the dirt from his own momentum. Watching from the window above, the man with glasses tracked Tiu Dung's flight. He gasped, "Good God, look at that vertical jump." Tiu Dung landed gracefully on a high balcony railing, looking down at the monsters like a judge. The man with glasses was flabbergasted. What is this kid? Is he even human? The display of raw power terrified the cannibals below. His physical stats are off the charts. He's stronger than any of us. Realizing they were outmatched, the pack's courage crumbled. He's a freak of nature. We can't win this. Scatter. Suddenly, a searing beam of energy whistled past a fleeing mutant, vaporizing the top third of his skull instantly. The remaining cannibals paralyzed in pure terror. Tiu Dung rested his foot on the railing, his smoking weapon held casually. Nobody leaves this place alive, he declared. He pointed his finger down at the courtyard, unless... You can actually survive him. He pointed directly at Transung, who looked up, realizing the spotlight was on him. Transung looked a bit overwhelmed by the numbers. He glanced up at Tiu Dung. This is a lot of work for one guy. The cannibals, seeing a lone target on the ground, regained their predatory instincts and closed in on Transung. Kill this one first. He's the weak link. Cornered, Transung's primal survival instincts flared. He growled, clearly annoyed by the mob surrounding him. He became a whirlwind of violence, his hardened, razor-sharp hands punching through the chest cavities of every cannibal that got too close. Transung fought with savage efficiency, even spinning into a series of devastating handstand kicks that turned the alley into a meat grinder. The man-eaters, now drenched in the blood of their own kind, began to panic. This is impossible. How is this guy so unstoppable? Providing air support from above, Tiu Dung picked his shots with surgical accuracy, sending brilliant pulses of energy through the skulls of any zombie trying to flank his partner. Inside the safe room, the man with glasses watched the carnage without blinking. Are the two of them really going to wipe out an entire pack alone? Tiu Dung remained perched on the railing. He lowered his weapon and shouted toward the building. The coast is clear. Come on out. Sensing the danger had passed, the man with glasses finally led his group out to meet Tiu Dung. They stared at the piles of corpses, trembling with fear. At that moment, Tiu Dung dropped from the balcony, landing softly on his feet. The man with glasses stepped forward, his voice shaky. We've talked it over. We want to join West Fong. Will you take us in? Tiu Dung nodded. Consider it done. But first, I need to pay a visit to that northern settlement you mentioned. The survivors exchanged worried glances. Why would you go there? It's dangerous. Tiu Dung walked toward them, his eyes narrowing. I need to see for myself. I need to know if those people... His voice dropped to a frigid, emotionless tone. He finished. Deserve to live, or if they need to be erased. While Tiu Dung was finishing his business, a different drama was unfolding at a fortified factory settlement. A massive horde of cannibals was hammering at the main gate. The guards screamed the alarm, invasion. Man-eaters at the perimeter. A scout with binoculars shouted down the report. 7 of them. 7 high-level cannibals. We're in trouble. Before a panic could start, the heavy thud of confident footsteps echoed from the inner courtyard. A massive, bearded man approached the gate. The residents moved aside with respect, calling out, "Brother Fong is here." A young woman rushed toward him, her face pale with dread. "Dad, stop." Someone nearby added, "Even for him, this is suicide." Ignoring the pleas, he turned to his lieutenants with a cold, commanding gaze. "Seal the gates behind me. Nobody gets in, and absolutely nobody leaves." The guard nodded instantly. "You understood, sir." Without a hint of hesitation, he vaulted over the high wall and plunged toward the monsters below. His daughter leaned over the edge, her voice cracking. "Please be careful, Dad." Tru Fong hit the ground with a thunderous impact, rising slowly in a classic hero's stance. The cannibals didn't flinch. Instead, they salivated at the challenge. "It's the big man himself." One laughed. Another added, "If we kill him, the whole village is our buffet." They charged in unison. Tru Fong's eyes flared with a sinister crimson light. Thick, corded veins began to pulse and writhe beneath his skin, wrapping around his limbs like armor. His body underwent a grotesque transformation, covered in a slick layer of obsidian and blood-red flesh. Rows of jagged fangs erupted from the new growth, and multiple mouths began to manifest across his torso, emitting low, rhythmic groans. As the transformation finished, the air grew heavy. The cannibals stopped dead in their tracks, paralyzed by the sight of the towering, nightmarish entity before them. One cannibal swallowed hard, his confidence vanishing. Is this his true power? His comrade forced a shaky grin. In that form, he's a bigger monster than we are. But their hunger outweighed their common sense. They shook off the fear and screamed, "Don't let him scare you." All at once. Kill him. They threw themselves at the transformed True Fong, raining down a flurry of desperate blows. The mutants swarmed him, engaging in a brutal, high-speed brawl, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. In a flash of gore, the tide turned. The cannibals were literally shredded in midair. One moment they were attacking, the next, they were a pile of severed limbs, dead before they could even scream. A single strike from True Fong sent the enemy reeling with heavy casualties. They instinctively retreated, their initial plan to swarm him utterly shattered. Seizing the opening, True Fong embraced his monstrous form and let out a blood-curdling roar, lunging back into the fray with newfound ferocity. The brutal struggle didn't last long. Soon, the man-eaters lay broken across the ground, with only True Fong left standing amidst the carnage. The survivors in the camp erupted in cheers. Victory! The monsters are dead. But one voice whispered, "But Brother Fong. He looks like he's fading." Though they couldn't join the fight, the residents had watched every second with bated breath. As the dust settled, a worried voice asked, "Can we really just leave him there like that?" The sentry, though aching for his comrade, shook his head. "We have no choice. In that state, he's a wild beast. Keeping us inside was his final act of protection." His daughter watched through the fence, tears blurring her vision as she whimpered, "Dad." Seeing the immediate danger pass, the community's spirit shifted toward rescue. A man in a blue shirt shouted, "He's paralyzed. If we don't intervene, he won't have the strength to feed on those corpses to regenerate. He'll die right there." The crowd surged forward in agreement. "Open the gates. We'll take our chances." "That's right. We won't abandon him." Overwhelmed by their loyalty to her father, the girl let the tears flow freely. She looked at her neighbors with a trembling, grateful smile. "Everyone. Thank you." The sentry, moved by the collective bravery, finally relented. "If everyone is ready to risk it, then let's move." He signaled for the locks to be pulled. With the barriers cleared, the group rushed out in a desperate dash toward True Fong's motionless, hulking body. Sensing the approach of such vulnerable prey, the monster within True Fong lashed out instinctively. He let out a distorted snarl. "Why are you screaming? Get back inside now or be devoured." Rag. Fortunately, the group was smart. They kept a safe distance, focusing instead on dragging the fallen cannibal corpses toward him. "We're not letting you slip away," one man yelled back. The guard chimed in, "Exactly. If you fall, we're all as good as dead anyway." Acting on experience, they began hurling the cannibal remains toward him like offerings. "Stay back," the guard cautioned. "Just toss the meat over to him." The parasitic mouths covering True Fong's body detected the fresh blood. They began to pulse with life, greedily unhinging to swallow the offerings whole. The spectators recoiled at the gruesome sight, unable to hide their revulsion. "This is absolutely stomach-turning." Seeing a young man wander too close to the feeding frenzy, an elder barked, "Hey, watch your step. You want to be his next course? Stay back." As they were preoccupied with saving their leader, a shadowy figure watched from the tree lean, invisible to the busy group. "Just keep throwing from here," they told each other, oblivious to the eyes on them. Careful not to get caught in the crossfire. A fresh pack of man-eaters had arrived, drawn like flies to a carcass. One sneered at the sight of the battlefield. "What happened to this monster? He's a wreck." The burly bald man beside him grinned. "Looks like he just survived a hell of a fight with our kin." Salivating at the prospect of so much defenseless human meat, the leader cackled, "Ha ha ha. What a stroke of luck. Our brothers cleared the path, and now the feast is served." The survivors soon spotted the new threat. Fear rippled through the ranks. "More of them? What's the plan? We're cornered." With no other options, they prepared for a final stand. The sentry rallied the group. "Brother Fong isn't back to full strength yet. He can't protect us this time. It's our turn to be his shield." Back with Tiu Dung's party, the group was trekking toward the new settlement. Tiu Dung observed the surroundings. This community clearly has an impact. The cannibal population in these northern suburbs is noticeably thinner. The man with glasses perked up as they crossed a familiar intersection. "I know this place. We're almost at the gates." Suddenly, the rhythmic crackle of distant combat reached their ears. Is that gunfire? Someone whispered. Dong stopped, his senses sharpening as he looked toward the horizon. The fighting is less than a kilometer out. We've arrived just in time. Back at the factory, the tide had turned against the humans. It was a slaughter. The uncoordinated survivors were being picked off like sheep by the professional predators. A girl in a tactical vest, seeing her comrades fall, unleashed a desperate spray of lead. You monsters! I'll take you all to hell with me. A spicy one. One of the cannibals laughed, lunging toward her with terrifying speed. He didn't hide his hunger as he teased, your meat looks tender enough to melt in my mouth. With a swift strike, he slapped the firearm from her trembling hands. He loomed over her with predatory eyes, a cruel smirk on his face. Let's see how much fight you have left without your toys. Before he could strike, a massive arm belonging to Tru Fong slammed into him with the force of a freight train. In an instant, the attacker was torn in half, his torso and legs ending up in completely different directions. Tru Fong, fueled by the recent feeding, had re-entered the battle with a vengeance. The shockwave from the impact sent the daughter tumbling, leaving her bruised and dazed. The remaining cannibals snarled, alerting their pack. Damn it, this freak still has teeth. Finish him off first. The mutants coordinated their assault, surrounding Tru Fong and trading heavy blows with the hulking protector. Watching her father endure the gang up, the girl shrieked in agony, Dad. A survivor grabbed her arm, pulling her away. He's buying us time. We have to move now if we want to live. Tru Fong was running on fumes. After a brutal exchange, his skin turned a deathly, chalky white, and his movements slowed to a crawl. Just as the cannibals prepared for the killing blow, a massive boulder whistled through the air from above. The rock smashed into the earth right in front of Tru Fong, instantly crushing the lead attackers into paste. Stunned by the sudden intervention, the survivors and monsters alike stared in disbelief. What in the world was that? As Dong stepped into view, the battlefield fell into a stunned silence. The guard in the cap gripped his weapon. Is that another cannibal? A voice beside him snapped. No, look closer. While he didn't attack the humans, the guard looked at Sungda and muttered, that thing is definitely not a man-eater, right? Who's to say they don't eventually turn into weird phantoms like that? Dong suppressed a smirk at the commentary. The cannibals were equally confused. Is he one of us? No way. Another whispered, he doesn't smell like decay. Is he a pureblood evolver? Is that even possible? Dong didn't care for the chatter. He simply pointed forward. Go. Sungda grumbled under his breath, always with the heavy lifting. You never give me the easy jobs. Despite the complaining, Sungda vanished in a blur, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. The cannibals, thinking he was just another mindless corpse, didn't flinch. A zombie? Please, I've put down hundreds of those. Sungda didn't bother responding. With a single, crushing stomp, he flattened the arrogant speaker before the man could even blink. The gate guard watched in awe and terror. What kind of power is that? He makes Brother Fong look like a beginner. Finally, the man with glasses and his group caught up. He immediately waved to the survivors, relax. These are the heavy hitters from the south. The local guard stood frozen. The south? We thought Brother Fong was the absolute peak of this world. As Sungda thoroughly humiliated the man-eaters, one of them recoiled in frustration, muttering, what is the deal with this zombie? Why is his strength so off the charts? Even so, they weren't above playing dirty. A leader among them smirked, rallying his companions. Relax, don't lose your nerve. If we swarm him all at once, we can definitely bring him down. Seeing the logic, another goon nodded. Got it, let's move. That was the plan, anyway, but a moment later, they all stood frozen. No one wanted to be the first to die, so they just hesitated in place. The standoff quickly devolved into a shouting match as they turned on each other. Go on then. You lead the charge, and I'll be right behind you. Seizing the moment of chaos, a few opportunists broke rank and lunged toward Dong. If you idiots want to bicker, fine. That pure-blooded evolver is mine for the taking. You greedy bastard. Faced with the charging pack, Dong didn't even flinch. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, meticulously reading every twitch of their muscles. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand. Using nothing but raw, explosive momentum, he drove his arm straight through the lead cannibal's chest. A fountain of crimson immediately erupted from the mutant's mouth. With zero hesitation, he tore the body in half, leaving the remaining attacker paralyzed with pure dread. Realizing they were hopelessly outmatched, the survivors turned tail. This guy is a monster. We can't win. Get out of here. Dong was never one for talking when action would suffice. He extended his palm, shooting lethal silken threads toward the fleeing shadows. In the blink of an eye, The targets were skewered through, looking like grisly human kebabs for a summer roast. With Dung joining the fray, the cannibal threat was neutralized in a matter of minutes. The gate guard was pale with terror after witnessing Dung's power, stammering, "A demon. He's a literal demon." The bespectacled man quickly tried to calm him. "Easy now. He's on our side." Unexpectedly, Fong, still in his twisted state, lashed out with a massive tentacle. An instant later, he launched a violent strike at Dung, who barely had a moment to register the new threat. Irritated that a new challenger had emerged, Dung frowned and turned his gaze toward the source of the attack. Inspecting the scratch on his hand, he asked the onlookers, "What kind of freakish thing is this?" Without waiting for an answer, he sent his own tentacles whipping toward Fong. They coiled around the creature instantly, binding him in a crushing grip. The two sets of tentacles writhed and intertwined in a strangely grotesque display. Dung watched the pulsating mass with disgust. "Man, this thing is repulsive. I wonder if it even tastes like real food." With a sharp yell, he hoisted Fong into the air, preparing to slam him down and end it. "Let's see if you can walk away from this impact." Seeing her father's life hanging by a thread, the girl rushed forward, screaming, "Dad! No! Please stop!" Stunned by the interruption, Dung paused mid-swing, looking at the frantic girl. She threw herself to her knees, begging desperately, "I'm imploring you. Please show him mercy." Dung gestured toward the writhing lump of flesh, confused. "Mercy? For this heap of raw meat?" The girl nodded frantically. "Yes. He's my father. He only attacked because he's lost his mind. Please don't kill him." Sensing her sincerity, Dung slowly withdrew his vines, though he remained skeptical. "Really? He's been warped this far and you think he can still become human again?" After the group explained the process, Dung dragged over 2 of the cannibals he had just dispatched and tossed them to Fong. "So, feeding him this junk is enough?" As expected, the ravenous mouths on Fong's body began to tear into the offerings. Watching the grisly feeding, Dung and Sung-de both looked nauseated. Dung turned to poke fun at his companion. "You're playing the disgusted card? You don't look much prettier when you're eating, buddy." Once the situation settled, the gate guard approached Dung tentatively. "Sir, please, come inside the settlement. We can leave Brother Fong out here for now." The sanctuary was grim and mostly empty, populated only by a few hollow-eyed refugees. The moment Dung entered, the residents fell to their knees without a second thought. They cried out in gratitude, "Our savior. Thank God you showed up. We wouldn't have lasted another hour, and neither would Brother Fong." Dung skipped the pleasantries, his tone cool and direct. "It's fine. Tell me, how long has this place been running? And what's the story with that thing outside?" The daughter stepped forward, her voice heavy. "My father. He's been consumed by a flesh mimic parasite." This sparked Dung's curiosity. "Flesh mimic? Never heard of it. What is it?" Bin sighed, her face clouding with a mixture of terror and grief. "It's a biological anomaly, fascinating, but incredibly lethal." She frowned, her mind drifting back to the discovery. "We first found it in wildlife. We thought it was just some new strain of bacteria. But once we started culturing it, the reality hit us." Back then, she had pointed at the lab samples, shouting, "Look at this. This is incredible." In the lab, the organism began to shift. It could mimic any biological tissue it came into contact with. Not only does it copy the appearance of the cells it devours, but it actually enhances their natural functions and biological properties. Her voice broke as she reached the dark part of the tale. "Even though it broke every ethical code, my professor decided to bypass the board and start secret human trials." Initially, the team was ecstatic about the breakthrough. In under a week, the subject's cancer cells were almost entirely eradicated. "We thought we had found the God cell." Bin stood tall, reliving the nightmare. Then M-City fell, and S-City spiraled into total anarchy. As refugees flooded in, we genuinely believed the God cell was our only hope for survival. She sighed deeply, lost in thought. "But we were fools. The cure we found was actually the ultimate catastrophe." Dung cut in, connecting the dots. "Let me guess, the tissues became unstable and eventually lost their original structure, right?" She looked down, giving a slow, somber nod. "Precisely." A grim image flickered in Bin's mind. The mimicked flesh spreads like a wildfire until every original cell in the host is replaced. The person loses their soul and their humanity, becoming nothing more than a vessel for the parasite's hunger. She recalled the horrific sight of bodies swelling and pulsating. They develop an uncontrollable urge to infect others. Over time, the flesh forgets the host's DNA blueprint, eventually collapsing into a mindless, shapeless heap of meat. The feeling of powerlessness from that time still haunted her as she described the end. Once it loses its structural balance, it loses all mobility. In the end, it just withers away as it runs out of nutrients. Hyubin's voice rose with intensity as she clarified. While they still look human, they feel a desperate pull to congregate. That instinct creates their final graveyard. And that is exactly why the city is slowly being swallowed by a tide of living meat. A gravelly man's voice suddenly cut through the air, challenging him. Tiudong, you're officially one of us now. He shot a confused glance toward the source of the remark. Tru Fong limped forward, his gaze heavy as he asked Tiudong, that gash on your arm. I gave you that during my rampage, didn't I? Relief washed over the crowd as they cried out, Dad, Brother Fong. He inspected the bloody laceration on his forearm and gave a blunt nod. Yeah, you did. Hearing this, Fong shook his head with a weary sigh, warning, then your clock is ticking too. I had hoped you'd be the exception. Tiudong lowered his arm with total nonchalance, dismissively telling the group, don't sweat it. That mimic flesh of yours was purged from my system the moment it touched me. Tru Fong's jaw dropped in disbelief. That's impossible. Tiudong flashed a confident smirk and explained, my biology and immune response are leagues beyond a normal human's. I'm built different. Besides. He extended his palm, and vibrant green shoots began to sprout directly from his skin. Tiudong opened his arms wide, revealing the plant-based anomalies bonded to his core. My body exists in a perfect symbiosis with a life form far more miraculous and lethal than yours. The onlookers stood frozen in absolute shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide with wonder. He retracted his green appendages, then a thought struck him as he shouted, wait, if this mimic flesh is so adaptable, shouldn't it be able to respond to specific stimuli? Tiudong lunged his hand toward Tru Fong, pressing him. Do it. Infect me again. I want to see if I can break this stuff to my will. Fong squeezed a few drops of his own dark blood onto his palm, sighing at the madness. If you're that eager to dance with death. Tiudong expertly caught the small vial of blood that Tru Fong tossed his way. Inside, a gelatinous, slimy mass writhed with a life of its own. The substance suddenly thrashed violently, fighting tooth and nail against Tiudong's mental command. Fong leaned in, asking, any luck? Tiudong scowled in frustration, reporting the failure. No go. This thing refuses to be tamed. The second it tried to merge, it went into full invasion mode. I had to vaporize it. He eyed Tru Fong with newfound suspicion. So, how do you manage to keep them in check? Fong raised a brow, delivering a chilling truth Tiudong hadn't seen coming. I don't control them. I am them. Every fiber of my being is now mimic meat. Biologically speaking, the human named Tru Fong died a long time ago. Tiudong asked immediately, fascinated. Really? Then how do you still look like a person? Tru Fong tightened his fist, his voice low. My humanity is a ghost. I'm holding this shape through sheer willpower and a sense of duty. The neural pathways in my brain haven't completely rotted yet, so I can still think as Tru Fong and fight the meat space instincts. But I can feel it. My logic is slipping away. Soon, even this face will dissolve. He suddenly dropped his tone, pleading with raw desperation. I'm begging you, keep Hyubin and these people safe. In exchange, I'll be your weapon for as long as my mind remains intact. Hyubin burst into tears, her heart shattering as she sobbed, Dad. Suddenly, a holographic system prompt flickered before Tiudong's eyes. Data acquired on multiple cataclysms. New questline unlocked, the Disaster Collector. Tiudong blinked, whispering, a new questline? Interesting. The panel updated with the details, investigate and categorize global disasters. Progress, superphage virus, mutated spores, mimetic protozoa. Reward, 300 points. He scanned the text, connecting the dots. Superphage is the M-City zombie plague. Mutated spores are the F-City plant freaks. And mimetic protozoa. That's this meat disaster. Tiudong made a snap decision. Perfect timing. I'm coming with you. Tru Fong looked puzzled, echoing, coming with me? Why? He shrugged, his tone airy. Let's just say I'm a curious guy. But Fong hesitated, glancing at the refugees. And what about my people? Tiudong pulled out his device and dialed a number instantly. Easy fix. Hey, Chutrin? You got anyone sitting around with nothing to do? Later that evening, the survivors turned as white as sheets. As a terrifying silhouette loomed in the doorway. A massive monster entered, accompanied by a small child, leaving Tru Fong stunned. He yelled, what kind of nightmare is this now? The little boy cheered excitedly, Uncle Tiudong. You're here. Tiudong stared at the creature in disbelief, asking, Truong Tang cheat? Why is your kid out here? Does his mother actually know about this field trip? The boy flexed his small, solid muscles, shouting proudly, "Don't worry, uncle. I'm a big boy now. Watch me show you what I can really do." Dong just blinked. Wait, what? The massive figure suddenly turned around, his voice a low, mocking growl directed at the shadows outside. "All right, you've been tailing us long enough. If you don't show yourselves, we're locking the door." The silence of the night was heavy, until a group of figures began peeking out from the darkness, muttering in panic, "Damn it, how did they spot us?" The cannibals stepped into the light, cracking their knuckles with sadistic glee. "So this is the famous hideout? Let's see which one of you experts is worth the effort of a team-up." The leader pointed a finger at Tang Cheat, barking arrogantly, "I'm talking to you, big guy." The cannibal sneered at Tang Cheat. "Word on the street is you can take down a whole squad of new humans solo. Is that you, or are you just a oversized paperweight?" Tang Cheat gestured vaguely to himself and spoke in a monotone to his group. "Foreigner. Just landed. No speak the lingo. Translation, I'm new here. No idea what this loudmouth is saying." The man in the hat turned to Tru Fong in total confusion. "What's the deal?" Fong sighed, whispering, "They've got the wrong guy. They think he's me." The cannibals cheered, raising their weapons. "Doesn't matter. We're here for a fight anyway. Let's use our numbers and bag the whole lot of them." The boy suddenly stepped forward, blocking Tang Cheat's path. "Dad, stay back. This one's mine." Tang Cheat grunted a warning to his son. "Clean the meat. Watch for the bones." Translation, "Don't get sloppy, kid." The cannibals laughed at the small boy, thinking he was an easy snack, and charged in for the kill. But the kid suddenly whipped out a massive revolver, flashing a wicked, provocative grin. With a steady hand, he squeezed the trigger, sending a high-caliber round whistling toward the oncoming monsters. One cannibal twisted midair, dodging the lead with ease. He landed and mocked the child. "Kid, you think a gun scares us? We're faster than your eyes can even track." But his smug laughter died instantly as the bullet, defying physics, tore straight through his bicep. The boy ejected the spent magazine and slapped in a fresh one, asking with a smirk, "Whoever told you I was just some normal kid?" He unleashed a hail of lead, firing with a speed that was nothing short of terrifying. One attacker tried to pounce from his blind spot, snarling, "You arrogant little brat." But the strike missed entirely, hitting nothing but the cold, hard earth. The boy nimbly vaulted onto the man's back, pressing the barrel against his skull. A sharp crack echoed as a single shot to the head ended the man's life instantly. The man in the hat stared in disbelief. "Who is that kid? How can he be that fast?" In the heat of the fray, the boy remained unnervingly composed, dancing around the cannibal's clumsy lunges. Suddenly, he winced, crying out, "Oh no! I'm too slow. I'm gonna get hit." But the moment the enemy closed in, a massive tentacle erupted and impaled the attacker through the chest. Tang Cheat, looming like a guardian behind him, launched his assault, hoisting the screaming man high into the air. The horrified onlookers gasped. "Are all of these people some kind of monsters?" The cannibal leader backed away, hissing, "What's going on? This guy is 100 times worse than the rumors." Another leader barked a desperate order. "Everyone, swarm him. Let's see how many tentacles he can sprout at once." "Exactly. Kill the big one, and the rest are just snacks." Tang Cheat calmly extended his hand toward the charging mob. In an instant, his tentacles hardened into razor-sharp blades, shredding the attackers amidst a chorus of agonized screams. The group stepped out to find a mountain of mangled corpses piled high, exclaiming, "This is beyond insane." The boy looked up at Dong, beaming with pride. "Uncle Dong, did you see that? Was I strong?" Dong reached out to pat his head, praising, "Taking on 2 of them at once? Not bad. You've clearly been putting in the work. It's all thanks to that field you built, uncle. Eating those crops has made everyone noticeably stronger." Dong's eyes twinkled as he cleared his throat in amusement. "Oh really?" He thought to himself. The crops in Hoakar's field are essentially tamed mutants. They aren't as potent as the wild ones in S-City, but they're packed with evolutionary energy. Quite the bonus harvest. The boy then pointed toward the distance, asking with wide-eyed curiosity, "Uncle Dong, what's the deal with this situation?" He followed the boy's gaze and explained, "Based on the current chaos, I've started to piece together a map of the future. Botanical zombies. And then there's this gentleman here." Dong gestured toward Tru Fong, using him as a living example, a life form they've dubbed Mimic Meat. He drifted into his own thoughts. "It seems every region breeds its own specific nightmare with unique traits. I can only imagine what kind of horrors we'll face next." Meanwhile, on the other side of the waste, a legion of monstrosities launched a relentless, savage assault on a high-walled fortress. The desperate guards screamed in panic. "The perimeter is failing. There are too many of them. Open the side gates and run." Save whoever you can. Heavy armored tanks roared out from the base, charging headlong into the mass of monsters. One tank slammed on its brakes, skidding as a pack of beasts threw themselves in front of its path. The terrified screams of those trapped inside echoed through the metal. Don't leave us. Please don't leave me behind. The frenzied monsters lunged at the source of the noise, tearing into the person with primal savagery. Dung paced down the hallway, his expression grave, noting, "It's fine. With those people watching the perimeter, a few dozen cannibals won't stand a chance against you." Something caught his attention, and he turned his head in surprise to get a better look. Dung pointed at a figure lashed tightly with heavy ropes, deducing, "That guy's a man-eater, isn't he?" Tru Fong nodded grimly. "Yeah. I use him as a bloodhound to sniff out anyone infected by mimic meat. I discovered that starving cannibals develop a ravenous craving for those infected by the mimic. Unlike me, most people can't resist the hunger. We're actually far more dangerous than the zombies." His eyes remained fixed on the prisoner as he continued his explanation. "We don't always show our true faces. We secretly infect the healthy. We need him to tell us who is hiding the rot." The captive suddenly bared his teeth, hissing in a sinister tone, "You don't need your little tricks today. I'll tell you exactly who the infected one is, free of charge." The room went cold as everyone processed his words. Dung asked with genuine intrigue, "I'm curious. Even after losing your soul, do you still understand what's happening?" The question sent a shiver down Bin's spine. Fong, already grieving for his daughter, narrowed his eyes and barked. "What the hell did you just say?" The prisoner cackled, pushing his buttons. "The daughter you died to protect is already crawling with mimic meat. And who do you think gave it to her? I don't need to spell it out, do I?" Bin looked down at her arm in terror, watching the discoloration spread as she whispered, "It happened back then." Dung stepped in quickly, placing a hand on Tru Fong's shoulder. "Easy now. Stay calm." Fong looked at his daughter, a haunting realization washing over him. "What truly terrifies me is how calm I actually feel." He wanted to scream in agony, yet his voice remained eerily steady. "My daughter is infected. My heart should be tearing apart, but I feel nothing. I think the man known as Tru Fong has finally reached his end." He stood up with grim resolve. It's time to fully descend into the sea of meat. Tru Fong looked at Dung with a heavy, pleading gaze. "Listen, brother Dung. I can't feel the emotions of my old self anymore, but I still have a duty to finish. If you can purge the rot from your own body, can you please save Bin too?" Dung shook his head slowly, explaining honestly, "That's not how it works. My immune system is unique to me. I can't just transfer it to someone else." Fong's head slumped. "I see. So that's it then." The guy in the hat grabbed her hand in a panic, his voice trembling. Bin. Are you going to end up like Brother Fong? Just turning into that thing?" Bin forced a sad smile. "It's okay. In a world like this, I have nothing left to lose. When I finally lose my mind, I want you guys to be the ones to end it." At that moment, Dung pulled out a syringe, reigniting a spark of hope. "Don't give up just yet. I never said I was out of options." He handed her the small vial, giving a firm instruction. "Take this. Inject yourself right now." The man in the hat was the first to speak up, pressing for answers. "What exactly is this?" Dung held up the small bottle, explaining plainly, "An antiviral serum. It works wonders against the M-City plague. I have a hunch it might stop this meat-mimicking infection in its tracks too." Bin gripped the syringe tightly as he leaned in, his voice thick with urgency. "Tell me, do you feel any different?" A nearby monster let out a mocking, guttural laugh. "Huh. Use your heads, people. This mimicry is a far cry from a simple virus. Even a fool could see your little medicine won't do a damn thing." But his bravado vanished instantly, his features contorting as he stammered. "Wait. How is this even possible?" Dung watched the monster's expression crumble and thought with satisfaction. Given how much that guy is spiraling, the serum must be working perfectly. The guy in the hat cheered triumphantly. "This is incredible news." Bin's eyes lit up as a wave of hope washed over her. She turned to Dung, her voice desperate. "What about my father? Can we use this on him? Can we bring my dad back to being human?" He cast a somber look toward Tru Fong and replied gravely, "I'm afraid not. His condition is too far gone. You were just recently exposed, so we caught it in time." Tru Fong nodded solemnly, his voice raspy. "She's right. Every human part of me has already been consumed." Tru Fong looked at his daughter with a sad honesty. "At this point, I am made of nothing but that mimic flesh. I'm just wearing the ghost of a human shape." He shifted his gaze back to Dung and asked, "You mentioned heading toward the sea of meat earlier. Is that still the plan? I can feel my own clock ticking down." Dung gave a firm, resolute nod. "Let's move out." And with that, The unlikely pair set off together toward the ruins of CA City. Trufang's muscles tensed as he scanned the horizon, whispering a warning. We're nearing the heart of the mess. Expect things to get ugly fast. Tiu Deng replied with a simple, understood. A sudden voice cut through the silence, making them stop. Hey, you two over there. A group of ragged, hollow-eyed children looked up at them, pleading, do you have any food? Please, just a mouthful? Tiu Deng looked at the small figures with deep suspicion. Children? Out here? But Trufang went into a full combat stance, hissing through gritted teeth, stay sharp. This area. Trufang unsheathed his blade and roared, should be a complete dead zone. No living soul should be passing through here. The children's voices turned cold and monotone as they droned. We haven't eaten in so long. Meanwhile, back at the base. The boy knelt down to examine a dead specimen, muttering to himself, where are all these creepy crawlies coming from? They're huge and way too fast. We've had to clear out dozens of them since last night. Hubin walked over to join him, her brow furrowed. I've never seen this species before. They only started swarming yesterday, and their numbers are growing by the hour. The boy scratched his head, looking a bit guilty. Man, I hope my dad and I didn't lead them straight to your doorstep. The screech of tires echoed through the air as a vehicle slammed on its brakes just outside the perimeter. As the boy kept his eyes locked on the mysterious car, Hubin asked nervously, what's happening? He gripped his weapon, standing tall as he gave the warning, heads up. We've got company, and they weren't invited. The silence was shattered by a fierce exchange of gunfire between the boy and the arriving convoy. Excited shouts erupted from inside the vehicles. Look. Actual people. Real humans. Finally, we've found someone. This looks like a legitimate survivor camp. The camp defenders leveled their weapons at the newcomers, shouting, step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Two men climbed out slowly, palms open in a gesture of peace. Easy there, kid. We're not looking for a fight. The boy didn't lower his gun, squinting as he analyzed them. Not man-eaters? Not enhanced either? Just regular people? The man in the lead waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a hurried tone. Relax. We come in peace. There's no need for any of this. He gestured to his own men. Lower your guns. Let's not give these folks a heart attack. Hubin whispered a cautious be careful, but the boy stepped forward with confidence. It's fine. They aren't cannibals, and they don't have the look of killers. The leader scratched his head, looking bewildered. Hold on, little guy. You're telling me you're the one in charge of this whole place? The boy stood a little taller, adopting a serious, adult-like tone. I'm not the boss. I'm just the one responsible for making sure everyone stays safe. A soldier in the back let out a scoff. The primary protector? A kid who hasn't even hit puberty yet? The boy shot a sharp glare at the doubter. Hey, watch your mouth. I'm the one deciding whether to let you in or not. Duong Min looked sheepish, nodding quickly. Right. My apologies. The boy continued his interrogation. State your names and where you're from. The leader pointed to his squad. I'm Duong Min. We're refugees from B City. Our camp was wiped out by a massive insect swarm, so we headed south. 5 cars made it out, but we got split up. Our main leader's group headed towards CA City. The boy's eyes widened in realization as he muttered, so that's where they're coming from. The swarm. He gestured toward the dead creature on the ground. Was it these things? The soldiers crowded around the carcass, surprised. Wait, the bugs here are only this small? Duong Min's men let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. The infestation in M City is nothing compared to the nightmare we left behind. Don't get cocky. It just means the main swarm hasn't reached us yet. Their movement is slower than we thought, but they're coming. The boy was quick to set them straight. Don't get the wrong idea. We don't have a bug problem here. These things only showed up yesterday. We have plenty of our own disasters to deal with. Duong Min looked curious. Other disasters? You mean those mindless husks out there? The boy nodded. You couldn't have made it this far without tripping over a few. He added sheepishly. We thought they were just parasite puppets. We were actually confused because we didn't see anything burrowed into their skulls. Duong Min gestured toward his truck with a proud grin. Well, you don't have to worry anymore. Look at the gear we brought with us. He showcased a massive stockpile of high-grade weaponry. We have enough firepower here to level an insect colony. Those zombies won't know what hit them. Hubin interjected, ushering everyone along. Whatever you have, let's get it inside the gates. It's not safe out in the open. If a pack of cannibals finds us, we won't be able to protect everyone. Duong Min stayed upright and confident, shouting, now that we're here, the protection is on us. Don't you worry. Compared to the hell we've crawled through, this place is basically a playground. Now, listen here, kid. The boy rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by the man's endless bragging. Meanwhile, Tu Dong moved with lethal elegance, flicking razor-sharp steel wires from his palms to slice through the disguised monsters before they could even react. The ground was soon carpeted with the remains of the fallen, rotting creatures. Tru Fong watched the display from behind, completely awestruck. That level of power. It's absolutely terrifying. Tu Dong scanned the area and stated flatly, there are at least 20 more of your kind within a 1-kilometer radius. Tru Fong nodded grimly, I believe it. And those are the ones who have lost all sense of self. It's a death sentence for any normal person to wander into this territory. He turned away with a weary sigh as Tu Dong retracted his blades. Let's move. I can feel the change coming. Suddenly, a sight caught their eyes that caused both of them to freeze in pure disbelief. An entire sprawling metropolis had been submerged in a grotesque, rotting ocean of living flesh. Tru Fong's tentacles unfurled as he whispered in a hollow voice, finally. The end. Losing all hope, he stepped forward, intending to descend into the abyss. Tru Fong's entire being seemed to crave total immersion in that world of pulsating meat. Tu Dong lunged forward and grabbed his arm, yanking him back. Tru Fong turned, bewildered. What are you doing? Tu Dong glared at him with serious annoyance. You're just giving up? Aren't you going to put up a fight first? He furrowed his brow helplessly. It's no use. My willpower is fading. Eventually, I won't be able to resist my true nature. Tru Fong flinched as Tu Dong's hand suddenly darted toward his face. He barked, What do you think you're doing? A razor-sharp filament suddenly hovered inches from his forehead. It pierced inward with aggressive precision, causing Tru Fong's eyes to bulge in shock. His vision swam as his eyes turned a deep, bloodshot crimson. Tu Dong forcefully injected a foreign substance directly into Tru Fong's system. He frowned and shouted over the noise, If you lack a blueprint. His brain throbbed with a violent pulse. Then I will provide the structure myself. Tu Dong shut his eyes tight, focusing his senses on the internal reaction. A moment later, Tru Fong scrambled up, gasping for air. What did you just do to me? He held up a card and explained, I've implanted a mutant spore to help your brain maintain its current form. It also helps me study the traits of mimetic protozoa like you. Disaster Collector Quest in progress. Objective, learn about disaster types. Progress, superphage virus, mutated spores, mimetic protozoa. Reward, plus 300 points. Total, 347. Tru Fong stammered, mimetic. Protozoa? Tu Dong nodded. That's the scientific term for the mimicked meat you're so afraid of. He gripped the man's shoulder firmly, forgetting the host's form isn't their destiny, it's simply a biological glitch. Tu Dong shared his theory on the meat sea. This sea is an act of desperation. To survive, it must absorb new life forms constantly. But as it expands, it will eventually run out of organisms to consume. He asserted confidently, at that point, the sea of meat will turn on itself. It might even face a massive collapse because the species has become too uniform. Tru Fong reached out tentatively, so this spore. Can it actually make me human again? Tu Dong answered honestly, no. But it can freeze you in your current state. He turned, detailing the process. The mutant spore uses your current DNA to replicate and replenish your cells. It will essentially lock into a stalemate with the protozoa in your body, creating a perfect balance. Tu Dong used a clear analogy. As long as we keep the blueprint intact, you won't lose yourself to the meat. Tru Fong looked up with a glimmer of hope. You mean I can remain Tru Fong forever? Tu Dong thought it over and nodded. As long as nothing goes sideways, yes. He looked down, bowing his head in deep reflection before whispering, Thank you. Tru Fong stared at his hands with lingering doubt, thinking, even so, it's just maintaining the status quo. Fighting my own nature is an exhausting battle. I hope I have the strength to hold on. Tu Dong suddenly vaulted onto a nearby concrete ledge. Now for the second part of the experiment. He made a daring proposal. Jump in. Tru Fong recoiled in horror. Are you insane? Tu Dong looked down at the writhing mass and repeated, Jump. I'm going in with you. Meanwhile, across the ruins. A leader lit a cigarette and barked at his crew. Pick up the pace. We don't know what kind of horrors are lurking nearby. A subordinate walked up, looking confused. Boss, we're in the middle of refueling. What's the plan? He set the cigarette aside and got to the point. We're on the edge of B City, right? The subordinate sighed. We left B City miles ago, sir. This is CA City. The leader changed the subject. I wonder how Duong Bin's team is faring. Is the radio still dead? He replied, It's trashed. A bullet shattered the internal circuitry during the firefight. The leader let out a bored sigh. I should have packed a spare. No matter, they'll likely slow down. Once we're fueled up, we'll catch them easily. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the shadows. Excuse me. Are you people? The crew stared blankly as the stranger spoke with a mournful face. Please, take us in. We have plenty of supplies. The subordinate asked. Are you survivors from around here? The person repeated robotically, yes. We have supplies. He followed up. No insect swarms in the area? The stranger remained eerily calm, inching closer to the troops. Insects? No. We have supplies. He scratched his head. We heard you the first time. We get it, you have supplies. He turned to the boss. Should we check out their group and the gear? Suddenly, the boss screamed, get down. It's a trap. The survivors instantly morphed into jagged-toothed cannibals, lunging at the soldiers. A terrifying scream cut through the air, followed by a spray of blood. Back with Tiu Dung, Trufong asked in shock, are you actually serious about this? He gave a small, confident smile. You have to take the leap eventually. Trust me. With that, they both took a leap of faith into the slimy, pulsating heap of flesh. Below them, a massive maw lined with teeth opened wide to welcome them into the trap. Tiu Dung, however, remained completely unfazed by the looming threat. The moment the pair stepped into the belly of the beast, constricting vines lashed out to pin them down. A row of jagged, ivory teeth then snapped forward, hungry for their flesh. Yet, Tiu Dung and his companion didn't even flinch or try to resist. They stood perfectly still, allowing the creature to engulf them entirely. For a few moments, the pulsating mass of meat settled into an eerie, flat silence. Suddenly, a fountain of scalding monster blood erupted, spraying high into the air. The wound expanded violently, blood and gore spilling into every nearby crevice. Emerging from the center of the carnage, Tiu Dung stepped out of the beast's remains. The creature strangely bowed to his will, lifting him gently and placing him safely on solid ground. Trufong watched in a daze, stammering, what on earth is this? Tiu Dung didn't provide an immediate answer, simply shifting his focus. Save the shock for later. It's your turn now. Trufong pointed at himself, eyes bulging. Wait, me? Suddenly, a violent tremor racked his frame, and he was seized by an agonizing wave of pain that surged through every nerve. Verdant vines began to burst forth one by one from the skin of his back. The sentient plant life within the monster sensed this and approached shyly, intertwining its tendrils with the emerald vines sprouting from his shoulders. Suddenly, Trufong let out a primal, blood-curdling scream as if he were being possessed. Within minutes, the fusion was complete, transforming him into a colossal, ancient tree. Trufong now remained encased deep within the massive heartwood of the trunk. Tiu Dung watched the transformation with total composure, asking coolly, is this enough power to satisfy you? The green vines reached out, tenderly surrounding and absorbing his essence. Suddenly, the nearby mounds of flesh began to make sickening, squelching noises. Right from the center of the meat, another massive trunk began to punch through. The realization hit him. I can influence them? Have I actually become part of the sea of meat? Tiu Dung corrected him. Not quite yet. You've claimed about a fifth of it. Mastering the entire ocean of flesh will take another 2 weeks. As they spoke, more and more wooden towers began to rise from the landscape. They didn't just grow, they flourished, sprouting thick branches and lush canopies. Tiu Dung noted that once the forest of wood covered the flesh, he would be its true master. He added, the mutant spores obey me. Understood. Tiu Dung gave a quiet warning, so, don't go plotting against me or the people of M City. The power I gave you can be stripped away in a heartbeat. He replied instantly. Of course. I haven't even begun to settle my score of gratitude with you. I wouldn't dream of it. Good. While they were talking, a series of desperate screams cut through the air, drawing their attention. It was the leader and his man from before. Damn it, I'd rather take my chances with the bugs than end up as a snack for this thing. Suddenly, the subordinate froze in his tracks, causing the leader to panic. What are you doing? Move it. Following the man's gaze, the leader's jaw dropped in sheer awe, as he beheld a gargantuan ancient tree rising majestically from the heart of the ruins. The two men stared at the impossible sight, gasping, what is that thing? But they weren't given much time to wonder, as the low, guttural snarls of monsters echoed from the shadows nearby. The creatures launched themselves at the pair like projectiles. The leader shrieked, what's the move? Do we keep running? Before they could decide, the monsters were upon them. The leader's eyes widened. Wait. Look at those things. That rotting meat on them looks just like the monsters in front of us. The subordinate's face went ghost white as he trembled. Then what do we do? The leader barked back. We flank them. Go. If we're slow, we're dinner. By now, the mimic meat abominations had completely encircled the two survivors. They unhinged their jaws, their maws expanding until they blotted out the sky above. The subordinate let out a final, soul-shattering scream. Then silence. However, their true target wasn't the humans. Their predatory gaze was fixed on the mutant spores ahead. The mimic meat pack lunged at a primary spore, their numbers swelling as they seemed to clone into smaller, frantic versions of themselves. Suddenly, they sensed the thing they were biting wasn't of their kind. They recoiled in terror, scattering in every direction to escape. But it was too late. The mutant spores under Tru Fong's control began to aggressively expand. The spores surged forward, relentlessly hunting down the fleeing mimic meat swarm. In a heartbeat, the spores had closed the gap. They unhinged their massive, thorn-lined maws to swallow their prey, using those colossal maws to devour the entire swarm of mimic meat abominations. After the feast, the spores began the process of digestion and assimilation, merging the biomass into a single entity under Tru Fong's absolute command. Once the rival mimic swarm was utterly neutralized, Tru Fong exerted his control over the new growth, ordering the mass to slowly pull back to a secure perimeter. The leader and his subordinate, watching from the shadows, let out a shaky breath of relief. We're safe. The leader hissed, "Stay quiet. Maybe that thing hasn't noticed us yet." Before the words could leave his lips, a booming voice vibrated from within the massive trunk. "Don't be dim-witted. I've been watching every move you've made." The sound sent a jolt of pure shock through the two men. The leader and his man spun around in a panic, shouting at the empty air, "Where are you? Who's there?" From beneath a pulsating mound of mimic flesh, Tru Fong's true form materialized. The leader began to shake, pointing a trembling finger as he stammered, What are you supposed to be?" As he stood there frozen in wonder, Tu Dong suddenly appeared behind him. "He is the consciousness of this entire sea of flesh," he explained coolly, leaving both men speechless. The leader shifted his gaze to Tu Dong, asking warily, "And who are you? How did you get next to us without making a sound?" Tu Dong offered a thin smile. "Why don't you two start? Where did you come from?" The leader began to describe the impending nightmare. "The insect tide is coming. The crawlers are savage, and the flyers are blindingly fast. The largest among them can spit flesh-melting acid from across a field. And then there are the brain bugs that turn humans into mindless puppets. They fight with a level of coordination that puts human armies to shame." Hubin listened to the harrowing account, her expression growing somber as she processed the data. She finally spoke up. "It sounds like a true eusocial species." The group looked at her with confusion. "Eusocial?" Hubin elaborated, "Like ants, bees, or termites. These creatures have zero individual ego. They exist solely for the hive's survival. That makes them terrifyingly efficient. Their level of instinctive coordination is something humans can barely fathom." Duongbin heard this and shook his head in dread. "Can you even wrap your head around how monstrous an enemy we're up against?" At that moment, a rhythmic clatter echoed from the distance, causing everyone to jump. What was that? Did you hear that? High above on the rooftops, a group of figures appeared against the skyline. It was a pack of cannibals. Duongbin stared up, unable to believe his eyes. He choked out, "Cannibals? Those guys actually eat people?" So I turned and replied flatly, "That's right. Now you're looking at the very face of the enemy we have to fight every day." A woman with crimson hair looked down with smug confidence. "Our scouts saw your leader heading off towards CA City." The thug beside her leered. "Yeah. Is there anyone left to save your hides now?" She continued her ultimatum. "Listen up. If you fight, we kill you all. But that's a waste of good meat. How about we protect you? In exchange, you just pick one person every few days to sacrifice as a tribute. What do you say?" So I just let out a dry chuckle. "So, you want to turn us into livestock?" The red-haired woman sneered. "You have 30 minutes to decide. Refuse, and we start the slaughter right now." Duongbin looked up at them, shaking his head with a tired sigh. These idiots have no idea who they're dealing with. He suddenly brandished his firearm, shouting, "You man-eating trash, do you even recognize what real power looks like?" The woman was momentarily stunned, her face twisting into a mask of rage. "You think a piece of scrap metal makes you a big man? This kid must be a tourist, huh?" With a sharp whistle, she ordered the entire pack of cannibals to dive from the roof. The survivors watched in horror, gasping, "Are they suicidal? They're jumping." The cannibals plummeted through the air, hitting the pavement with heavy, perfectly balanced landings. The crowd was even more shocked. They fell several stories and didn't even break a bone? These guys aren't human. Immediately, Duongbin barked, "Open fire." In an instant, a barrage of lead tore through the air, slamming directly into the advancing group, but the cannibals didn't even flinch as the bullets hit. Duongbin's eyes went wide. They're just shrugging off the bullets? Panic began to spread through Duongbin's squad as they emptied their magazines into the approaching monsters. What do we do? It's not stopping them. Duongbin's face was etched with grim determination. He signaled his team, Keep the formation tight. Tactical retreat now. In a split second of distraction, a cannibal lunged directly at Duongbin. He bared his teeth, growling, "To hell with this." But before the creature could strike, it was launched backward as if hit by a freight train. Duongbin stood there, frozen in utter amazement at the sudden intervention. The red-haired woman, seeing her comrade swatted away like a fly, gasped, "What just happened?" Standing before them was Tang Cheat, massive, muscular, and completely devoid of emotion. She stared at him in terror. What kind of freakish monster is this? The cannibal ranks broke into instant chaos. They scrambled back, yelling, "What's going on? You said the expert went to CA City. You lied to us." One of them pointed a shaking finger at Tang Cheat. "Look at it. This thing is a completely different nightmare." Before they could even wrap their heads around Tang Cheat's presence, the cannibals turned to flee. The red-haired woman shrieked, "Retreat! Run!" The man behind her scrambled to keep up. "Get me out of here." But Tang Cheat didn't even need to move. Transung had already vaulted over them from behind. Seeing the new arrival, the crowd gasped, "There's another one?" In a blur of motion, Transung cut off the red-haired woman's escape, forcing her to skidding stop. "What now? Who are you?" Transung didn't offer a word. He just fixed her with a cold, predatory stare and lunged. Using nothing but raw, brutal force, Transung tore through their ranks with a single, devastating strike. A moment later, Tang Cheat walked over, looking down at the mangled remains scattered across the ground. The survivors behind Duongbin stared at the carnage in awe. So I leaned over and asked, "Well, what do you think?" The insects are a nightmare, but compared to what humans can become, humans are still the scariest things out here, aren't they? Duongbin, still processing the sheer power he had just witnessed, could only nod in silent agreement. Returning to Tiu Dung's side, he now possesses a clear understanding of the insect swarm. So, the catastrophe in V City follows a completely different set of rules, doesn't it? Suddenly, a system chime echoes. Tiu Dung reviews the alert and notes, as expected, another distinct disaster category. It seems the more varied the threats I encounter, the more substantial the rewards become for each type. He then turns to the leader, probing for details. "You mentioned earlier that your unit was moving toward the southwest?" The leader responds instantly, "That was the plan, skirt around the heart of N City and stick to the main highway heading straight south." Tru Fong, hearing the route, looks at him with narrowed eyes. "That path leads directly toward our sanctuary." The subordinate blinks in surprise. "You guys actually have a base? What's the point of a fortress in this hellscape?" Tiu Dung smiles thinly. "There are still a few things in this world worth protecting." He shoots a knowing look at Tru Fong. "Wouldn't you agree?" Tru Fong looks down, his expression heavy with sorrow. "Now that I've fused with this ocean of flesh, there's no turning back for me," he says quietly. "Brother Tiu Dung, please. Keep Hubin safe." Tiu Dung retorts immediately, "That won't be necessary. This mission is about bringing her and everyone else from your camp here to stay." Shocked, Tru Fong tries to protest. "How can you even suggest that? I'm a walking death sentence to them." Tiu Dung remains calm, explaining, "Haven't you realized that your basic nature has already begun to shift?" Prompted by the question, the realization finally hits Tru Fong. He stares at his palms in wonder. "You're right. The urge to hunt and infect has dulled significantly. Why is this happening?" Tiu Dung continues, "The mutant spores provide the sea of meat with a cheap, high-efficiency energy source. When the hunger is satisfied, the predatory instinct fades. With your level of willpower, keeping that remaining darkness in check is well within your reach." Concluding the conversation, he signals to the newcomers, "Let's move out. With any luck, you'll be reuniting with your comrades soon." The two follow him closely, hope flickering in their eyes. A short while later, the trio arrives back at the main camp. So I spots Tiu Dung and sprints over. "Uncle Tiu Dung, you're finally back. We just held our own against a pack of serious monsters." The two groups finally merge. Duongbin breaks into a wide grin, shouting, "Leader, you made it." The leader walks up and claps him on the shoulder, relieved. "Duongbin, brother Tiu Dung was right. You guys really were here." Suddenly, Duongbin's smile fades as he looks around. Where is the rest of the squad? The leader's voice hitches as he delivers the news. "We were ambushed by monsters. Everyone else, they didn't make it." A heavy silence falls over the group. The news is a bitter pill that no one wants to swallow. However, Duongbin shakes off the shock quickly. He reassures his superior, "It's okay now. You're safe here. You'll soon see that the people in this camp are on a whole different level of power." The leader adds grimly, "I think you're the one who needs to prepare yourself. Based on what we saw out there, absurd is an understatement." Hubin, her face pale with worry, approaches Tiu Dung. Brother Tiu Dung, she asks, her voice trembling. Did my father? Did he finally become part of that sea of meat? Tiu Dung answers her directly. He did. But don't mourn him. Your father has managed to keep his soul intact. Hyubin is stunned, her eyes wide. What? How's that possible? Tiu Dung continues. I've found a way for him to harness the meat's power instead of being consumed by it. Right now, that sea of meat is actually the safest place for all of us. He then raises his voice for everyone to hear. Pack your gear, everyone. We're moving out. Leader Chu Trufong and I have secured a much better location for the sanctuary. Without hesitation, the survivors gather their belongings and follow Tiu Dung's lead into the unknown. As they approach the edge of the pulsating mass, Tiu Dung warns them in a low voice. Stay sharp. We've officially entered the hunting grounds of the mimic meat abominations. The group moves with extreme caution. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out from the shadows. Excuse me. Are you fellow survivors? At the sound of the voice, every weapon is leveled instantly. In the distance, a woman appears holding a child's hand. Seeing them, Duongbin tries to lower the tension. They don't look like those cannibals. They're just civilians. Why is everyone so wound up? Suddenly, the leader screams. It's them. The mimics. He raises his rifle and unleashes a volley of fire toward the pair. Shocked, Duongbin lunges to stop him. Leader, stop. What are you doing? They're just innocent people. The leader, his nerves frayed, bellows back. Open your eyes, kid. Look at them. You call those things civilians? Duongbin turns his gaze back to the woman and child, and his blood runs cold at the sight. Cries of horror erupt from the group. What in the world are those things? That's revolting. Suddenly, the man in glasses points toward the flank, his voice rising. They're coming from over there too. Before the group can form a perimeter, the mimic monsters are already closing the distance. Panic sets in as voices cry out. They're everywhere. We're being boxed in. The leader turns to Tiu Dung, barking orders. Brother Tiu Dung, get the civilians to the meat boss's territory. We have the heavy guns, we'll hold them off. Go now. Duongbin tries to calm him down. Don't lose your head. Soi's team has some absolute monsters on our side. The leader cuts him off. Shut up. These things aren't like the others. Form a line and intercept them. Heavy fire, keep them back at all costs. The man in the hat nods in agreement. Listen to him. These things are a different breed. It's time to see if our firepower actually means anything. Seeing the sheer terror in their eyes, Tiu Dung steps in. He claps the leader on the shoulder and says, Relax, friend. It's clear that when the world ends, you're the kind of man who actually stands his ground. The leader looks at him, momentarily confused by the praise. Tiu Dung then turns to the survivors. Everyone, fall back. Regroup so you don't get caught in the crossfire. With that, he fires a flare gun into the sky. A bright streak of light tears through the gloom, acting as a beacon for his hidden allies. Soi watches the signal flare with wide, wondering eyes. The boy asks in awe, Uncle Tiu Dung, what are you doing? Is Sister Sansan's squad joining us? Tiu Dung glances back at the boy and smiles. No. These are a different set of professionals. Soi blinks. Professionals? At that moment, Tang Cheat and Tran Sung appear like ghosts behind Soi. Tiu Dung looks at them and gives the command. Go. You don't need to go all out, just make sure no one on our side gets a scratch. Someone else will be along shortly to mop up. Tang Cheat nods simply. Understood. Ahead, the mimic meat swarm surges forward like a tidal wave of gore. Tang Cheat, Tran Sung, and even young Soi leap into action, charging headlong into the fray. The three of them dive into the heart of the swarm without a trace of fear. Using nothing but their bare hands and sheer physical dominance, they begin to tear through the abominations with terrifying ease. The leader, paralyzed as he watches this raw, bare-handed slaughter, gasps, Are these guys freaks of nature too? Duongbin, standing behind him with a smirk, asks, Was I lying? Leader, your eyes are finally open to the truth, right? Suddenly, a guttural growl erupts from the rear. Everyone flinches and spins around, shrieking in terror. More of them? Are there even more monsters? Trufong's spores are creeping steadily toward the group. Sure enough, another wave of mimic meat abominations is closing in. The crowd wails in panic. Leader Tiu Dung. They're coming from this side too. Tiu Dung, hearing the frantic screams, looks back at them with the expression of pure bewilderment. The guy in the hat, still unaware these are allies, shouts at the top of his lungs. Tiu Dung's group is pinned down. They can't reach us. Grab your steel and get ready to fight for your lives. Trufong's spores suddenly surge forward with incredible speed. The survivors brace themselves, screaming, Hold the line. Don't let them through. But before anyone can fire a shot, the spores glide gracefully past the group, ignoring them completely as they rush toward the front. They launch a direct assault on the rival mimic meat swarm. The onlookers are left speechless. Wait, they aren't hunting us? Watching the spores systematically tear apart the enemy swarm, someone mutters, it's a civil war. They're butchering their own kind. The leader's eyes widen as the pieces fall into place. I get it now. These are the other experts Dong mentioned, the heavy hitters working for the big boss. Duongbin is taken aback. The big boss? The leader flashes a knowing, mysterious grin. Just wait. In a few minutes, you're going to see something that changes your worldview forever. In a matter of seconds, the enemy swarm is reduced to scrap on the pavement. The group exhales in unison. Thank God, it's over. But the silence is broken by a sharp cry. Look out. It's moving. Watch yourselves. Back away. Massive, undulating tentacles begin to uncoil and spread across the ground. They creep toward the remains of the fallen monsters. The crowd watches, fascinated and repulsed. What now? They're swarming the corpses. The tentacles reach the shredded mimic meat, their needle-sharp tips plunging deep into the dead tissue. The vines begin to rhythmically pulse, slowly draining and absorbing the raw biomass. While the others stare in confusion, Dong speaks up, ushering them forward. Move out. Stay close to these meat vines. They'll guide us to our destination. He leads the group toward a tree of impossible proportions. Duongbin stammers in horror. What is that monstrosity? A giant tree. Thriving in the middle of a literal ocean of rotting meat? Hyubin looks at Dong, her voice a fragile whisper. My father? Sensing her dread, Dong reassures her. He's okay. Your dad is right up there. He approaches the massive trunk and yells, Hey, stop hiding. Your daughter's here to see you. At the sound of his voice, the surrounding spores shift and ripple slightly. The leader nudges Duongbin excitedly. Watch closely, kid. You're about to witness the absolute pinnacle of evolution. Tru Fong slowly emerges from the mass of spores. Seeing his face, Hyubin cries out, Dad. She tries to run to him, but Dong's hand snaps out, holding her back firmly. Hyubin looks back, confused and hurt. Why? Let me go. Tru Fong, watching his daughter, speaks with a heavy voice. This sea of flesh is too vast and my control is still imperfect. Stay back for now, I don't want to hurt you by mistake. Dong nods to her. He's right. Everyone, set up camp here for now. Do not touch the meat. As long as you maintain a safe distance, Tru Fong can suppress the instinct to attack and infect you. Dong then looks up at the tree. Have you scouted a permanent base? Tru Fong replies gravely. A kilometer southwest, where CA and Kui City meet. There's a meat processing factory. I've cleared the threats. It's yours. Scene shifts. At the main sanctuary, piles of mutated plant corpses are being tossed into a massive disposal pit. Chi-Tu wipes sweat from his brow, saying to Lai Trin, the vegetation is getting aggressive lately. These plant raids are becoming a daily habit. Old Ha strokes his chin, theorizing, this density suggests another flower car anomaly has drifted into our territory. The guy in glasses pipes up, wait, I thought Brother Dong already tamed the flower car? Old Ha shakes his head, the flower cars in this forest. There isn't just one. There are more of them out there. Back with Dong's party. The group begins the grueling work of clearing the area, laying the groundwork for a new settlement. Suddenly, Dong's radio crackles to life with an urgent signal. He listens intently, replying briefly, copy that. I'm on my way. He turns to Tru Fong, trouble in the southern suburbs of M City. I have to head back. Tru Fong nods, go. I'll keep things secure on this end. Dong calls out across the camp, so I. Little man. The boy runs over instantly, Uncle Dong. What's up? He gives the boy his orders. There's an issue at the flower car field. Uncle Sung and I are leaving. You and your dad stay here and hold the fort. So I salutes. You got it, Brother Dong. Dong arrives back at the flower car sanctuary in record time. Tri-Tu greets him warmly. The heavy hitters are back. Good to see you, Brother Sung. Inside the war room, the team is mapping out their next move. Chi-Tu speaks with a hint of bravado. Honestly, San, Tu-Kai, and I could probably handle this. Plus, we've got Brother Trin. What's the big deal? Old Lai frowns, cautious. Old Ha is right to worry. Overconfidence kills. We need Dong's oversight to make sure this goes off without a hitch. Dong looks at Tri-Tu and smirks. Tri-Tu, you're looking a lot more solid these days. Putting on some muscle? Tri-Tu beams with pride, you bet. Eating the crops from this field has turned everyone into a powerhouse. I'm officially a top-tier expert of this new age. Dong chuckles, is that so? Then tomorrow, you're coming with me deep into the S-City forest. Let's see if your skills match your ego. A day later, deep in the heart of the woods. The ground is littered with the twisted remains of defeated plantmen. Tiu Dong looks over the scene and offers a nod of approval. Impressive work. The man in glasses rubs the back of his neck, muttering, it was nothing special, really. Try-To can't help but grin, boasting, what do you think, brother Tiu Dong? I wasn't just talking a big game. San and I have leveled up. Tiu Dong glances at them both before replying coolly, wait until you're face to face with a genuine flower car before you start celebrating. Suddenly, Lai Trin's eyes lock onto something in the distance. He urgently calls out, Tiu Dong. Over there, look. At the sound of his name, Tiu Dong spins around. He squints at a massive shape ahead, wondering, what is that? A giant stump? He begins to hike toward it. As the group pushes deeper into the brush, they are struck speechless by the landscape unfolding before them. Every massive tree in the vicinity has been systematically felled. The team gasps in disbelief. Who could have cleared all of this? Lai Trin turns to Try-To, asking, is this some of our scouts? Try-To shakes his head immediately. No way. Our teams have never ventured this deep into the heart of the forest. Suddenly, Tiu Dong raises a hand, signaling for absolute silence. He tilts his head, listening intently to the forest's low hum. He whispers to the group, I hear movement just ahead. Let's move in quietly and see what's happening. Deep within the thicket, a crew of workers is wielding heavy-duty chainsaws, gnawing through the gargantuan trunks. Suddenly, one of the ancient giants begins to tilt and groan. The workers scatter in a frenzy. One man screams at the top of his lungs, run. Get clear. In the chaos, one unlucky soul trips over a root and hits the dirt. The rest of the crew bellows, move. Get up or you're dead. He's too slow. He can only stare in paralyzed horror as the massive weight of the tree slams down on him. A sickening crunch follows, and he shrieks, who let it fall? Who did this to me? Blood begins to pool in his throat, bubbling out as he rasps, which one of you idiots messed up? I'll haunt every last one of you. But his rage suddenly turns into a frozen, wide-eyed stare. He begins to stammer desperately, no. Wait. I can still work. Just give me 2 days. I'll be back on my feet, I swear. But it's too late. From deep within his marrow, the parasitic roots of the life-drinking tree are already hollowed him out. His body ruptures violently as vibrant green shoots erupt from his skin. In a matter of seconds, the man is gone, replaced by a fresh sapling growing out of a shriveled corpse. The rest of the crew turns ghost white, their eyes wide with terror. A cold, commanding voice snaps them out of their trance. Stop gawking. Back to your posts. Keep cutting. Fear drives them back into a frenzy of labor. Yes. We're moving. We're still healthy, we can still produce. The corpse of their former comrade withers away as the new branches suck the last of his life force dry. Just then, the sound of Tiu Dong's group echoes through the clearing. Brother Tiu Dong. Look. It's actual people. Survivors. They're survivors logging the woods. The workers freeze at the sound of the outsiders. They look up at Tiu Dong's team with hollow, vacant expressions. One of them whispers the word as if he's forgotten what it means, survivors? Chi-Tu watches them, puzzled. They don't look happy to see us. If anything, they look disturbed. Seeing the newcomers, a man from the logging crew steps forward hurriedly. Other survivors. Hello. Welcome. The guy in glasses whispers. Their reactions seem delayed. Like they're in a trance. The man continues. Is it just the 5 of you? Any others nearby? We run a massive settlement. Totally safe. Totally secure. We're looking for extra hands. If you have more friends, bring them along. Chi-Tu starts to reply, well, we have a whole camp, but I doubt your place could. Tiu Dong's hand on Chi-Tu's shoulder cuts him off instantly. Tiu Dong addresses the man. We had a falling out with our old group. We're on our own now. Think your community has room for us? The man beams, his smile a bit too wide, of course. Tensions run high in the wasteland. It's only natural. If you see your friends again, invite them too. More people means more safety after all. Tiu Dong nods, playing the part, makes sense. Safety in numbers. The man gestures for them to follow. This way. Stick close. After a long trek, he points through the canopy, just past this ridge. The man in glasses stops, his voice dropping. These twisted vines. They're identical to the predatory tissues of high-level plant mutants. San adds warily, this is a terrible spot for a camp. The guide looks back and lets out a short, dismissive snort. He brushes it off. Relax, friend. You've got it all wrong. These are just mutated varieties. They don't have a taste for humans. He points ahead again. See? Just push through those thick bushes and you'll see home sweet home. Tiu Dong's team follows, whispering among themselves, if he hadn't called this a settlement, I'd swear we were walking into the heart of a monster's nest. Suddenly, the group halts, their heads tilting back in unison. Looming over them is a tree so gargantuan it defies all logic, making every other mutant they've seen look like a toothpick. The man in glasses is paralyzed with awe. It's impossible. It's too big. Old Ha turns to Tiu Dung. Based on this scale, it might even dwarf the plant living inside you, right? Tiu Dung nods slowly. In pure mass, yes. It's bigger than me. Even if we added the whole flower car field, we wouldn't match this size. He turns a mischievous eye toward Try 2. Go on then, big shot. Show us that top-tier strength. Try 2 waves his hands frantically. Brother Tiu Dung, please. I was just kidding. I am definitely not ready for that thing. Suddenly, the man who had been acting as their guide barked, capture them now. Ambushers who had been crouching in the dense foliage lunged out from all sides. They swarmed Tiu Dung's group, pinning their arms. Old Ha narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What's the meaning of this? His teammates didn't realize he was letting them be caught on purpose. Tiu Dung just stared at the guide with eerie calm. Suddenly, the man in glasses shouted, look up there. From the canopy of the massive tree, thick, vine-like tentacles began to unfurl. They snaked downward, reaching hungrily toward a gruesome pile of bodies below. The group watched in horror, gasping, what is that thing doing to them? The tree began to puppet the remains of the fallen, jerking them back to a mimicry of life. The legion of animated corpses shambled toward Tiu Dung's group, moaning, you must yield. The man in glasses broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. This is the stuff of nightmares. The corpses drew closer, their hollow voices rasping, join us. Become willing slaves. End the humiliation. Join the collective. The man holding Tiu Dung watched the spectacle and began to mutter to himself. We are the same. Seeing the captor's focus slip, Tiu Dung snapped his hand up and pointed it directly at the man's face. A kinetic burst sent the man tumbling backward through the air. Tiu Dung immediately summoned the parasitic flora within him to sprout tentacles and snag the man midair. The man stammered in pure terror, his voice failing him. You people. What kind of demons are you? Tiu Dung, his expression cold as ice, replied, since you were acting under duress, I'll spare your life for now. The plant mind commanded the zombie horde to rush Tiu Dung in a frenzied wave. He barely turned his head, giving them a dismissive glance. With a flick of a vine, he set the guide down safely on the ground. Meanwhile, his team didn't wait around. They took the fight to the monsters themselves. Every member of the squad possessed strength far beyond these botanical freaks. The zombies shattered like glass upon impact. The captors watched from the sidelines, stunned. These guys are incredible. They aren't just fighting the plant mutants, they're actually winning. The guide shook his head, whispering, it's no use. Even if they're winning now, they'll be buried by sheer numbers. Those corpses are just the first wave of the tree's endless guard. But then, Tiu Dung raised his arm toward the sky. Massive tentacles erupted from his own body, lashing out like whips. With a single, devastating sweep, he decapitated the entire front line of plant mutants. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the guide began to shake. Monsters. They're all monsters. I never imagined that things controlled by plants could be slaughtered so easily by the very same kind of power. One member of the logging crew sensed the shift. Something feels very wrong here. A second later, a rogue plant mutant lunged out and silenced him forever. The other loggers panicked, pleading with the tree, don't. We're still useful. We can still work. Old Ha watched the carnage with a heavy heart. If this continues, there won't be anyone left to save. Tiu Dung remained unfazed, asserting, once I kill the source, the rest will fall. The moment the words left his lips, he launched himself like a spear toward the heart of the giant tree. In response, the tree churned the earth, sending massive roots to intercept him. Tiu Dung moved with lethal precision, slicing through every wooden obstacle in his path. But in the chaos, a hidden root whipped forward with blinding speed. With no time to dodge, Tiu Dung crossed his arms to brace for the impact. The blow struck with the force of a falling mountain, smashing him down into the dirt. Tiu Dung rolled out of the crater instantly, leaping to his feet to regain his stance. He wiped his brow and assessed, this won't work. It's too massive to take down in one shot, and it's draining my stamina the longer I stay close. Meanwhile, the captives were being slowly absorbed by the surrounding vines, their bodies turning into fuel. They shrieked in agony, is this the end? I don't want to be fertilizer. Tiu Dung scanned the crowd and shouted, everyone infected by the plant mutants, gather around me right now. The guide asked, his voice laced with confusion, what are you planning? At that moment, Tiu Dung activated the parasitic plant mutant he had previously allowed to live within his own body. He took a deep breath and exhaled with immense force, releasing a thick green mist that enveloped those under the tree's control. The group, caught off guard, began to cough violently as the fog swirled around them. They shrieked in panic. What is this stuff? One woodcutter stared at his trembling hand in shock. What's happening to me? Tiu Dong explained calmly. It's a specialized algae that secretes interferon. It's designed to neutralize the parasitic spores in your system and block the next outbreak. He immediately issued a command. Truong Chi, get these people out of here. Chi Tu saluted. Understood. He quickly ushered the woodcutters toward a safe zone. The horde of possessed husks grew even more frantic, hissing, traitorous slaves. Tiu Dong's expression darkened, and a sharp, mocking smile played across his lips. The roar that left his throat proved that his patience had finally snapped. Tiu Dong lashed out at the monsters, venting his fury. You mindless fools. He declared his philosophy with cold conviction. True survival and power come from symbiosis. Mutual domestication is the only path to the top. Gradually, the unnatural glow faded from Tiu Dong's eyes as he regained his composure. He turned his focus back to the task at hand. All right, I've vented enough. Now, get back to your duties. Even Old Ha questioned his own senses. Those words. Was that the flower car speaking? Does it actually have a mind of its own? Tiu Dong offered a brief explanation. These adaptive spores evolved a neural-like structure ages ago. Consciousness is just the natural result of higher-level evolution. He didn't want to linger. We'll discuss this later. For now, retreat. Lai Trin scanned the perimeter. You're not going to burn this thing down? Tiu Dong preferred a calculated victory. It's a waste of energy to fight a titan like this without a plan. We'll be back once we're fully prepared. They made a quick exit, failing to notice the subtle movement of the surrounding vines. The bitter, possessed entities remained trapped behind a wall of thorns, unable to follow. This isn't over. They must be slaughtered. Back at the base, the neatly arranged vegetable patches were soaking up the morning sun. Tiu Dong had already mapped out the next steps. I'm recalling Truong Tangcheet's team. We need them to fortify the flower car fields to withstand a full-scale invasion from that giant plant species. The contact person was clearly on edge. They're all back? Is the situation over there still stable? Tiu Dong was supremely confident in his defenses. Don't sweat it. I've got a real powerhouse guarding that sector. Chi Tu's jaw dropped in disbelief. A powerhouse? You mean someone even stronger than us? Precisely, Tiu Dong said, knowing exactly who he was referring to. Come with me, and you can test your skills against him. Chi Tu couldn't pass up the challenge. I'm in. If I can't handle a monster, I might as well see if I can take the new guy. Tiu Dong extended the invitation further. Old Ha, you should join us. Your expertise in botany will be invaluable. The old man nodded. Count me in. The moment they arrived, Chi Tu let out an audible gasp of shock. Tiu Dong pointed toward a massive, living trunk and introduced him. There he is. That's the powerhouse I was telling you about. Tru Fong slowly shifted from his monstrous form back into a human shape. Brother Tiu Dong. You're back. Tiu Dong gestured toward Chi Tu. Tru Fong, this is Truong Chi. He's itching for a fight. Don't feel like you have to hold back. He sensed the biological mass beginning to stir and gave a sharp command to keep it in check. A cluster of massive tentacles shot straight into the air, nearly scaring Chi Tu out of his boots. Chi Tu quickly swallowed his pride-to-save face. On second thought, we're all on the same team. No need to ruin the harmony with a fight, right? Tiu Dong began the formal introductions to get everyone synchronized. This is Old Ha, a top expert from the S-City Agricultural Academy. And Mr. Ha, this is Chu Hubin, a lead researcher from the K-City Bio-Research Center. Hubin smiled warmly. It's an honor to meet you. I've followed your work for years, Old Ha. The old man beamed. The pleasure is all mine. Tiu Dong moved to the tactical problem. How do we manage the swarm? Is kidnapping the queen a viable option? Old Ha weighed in cautiously. I'm a plant guy, and social insects aren't exactly my specialty. However, based on what we know, controlling an entire swarm is a massive undertaking. Old Ha broke down the biology of the hive. A swarm's intelligence is an emergent property, a collective result of simple individual actions and strict division of labor. The queen is essentially a reproductive engine, not a general. Her pheromones manage the hive's biology, but she doesn't necessarily command their every move. Hubin noted the uncertainty. Most complex systems trend toward some form of centralization. It's hard to say if their mother has evolved a central nervous system, especially considering the existence of things like the mimicked flesh or Brother Tiu Dong's spores. Old Ha nodded. That's a fair point. Tiu Dong made a decision. Then our first objective is to capture the queen and see if we can influence the hive through her. The team leader felt the plan was a suicide mission. The sheer numbers are against us. Infiltrating the heart of that nest to grab the queen is virtually impossible. He added his data. Exactly. They've turned all of B City into their feeding ground. The scale of that nest likely rivals the giant plant species we saw in the S-City forest. Chi-Tu spoke up after a quiet huddle with Tru Fong. I might have a small idea. It's a bit of a gamble, though. Tiu Dung turned to him. Let's hear it. Chi-Tu smirked. Ever heard of the Trojan horse strategy? The plan was set into motion under a clear, bright sky. 3 vehicles tore down the rugged, debris-strewn road. The cars screeched to a halt, tires kicking up thick clouds of dust and gravel. Voices barked orders through the air. Move it. Faster. We're burning daylight. The soldiers were clearly on the verge of a breakdown. Get in the truck. Don't leave me behind. The monstrous silhouettes were left far behind in the wasteland. The engines roared back to life. Go. Go. Clear the road, move out. Tiu Dung watched from a hidden vantage point, monitoring the monster's reactions. He allowed himself a moment of pride. See? I told you my plan would work like a charm. He seemed to have caught the scent of something unusual. At that precise moment, a bee was seen darting toward the creatures. Following his intuition, Tiu Dung whispered, it's showtime. Chi-Tu watched the scene unfold with total bewilderment. Wait, what's happening now? Tiu Dung calmly clarified the situation. That's a scout sent out from the hive. A wave of relief washed over him. The bait worked exactly as planned. Initially, only a pair of scouts hovered in the air. Within seconds, however, their numbers surged. They descended in a massive swarm, leaving the monsters paralyzed with confusion. Right there. The leader's face twisted into a mask of pure perplexity. The troops behind him lost their nerve instantly. I'm out. I'm not dying for this. I'm running. Even Chi-Tu seemed rattled by the sudden escalation. Old Ha looked to him for reassurance. Tiu Dung, are we in over our heads? Tiu Dung remained unnervingly composed. Everything is under control. The giant bees continued to congregate, forming a thick, buzzing cloud. The monster didn't so much as blink, staring them down for a tense, silent minute. Just as the swarm and the monsters clashed, specialized ropes were launched into the fray. They lashed against the earth with a sharp crack before snapping upward with lethal precision. In a heartbeat, the bees were snared and tightly bound by the high-tension coils. Try as it might, the bee could not break free from the constricting trap. The monster lunged forward, swallowing the struggling insect whole. The leader stared in disbelief at the raw power. With strength like this, why bother with a plan? We should just storm the nest head-on. Once subdued, the bee's legs began to twitch and fail. They lay paralyzed and defeated across the dirt. Old Ha couldn't hide his anxiety. Is this really going to work? Tiu Dung, knowing their biology, noted, these insects lack the regenerative power of the mimicked meat. Controlling them will be a much steeper challenge. He continued his cold, clinical assessment. Tru Fong was a willing partner in his transformation. These insects, however, won't surrender their will so easily. Voices rose from the group. This one's a goner too. How's your side? It looks like we've lost too many. Tiu Dung shifted his focus to a single point. Our only hope lies there. The only bee that hadn't collapsed caught his eye, standing firm amidst the wreckage. The moment Tiu Dung locked eyes with it, the chaos of the battlefield seemed to fall silent. The bee stomped its legs against the ground, clearing a circle in the swirling dust and debris. The man in the hat shouted with pure excitement. Did we actually pull it off? Tiu Dung stepped forward and gently stroked the insect's head. It looks like we have a winner. The old man lamented the low survival rate. All that effort for just one success? But Tiu Dung's gaze was steely. One is all I need. Before they knew it, Tiu Dung was hoisted into the sky by the captured bee. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to mask his presence from the other hovering insects. Finally, the full scope of the nightmare became clear to him. It was no wonder the residents of Beast City spoke of the swarm with such terror. He felt a fleeting moment of vulnerability, suspended high in the air. A surge of raw fear washed over him. Deep inside the cavern, the insects were massing into a terrifying biological army. The man in the blue puffer jacket scratched his head, trembling. This is way too risky. The dark-haired man questioned their lead. Are you positive about this theory? Even the guy in the red shirt looked shaky. What if we're just walking into a dead end? The man in the blue jacket refused to back down. A nest this size needs ventilation. If we follow the draft, it'll lead us right to the surface. The 3 of them began a treacherous climb along the jagged cliff face. He glanced back over his shoulder but kept his thoughts to himself. The man in the blue jacket suddenly froze, his face turning pale at the gruesome sight before him. Rather than offering help, they stood back and mocked the victims. They're using humans as living incubators for the larvae. It's absolutely foul. He urgently pulled his friends away to avoid being spotted. Stop looking. If they catch us, that'll be our fate too. The man in the blue jacket looked toward the ceiling. Wait, look up there. A glimmer of hope sparked in his voice. Light. That's the way out. The worry vanished from his face, replaced by a desperate joy. Thank God. We're almost clear. Suddenly, a strange vibration echoed through the tunnel. What was that sound? Panic seized the trio instantly. The swarm is coming. Run. Move your legs. The man in the blue jacket and his two companions sprinted toward the light like arrows shot from a bow. Freedom was right there. They couldn't afford to trip now. His eyes shone with pure exhilaration. We're going to make it. The guy in the red shirt dug his heels in, coming to a skidding stop. Before they could even celebrate their escape, they were doubled over, gasping for every breath. The buzzing swarm had long since hemmed the three of them in from every side. The creatures looked ready to launch a lethal, coordinated assault at any second. The sheer terror of the moment broke him, and he let out a frantic shriek. No. A small group of survivors huddled below, their bodies racked with violent tremors. The man in the blue shirt was the first to pick up a strange, echoing noise. Summoning his courage, he craned his neck to look straight up into the gloom. Suddenly, the red shirt group plummeted from the cave's opening, crashing down. The guy in the blue puffer jacket looked around, dazed. What is this place? The blue shirt man replied with grim resignation. The pantry. From now on, you all. He couldn't sugarcoat the horrific reality. Are just reserve rations. The man in the red shirt began to sob as the truth hit him. If I'd known, I never would have run. At least being a slave gave me a shot at survival. The man in the blue shirt pointed toward Tiu Dung's motionless form. What's his story? Did he kick the bucket? The puffer jacket group squinted at him. Who is that? We've never seen him before. He wasn't part of our escape party. The dark-haired man gave him a rough shake to check for a pulse. Hey, you in there? You still breathing? Suddenly, Tiu Dung sat bolt upright, surprising everyone. So, we've finally reached the heart of it, have we? He rubbed his temples, recalling the wild ride. That winding flight on the back of a bee nearly scrambled my brains. Tiu Dung scanned the cavern, genuinely impressed by the architecture. So this is the nest? Incredible. It's built like a sophisticated labyrinth. The blue-shirt man stared at him, baffled by his poise. You've just been dragged into a death trap, and you're busy admiring the scenery? Tiu Dung cut through the chatter with a sharp question. Which of you can lead me to the Queen Mother? The guy in the puffer jacket froze, his jaw dropping. What did you just say? You actually want to find the mother insect? He searched Tiu Dung's face. What could you possibly want with her? He didn't feel like explaining his complex plan, so he played it cool. I've got a little proposal. I need her cooperation. The older survivors exchanged skeptical looks. Is this guy a moron? He probably snapped from the trauma and went completely insane. Just then, the rhythmic, scraping sounds of the hive began to vibrate through the walls. The man in the blue shirt turned pale. Here they come again. They're coming to pick out the next meal. The terrified crowd began to shove and scramble for any corner to hide in. Move. Stop pushing me out. I can't breathe in here. The dark-haired man hissed at Tiu Dung, fearing for the stranger's life. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? Move, or you're next on the menu. The red-shirt man snapped at him, looking out for himself. Let him be. Someone has to go. Better him than one of us. He chose self-preservation over helping a stranger. Sorry, pal. You picked a bad time to lose your mind. An insect lunged from the shadows, but Tiu Dung didn't flinch. He looked almost intrigued. Tiu Dung stood his ground, meeting the monster eye to eye without an ounce of fear. The survivors held their breath, the air thick with suffocating tension. Tiu Dung's hand shot out like a lightning bolt, grabbing the insect's jagged mandibles. In a blur of motion, he delivered a devastating punch that tore right through its chitinous abdomen. The onlookers stood paralyzed, unable to process the sight. What just happened? They stared in total shock at Tiu Dung's sheer brutality. He actually killed it. He took that thing down with his bare hands. Wild theories began to fly among the prisoners. Did he sneak a gun in? He must have a weapon hidden somewhere, even if we can't see it. Tiu Dung vaulted off the rock face and offered a choice, coming with me or staying here. The puffer jacket guy didn't hesitate to join him. I'm with you. I know these tunnels, I almost made it out before. The man in the red shirt and the rest of the group chimed in. Don't leave us. We're coming too. The man in the brown shirt raised his hand eagerly. Count me in. There's power in numbers. Hope finally overrode their fear. He's right. Staying here is just a slow death. We might as well go down fighting. Suddenly, more insects began to crawl from the crevices, flooding the floor. The group gasped as they realized the scale of the threat. This is bad. Really bad. A massive wall of the swarm gathered, blocking Tiu Dung's path forward. The group's newfound courage began to crumble. No matter how strong he is, he can't kill them all. I don't want to die like this. It's too gruesome. With an effortless flick, Tiu Dung sent the first attacker flying back into the darkness. The survivors stood frozen, mesmerized by Tiu Dung's supernatural prowess. He leaped into the center of the swarm, a whirlwind of destruction against the surrounding monsters. Dong showed no mercy, ruthlessly dismembering the giant insects as they tried to overwhelm him. A single, explosive strike from him was enough to send the entire front line of monsters reeling back. Glimmering light began to pour in from the other side of the cave passages. The crowd was left speechless by Dong's lethal elegance. This is beyond belief. He just wiped out an entire insect squad with nothing but raw strength. He squinted into the darkness, analyzing the flow of the swarm. Is the Mother Queen's inner sanctum located where these creatures are flooding from? The man in the blue puffer jacket nodded in agreement. Most likely. Dong didn't hesitate. Good. Let's move in and finish this. However, as he entered the next chamber, Dong paused, questioning his own eyes. Wait. Is this actually what I'm looking for? The bizarre silhouette of the creature ahead left everyone baffled. That thing. Is that really the Mother Queen? Drawing on his knowledge of entomology, the man in the puffer jacket spoke up. No, that's a Gordiaceae. Dong frowned at the unfamiliar term. A Gordiaceae? The man pointed toward a specific biological detail. Look closely at its posterior. He searched his memory for the terrifying details. I've encountered one before. It has those distinct tail bristles that function like a biological antenna. Dong's mind raced as he connected the dots. So that's how it works? It must be a signal relay used to command the hive. The man in the puffer jacket warned. Exactly. If we startle it, the entire swarm will descend upon us. But before the warning could finish, Dong was already in motion. What are you doing? Stop. The man in the puffer jacket shrieked in terror. What is that thing sprouting from your hand? The Gordiaceae twitched, sensing a predatory presence closing in on its position. In a split second, a massive cluster of jagged, thorny vines erupted from Dong's palm. The creature had no time to react. The vines skewered it instantly, ending its existence before it could send out a distress signal. The survivors stood frozen, their jaws hitting the floor in unison. Is he even a human being anymore? Suddenly, a low, rhythmic vibration echoed from deep within the rock. What was that noise? Panic flared as someone realized the danger. The Gordiaceae signal has cut out. The rest of the swarm is coming to investigate. A man scrambled toward Dong, shouting, Boss, we've got a massive problem heading our way. He remained perfectly composed, casually tucking one hand behind his back. The next instant, a barrage of razor-sharp vines exploded outward, lashing toward the incoming threat like sentient whips. The onlookers gasped as the attack whistled past them. His vines practically circled my head. My heart almost stopped. The biological weapons continued to slither through every crack and crevice, hunting down the hidden insects. One scout bug froze in its tracks, paralyzed by the sheer predatory speed of the vines. Within seconds, the entire vanguard of the swarm was bound so tightly they couldn't even twitch. Watching the carnage, one survivor muttered under his breath, Who's the real monster here? A heavy silence reclaimed the cave. Dong's eyes flared with an eerie light as he took a deep, satisfied breath. The Gordiacea's body began to shrivel and twitch as its very life force was siphoned away. The creature finally collapsed into a lifeless husk. Someone whispered, Is it actually dead? Dong flexed his fingers, testing the new energy, using mutant spores to hijack the mind of a hostile host. It's still far more difficult than I anticipated. He closed his eyes, bracing his hands against his temples as if tuning into a frequency, but the link worked. I know exactly where the queen is hiding. In an explosion of power, colossal thorny vines burst from Dong, snaking through the cavernous air like ancient serpents. The ground began to heave and buckle. People grabbed onto the walls, screaming, Earthquake! Watch out! In a distant tunnel, two massive insect guards were chattering in their clicking language. They felt the sudden tremors and looked up, their primitive minds struggling to grasp the source of the vibration. Before they could move, Dong's vines slithered through the shadows and found them. The vines lashed out, constricting the guards in an unbreakable grip. From the main stalks, smaller, needle-like tendrils sprouted, tipped with venomous barbs. The tendrils plunged directly into the insects' nervous systems to drain their essence, causing them to let out a horrific, high-pitched screech. Their frames shuddered violently, their limbs contorting in a final, agonizing spasm. Seconds later, they were nothing but empty shells scattered across the cold stone floor. Outside the cave, several winged shadows clutched their prizes and vanished into the gray sky. The scene shifted to the darkest depths of the hive, where a faint, pulsing light emerged. A survivor asked, trembling, What did you just do? Dong's eyes glowed with predatory intensity. He smiled thinly, just clearing the field for our grand finale. And taking a little energy tax from the hive while I'm at it. Dong raised his foot, focusing his strength for a single, massive strike. The stage is set. It's time we had our little meeting, Your Majesty. He brought his foot down with enough force to shatter the earth. A deafening roar followed as dust and debris were blasted into the air. The stone floor beneath them buckled and disintegrated under the sheer weight of the impact. The entire group plummeted through the collapsing ceiling, their screams lost in the roar of falling rock. Moments later, they landed with a heavy thud in a lower chamber. Tiu Dung and his team picked themselves up, shaking off the dust as they prepared for the final confrontation. As they looked up, their breath caught in their throats. They stood in a cavern so vast, dark, and damp that it felt like the womb of the world. The cavern plunged into darkness. Where exactly is the Hive Mother? Tiu Dung cast his gaze downward and remarked with indifference, right beneath our feet. Suddenly, a low-frequency rumble erupted, causing the entire floor to shudder violently. From the lightless depths, a colossal presence began to surface. Tiu Dung watched intensely, his eyes narrowing to sharp slits as he confronted his adversary. The gargantuan mother insect towered over him, her massive form easily 100,000 times his own size. With a deafening shriek, the mother insect unleashed a piercing roar of warning. Without hesitation, she propelled her massive limbs forward, charging at Tiu Dung with terrifying velocity. One of the survivors wailed in terror, I knew it. This insect swarm is an endless nightmare. Simultaneously, the ground buckled under the immense pressure, spiderwebbing with deep fractures. The entire group was on the verge of falling into the abyss opening below. In a flash, thick, thorny vines erupted from the earth, weaving into a dense canopy to catch them. Tiu Dung was shielding them. He commanded, I need to clear out these pests. Sit tight in this cage for a moment. Everyone quickly agreed, don't worry about us. Meanwhile, a phalanx of warrior insects formed a battle line, preparing to swarm him. Tiu Dung kept his hands behind his back as thorny vines continuously spiraled out from his palms. With expert precision, Tiu Dung's hands moved in a blur, using the vines like whips to bind the smaller drones charging in. Suddenly, several white, egg-like projectiles were launched toward him like organic mortar shells. Vigilant as ever, Tiu Dung caught the movement out of the corner of his eye. He leaped gracefully to the side, dodging the incoming barrage with the agility of a cat. From the shadows, spiders were relentlessly spraying thick, sticky webs in his direction. He dashed forward, weaving through the sticky traps they fired with effortless grace. Tiu Dung's hand grazed the cavern floor as he began channeling energy for his next maneuver. Clutching a jagged stone, he declared with cool confidence, I could tear your entire palace down. Exterminating a few bugs is child's play. He then hurled the rock with decisive force directly at the approaching insect swarm. Infused with supernatural power, the stone whistled through the air, tearing through the insects like a cannonball. The drones were powerless, their chitinous bodies shredded into unrecognizable fragments. Witnessing this feat, the group stared in slack-jawed wonder. Did you see that? The boss is incredible. He's completely dominating the fight. We're going to make it. Sensing the overwhelming power of her foe, the mother insect let out a desperate, rattling hiss to maintain a facade of strength. But a second later, her massive frame shuddered as she instinctively recoiled. Tiu Dung approached her casually, chiding, Why all the noise? I have no intention of ending you yet. He extended his arms, sending forth a deluge of thorny vines that lunged toward the queen. In one fluid motion, Tiu Dung bound the massive mother insect into a tight, restrictive cocoon. The vines constricted further, their razor-sharp thorns digging deep into her soft, segmented flesh. Howling in agony, the mother insect let out a tragic, booming roar. Tiu Dung gave her a chilling warning, My mutant vines have breached your central nervous system. Struggle once more, and it'll be your last breath. Despite his hard exterior, he felt a flicker of doubt. There is only one queen. If this synchronization fails, all this effort is wasted. Suddenly, a shift in the creature's energy made him start in surprise. Wait, what's this? The mother insect had ceased her resistance entirely. Tiu Dung analyzed the change. She surrendered to the threat. This hive mother possesses a much higher intellect than I anticipated. A system prompt flashed before him. Quest progress updated. Reward, 300 points. Total points, 961. Tiu Dung blinked. Both missions cleared? A 700-point jump in one go. He stroked his chin, plotting his next move. I might as well bring the entire octoploid hive under my thumb to prevent future headaches. He opened the system marketplace. Options scrolled before him. He hesitated. If I find an ability awakening token, I'll take it. Otherwise, I'll keep refreshing until my points run dry. Finally, Tiu Dung opted for a manual refresh. The system presented 2 new choices and a rare note. He ordered the reveal. Total points remaining, 59. 3 powerful items appeared. Physical overdrive, high-voltage bioelectricity, and the enslavement mark. Dung selected his prize, a smirk finally crossing his lips, just as I hoped. The enslavement mark has hit level 2. I can now command 2 high-level thralls. He looked back at the mother insect. It's your lucky day. Stick with me, and your hive will reach heights you never dreamed of. The mother insect yielded as he began etching the glowing mark of servitude onto her. The scene shifts to the world above, where a group was relaxing in a makeshift lobby. Elsewhere, a man was shouting at 2 figures, "You two taking up a warehouse this big. Are you brave or just stupid? Don't you know that a man's only crime is owning what others want?" A bearded man chuckled with greedy excitement, praising a red-haired woman. "Your plan was flawless. Those idiots walked right into our trap." The people held captive below were fuming, hurling curses. "You filthy pair. Do you think you can just act this way because you're in charge? You're outnumbered. How do you plan on surviving when we fight back?" The thug flashed a predatory grin, his tongue trailing over his lips in a vile attempt to intimidate her. "Don't you worry your pretty head, little sister. I'll make sure you feel like you're in paradise before I end you." The words had barely left his mouth when the woman standing right behind him was snuffed out, a spray of crimson mist painting the air. The red-haired woman let out a defiant, mocking laugh. "Go ahead then. Let's see if a low-life junkie like you actually has what it takes to send me anywhere." Terrified, the thug turned to his cronies. "Did any of you actually see that? I didn't see him move a muscle." In that instant, the red-haired woman blurred forward like a gale, appearing right in their midst and sending them into a panic. "This is bad. She's too fast to track." With a few expert lashes of her whip, she neutralized nearly every man in the circle. Then, she pointed her blade toward the ground with lethal intent. The cold steel of her sword rested against the neck of the leader from before, leaving him shivering uncontrollably from head to toe. She used the tip of the blade to tilt his chin upward, her voice dripping with provocation. "Well? I'm waiting. Exactly how were you planning to send me to heaven?" The man could only stammer. "Please, I'm sorry." Across the way, 3 survivors struggling to stay upright stared at her in awe. "You too. How is such power even possible? What did you do to yourselves?" The bearded man standing behind her spoke with a chilling calm. "I'll let you in on a secret. In this world, the only people left who could possibly best us are that group." The thug covered in red splatter was still processing the mention of that group when the person behind him suddenly flinched in shock. A distant, low-frequency hum was rapidly approaching. The group looked around in confusion. "What is that sound?" One speculated. "Insects?" At that suggestion, the bearded man and the red-haired woman both spun around, eyes scanning the horizon for the source. As the entire crowd looked up, their faces turned pale. The sun was blotted out as a massive shadow stretched over them. A cloud of at least 1,000 giant insects was swarming through the sky, focused on a singular path. The ground below began to crawl with them as well. As the skittering horde drew closer and closer, the reality of the threat set in. The red-haired woman didn't hesitate, shouting an urgent command. "Get to the high ground now." She and her partner scrambled up the nearby structures with practiced ease. They left the amateur cannibals below to fend for themselves. The abandoned thugs were instantly swarmed, torn into 100 pieces by the ravenous insect legion. The bearded man, heart hammering against his ribs, slammed the heavy door shut, his face drenched in cold sweat. What in the name of God is happening out there? Meanwhile, in a different sector, the alarm was raised. "Emergency. We have a situation." The leader paled, his voice trembling. "What's happened now?" A scout peering through binoculars replied with a stuttering voice. "A swarm. A plague on a scale I've never seen. We're finished. There's no way out of this." The leader shook with fear, his mind racing. Leader Dung went to neutralize the nest. Does this mean he failed? Suddenly, a roar that shook the very foundation of the earth echoed through the air. What was that? Recognition dawned on them. It's the sea of meat. The biomass will protect us. That's right, we still have our defense. It's working. The swarm won't touch us. Get lost, you bugs. We've got backup. It's a strange feeling, finding safety in the shadow of a monster. Suddenly, a lookout shouted, "Heads up. A massive one is diving straight for us." As they braced for a fight, someone intervened. "Hold your fire. Look, it's Leader Dung." He stood tall on the back of the giant insect, descending calmly as it touched down. Hupin stepped forward cautiously, her voice small. "Leader Dung." At the same moment, Tru Fong approached. "Leader, give us the word. What's the status?" He hopped down and replied, "Everything went smoothly. However, there's a group of survivors nearby that we need to bring into the fold." He added confidently, "Consider it done." Hupin voiced a lingering concern, "But our food stores. Can we handle more?" He reassured her, "Don't sweat it. The Hoa car fields are expanding daily, and the farms in Tra Deep City are thriving. We'll have more than enough." Soon, the entirety of S City will be transformed into our own personal farmland. The scene shifts to the heart of S City. Old Ha examined the green mark on a man's side. The healing is progressing well. You're likely to make a full recovery. The man replied with pure joy. Really? I'm finally free from that monster's grip? Just then, a dark cloud appeared on the horizon. Look up there. What are those? Giant wasps? He sprinted into the clearing, his voice booming with a warning to the workers. Take cover. Get inside. The survivors scrambled into action. Hurry, bar the doors. Seal the entrances. However, the swarm overhead suddenly banked away, leaving them baffled. They're avoiding our fields entirely? Old Ha looked toward the distant ridge where Tu Dung was silhouetted against the sky. A wide smile spread across his face, his eyes shining. Tu Dung did it. The plan actually worked. On the other side of the city, the zombie hordes began to stir. The undead looked up with vacant eyes, sensing the massive presence in the sky. Leading the aerial assault from the back of the alpha insect was Tu Dung. He looked down at the rot below and gave a cold, singular command. Swarm, feast. It's dinner time. As if on cue, the insects dived with savage hunger, crashing into the zombie ranks below. The swarm began to tear into the undead, competing to see who could devour the prey fastest. Simultaneously, a massive army of worker ants surged from the ground to join the slaughter. They mobilized into a crushing wave that trampled those zombies into the dirt. The undead didn't stand a chance. They were ripped into 100 jagged pieces. Realizing they were outmatched, the surviving zombies huddled together to shield their precious tree. The ghouls let out an irritated, guttural roar. What do you want from us? Tu Dung stared them down with a gaze like ice. Submit to my rule and become a host for the Hoakar living within me. They snarled in bitter defiance. Serve under that thing? Never. My biomass is far superior. I am the king of this forest, and that plant is just an evolutionary failure. He sighed, clarifying the harsh reality of their current situation. Actually, you're the failure now. As he spoke, Tu Dung unleashed a strike that cleaved their sacred tree trunk clean in half. The massive structure gave way instantly, crashing heavily toward the ground. It left behind a path of total destruction, a grim warning to any who dared to resist. The heart of your strength is severed. Next, I'll rip you out by the roots. Last call, surrender now. He watched with grim satisfaction as his own biological tree began to surge, reaching toward the sky. Finally, it birthed the specialized bean it had been nurturing for so long. Tu Dung gripped the seed before letting go with a command. Go. Merge and become whole. Sentient vines lashed out, snaring the bean in a tight, crushing embrace. As the absorption finished, the system chimed. Weed eradication complete. Gained 100 points. Utopia mission updated. Expand community, neutralize local threats, explore new frontiers. Gained 20 rating points. Current rating, 92. Total points increased by 80, now at 239. Old Ha and the rest of the crew watched from below, calling out, Is everything all right up there? The group noticed the shifting movement and whispered, The swarm is heading back. Brother Tu Dung must have finished the job. Tu Dung descended from the sky, riding atop the controlled swarm toward his companions. The moment his boots hit the ground, the old man rushed over. Well, is that monster plant finally dead? Better than dead, Tu Dung replied with a proud smirk. It's officially a part of my anatomy now. Old Ha blinked, completely lost. A part of you? What on earth does that mean? Tu Dung began to shift his form, answering, I mean exactly this. In an instant, Tu Dung unleashed a terrifying display of his newly integrated abilities. The onlookers stood frozen in awe while he provided the breakdown. The power of the Hoakar inside me has effectively tripled. He stood tall before the crowd and made a grand declaration. Every piece of greenery in S City now answers to me. The following morning in the coastal city of Hat, the docks were buzzing with news of a record-breaking catch. Fishermen stared at the overflowing nets in disbelief. How did we haul in this much? Our luck has finally turned around. But their celebration was cut short by an ominous, low-frequency thrum. What is that vibration? A lookout spotted something on the horizon and cursed under his breath. The workers below shouted, Hey, what's that terrifying roar? A massive tsunami and a towering waterspout were bearing down on the coast, sending everyone into a blind panic. A veteran sailor bellowed, Turn around. Get back to the mainland. Get inside the stone buildings. Move. One man hesitated, pointing at the hall. What about the fish? Leave them. Another screamed. Forget the harvest. Run now or the sea will claim you. With the wall of water looming over them, the crowd sprinted toward the nearest sturdy structure, urging each other to hurry. One man, blinded by greed, slowed down to scoop up a few extra fish from the crates. But as he fumbled, the wave loomed closer, Just yards away, he cursed his own stupidity as the shadow engulfed him. His greed cost him everything as the surging tide swept him away in an instant. The tsunami was relentless, drowning the lower levels of the city in a violent deluge. Those who reached the upper floors looked down at a scene of absolute devastation. The experienced sailors realized the grim truth. No wonder the fish were so easy to catch. They were running from this. The captain ordered a recovery mission immediately. Get down there and find the survivors. Pull up the bodies and prepare them for cremation. A scout looked at the wreckage and cried, the support scaffolding is gone. Another man sank to his knees. How are we supposed to reach them now? Outside, the world remained trapped under a heavy, charcoal sky and a never-ending downpour. Lai Trin sat with the inner circle, his voice grim. If this rain doesn't let up soon, the surrounding farmlands will turn into a swamp, and we'll lose everything. He checked in with the resident expert. Old Ha, what's the status of the Hoa car fields? The old man sighed. The crops are hardy, so the water won't kill them immediately, but a permanent flood will tank our yields. We need sunlight. Throughout the meeting, Tu Dung remained eerily quiet, his mind clearly elsewhere. Lai Trin finally noticed and asked, Brother Tu Dung, you're awfully quiet. What are you thinking? Tu Dung didn't speak. He simply raised a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. He slowly knelt toward the floor, leaving everyone watching in confused silence. After examining the ground for a moment, Tu Dung gathered a sample, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. Snapping out of his deep contemplation, he spun around and barked orders to the team, evacuate the nearby towns into the fortress immediately. Move. Every second counts. The moment they reached the settlements, Tu Dung's voice boomed over the crowd, drop everything. Abandon your belongings and run for the stronghold as fast as your legs can carry you. Tri Chi was baffled by the sudden urgency and pulled him aside. Brother Tu Dung, what's happening? Is there an unstoppable enemy heading our way? A lookout stationed above spotted a moving shadow on the horizon and screamed, Brother Tu Dung. The water. It's a surge. Tri Chi recoiled in shock. A flood? With no time to lose, Tri Chi and the remaining stragglers scrambled up the ramparts to reach high ground. Lai Trin stood at the precipice, looking down in stunned silence as a massive wall of dark water slammed into the valley below. This wasn't just rain, it was a tidal surge cascading inland directly from the ocean. He watched the rising tide with a heavy frown. The water level has already jumped over a meter. If this hits Hat City, the devastation will be absolute. Tri Tu added a grim report. Our outer barricades are at their breaking point. They won't withstand this pressure. In that moment of crisis, Tu Dung completed a massive biological transformation, stepping forward as the crowd gasped, its leader Tu Dung. Raw energy crackled through his frame, his very spirit hardening for the coming clash against the elements. The refugees huddled back in terror as the frothing water licked at the edges of the upper platforms. Just as the crest was about to spill over, Tu Dung's massive vine shot out, forming a living wall to hold back the deluge. The thick, rhythmic vines knit themselves together, creating an unbreakable biological chain. They spiraled into a colossal ring around the entire fortress, creating a watertight sanctuary that kept the rising tide at bay. Despite the immense hydraulic pressure of the rushing surge, his reinforced vines held firm, refusing to buckle. The survivors watched the water break against the green barrier and erupted in cheers. It's holding. He did it. The flood's momentum has been shattered. Redirected by the sheer strength of the vines, the torrent swirled around the fortress and roared onward, completely submerging the surrounding lowlands. The once familiar landscape outside the walls was transformed into a tragic wasteland of debris and churning silt. Breathing sighs of relief after their narrow escape, the people looked at him with profound gratitude. If leader Tu Dung hadn't stepped in, we'd be at the bottom of the sea by now. We owe him our lives. The relief was short-lived as new fears surfaced about their survival. With the fields drowned, our crops are gone. How will we survive the winter? Hush. Leader Tu Dung always has a plan. He overheard the whispering and felt a prickle of doubt, wondering, but where did a flood of this magnitude even come from? Just as the mystery deepened, a sharp chime from his mental interface caught him off guard. Would you like me to continue with the system's revelation or describe the fortress's new defenses?